She was named by Yuli, a survivor of the end of the 22nd century. She thought she had a golden finger of spirit spring space in hand, storing many supplies, so she could live comfortably in the apocalypse without worries. But unexpectedly a meteorite fell and crushed her to death. Yuli was awakened by a noisy sound. She thought that after death she would have no consciousness, but the clamor accompanied by the growling of her stomach kept her from sleeping. She opened her heavy eyelids and saw a man and a woman arguing with an old woman with gray hair. Seeing their attire and appearance, Yuli's mind buzzed. Was she not dead? She was still alive. She looked around at the environment and her own small arms and legs, and was absolutely certain she had transmigrated. Mother, hold on a little longer, we can catch up with the village's group. Father and eldest brother still have some grain. You can't sell Shaoli. The woman fell to her knees with a thud before the old woman, tears streaming down her face. The man beside her also knelt. Mother, Shaoli is your own granddaughter, you cannot sell her. A little girl of 5 or 6 burst into tears and threw herself into her mother's arms, crying, Mother, don't sell elder sister, I want elder sister. The old woman's eyes also reddened. She said in a low voice, Heir's wife, it's not that I, an old woman, am heartless. You can see for yourselves there's simply no way to survive. Our food is gone. Your father and eldest brother, we don't know where they are. If we never find them, we'll end up waiting for death. Selling the girl will at least give her a chance to live, and us as well. If we don't sell, the only thing waiting for us is death. If we can't hold on, what chance do the remaining children have? Both fell silent. Although they were reluctant to part with their daughter, what the old mother said made sense. If they sold her, there might be a way to survive. But if she stayed with them, in the end they would only die. The man choked up, then finally spoke, Mother, hold on a little longer. When we reach Chuanping town, I'll enlist in the army. They'll give a settlement fee of 500 won. With that money you can buy grain. Ziyuan. The woman's eyes were full of glistening tears as she looked at the man. She didn't know the current situation, but she knew that the imperial court was in constant turmoil, with princes rebelling from all sides, all wanting the throne. Thus everywhere was at war, recruiting soldiers. Going to the battlefield meant a 9-to-1 chance of death. In the chaos of war, human life was as cheap as grass. If her husband truly went, he might never return. The man patted her hand and comforted her. I am a man. How could I sell my own daughter for a bite to eat? The old woman looked at her son, then at the granddaughter leaning against the tree, barely breathing. She advised him to think it over, but she knew her second son was stubborn. Once he decided not to sell his daughter, nothing could change his mind. Yuli was truly at her last breath, not only from hunger, but also from a high fever. The original owner's memories were merging with hers, so she was unable to care for herself, let alone intervene in the other's affairs. Through a blur, she saw the man walk over, lift her from the ground onto his back, and the group continued their journey. Yuli, half-conscious, reached for her wrist. On it was a mole, a 200-square-meter spirit spring space filled with supplies and a spring. She had stored them before the apocalypse in her previous life. She thought that after changing bodies the space would disappear, but when she touched the slightly raised mole, Yuli breathed a sigh of relief. Her space was still there. Looking at the full stock of supplies, she felt a sense of security. With a thought, several pills appeared in her palm. She struggled to lift her hand and swallowed the pills dryly, a bitter taste filling her mouth, like coptis, making her frown. Soon after taking the medicine, she fell asleep again, or rather passed out. When she opened her eyes again, the surroundings were no longer the dry land and moving crowds, but rows of ancient buildings. They were not as exquisite as those in the movies, but simple and dilapidated huts. The streets were empty of vendors, only refugees resting in the corners. She leaned against the wall. The old woman, her grandmother in this life, also rested against the wall. The little girl was wiping her sweat. Seeing her awake, the little girl immediately smiled and called out, Grandma, elder sister is awake. Elder sister, are you thirsty? The little girl quickly took out her small water pouch and handed it to her. Yuli looked into those clear big eyes, hesitated for a moment, then lowered her defenses and took it. She drank 2 sips, the bitter taste in her mouth finally washing away some. Awake is good, at least your father carried you all this way. Xiaoman, give your sister the last half of the flatbread from the bundle, let her eat something first. The old woman, though harsh and hot-tempered, still had some conscience. Yuli took the half-course grain flatbread from Xiaoman. She wanted to eat something to fill her stomach, as she was truly starving. but when she bit into it, it nearly broke her tooth. She looked carefully and saw it was moldy and rock-hard. Yet under Xiao Man's expectant gaze, she braced herself and bit down, barely scraping off a few crumbs. The texture was completely different from the soft multi-grain buns of her previous life. She chewed for a long time and still felt it scratch her throat when swallowing. But truly, when you're starving, you can eat anything. Bai Yueli slowly ate a small portion of that flatbread that would have knocked out a dog's teeth. After eating a little, she had enough strength to speak. She asked Xiao Man where their parents were. Xiao Man said that father had gone to enlist and mother had followed to get the money to buy grain. Bai Yueli fell silent after hearing this. She had plenty of food in her space, but she couldn't just take it out. Though the original owner's father enlisting was dangerous, there seemed to be no other choice now. She was naturally cautious. At this moment, exposing her secret to save the original owner's father was something she truly couldn't bring herself to do. Even though she had inherited the original owner's memories, the cruel survival rules of her previous life told her never to trust anyone easily. She leaned against the wall in silence, thinking about their current situation. This was the Yunsong continent, a land unknown in her previous life's history. The Yunsong continent had many small countries, and the southern Qi country they were in was one of them. Though southern Qi was not large, it was very chaotic. The current emperor was extravagant and tyrannical, provoking widespread anger. As a result, princes everywhere rose in rebellion, wanting to overthrow the corrupt ruler and take his place. The original owner knew little about the current situation, but what she did know was something every commoner in all of Nanxi already understood: a tyrant sat upon the throne, and the people suffered untold hardships. In recent years, natural disasters had been relentless. Over a year without a single drop of rain, crops withered and died in the fields, riverbeds cracked and dry, and wells yielded barely enough water to sustain life. Yet the wars continued unabated, and the imperial court only increased its oppressive taxes and conscription efforts. With no way to survive at home, the people had no choice but to flee in search of a chance to live. Many reasoned that being closer to the capital might offer some hope. After all, beneath the emperor's very gaze, the court could not simply turn a blind eye to their plight. Forced to leave their homeland, they had originally traveled together with villagers from the village. But a few days ago, they had encountered a gang of outlaws, and many had been scattered in the chaos. Her family, along with the grandmother, had been separated at that time. The original owner's surname was Su, and her name was Su Yueli, sharing a name with the transmigrator, but not a surname. Though she was already 12 years old, she looked as frail and slight as a 10-year-old. Her family lived in Kaoshan village, and they were considered one of the prominent families there. Elder Su had descended through generations of Kaoshan village residents. His 3 brothers had since split their households. Elder Su was the second of the 3, which meant the original owner also had an eldest grandfather and a 3rd grandfather. Elder Su had fathered 2 sons and 1 daughter. The daughter was already married off, but the 2 sons had not yet branched out into separate households. Eldest sister Mama's back. Bai Yueli, lost in thought, was shaken gently by her arm by Xiao Man. Looking up, Bai Yueli saw her mother Lu Wenhui approaching with hollow red-rimmed eyes, carrying more than half a bag of coarse grain cakes on her back. Noticing that Su Ziyuan was nowhere behind her, she knew that Su Ziyuan had likely already joined the military. Otherwise, he would not have been able to exchange himself for food. The old matriarch cast a glance at the dried rations in Lu Shi's arms. Her sharp, gleaming eyes were filled with chill. Those were rations earned by her son at the cost of his own life. Even though she favored the eldest son more, Su Ziyuan was still her son after all. Split each cake in half. Eat first, then wrap them in cloth before we continue. Otherwise, someone might snatch them away. Along this road, there was no shortage of bandits and roaming outlaws. Previously, Su Ziyuan had been there to accompany them as a man among them. Now there remained only a handful of the elderly, the weak, and women and children. They naturally had to be even more cautious. Chuamping town was not a large settlement, and its remote location meant it was often plagued by wandering refugees robbing travelers. If it were not for the fact that a detachment of imperial troops was stationed in town to recruit soldiers, those bandits would have long since fallen upon them. Although those garrison soldiers were useless, they still served as a deterrent to the outlaws. Now every household in town kept their doors and windows tightly shut, and buying even a modicum of food was exceedingly difficult. Prices had skyrocketed to frightening levels. Coarse grain cakes that once cost 1 coin each had now jumped to 2 coins apiece. Lu Shur had spent 60 coins to purchase 30 cakes, leaving the remaining 440 coins to be handed over to the old matriarch for safekeeping. After all, it had always been the matriarch who managed the household finances. Their family had once had some savings, but the old matriarch had placed them all into Su Leoi's baggage at the time. That was why they had found themselves penniless after being scattered. If Su Yuan had not also carried some rations on his person, they would not have survived these past few days. Each person received half a cake. When Su Yueli, the new Su Yueli, took the half cake Lu Shur offered, she quietly slipped the rock-hard piece into her spatial pocket. She simply could not chew it. Her teeth ached just thinking about it. Fortunately, although Lu Shur's half was cold, it was at least somewhat soft, though equally harsh on the throat. It was only because the original owner was accustomed to such food that her throat did not swell or grow red after swallowing half a cake. After eating, they found a deep well nearby and waited in line for half an hour before filling all their water skins. Then they set off again. Su Yueli's body had recovered after taking the medicine, so traveling on foot was no problem for her. Outside Chuanping town, the road was littered with scattered refugees. Their eyes were hollow and empty, their bodies emaciated and skeletal, each staggering forward in dazed exhaustion. Along the roadside, many who could no longer walk had collapsed to rest. Perhaps because they had only fled their homes not long ago, there were not yet many dead from starvation, but the selling of children and wives was everywhere. Some even sold their own wives. The pretty ones might fetch a decent price, while those of average looks could be traded for just a few cakes. Some did it to fill their own bellies, others did it to secure a chance at survival for their children, for they simply could no longer feed them. Perhaps because she had witnessed the warmth and coldness of human nature during the apocalypse of her past life, Su Yueli felt no shock at these scenes. In fact, the horrors she had seen back then were far more gruesome than anything here. In that past life, zombies roamed freely, and she had witnessed too many ugly facets of humanity. Even her closest comrades and family members might very well push her into the zombie horde the next second, all for a fleeting moment of survival. Precisely because she had grown accustomed to the fickleness of human nature, when the old matriarch wanted to sell her off in exchange for food, Su Yueli had actually felt that such a choice was normal, even rational. But she never expected that her own parents, in order to protect her, would beg and plead to keep her. Her father, moreover, had unhesitatingly chosen to enlist in the military to earn money for them. Unfortunately, the food and gold bars in her spatial pocket could not be casually revealed, otherwise she would not have been forced to stand by helplessly as Su Yuan was taken away. "Mama, I can't walk anymore." Xiaoman pouted. Her already petite frame was now nothing but skin and bones from starvation, her complexion a sickly sallow yellow. Only those bright, watery big eyes remained endearing and captivating. She was young to begin with, and coupled with long-term malnutrition, her body was already fragile. Such continuous marching was surely too much for her to endure. Su Yueli, having just recovered from a serious illness, was also drenched in sweat from the trek, mainly because the sun was merciless overhead and there was not a shred of shade to be found nearby. The old matriarch was also panting heavily from exhaustion, but there was no alternative. To stay alive, they could only push forward relentlessly. "Be good, Xiaoman. Let's walk a little longer until we find a cool place to rest," Lu Shur said, patting Xiaoman's head. With rations and luggage slung over her shoulders, she had no free hands to carry the child, so she could only reach out and pull her along as they continued walking. By afternoon, when the sun had slanted westward, they finally began to feel somewhat relieved. A stretch of forest was visible not far ahead. After walking into it, Su Yueli discovered that quite a number of people were digging up grass roots and stripping tree bark to eat. Gazing at those skeletal refugees and the dying old men and women, Su Yueli felt hardly any emotional disturbance. After all, the apocalypse of her previous life had been far more merciless than this. It was Xiaoman who was frightened, hiding herself trembling in Lu Shur's arms. The old matriarch found an unoccupied spot and had them sit down to rest. Watching those people occasionally cast hungry glances in their direction, Su Yueli pressed down her mother's hand, which was reaching for the cakes. She glanced around at the resting people, and none of them were eating. If they took out their food now, it might be snatched away. The old lady shrewd as ever sensed the danger as well. She stood up to search nearby for anything edible, if only to keep up appearances. Suyueli followed her, but the area had already been thoroughly scavenged. Not a single edible root bark or even leaf remained. Bandits are coming. They're looting, someone shouted. People began fleeing in all directions. Suyueli grabbed Xiaoman and ran. Mother, head into the woods, she urged. Seeing most people rushing toward the main road, while only a few plunged into the forest, she pulled her family into the trees. The bandits would surely chase the larger crowd on the open road where it was easier to catch people. The forest was treacherous and slow. Not far into the woods, Suyueli spotted a band of 30 or 40 armed men chasing a group of refugees. These roving bandits, homeless wanderers who had banded together for survival, preyed on refugees, stealing their food and money. They also took women, especially the pretty ones. As Suyueli led her family deeper into the forest, she noticed several men following them. The same men had been staring at them back at the resting spot. Their pursuit now made it clear they were the target. Let's go that way, circle around, the old lady said, pointing to the right. Suyueli and Lu Shi followed without a word. Just as they were about to exit the forest, the four men blocked their path. They had escaped the bandits, but not human greed. The four men carried no weapons, but to the four women, old and young, they posed a grave danger. What do you want? The old lady demanded, her voice trembling but defiant. Despite her fear, she forced herself to appear calm. What do we want? We want your things. And these two young ladies. As for you, old hag, we've no use for you. But that little one, she'll do for a meal. The meaning of a meal was all too clear. They intended to eat her, or perhaps they had already resorted to cannibalism. The old lady misunderstood, however, and cursed them furiously. You beasts! They're children. Take our belongings if you must, but if you dare harm us, I'll fight you to the death. The old lady's eyes blazed with fury, her teeth grinding. Lu Shi, clenching her fists, shielded the sisters behind her. Take our things, but harm my children, and I'll fight you. She threw their bundle at the men, but greed was insatiable. They wanted both the goods and the women. A man in his early 30s with a thin mustache and yellowed teeth leered as he approached. He reached out to grab Lu Shi. Suyueli's eyes blazed with rage. Foolish man. She stepped forward and kicked him square in the groin. Despite her small stature, her strength was considerable. The man turned pale, clutching his crotch and howling in pain. Ouch! Damn it! You little bitch! What are you waiting for? Get them! The men behind him immediately closed in. Suyueli gripped a half-split bamboo stick she had picked up along the way. The sharp edge could easily serve as a blade. With proper use, it could cut a throat. The snapped end was jagged and pointed, capable of blinding a man if thrust into his eye. Grandma, mother, let's fight! Suyueli shouted, lunging forward and slashing the bamboo across a man's throat. The move was swift and direct, catching him completely off guard. Who would expect a frail little girl to attack with a piece of bamboo? Unfortunately, her strength was insufficient. The wound bled profusely, but the man did not die immediately. He staggered toward her, clutching his bleeding neck, but collapsed from blood loss moments later. Lu Shi and the old lady each grappled with one of the remaining men, unable to inflict serious harm, but buying precious time. Xiaoman picked up stones and hurled them at the attackers. Seizing the opportunity, Suyueli thrust the bamboo again, piercing a man's eye. He screamed, writhing on the ground as blood gushed from the socket. She drove the bamboo into his chest, aiming for the heart. Though her body was weak and her strength limited, the bamboo pierced his flesh. The weather was warm and their clothes were thin. In winter, the bamboo would not have penetrated even the fabric. 2 down, 2 remained, still struggling with the old lady and Lu Shi. Women might not be lethal in a fight, but they could make it a miserable experience. The old lady's claws left deep scratches across the men's faces and arms. One man's face was crisscrossed with bloody lines, while she clung to his hair with a death grip. Lu Shi, though slapped twice, flailed wildly. A flurry of fists beats a master, as they say, and the man could barely subdue her. These four were no trained fighters, just desperate refugees with brute strength. Suyueli drove the bamboo into the back of one man's heart, then turned to the last. He had dared to strike her mother. Suyueli kicked him to the ground and pummeled him with her fists, but her blows lacked power. She grabbed a fist-sized stone and used it to amplify her strikes. In her past life, she had been skilled in combat, having survived the apocalypse for so long. But this body was too weak, limiting her abilities. The man screamed under her relentless assault until finally falling silent. Lucia watched her daughter pounding away, then stepped closer and gasped in horror. Shaoli. She pulled Su Yueli away, unable to look at the battered, bloody head. Su Yueli tore a piece of cloth to wipe her hands and said softly, "Mother, I'm fine. Let's leave here." She searched the 4 bodies and found a pouch containing over 100 copper coins, clearly stolen goods now hers. The old lady stared at the 4 corpses, too stunned to speak. Lucia tugged her arm, and she stumbled after them. Lucia carried their remaining supplies. Su Yueli held Xiao Man's hand, and the old lady followed unsteadily. When they finally emerged from the forest, they breathed a long sigh of relief. They had strayed far from the main road, but they could still see travelers in the distance. Night was falling and the forest was unsafe, so they decided to rejoin the refugees on the road. "Mother, let's eat something before we continue." Seeing that no one was around at the moment, Su Yueli suggested they eat something. Therefore, in a crowded place, she still would not dare to take out food openly. Lucia glanced at the old madam. Seeing her nod, she took out 2 plain buns, each of the 4 taking half. After finishing hers, Su Yueli made an excuse to say she needed to relieve herself and wandered a bit farther away. Then she drew some food from her spatial storage to tide herself over, otherwise relying on half a bun alone. She feared she would collapse before even a few steps could be managed. As Su Yueli ate, she sifted through her spatial storage, pondering how she might bring forth something to improve the others' meager rations. After surveying her options, she ultimately chose the most unremarkable of all: potatoes. The potatoes within her storage were exceedingly fresh, still clotted with earth, which meant she could simply claim she had dug them up in the forest. She deliberately selected smaller specimens, for the woodland could hardly produce anything as oversized. Fortunately, the Nanxi region had never seen so much as a potato. Neither sweet potatoes nor taro existed there, nor tomatoes or eggplants. Thus, should she present them, she supposed there would be no cause for suspicion, since the forest occasionally yielded peculiar and wondrous things. Having eaten her fill, Su Yueli returned briskly, clutching some 20 or 30 small potatoes. "Mother, look what I found." Lu Shi and the old madam peered at the lumpy objects in her embrace, mistaking them for stones. "Why have you gathered so many rocks?" Xiao Man craned her neck to examine the potatoes and asked curiously, "Big sister, what are these?" Su Yueli explained, "These are called potatoes. I once read about them in a miscellaneous record which said they are a specialty of foreign lands and can be eaten." Since the mention was of food, none of them dwelled upon her reference to a miscellaneous record. After all, Grandpa Su of the Su family had been a scholar who had once instructed the children at home to read and write, so Su Yueli's literacy was no great astonishment. The old madam and Lu Shi were both illiterate, so whatever Su Yueli said they readily believed. "Can this thing truly be eaten? It looks so hard and is rather large," Lu Shi remarked, picking one up to inspect it. The old madam, meanwhile, turned to Su Yueli and said, "You lucky girl. Even going to relieve yourself led you to find food. Since it is edible, hasten to gather it up. Once we find a place to rest, we shall figure out how to prepare it." With the old madam having spoken, there was no objection. Delighted to hear her daughter praised, Lu Shi felt a warm glow in her heart and gently patted Su Yueli's head. The 4 then continued on their way. Su Yueli helped carry the potatoes while holding Xiao Man's hand. Before long, Xiao Man began whining that her legs ached and she could go no further. Su Yueli reached into her lapel and drew out 2 bright red strawberries, telling her they had been picked in the forest and were quite sweet. Unfortunately, there were only 3 in total. She had eaten 1 and saved 2 for Xiao Man. Though her storage held far more, Xiao Man had barely caught sight of the fruit before it was pressed into her mouth. The sweet and succulent strawberry instantly filled her senses, and Xiao Man's eyes lit up. "It's so delicious, big sister. What kind of fruit is this?" Su Yueli stuffed the last strawberry into Xiao Man's mouth before replying, "They are called wild strawberry, though these are unusually large and far sweeter than usual." The old madam and Lu Shi had not caught sight of what Xiao Man was eating, but they knew wild strawberries well. Before the calamity, such berries were plentiful upon the mountainsides, though they tended to be exceedingly sour, and few had a taste for them. Moreover, wild strawberries often grew near snake habitats, which deterred most from gathering them. It was usually children who greedily plucked them as a snack. Xiao Man savored every bite, her face radiant with delight. Watching her little sister's blissful expression, Su Yueli finally allowed herself a warm, tender smile, the first genuine one since her transmigration. Fortuitously, her spatial storage seemed to possess some preservation ability. No matter how fresh the fruits, vegetables, fowl, or meat once placed inside, they would never spoil. Whatever went in remained exactly as it had been upon removal. Big sister, I feel like I have strength again. I think I can walk quite far now, Xiao Man declared. It was a pity she had devoured those 2 berries so hastily, but she would remember their flavor for the rest of her days. The little girl's innocent words drew smiles from them all. As night fell, they hurried onward until at last they caught up with the ragged throng of refugees. Not far ahead stood an abandoned inn, evidently long in disrepair, yet spacious enough to shelter quite a number of people. Many refugees had chosen to rest there for the night, though none dared enter the main building. Instead, they curled up haphazardly in the courtyard or along the eaves. Within the inn, flickering light cast dancing shadows, and the unmistakable aroma of cooking meat drifted outside, a scent far richer than that of ordinary livestock. Su Yueli inhaled deeply and furrowed her brow. She knew that scent all too well. It was the smell of human flesh. In her previous life, during the apocalypse's final days, cannibalism had become commonplace when food ran out. Yet she never imagined encountering such horror in this world as well. She tugged her family toward a secluded corner where a family of 3, a man AW. Once the old madam and Lu Shi had seated themselves, Su Yueli approached the family of 3 and lowered her voice. Honorable uncle, might I borrow your fire later to warm some food? I shall not ask for nothing. I can offer you a coarse grain bun in exchange. Borrowing a fire in exchange for a single bun was a fair enough bargain. The man, noting she was but a young girl, agreed without hesitation. Though he felt somewhat ashamed to accept a bun from a child, circumstances left him no choice. Their belongings had been plundered by bandits, and they had lost their parents in the chaos. For his wife and son to survive, that one bun was precious indeed. Lending a fire is no great matter, but as it happens, we are utterly destitute now, and can barely satisfy our own hunger. Therefore I shall not decline your generous offer. The man accepted the coarse grain pancake from Su Yueli with embarrassment. It was said that scholars were good for nothing, and indeed it proved true. He had studied diligently for decades, yet now he could neither lift heavy burdens nor bear weight on his shoulders. Facing the bandits, he hadn't even had the slightest chance to resist. Had he not thrown his belongings aside at a critical moment to desperately protect his wife and children, they would likely have been slaughtered. Su Yueli could tell he was a scholar. Though in destitute circumstances, his long gown was still worn neatly, and he carried an air of scholarly grace. At least he didn't look like a bad person who otherwise Su Yueli wouldn't have initiated conversation with him. Born in troubled times, most people are powerless to control their own destinies. If you can survive this calamity, uncle will surely rise to prominence, she said encouragingly to the man. The man nodded and smiled, grateful for her comfort. After the man's wild vegetable soup finished cooking, Su Yueli took several potatoes and placed them in the pottery pot, then added some water. The man looked at what was in the pot, but couldn't identify them. However, he knew some questions were best left unasked, so despite his curiosity, he kept silent. Until half an hour later, when a faint aroma rose from the pot, the man glanced over again. He simply couldn't help himself from being curious. Su Yueli took out a worn small basin from her mother's bag and put the potatoes inside. Seeing the little boy about the same size as Xiao Man staring at the potato in her hand, Su Yueli eventually gave one potato to the child. The woman hadn't expected Su Yueli to give them food again, so she immediately expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Thank you, young lady. Jean quickly thank your sister. The little boy took the potato and shyly said to Su Yueli, Thank you, big sister. The man nodded at her as well. When Su Yueli returned, she found Xiao Man had already started biting into the potato. She had wanted to remind her to peel it first, but then thought, when you were hungry enough to eat leaves and grass roots, eating a potato skin didn't seem like such a big deal. The old lady and Lu Shi also ate theirs, directly biting into the potatoes while whispering how delicious they were. Compared to coarse grain, this was practically a delicacy. Su Yueli ate the smallest one, not because she was stingy, but because she wasn't hungry yet. After all, with a whole space full of food, she would never go hungry. After resting through the night, Su Yueli was woken early the next morning by the sound of crying and wailing. An old woman and a young woman were howling, shouting between their sobs, "My grandson! Which heavenly devil stole my grandson? Woo, my son!" Amidst their cries, everyone exchanged uneasy glances, but clearly no one would interfere in such matters. At dawn they had to continue their journey. Watching those people gradually leave the dilapidated and Su Yueli and the others prepared to depart as well. Su Yueli could guess. It was likely the people from the rooms last night who had stolen the child, presumably to eat on the road. Her grandson was only 3 years old. "We were traveling together just yesterday, and now the child is gone." Su Yueli turned around and saw that the family of 3 had also finished packing and was now standing beside them. The man asked whether they would like to travel together as companions. The old lady, finding them decent folk, agreed. The man said his surname was Li, his name was Li Yi, and he was a Shotsai. So the old lady called him Scholar Li and addressed his wife as Scholar's wife. Their son was named Li Jin, a well-behaved and obedient child. Scholar Li, like them, was heading to Yinqing. Before setting out from the village, the people had agreed to regroup at Yinqing. If they got separated, then continue toward the capital. Since the only area not affected by disaster was north of the capital, where crops along the Grand Canal had remained largely untouched, perhaps they could find a way to survive there. Scholar Li was also preparing to head to the capital. His family had relatives there, so if they reached that area, they would at least have a place to go. Scholar Li was relatively well-traveled and occasionally shared odd and strange stories along the way, sometimes recounting the customs and folkways of neighboring small states. When speaking of those places, light flickered in his eyes, but it was clear he felt helpless in his current situation. After 6 or 7 days of arduous travel, they finally reached Yinqing. But the city gates were tightly shut, and all around the city were exhausted refugees. Some even collapsed on the ground, unable to rise. Before they could find their families to reunite, they saw the city gates open, and a troop of soldiers on tall horses emerged. Glancing at the refugees, the leader called out, "The empire is now plagued by constant warfare, facing internal unrest and external threats. To quell internal troubles and bring peace to the realm, the court has recruited 100,000 troops. All males between the ages of 15 and 35 may serve their country. Those willing to enlist may now line up and enter the city. Each person will be issued 1 white flour steamed bun." As soon as he finished speaking, someone stepped forward to ask, "Didn't you say before that each person would receive 500 cash coins? Why are there no payments now?" The young officer lashed out with his whip and scolded, "Serving one's country is the greatest honor. How can it be measured in money?" All he had been saying boiled down to one point: there was no money to be had for enlisting now. Those who had previously been restless and eager to join now had no desire to step forward. Would they really sell themselves for a single steamed bun? It hardly seemed worth it. Unless one had absolutely no ties and couldn't survive otherwise, only then might they truly consider this path. The young officer hadn't expected so few of these stubborn commoners to volunteer. If that was the case, he couldn't blame him for taking other measures. The higher-ups had issued a strict order: conscript 100,000 troops within 1 month. Without using special methods, how could such a number ever be assembled? For refusing an offered toast only to be forced into punishment. Seize them. Those men instantly blocked the exits, and the soldiers began grabbing people one by one. It was clear they intended to forcibly conscript able-bodied men. Those young and strong scattered in all directions in terror, but in the end none could escape. Scholar Li trembled all over in fright. Su Yueli had wanted to tell him to step back first, and then figure out another way. Having traveled together for several days, she would still help if she could. But Scholar Li was naturally delicate-looking, and standing there he was quite conspicuous. The young officer spotted him at a glance. Scholar Li had originally thought that since he held the title of Shotsai, they wouldn't dare to seize him. After all, in ancient times Shotsai held a high status and could appear before officials without kneeling. But he never imagined that when the young officer pointed at him, someone immediately came and dragged him away. "You cannot arrest me. I am a Shotsai. I hold an official title. Let me go. Husband, don't take him. He's a scholar. How can he trade his brush for military service?" Scholar Li and his wife pleaded with the officer for a long time, but he remained unmoved. Both are serving the country. Perhaps taking up the pen and then the sword isn't such a bad thing. After saying this, he spurred his horse and rode away. But the soldiers continued to seize people. Scholar's wife, clutching her child, wept until her heart was broken. Not long after Scholarly was taken away, the old couple pushed through the crowd with their bundles. Seeing them, Scholar's wife cried even harder. Upon hearing that their own son had also been taken, the old couple became frantic with grief, on the verge of tears themselves. But whatever they said was of no avail. It was only fate that they had arrived too late. They hadn't even seen their son one last time. Is that eldest uncle? Su Yueli suddenly spotted her eldest uncle and aunt on the other side of the city gate, their eldest son clutched between them as they struggled against the soldiers. The old matriarch noticed them too and hurriedly pushed through the crowd. Su Yueli quickly grabbed Xiaoman and Lu Shi, following along without even having time to bid farewell to the scholar's wife. Sir, my son is not yet 15. He is only 13. I implore you, have mercy and let him go. He truly is under 15, sir, please release him. The eldest brother and sister-in-law held their son tightly. Seeing this, the old man quickly pulled 2 taels of silver from his bundle and approached with a forced smile. Sir, this humble silver is but for a drink. My grandson is truly not yet 15. He only appears sturdy, but is still young. The soldier weighed the silver in his hand, nodded with satisfaction. 2 taels was no small sum for a refugee, and exchanged a glance with his companion. So he's a cripple, they muttered, then moved on to grab others. Many young men from the village had already been drafted. Those who managed to slip a bit of silver past the soldiers got through, but still far too many were taken. Su family's eldest son was already 36 this year, and his eldest boy, Su Wenxing, had turned 15. The claim of being under 15 was merely an excuse. Their second son was only 8, and their daughter Su Luoxue was only a few months younger than Su Yueli. Since grandfather Su was a learned man, the children's names were all chosen with care, except for Su Xiaoman, whose name was hastily given because the second branch had welcomed another girl, displeasing the old man. She was born on the day of the Xiaoman solar term, hence the name. Old man, the old matriarch called out, and only then did grandfather Su notice the group. It is good that you have returned safely, all as well. You are safe. Where is the second son? Why don't I see the second son? The old man scanned the crowd and realized his second son was nowhere to be seen, so he asked. The old matriarch sighed and explained the second son has enlisted in the army. She recounted how Su Ziyuan had joined the ranks. No one spoke after hearing this. The old man merely sighed heavily and said nothing more. As the village head, Su family's eldest had responsibility for all, but at that moment, he could spare no thought for anyone else. 2 of his 3 grandsons had been taken, and the family was consumed by grief. With the Yinqing gates firmly shut, it would not be easy for their entire village to detour around the city. Mountain paths flanked both sides, making passage exceedingly difficult. The ox carts and push carts would likely need to be abandoned. By now the conscription officers had moved on, having dragged away several thousand young able-bodied men. At the city gate, wails and cries echoed everywhere. Some had gone mad, throwing themselves against the gates or cursing furiously at those within, but clearly it was of no use whatsoever. Su Yueli gazed at the familiar faces of her former self, lost in deep thought. She was wondering what lay ahead for the entire village. Though the village was not large, it still comprised dozens of households. Traveling together would offer some safety, but it would also bring considerable complications, and she feared even her own family might not heed her words. Only after composing himself did the village head discuss with everyone the plan to bypass Yinqing. Though everyone understood that staying was no solution, they simply lacked the strength to continue forward. With sons and grandsons already taken, none wished to depart just yet. In the end, they agreed to wait one more day. If the gates remained closed and no relief grain appeared, they would leave. What they did not know was that the court was barely surviving on its own, with no surplus grain to relieve the famine-stricken. Their waiting, therefore, was doomed to be fruitless. On the second day, the gates still remained shut. People were already beginning to starve to death. Around the outskirts of nearby forests, all roots and leaves had been devoured, leaving only bare trunks. Some capable individuals began organizing, others preparing to rise up and storm the city directly. Upon hearing this, Su Yueli urgently told her mother to urge grandfather to leave immediately. Should the refugees erupt and riot, the court would undoubtedly crush them with violence. The current emperor was far from a wise ruler, and amid ongoing warfare the government would surely choose mass slaughter over leniency. If they remained, they would almost certainly be caught in the crossfire, with no chance of escape. Fortunately, the village head was not foolhardy and had likely foreseen this outcome. He made a decisive call to lead the villagers away at once. Many clever souls, seeing the situation deteriorating, followed suit. The forests surrounding Yincheng were dense and teeming with ferocious beasts. Though numerous, the villagers possessed no martial skills nor hunting knowledge. Venturing in carelessly could easily make them prey. Moreover, they were reluctant to abandon their meager belongings. In the end, they chose the longer route. Su Yueli looked at her own thin arms and legs and resignedly fell in line behind them. Though she had a firearm in her spatial storage displaying it would only brand her a monster. However, crafting a makeshift weapon was necessary, something like a crossbow armlet useful for self-defense. Her space contained a mechanical crossbow from her previous life capable of firing steel pellets with power rivaling bullets, yet producing no sound. She had traded a sack. "Grandfather, I'm so hungry. Can we rest for a while?" Su Wenshi, a stout and lively boy, tugged at Grandfather Su's sleeve. Though doting on his youngest grandson, the old man would not indulge him now. They had traveled less than an hour. Resting at this moment meant they would cover very little ground today. Their food supplies were already dwindling, and it was best to press on until they found sustenance, lest they perish of hunger on the road. "Hold on a little longer. We will rest when noon brings the hottest part of the day, otherwise we will fall behind. Your grandmother has water. Go drink some, and you will regain your strength." Water was as scarce as food. Their lips were cracked and dry, yet no one dared drink freely. Dehydration was far more terrifying than starvation. The old matriarch shook her water skin and frowned. "My water is running low as well. We still have a long way to go. Let us ration it carefully." She glanced at the eldest daughter-in-law, Wu Shi, who forced a smile and nodded. "Mother is right. When she stopped fussing, come here at once." Perhaps worn down by the long march, Su Wenshi resorted to throwing a tantrum. "I won't. I need water. If you won't give me any, I'll drink Xiaoman's." Su Wenshi abruptly snatched the water skin from Xiaoman's side, startling her so much that her eyes reddened instantly, yet she dared not cry or fuss, only watching helplessly as Su Wenshi hugged her water skin and gulped down all her water in one breath. Clearly she was long accustomed to such treatment. Madame Lu could only watch, too afraid to utter a word. The old lady, seeing him finish it in a few gulps, angrily slapped him on the back twice. "You wretched creature. Water is so precious now, how could you drink it all at once?" Since everyone was still hurrying along the road, no one noticed their family affair. Although the old lady had struck him twice, the force was so light that one might think she was merely scratching an itch. Su Yueli felt sorry for Xiaoman, but she did not confront Su Wenshi at that moment. After all, nothing was more important than pressing on and staying alive. The old man glanced at Su Wenshi and Xiaoman, but said nothing since the water was already drunk. "All right, let's move on first. When we rest later, let the eldest and the village strong men go into the mountains to see if there's a water source. We don't have much water left. Everyone will hand over their water, and Wen Sheng will carry it and distribute it evenly." Since the old man had spoken, no one dared to object. But Su Yueli was reluctant. Her water skin contained spiritual spring water which not only quenched thirst, but also had healing, hemostatic, and beautifying effects. At least those were the properties she had discovered so far. She didn't know if there were other uses. Although a sip or two would reveal nothing, she still felt it was a waste to give it to them. So Su Yueli, taking advantage of their inattention, replaced the spiritual spring water in her water skin with ordinary mineral water, preparing to hand it over to her eldest brother Su Wensheng. Xiaoman tugged. Su Yueli stared coldly at Wu. "Aunt, you are utterly unreasonable. Your son is a person, but are we sisters not? Su Wenshi can drink water, but Xiaoman cannot. Since grandfather said water should be managed and distributed uniformly, shouldn't everyone hand over their water first before receiving a share? But the water skin's big brother is carrying seem to be all ours, don't they? You contribute no water at all, yet you want to share ours. Xiaoman can't even have a sip." Su Yueli walked over, snatched the water skin back from Wu, opened it, and fed Xiaoman a sip. "You? Utterly rebellious. How dare you talk back to your elders? Is this how your mother taught you?" Wu pointed at Su Yueli and launched into a furious tirade. The group stopped because of their quarrel. Madame Lu stepped forward to pull Su Yueli back, urging her to say less while she herself smiled and apologized to Wu. The old lady and the old man both glared at Su Yueli, their displeasure evident. Madame Lu was mild-tempered, and because she had not borne a son, she had always been submissive in the family. A single look from the old man or old lady was enough to make her cower. She subconsciously tugged at Su Yueli, but Su Yueli was not one to be trifled with. She pulled Madame Lu behind her, her eyes red as she looked at the villagers who were now watching them. Her voice was soft, yet resolute. My father joined the army to get rations so that grandmother and us, mother and daughter, could have food to survive. Now, after countless hardships, we have finally reunited only to find that Aunt wants to let my sister and me die of thirst over a sip of water. Moreover, that water was originally Xiaoman's. Anyone would think that the moment my father left, Aunt began bullying us orphans and widows. If that's the case, Aunt might as well just drive us 3 out of the group to fend for ourselves. That would save grandfather and grandmother some rations and count as our filial piety. Second uncle, not to criticize you, but the girl Li and Xiaoman are still your own granddaughters. You usually favor boys over girls, but now that Ziyuan has joined the army, are you just going to watch these 3 be bullied by others? A tall, dark, and sturdy woman stepped forward, pointing at old man Su and scolding him. Old man Su glared at her. Nioer's wife, what are you babbling about? When have I ever favored boys over girls? Now is a time of water shortage. The child doesn't understand, and we can't let her waste it freely. Nioer was the village ox cart driver villagers used to ride his cart to town. His wife Aunt Nio was straightforward and outspoken, and had long disliked the way the eldest branch of the Su family bullied the second branch. Seeing Su Yueli's tearful eyes, she couldn't help but speak up for her. The village chief also spoke up. All right, don't let this trivial matter delay our journey. Xiaoman, come here. Your granduncle still has some water here. Drink a little first. After half a day's walk, we'll reach the foot of Wangyue Mountain, where we can find a water source in the mountains. Then there will be water. The village chief's hair was almost entirely white. In Su Yueli's memory, her granduncle always wore a kindly smile whenever he saw her. But now his face was etched with weariness and his eyes were dim and tired. Xiaoman looked at the water skin he offered to. It clearly contained very little water. If she took a big gulp, it would be gone in 2 sips. But Xiaoman was sensible. She shook her head and did not reach for the water skin. Thank you, granduncle. Big sister already gave me a drink. The little girl's timid voice was endearing. The village chief's lips twitched into a stiff smile, and he nodded, patting her head. Then let's keep moving. The old man, seeing his elder brother's reaction, felt uneasy and lowered his head. Wu wanted to say more, but Su Zhigao stopped her. Although Su Yueli wished to teach Wu a lesson, she did not want to delay the group's progress. Compared to the lives of so many people, Wu was insignificant. There would be plenty of time later. Fortunately, the commotion had made the old man drop the idea of handing over the water skins. Su Yueli simply hung Xiaoman's water skin on herself. The group continued on. Later, Xiaoman could no longer walk. Madame Lu wanted to carry her on her back, but she was laden with too many things to spare her hands. Su Yueli saw that Xiaoman's feet were blistered and felt a pang of sympathy. Through these days together, she had come to see that the little girl was heartbreakingly sensible. Moreover, she was the first person to bring warmth to Su Yueli in this strange world. Xiaoman, come, big sister will carry you. Su Yueli crouched down, but Xiaoman shook her head. Big sister's feet are also blistered. Xiaoman will walk by herself. Su Yueli glanced down at her bare toes. She had not even noticed them exposed until the little girl pointed them out. Blisters had formed on her feet again. As for why she said again, it was because her feet had long been plagued by blisters. Some had already scabbed over while others were freshly burst. Yet she felt no pain, or rather she could no longer feel it, numbness having claimed her feet long ago. It's all right, come climb up quickly. Su Yueli tugged gently at her little arm and helped Xiaoman settle onto her back. That frail body of hers could hardly weigh more than Xiaoman's, and the child found herself pressed uncomfortably against Su Yueli's bony frame. Luckily, Xiaoman was thin as well, so Su Yueli managed to carry her without much difficulty. Perhaps because she had been drinking spirit spring water lately, she felt her strength had increased significantly. Carrying Xiaoman, she trudged on for nearly half a day without stopping. If not for her incredibly weak physique, she might have gone even farther. Elder sister, please put me down. Your foot is bleeding. Xiao Man cried out upon seeing blood-stained Su Yueli's exposed toes. The fabric of her shoe dyed a deep crimson. Su Yueli had not noticed herself feeling only a strange numbness in her feet. But there was no time to rest. The procession was still moving forward. Struggling to get down, Xiao Man insisted on walking on her own. Su Yueli, unable to refuse, finally let her down. My foot is fine. The blister must have burst from rubbing. It'll heal in 2 or 3 days. Su Yueli offered her a reassuring smile. Upon hearing Xiao Man mention Su Yueli's injured foot, Shirlu immediately hurried over. Seeing the utter ruin of her daughter's shoes, she quickly pulled a pat. Glancing at Lady Lu, she sighed softly, rose to her feet, and quickened her pace alongside Xiao Man. She felt no particular attachment to that household, but her mother and younger sister were different. Humans are social creatures deeply attached to their roots. If she truly abandoned them, her mother would never be at peace. Besides, her mother firmly believed her father would return, and so she would stay waiting for him. The procession walked for most of the day before finally halting. Aside from Aunt Nyo's ox cart, the village possessed only single-wheeled or double-wheeled handcarts. Since the wheels were wooden, pushing them was no easy task, and not every family owned one. Their family did have a double-wheeled cart pulled by their eldest uncle and aunt, loaded to capacity with the entire family's belongings, leaving no room for passengers. Except for the second branch's items, for everything belonging to their small family was carried on their mother's back. Along the way, the village head organized one person from each household to form groups and venture into the mountains to search for water. Due to the previous conscription, many sons and grandsons from village families had been taken, leaving hardly any able-bodied young men. Yet for the sake of survival, every household still sent someone. For their family, it should have been the eldest brother Su Wenxing who went. But the eldest uncle argued that as a scholar, what if he were injured in the mountains? Master Su himself had been a learned man and pinned all his hopes upon this grandson, so he naturally did not wish to send him into danger. Aside from Su Wenxing, only Su Zhigao remained capable, while the rest were the elderly, the weak women, and children. Grandfather, may I go instead? Second uncle is not home, and father and grandfather are needed to hold our household together. Nothing must happen to them. Though I lack elder sister's strength, I can at least bring back some water. Listening to that saccharine demure voice, like a kitten's mew, Su Yueli raised her gaze and discovered the speaker was none other than her eldest uncle's youngest daughter, Su Luoxue. Such a beautiful name, what a pity. At merely 12 years old, aside from her fairer skin compared to Su Yueli's, her face could only be described as that of an unremarkable, quiet girl. Madame Wu treasured this daughter immensely, raising her in luxury from childhood. Though not clothed in silk or fed delicacies, she had never performed a day's labor. Su Yueli and Xiao Man, however, were entirely different. They had worked in the field since childhood, which was why their hands, even at such tender years, were already calloused and rough. Su Yueli paid no mind to Su Luoxue's manipulative sweetness. On one hand, she volunteered to search for the water source. On the other, she deliberately hinted that she lacked strength. Not an obvious maneuver to push the task onto Su Yueli herself. Let the younger sister claim the credit, while Su Yueli bore the hardship. How clever, though. A plain-faced girl with grand ambitions. Master Su naturally understood the undertones of Su Luoxue's words. But Su Yueli was still a young girl, and no matter how much he disliked her, he did not wish to be accused of mistreating his own granddaughter. Thus he looked towards Su Luoxue with evident approval. Suer, your intention is commendable, but you and Liato are still too young. The mountains are far too dangerous. Turning his gaze towards Shirlu, he continued, second daughter-in-law, why not accompany them into the mountains? There were already 2 women in the mountain searching party, so Master Su's suggestion of sending Shirlu would leave no room for gossip. Su Yueli never expected her mother to be chosen. Looking at Shirlu's haggard face and frail frame, she could only sigh helplessly. Despite being a stepmother, she had begun to feel protective over her, unable to bear the thought of her mother risking danger once more. But knowing Shirlu's temperament, she likely would not dare resist such an arrangement. Very well, I will obey father's decision. Shirlu had already nodded in agreement, her docile compliance, leaving Su Yueli utterly exasperated. Mother, I will go instead. You stay here and watch over Xiao Man. Su Yueli spoke while hoisting the bamboo basket containing water pouches onto her back, then rose and fell in behind the group, preparing to enter the mountains. "Shaoli," Lu Shi called out worryingly as she watched the girl trot away, but Su Yueli turned and waved at her with a smile, signaling that she was fine. Although the old man had intended for Lu Shi to go, it didn't really matter now. The girl was going instead, and as long as someone went, it would suffice. The village head had not expected that the second son's family would send such a young girl like Su Yueli to search for water. Though his heart ached for the child, ultimately, it was the second son's family matter, and he could hardly say anything more. The reason Su Yueli was willing to follow the group into the mountains was not only to prevent Lu Shi from taking the risk, but also because she hoped to find some food. Moreover, even if she couldn't find anything, she could simply take items out from her spatial dimension and claim she had found them in the mountains. She also hoped to look for medicinal herbs to help her mother and Xiao Man treat their foot wounds. "Girlie, why have you followed us along? Didn't anyone else from your household come?" Hearing the voice, Su Yueli looked up and finally realized that second Uncle Su Yud, who was in charge of leading the team, had stopped at some point and turned to look behind them. He was likely worried that someone might fall behind since the mountain path was not easy to traverse. Su Yueli saw the concern on his honest and straightforward face, looked up and smiled faintly, and said sadly, "Second uncle, I am capable. My mother's health is poor, and I was worried she wouldn't be able to endure the mountain trek, so I volunteered to take her place. Please don't worry, second uncle. I won't hold anyone back." Su Yud sighed, finally understanding the situation. There were clearly eldest sons and grandsons at home who he refused to put to work, yet he sent a little girl to face danger instead. This second uncle of his was truly foolish. Stay close to second uncle from now on, and don't wander off. Mount Wanhua has dense vegetation and steep paths. If you slip, you could easily get injured. There are surely many wild beasts in these mountains as well. If you get separated from the group, it would be dangerous. Su Yud gave her a few more warnings before continuing to catch up with the team, even positioning Su Yueli to walk ahead of him. Su Yueli raised her arm, showing off the small forearm crossbow that was beginning to take shape, her eyes curving into a smile. "Don't worry, second uncle, I have weapons too. Perhaps I'll be the one to bring down prey." Her tone was light and carefree, the picture of childish innocence. Su Yud was amused by her manner and merely said that such a thing was a child's toy, useless for hunting. The forearm crossbow was no longer than a forearm in length, with foldable arms on either side. Although it appeared delicate and refined, it resembled a child's plaything far more than a weapon and seemed entirely harmless. Furthermore, Su Yueli had wrapped numerous cloth strips around the metal components to conceal them, making it impossible to tell what it truly was. Before Su Yueli opened the crossbow, they had not even noticed she was carrying anything. She had originally planned not to reveal it so soon, but once in the mountains, one never knew what dangers might arise, so she could not afford to be careless. Along the way, she had been deliberately breaking off bamboo branches, selecting those about the thickness of a pinky finger and the length of a forearm, then sharpening them into pointed tips with her exquisite small dagger ready to use in the crossbow. This crossbow had been modified. It could fire steel balls and arrows as well as steel pins and any sharp objects as low. Su Yud saw her constantly breaking bamboo and assumed she was merely playing, so he did not stop her. They searched for nearly an entire search covering almost the entire outer perimeter of Mount Wanhua, yet there was no sign of any water source. Su Yueli glanced around. Though she lacked practical wilderness survival experience, she possessed basic common sense. The ground along their entire route had been extremely dry, and judging by the growth habits of the plants, there was likely no water source nearby at all. If they truly wished to find one, they would have to venture deep into the mountain. But with only a dozen or so people, venturing too far in would make it difficult for anyone to return unharmed. As if to confirm Su Yueli's suspicions, several wolf howls suddenly echoed through the forest, sending flocks of birds flying. Already exhausted and tense, the entire group fell silent and alert upon hearing the sound. "Brother Yu, perhaps we should just head back. I don't think there's any water source on Mount Wanhua anyway, and if we run into a pack of wolves, we're finished," someone suggested. "Yes, if we don't turn back now, we'll be climbing down in the dark," another added. Wordlessly, others began to echo their agreement. They were truly frightened. Su Yud gazed at the dense forest for a moment, hesitated, and finally nodded, telling everyone to prepare for the descent. Seeing everyone's dejected demeanor, Su Yueli quietly fell in behind them. As a 12-year-old girl, she dared not appear overly intelligent, so even when she spotted valuable things along the way, she kept quiet. For instance, ginseng, medicinal herbs, and even fresh wild boar droppings. She had originally thought that among so many people they would surely find a water source or discover some food. But she had greatly overestimated these rural villagers. Not a single one of them could identify medicinal herbs, and none of them possessed even basic hunting experience. And look at the weapons they carried. Hoe sickles, shoulder poles, kitchen knives, and some had even brought washing clubs. Fortunately, they had not encountered any danger along the way. Otherwise, with such weapons, they would have struggled merely to hunt a rabbit. Second uncle, there seems to be a cave over there, Su Yueli exclaimed as though she had discovered a new world, pointing suddenly at a small cave in the distance. Finding caves on mountains was not uncommon, but Su Yueli had noticed that the vegetation near this particular cave was unusually dense, clearly indicating that a water source must be nearby. In truth, she had seen this cave when they first arrived, but had paid it no mind. She had assumed they would certainly find a water source, so she had not insisted on leading the way. But seeing that they were about to return empty-handed, Su Yueli finally spoke up. Indeed, that is a cave, but there are plenty of caves on this mountain, and most are inhabited by large beasts. You must avoid them whenever you see one. Su Yud stared for a long time before spotting the cave Su Yueli had pointed out, which was 40 or 50 meters away. Anyone with poor eyesight simply wouldn't have been able to see it from that distance. Su Yueli was exasperated. At a time like this, when they were facing death by thirst or hunger, he still had the mind to worry about wolves ahead and tigers behind. Second uncle, what if it's not a fierce beast inside, but a wild boar? Then we'd have meat to eat. Why don't we go take a look? To persuade them to investigate, Su Yueli hastily made up an excuse. Although Su Yud doubted any wild boar would be inside, he could not resist the group's hopefulness. Shall we go take a look? There might actually be a wild boar, someone suggested. Yes, even if there isn't a boar, it would still be worth checking out, another chimed in. Perhaps driven by curiosity, or perhaps lured by the wild boar, many echoed the suggestion to go and take a look. Su Yud had no choice but to send 2 men ahead to scout the situation. If a fierce beast truly dwelled within, they would have to leave promptly. After waiting for the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, the 2 scouts returned at a jog, reporting that they had waited at the cave entrance for a while, without seeing any creature emerge or hearing any movement from within. Relieved, everyone followed Su Yud into the cave. The entrance was narrow, barely over a meter in diameter, forcing most to stoop as they entered. Yet inside it opened into a spacious cavern. Darkness enveloped them. Su Yud lit a tinder and led the way while Su Yueli listened intently for any sound. The rocky walls were damp, and she touched them to find moisture. Occasionally droplets fell from the ceiling onto their heads. I think I stepped on something, someone said. Su Yud halted and shone his light downward. Looks like dung. Not just looks like, it is dung. Something lives in this cave, and it seems quite large. The heap of dung weighing over a jeans sent a chill through them. The one who had stepped in it quickly lifted his foot. Su Yud gestured for silence. The dripping of water echoed, clearly accompanied by a faint grunt. Gathering courage, he ventured deeper and discovered a massive black, bristly boar weighing 300 to 400 jin lying inside. At tea, everyone worked together. Kill this boar, and we'll have meat to eat. Otherwise we'll starve. Su Yueli called out from behind. No one stopped to wonder how a young girl could speak with such calm rationality. Their minds were seized by the thought of meat. That alone was enough to spur them into battle. Su Yueli stood in the far corner watching the dozen or so people engage the boar in a chaotic struggle. Several had already been sent flying by its charge. She opened her arm crossbow, loaded a sharpened bamboo bolt, and seizing the moment fired several shots at the boar. The beast roared in fury numerous times, yet it persisted for a long while before the group finally managed to pin it down, raining blows upon it with their weapons until it lay still. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. No one had seen Su Yueli's actions, nor would they ever know that without her precise strikes to the boar's vital spots, they could never have subdued it. The successful hunt sent them into a frenzy of joy. When they discovered a spring seeping through a crevice in the cave, their elation knew no bounds. Though the flow was slow, it sufficed to fill all their water skins within an hour. In that time, they butchered the boar, dividing it into large chunks. Though slaughtering on the spot was unwise, the beast was too heavy to carry down the mountain whole, They had to portion it for easier transport. Su Yud initially planned to discard the entrails, but Su Yueli asked for them. In those times, people did not eat offal simply because they didn't know how to prepare it. To Su Yueli, however, these were treasures, especially in this time of scarcity. The pig's innards were a veritable bounty. Though they had killed a boar, the village was large. Whether distributed by head or by household, her family's share would be meager. Given her grandparents' and eldest aunt-in-law's nature, she doubted they would taste much of the boar meat. But Su Yud watched her deftly washing the pig's offal, even scrubbing the large intestine several times before storing it away. His heart ached with bitterness. To them, these innards were waste, especially the large intestine, which was considered inedible. Yet the girl insisted on keeping them. He wanted to dissuade her, but recalling that during the famine they had eaten grass roots and tree bark, he decided that pig offal was nothing to scorn. Compared to their earlier dejection, everyone was now overjoyed. Their pace quickened as they descended the mountain, burdened but cheerful. Su Yueli also carried a heavy load, a dozen water skins, and a set of pig offal, crushing her frail frame until she could barely stand straight. With everyone watching and her bamboo basket uncovered, she couldn't stash anything in her space and had to grit her teeth and bear it. She estimated the load weighed at least 60 to 70 jin. In her previous life, she could have lifted it with one hand, but now her body was too weak. Despite her determination, she staggered several times. Su Yud noticed her struggle and helped share the burden. It was the first kindness Su Yueli had experienced here, leaving her momentarily at a loss. "Thank you, second uncle," she said, lowering her eyes with a stiff tone. Su Yud laughed heartily. "You're so polite these days, little girl. If Chuanya were half as sensible as you, I'd be content." He then continued. The ginseng was not large, but it was wild mountain ginseng and should fetch some silver. She tucked it into her bosom, while the medicinal herbs went into her basket to be used later for dressing her mother's wounds. When they returned to the group, it was already late. Seeing that everyone had obtained water, they felt relieved. As they spoke of the boar meat, Su Yud specifically mentioned Su Yueli, calling her a little lucky star. Without her, they wouldn't have found the water source or the boar. Though the dim light in the cave had concealed her fatal arrows, this alone was enough to earn her gratitude. Old Master Su hadn't expected Su Yueli to have contributed to the hunt, and he cast a new look at his granddaughter. The boar meat was distributed by household. Each family received only a few jin. That evening, the aroma of meat wafted from the foot of Wangyue Mountain. Their family also cooked a small piece, but the rest was stored away by her grandmother, who insisted they couldn't eat it all at once. The cooked meat was sliced into pieces and apart from Su Wenxi, and Su Wenxing, each person received only one slice. "Shao Shao man, eat quickly. It won't taste good when it's cold, Sumio." Lu Shi gave all 3 pieces of meat to the girls, having no intention of eating any herself. Seeing this, Su Yueli handed the meat to Shao Man, then gathered some dry firewood nearby and borrowed a large pot from her second uncle's family before beginning to cook the pork offal. When Wu Shi saw her building the fire, she came over to inspect, only to recoil in disgust upon seeing the pot full of pork innards. Covering her nose, she hurried away. That good-for-nothing girl cooking offal to eat. She's so cheap, willing to swallow anything. Her muttering went unheard. Lu Shi also frowned at the pot of offal, but her frown quickly turned to aching sympathy. Though these were hardly premium ingredients, they could at least fill their stomachs, a far cry from bark and roots. Without a word, she simply helped her daughter tend the fire. Since water was scarce, they used little. Su Yueli secretly added a pinch of salt and some 5 spice. Perhaps because many others were boiling meat that. After cooking, Su Yueli fished everything out, then placed a portion of pork liver and lungs back into the pot to return to second uncle's family. Su Yud was surprised the girl had brought some back. Though not delicious, it was at least meat, and he would hardly refuse it. He sliced off a piece and tasted it only to freeze mid-chew. This was pork lung. Wasn't pork lung supposed to be fishy, foul tasting and unpleasant? How had this girl made it so delicious? Finding the taste excellent, Su Yud took some to his own daughter, claiming it was specially sent by Su Yueli for her. Chunya had been in low spirits, but upon hearing it came from Su Yueli, she tasted it and couldn't stop eating. "It's so good, father. Did this really come from little Li? Had their family actually received anything worthwhile?" That was impossible. Chunya refused to believe it. Su Yud then explained the whole affair of the pork offal to his daughter. Chunya suddenly understood. So it was pork offal. I knew it. How could something this good ever fall to her? She spoke up in Su Yueli's defense. Su Yu tapped her head gently. You girl just eat and rest. We travel tomorrow. Su Yueli's pork offal was indeed delicious. Not wanting to be accused of hoarding, she immediately sent a bowl to Grandpa Su after cooking. Though his face showed clear distaste, he did not refuse. However, the bowl meant for the eldest uncle was rejected by his wife, who declared they would neither eat such things nor allow him to. This suited Su Yueli just fine. Fine then. She hadn't intended for them to eat it anyway. Xiao Man and Lu Shi each held a bowl of pork intestines, eating with great relish, while Wu Shi watched with a grimace, her face twisted in disgust. Perhaps only those who ate it knew just how fragrant it truly was. Su Yueli wrapped the remaining pork liver and lungs in cloth, and placed them in Lu Shi's bamboo basket for tomorrow's meal. That night many people ate early and slept soundly. Su Yueli was no different. With someone keeping watch, they could rest peacefully. At dawn, Su Yueli was jolted awake by the noisy footsteps approaching. The alertness she had cultivated in her past life proved invaluable. Looking up, she saw a large dark horde rushing toward them. Though they were on a rapid advance, the commotion was significant. The two night guards were dozing and had not noticed the approaching danger. Su Yueli knew they would not be passing by chance. Without hesitation, she raised her voice and shouted, "Bandits! Everyone wake up! Bandits are coming! Grandfather! Mother! Wake up! Xiao Man! Bandits! Bandits have come! Wake up! Bandits! Grab your weapons!" Those who had been sleeping soundly were instantly roused. Women screamed in panic while men seized their tools, positioning themselves to protect the elderly, women, and children. The village head, gripping a hoe, stood at the front alongside the village's able-bodied men. Though nearly 60, duty would not let him retreat. There was no time to flee. To avoid being scattered and picked off one by one, they had to stand together as one. The bandits numbered 50 to 60, led by a fierce-looking man with a scar across his face. Wielding a broadsword, he strode forward arrogantly and declared, "Hand over all your food and young women, and I'll let you live. Otherwise." The scarred man had intended to launch a surprise attack, but hadn't expected such vigilance. They had waited all night for nothing, but it didn't matter. Over half of these people were weak and old. The rest were useless even if they fought. He harbored no fears about this raid. "Honorable Sir, we are refugees fleeing starvation. We've subsisted on bark and roots all the way here. We have no food to give. Please show mercy and let us pass." Seeing they hadn't attacked immediately, the village head clung to a sliver of hope and pleaded with them. But these bandits cared nothing for reason. No sooner had the village head finished speaking than the scarred man burst into laughter. "You old fool. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Men, attack." At his command, the bandits descended upon the villagers, looting and killing. Chaos erupted at the foot of Wangyue Mountain. Su Yueli dared not stray far, needing to protect her mother and sister, but her arm crossbow was already drawn, ready to strike. There were too many enemies for her weapon to kill them all. She would have to eliminate their leader first. If she killed the scarred man, his gang would fall into disarray like scattered sand. "Help! Father, save me! Chunya!" Hearing the cries, Su Yueli turned and saw Chunya being carried away by a bandit who had wrapped an arm around her waist and was dragging her off. Su Yueli clenched her fists. Reason told her she must stay with her mother and sister, but remembering every moment she had shared with Chunya in her previous life, she could not stand idle. "Mother, hold Xiao Man and stay with eldest uncle's wife. I'll be right back." Littlely. Before Lu Shi could grab her, Su Yueli was already running toward Chunya. Su Yu desperately tried to rescue his daughter, but was kicked to the ground. As he struggled to rise, Chunya's face went pale. Seeing Su Yueli charging toward her, shock flashed in Chunya's eyes, quickly replaced by deep worry. "Don't come!" she screamed at the top of her lungs. Su Yueli moved swiftly. In one motion, she kicked the man hard in the shoulder, sending him stumbling backward. Chunya broke free from his grasp. Su Yueli struck Witho. Chunya covered her mouth in horror at the sight of Su Yueli taking a life. Su Yueli grabbed her wrist and pulled her to safety. "Big sister, help!" "Wah!" Su Yueli spun around just in time to see several bandits charging toward her family. Xiao Man was terrified and crying, and she witnessed her aunt push her mother forward as the men rushed in. It seemed Lu Shi was about to fall onto the sharp blades of the bandits. Su Yueli felt her heart skip a beat. "Mother, She cried out and dashed toward Lucier, but speed as she might, she was too far away. In that critical moment, she saw Nyoshin swing a large iron pot at the bandits, and it was that pot that saved Lucier's life. Su Yueli grabbed a broadsword and charged at the men, slashing wildly. Though her movements appeared chaotic, the burly men for a time could not even touch her. After driving off those men, Su Yueli raised her armed crossbow and waited for the right moment. Her first bolt aimed at the scarred man's throat, but he dodged alertly, leaving only a shallow cut on his neck. The second, third, up to 5 bolts were fired. 2 struck him, one in the shoulder blade, the other in the arm. By then the scarred man had already locked onto her. Amid the chaos, few saw her shooting. Enraged, the scarred man charged at her with his broadsword. Sensing danger, Su Yueli hurriedly pulled back. Chunya, seeing the man heading towards Su Yueli, cried out to her father, "Father, take people to save Shaoli." Su Yueli put away the crossbow and gripped a dagger. Compared to the broadsword, the dagger felt more natural in her hand. Yet as it turned out, no matter how handy the weapon or how skilled the wielder, in the face of absolute power, all was in vain. Su Yueli was captured. Though she had left several wounds on the scarred man, she was finally subdued. The scarred man ordered a retreat. He seemed more interested in her than in food or women. Su Yueli watched as the scarred man hoisted her over his shoulder. The villagers pursued them for a long time before finally giving up, unable to keep up. Enough. It was enough. The moment they had tried to catch up, Su Yueli felt it was all worth it. Her heart was filled with a strange warmth. Though they couldn't rescue her, they had done their best. Not only the villagers, but also her mother Xiaomon and Chunya. She saw them stumbling and running for a long time, falling several times, but getting up again until they could no longer see her. Only when their figures vanished did Su Yueli close her eyes. She fainted. The scarred man had struck her with a hand blade. She had tried to hold on, but eventually collapsed. When Su Yueli opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on an intricately carved bed. She sprang up like a carp, checked that her clothes were intact, and breathed a sigh of relief. Surveying the room, she saw it was no ordinary dwelling. The ceiling and walls were of stone, more like a cave than a house. Could this be a bandit's den? How else could such a large stone chamber have been carved? Su Yueli walked to the door and was about to open it when it swung open on its own. At this point, she dared not hold back. She threw a punch. Although she knew she couldn't win, she had to fight. Besides, earlier she had refrained from using many techniques in front of so many people. Now, with no one watching, she would not be merciful. If pushed to the brink, the gun hidden in her space was no mere decoration. In this era of cold weapons, her arsenal could easily slaughter an entire stronghold. Yet she would not reveal her trump card unless absolutely necessary. Her sudden punch was caught by a man's hand. Then came several more moves, steady, swift, and precise. But the newcomer was no pushover. With just one hand, he effortlessly neutralized all her attacks. After a full quarter of an hour, just as the man was about to withdraw, Su Yueli suddenly fainted and then whipped out her armed crossbow. The moment the bolt shot forth, the man was visibly startled. After firing several more bolts without hitting him, she ceased her assault. "Who are you?" This man was not the scarred one. He wore a blue brocade robe, elegant and composed. A half-silver mask covered most of his face, but the exposed thin lips, with 3 parts amusement and 7 parts aloofness, along with the fine line of his jaw, hinted at striking features. Yet why did he wear a mask? Was he hiding something? "Is this how you treat your savior?" The man asked, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips as he poured tea for himself. Su Yueli tilted her head in confusion. "Savior? Is it not out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth?" If she guessed correctly, this was also a stronghold. After all, the chest was engraved with the name Tiger Head Mountain. Could this fellow be the leader of Tiger Head Mountain? But his bearing didn't seem like it. The man chuckled softly. "What a clever girl. Indeed, you are now on Tiger Head Mountain, which might as well be the tiger's mouth. On my way back, I saw a band of ruffians carrying someone. Moved by pity, I had you rescued. Am I not your savior?" Su Yueli nodded. "Yes, thank you, Chief, for saving my life. Would the chief be so kind as to let me go home?" "Chief." The man savored the word, then nodded with satisfaction. "Want to go back? Isn't it said that a life-saving grace should be repaid with one's body? You dismiss me with just a thank you?" Su Yueli was stunned. This answer was both expected and unexpected. After all, what bandit stronghold captures women, if not to take them as wives? But coming from his mouth, it felt strangely out of place. Could the chief be a pedophile? The man looked her up and down. Even through the mask, Su Yue could sense his deep disdain. A girl like you. I can't stomach that. I'm short a maidservant. You'll stay and serve me. Perhaps one day when I'm in a good mood, I'll let you go. With that, he turned and left, leaving Su Yue standing there dumbfounded. Once outside, the man himself was a bit bewildered. He had come to release her, but in the end he'd kept her. Ah yes, it was the weapon. That was why he'd kept her. He had never seen such a clever and convenient weapon. If he could replicate it. Master, the second chief requests your presence. A black-clad man suddenly appeared behind him, kneeling respectfully. The man gave a faint and turned away. Su Yue spent 3 days at Hota Mountain, yet she still couldn't ascertain Xiao Ruyuan's true identity. Xiao Ruyuan was the masked man. If she were to call him a bandit chief, where could one find such a refined and unscrupulous bandit chief? But if he wasn't a bandit chief, why did he come and go freely in the fortress ordering people about? In her impression of bandit stronghold usually had about 100 members, or at most over 1,000 for a larger one. But Hota Mountain was different. Su Yue discovered that not only did it have numerous subordinates, but each was well trained, very different from ordinary bandits, more like soldiers than outlaws. Yet she dared not pry. The more she knew, the sooner she would die. She understood that well. As Su Yue was planning how to escape, Xiao Ruyuan voluntarily sought her out again. This time he asked directly for her arm crossbow, saying that as long as she handed it over, he would let her leave. Without any hesitation, Su Yue unbuckled the arm crossbow from her arm. Although this contraption was rare, her life was more important. I advise you, this thing is not so easy to replicate. It'll take you at least 2 or 3 years to mass-produce it, she said. Perhaps because Xiao Ruyuan had treated her to decent food and drink recently, she offered him a word of caution not to get his hopes up. She guessed that Xiao Ruyuan wanted to replicate the arm crossbow, not just for defense. As the saying goes, times create heroes and chaos breeds overlords. Perhaps Xiao Ruyuan was also a potential overlord. Xiao Ruyuan looked up at her. The little girl's sallow face had rough skin, but her dark eyes were exceptionally bright, clear, yet full of liveliness and cunning. If properly nourished, she would likely grow up to be pretty. Did you make this arm crossbow yourself? He stared into her eyes, his gaze sharp, as if trying to see through those lively pupils to discern her thoughts. Su Yue shook her head. Of course not, but I have the design drawing for the arm crossbow. A glint flickered in her eyes as a bold idea crossed her mind. Xiao Ruyuan, seeing her sly fox-like expression, knew that this girl was about to negotiate some terms with him. Oh, then what would make you willing to hand over the drawing? Su Yue paused and said, help me find 3 people and give me 10,000 taels of silver. Little girl, you're young, but your mouth is big. Do you know how much 10,000 taels of silver is? Xiao Ruyuan never expected this girl to make such an exorbitant demand, asking for 10,000 taels of silver. In this chaotic era with famine years, the most scarce commodities besides grain and water were silver. He could scrape together 10,000 taels, but if he gave it to her, she probably wouldn't live to spend it. Su Yue touched her nose. Truth be told, she had no real concept of ancient silver. She only knew that 1 tael equaled 1,000 copper coins, and 1 copper coin was roughly equivalent to 1 yuan in her previous life. So 10,000 taels would be about 10 million yuan. It was indeed a lot. But once her arm crossbow was used in military affairs, it would be a powerful weapon. If employed properly, it could be invincible. Actually, 10,000 taels isn't that much. You know, if my arm crossbow were used in battle, it would be a formidable weapon. Chief, you wouldn't be reluctant to part with such a small amount, would you? 2 or 3 years isn't that long. I have countless skilled craftsmen under my command. Replicating it at the fastest speed shouldn't be too difficult. You'd better keep your drawing and make a deal with the king of hell. Xiao Ruyuan made as if to rise. Su Yue gave a sheepish laugh and grabbed his sleeve. Just kidding, Master Xiao, no need to be serious. Truly adaptable, Xiao Ruyuan brushed away the little hand clutching his sleeve and sat back down. So you don't want the silver anymore? Not want it. Even if not 10,000, at least 1,000 taels. How could it become not wanted? Su Yue was speechless, but had to settle for less. At least give me some compensation for my trouble. You wouldn't want to get something for nothing, would you, Master Xiao? Not calling me chief anymore. Xiao Ruiyuan poured himself a cup of tea. Su Yueli felt she couldn't keep up with this man's thinking. Weren't they discussing silver? Why did the topic shift to forms of address? Could it be that Master Xiao is really a bandit chief? Su Yueli chuckled lightly, trying her best to act her age, but no matter how she played it, that lively and cunning nature couldn't be hidden. What? Don't I look like a bandit chief? Xiao Ruiyuan glanced at his own attire, which seemed fine. Su Yueli looked him up and down and gave a very impartial evaluation. If there really were a bandit chief as handsome as you, sir, there would be no need to rob and plunder. If you were willing, many women would throw themselves at you and offer you their entire fortunes. Xiao Ruiyuan thought the little girl was complimenting his good looks, but the words felt off somehow. What did she mean by if you were willing? This girl was indirectly comparing him to a courtesan. Little girl making fun of me is not a wise move. Xiao Ruiyuan cast a sidelong glance at her, causing Su Yueli's heart to skip a beat. It was said that one shouldn't touch a tiger's backside. It seemed she'd better behave. After a few days of interaction, Su Yueli had also realized that Xiao Ruiyuan was not good-tempered. At least she had seen him personally kill one of his own men. Su Yueli tactfully handed over the design drawing of the armed crossbow and drew 3 portraits for him, one of her father Su Ziyuan and 2 of her elder cousins from the eldest branch of the family. She hoped Xiao Ruiyuan could send people to find them and rescue them. She felt that Xiao Ruiyuan was not as simple as he appeared on the surface, and perhaps he could really bring her father back. When Xiao Ruiyuan saw the 3 portraits, simple in line, but remarkably vivid, he changed his view of the little girl again. It seemed that the girl was truly extraordinary. An ordinary village girl could never have drawn such expressive portraits. Even an experienced painter might not achieve that level. What Su Yueli had drawn were simple sketches done with charcoal. Though not refined, they captured the essence and likeness perfectly. Anyone who saw the portraits would recognize the people immediately upon meeting them. The longer they spent together, the more Xiao Ruiyuan felt that the little girl was no ordinary person, and he even entertained the idea of keeping her by his side. But Su Yueli was eager to return home, always worrying about her mother and younger sister. How could she stay? Fortunately, Xiao Ruiyuan kept his word and did not force her. After spending 8 days at Hota Mountain, she was escorted down the mountain. Before parting, Xiao Ruiyuan gave her a horse and 100 taels of silver, saying that as long as her father was alive, he would find him and send him back. Su Yueli nodded gratefully. Fortunately, she knew how to ride, otherwise, even if she ran her legs off, she might never find her mother and sister. But even though she had a horse to ride, she traveled for a long time before finding the villagers. When Su Yueli located them, they had already reached Fenyang City. The city gates remained tightly shut, and a considerable number of refugees had gathered outside the walls. Su Yueli had ridden quickly along the way and fortunately encountered no bandits. However, once outside Fenyang City, a young girl leading a horse would inevitably draw attention. Before she could reach the others, Su Yueli sensed she was already surrounded. Little girl, hand over the horse gracefully, or else. A gaunt man with ferocious eyes blocked her path. No one here enforced the law, so even if robbery or murder occurred, no one would come to help. Su Yueli quickly scanned the distance and spotted old Nyo's cart. They must be just ahead. She was alone now, and if things came to a fight, she stood no chance. Her only option was to call for help. Once her fellow villagers arrived, those men would dare not mack. Mother, Grandpa, village chief, come quick. Someone is trying to rob my horse. Su Yueli's sudden cry startled the men. Many people outside the city gate heard her shout and turned their heads in their direction. Lu Shi also heard it, and initially thought she had imagined it, but Xiao Man excitedly pointed towards Su Yueli and cried, "Mother, it's Big Sister. Big Sister is back. Villagers, grab your weapons. Someone is bullying girlie." At the village chief's command, many grabbed whatever weapons they had and charged forward. The would-be robbers, seeing this display, fled in terror. They were the type who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Outnumbered, they naturally chose to run. Little Leo sobbed, "You're alive. That's wonderful." Lu Shi cried out and pulled her daughter into her embrace. Xiao Man also clung to Su Yueli's legs, sobbing pitifully while repeatedly calling, "Big Sister. Big Sister." Chunya stood nearby, tears glistening in her eyes. Not wanting to disturb the reunion, she did not approach. "Mother, I'm back. I'm fine, stop crying." Su Yueli patted her back gently. The village chief sighed and said, "It's good that you've returned. This old grandpa has been powerless, unable to save you. The village chief still bore bruises on his face and held a walking cane. He was clearly injured. Others also bore wounds large and small, revealing how fierce that battle had been. Elder Su and Madame Su also came forward upon seeing her return, asking after her with concern. Especially when they saw the horse, the elders' eyes lit up considerably. Su Yueli led the horse and together with her mother returned to their temporary shelter. The gates of Finyang City remained closed, but the weather grew increasingly hot. Because Finyang City relied on the Finyang Canal, the area outside was not entirely barren. Desperate refugees would go to the fields to steal or snatch grain. With harvest time approaching, the crops in the fields were being looted. The soldiers inside Finyang City had ATT. Girlie, how can you be certain it's a plague? How could a young girl recognize the signs of plague? Su Yueli pointed towards several people in the distance and said, Grandpa, look. They already have red rashes and ulcers on their bodies along with high fever. Plague spreads extremely fast. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Following her gesture, the village chief looked and indeed saw several people lying near death on the ground. Their exposed skin showed red rashes and ulceration, and their faces carried an abnormal flushed hue, clearly signs of high fever. Though not particularly well-traveled, he had at least heard of plague symptoms. After all, the bubonic plague over 100 years ago had decimated 3 entire cities and dozens of villages before it was finally contained. There was truly no cure for plague. Once it appeared, the only solution was to burn the city. That was precisely why everyone feared it so deeply. Yud Yoqing, quickly, notify everyone. We are leaving immediately. The village chief's voice trembled as he spoke. Su Yud and Su Yoqing, having overheard Su Yueli's earlier words, did not hesitate for a moment. They immediately went to alert everyone to prepare for departure. Though some villagers were puzzled as to why they had to leave so suddenly, the village was tight-knit enough that despite their confusion, they began packing their belongings without delay. Within the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they were already moving outward. Outside the city, many refugees had gathered, constantly arriving and departing, so their departure went largely unnoticed. It's a plague. Someone has the plague. I'll stay away from you. Someone suddenly cried out, and like a drop of water falling into boiling oil, the refugees outside the city erupted into chaos. Everyone warily eyed the people around them. It truly is a plague. These few have it too. Someone here is infected as well. Run, everyone run. The word plague sent everyone into a frenzy. It was contagious, and worse still, if the government discovered it, they would be killed on the spot. The refugees had been gathered at the city gate, and although the guards of Finyang City found the situation troubling, they had intended to ignore it. But this sudden riot caught their attention, and the very word plague struck like a jarring bell. The soldiers on the city wall grew fearful as well. Quickly report to Prefect Fu. The water supply of Finyang City all came from the Finyang Canal, which ran through both inside and outside the city. After the drought, many refugees had come to draw water from it. Especially recently, with the refugee population swelling, everyone had been drinking from the Finyang Canal. If the canal's water became contaminated, the people of Finyang City would not escape either. How could they not be afraid? Su Yueli's group had not traveled far from Finyang City when they discovered a large wave of refugees fleeing behind them. Among these refugees were quite a few plague carriers. If they came into contact with them, infection was inevitable. Su Yueli instructed the village chief to remind everyone to cover their mouths and noses with cloth, striving to avoid any contact with others. However, with so many refugees, the villagers were unable to evade in time. Several people were swept apart and knocked to the ground. Su Yueli feared that the officials would come to massacre those infected with the plague. By then, even those not yet infected would suffer the same fate, including herself and her companions. After all, the imperial court's long-standing policy was to kill rather than risk letting the guilty escape. Quickly, we must leave this place as soon as possible. The village chief also understood the gravity of the situation and kept urging the villagers to depart swiftly. Su Yueli's horse had originally been intended by the old man to pull a cart, but before he could even mention it, the plague incident had occurred. Now, with the refugees in revolt, the elderly couple's legs were too frail to keep up with the group. Moreover, Xiaoman was riding on the horse, so they had no opportunity to speak up. Save me, I beg you, save me. I cannot die. I still have a grandson to care for. I cannot die. Please save me. As man was walking, someone suddenly grabbed his arm. He turned around and was shocked to see another elderly man roughly his own age clutching his arm. But the moment he caught sight of the man's neck, he recoiled in terror. The old man was infected with the plague. He pushed him away as though he had touched something filthy, yet the infected man persisted, desperately lunging forward to cling to his legs. A swaddled bundle was held tightly against his chest. Clearly it was a child. "If you continue behaving like this, I won't hold back." The old man had a fiery temper and kicked the infected man away forcefully, then wiped the area where the man had grabbed him with his clothing. The infected man collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath and trembling violently. His clouded eyes fixed on them with a flicker of hope, his face etched with unwillingness and desolation. "I beg you, show mercy to this child. His parents were killed by bandits, leaving only us grandfather and grandson to rely on each other. I've contracted the plague, but the child has not. Please save him. Take him with you. I don't care what happens to this old body, but the child is innocent. Have some compassion and give him a chance to live." The old man spoke through tears, but they were in a hurry to continue their journey. The village chief kept urging them to leave quickly, and the old man was no saint himself, so he certainly wouldn't take in a child at such a moment, especially when he didn't. "Brother, it's not that I refuse to take in this child, but our family has run out of food as well. We simply cannot afford to raise such a small one. Perhaps you should seek someone else." After saying this, the old man turned and hurried away. Su Yueli glanced at the old man. Though compassion stirred in her heart, she could hardly help others when she was struggling to survive herself. Moreover, in her past life, she had encountered countless abandoned infants. If she saved every single one, she doubted she would have survived to the end. Just as Su Yueli was about to leave, Xiaoman suddenly grabbed her sleeve. "Sister, that little brother is so pitiful. Can't we help him? I can share half of my food with him. If we truly cannot support him in the future, sister can find a good family to adopt him." Xiaoman's clear, innocent eyes softened Su Yueli's heart. In a time when they could scarcely feed themselves, the child still thought of helping others. It was only someone with a pure, untarnished heart who could do such a thing. Su Yueli looked at the departing group, then back at her younger sister, gazing up at her with such hope. She found herself utterly unable to refuse. Meanwhile, the old man huddled by the roadside, clutching the swaddled bundle, his eyes filled with gray despair and dead silence. It was clear he had lost all hope. He knew well that once he died, his grandson would certainly not survive either. That was why he had been so desperate. Su Yueli quickened her pace and snatched the swaddled bundle from the old man's arms, then pressed a small cloth pouch from behind her into his hands. Several flatbread cakes she had brought from Hotu Mountain. She could only hope they would ease his suffering in the days ahead. "I'll take the child. Rest assured he will grow up safely." With those words, she left without another glance. The old man stared at her, his once dim eyes kindling with a faint light. Choking back tears, he called after her retreating figure. "Young miss, his name is Jiji. Zhang Jiji." Su Yueli did not look back, but she quietly committed the name to memory. Zhang Jiji. "Xiaoli, why have you taken this child with you?" The old man had not noticed Su Yueli taking the child, but Lu Shi had. Worried that the child might also be infected with the plague, Lu Shi reached out to take the baby. Su Yueli stopped her. "Mother, I'm fine. I've checked this child. He hasn't contracted the plague. Let me first change his swaddling clothes." Although the child was uninfected, the swaddling clothes the old man had held for so long were certainly contaminated. Su Yueli wasn't afraid precisely because of the spiritual spring water. Though she wasn't certain whether it could cure the plague, it could definitely detoxify and strengthen the body. Having consumed the spiritual water for so long, her immunity was far superior to others, which is why she dared to carry the swaddling clothes directly. But Lu Shi's frail constitution meant that even holding the bundle might lead to infection. Su Yueli efficiently undid the swaddling clothes while continuing to walk, and when she saw the child inside, she couldn't help but gasp in shock. The infant was only 5 or 6 months old, yet weighed barely over 10 kg. His tiny face was already gaunt and haggard, and his body was so emaciated it seemed like skin wrapped around bone. She wondered how he had managed to survive at all. He looked as thin as a monkey. Using the cover of her clothing, Su Yueli fed him a little spiritual spring water and some pure milk. Since they were traveling, she feared being seen and didn't give him too much. "The soldiers are killing people. Run. The soldiers are killing people." A rapid pounding of hooves accompanied by piercing screams drew nearer from afar. Su Yueli glanced behind her. The refugees seemed to be running even more frantically now. She watched as the Imperial soldiers in gray armor, their faces covered with scarves, swung their large swords and slashed at the fleeing crowd. Even Sam. Shaoli, run quickly. Lu pulled Su Yueli and led the horse while Xiao Man lay on the horse's back, tightly hugging its neck. The village chief shouted for everyone to run quickly, and if they got separated they would meet at Hanga Town. Hanga Town was a small town outside Fenyang City. Since the disaster in Fenyang City was not severe, Hanga Town was not greatly affected. However, recently, due to the influx of refugees, it was expected that Hanga Town would also gather many refugees. Help! Oh, don't kill me, I'm not infected. Spare me, don't kill me, I don't want to die. The screams grew louder, but the soldiers showed no intention of stopping. They were like chopping vegetables with severed limbs and blood staining the road. Su Yueli watched as the killers approached. Several elderly villagers with limited mobility had already been struck down, with a single sword blow falling into pools of blood. Villagers, fight them to the death. Let the women take the children and run first. We'll hold them off. The village chief's eyes were red with urgency. Su Yud and Su Yoqing, the two brothers, accompanied their old father, holding hoes and sickles ready to fight the soldiers. Dad, Grandpa, I'm not leaving. I want to stay with you, Chuanya cried, pulled by her mother, unwilling to leave. Su Yueli also wanted to stay and help, but the village chief pushed her, his old eyes red and gaze firm, saying, Yueli girl, take Chuanya and go. Don't look back. You must live on. At that moment, Su Yueli's eyes reddened, and she even had the thought of giving up everything. She wanted to protect these people, to recklessly take out modern weapons and kill those soldiers, even if it meant revealing her secret or being seen as a monster. Grandpa, Su Yueli called out. Old Master Su, who had somehow rushed over, charged forward with Old Madam Su, both holding weapons. Old Madam Su also shouted to Su Yueli, You silly girl, what are you dazed for? Run quickly. Su Yueli never expected that old master. Giddy up. Bandits. Bandits ahead. Run, everyone. Horse bandits are coming. Run. Su Yueli also heard the shouts. With bandits ahead and soldiers behind, the refugees were trapped in the middle, unable to advance or retreat. Su Yueli thought this was a certain death situation, unsure who would prevail, until she saw the half-silver mask. Under the scorching sun, the silver mask shone brilliantly, and Su Yueli felt as if she had seen a savior. Without thinking, she shouted toward the man with the silver mask, Xiao Ruyan. In the crowd, Xiao Ruyan instantly locked onto the petite figure as soon as he heard the voice. She was squeezed in the crowd, standing on tiptoes only to reveal a small head. Xiao Ruyan used his lightness skill, leaping like a hawk, catching a chick, grabbed her, then spun around and landed back on his horse. Little girl, we meet again, Xiao Ruyan teased her, but Su Yueli was not so optimistic. She quickly asked, Xiao Ruyan, what are you doing here? Her tone was anxious, and she didn't realize she had called his name twice in a row. The little girl's voice was soft and sweet, with a lingering tone very pleasant to hear. Xiao Ruyan seemed not to notice her address and replied, Naturally, to loot and plunder, otherwise how could I be called a bandit? Xiao Ruyan's tone was frivolous, as if being a bandit was a glorious thing, and the name, bandit, seemed much softer when applied to him. Take your men and leave this place immediately. Many people here are infected with the plague. When you return, make sure your men fumigate with mugwort and atractalodes to prevent the plague. Su Yueli saw that the soldiers had fled in fear at the sight of Xiao Ruyan and his men, so their crisis was resolved. She urged Xiao Ruyan to leave quickly. Xiao Ruyan didn't expect her to know a method to prevent the plague and immediately said, Come back with me. Su Yueli shook her head. No, my mother and the villagers are all here. I want to stay with them. Xiao Ruyan couldn't persuade her and couldn't bear to force her, so he let her go. Then Xiao Ruyan also led his men away. The crisis was thus resolved. Worried that the garrison of Fenyang City would pursue them again, Su Yueli quickly left with the villagers. In just 3 days, the plague spread rapidly, affecting many nearby towns and villages. The imperial court was preoccupied with the war and could not attend to it, but ordered that no one be spared by mistake. If there was no other way, all infected people could be gathered and burned. The plague lasted over 2 months, and southern Xi burned more than 100,000 people before the disaster finally ended. No one dared to investigate how many of those 100,000 were not infected, and no one dared to question why the plague occurred. The sky over southern Qi was about to change. After the plague, the situation in southern Qi became clearer. The current emperor had 6 brothers in total, 3 of whom were still alive. 2 had their own fiefs, Prince Jin and Prince Liang, while the other was the emperor's full brother, Prince Rui. Prince Liang and Prince Jin, accusing the emperor of being cruel, incompetent, and tyrannical, raised the banner of overthrowing the tyrant and perhaps the only thing to be grateful for was the heavy rain at the end of July. After such a long drought, a timely and drenching downpour finally arrived. The rain fell for 3 days and 3 nights, as if someone had punched a hole in the sky. It cascaded like a waterfall, falling with great urgency. Fortunately, the earth had been parched for so long that the rain did not cause significant flooding. On the day of the downpour, the villagers reveled in the rain for a long time, each one cheering and rejoicing. After that heavy rain, the situation in Nanxi grew increasingly tense. Su Yueli and her group had yet to find a stable place to settle down. Finally, the village chief proposed returning to the village. Su Yueli did not say much and ultimately chose to go back with them. Perhaps it was because they knew the road ahead would be difficult, and they had been met with rejections at every turn along the way, that many had already decided to return home. Thus the rain marked the end of the drought. As long as the heavens did not cause further trouble, they would still have a chance to survive after returning. The journey home was not as smooth as they had imagined. There were still people blocking the road to rob them, as well as bandits and horse thieves. However, she never saw that face with the silver mask again. Fortunately, the villagers were united enough to survive the journey, though not without a few scares. "Grandma, I'm starving. I want something to eat." As soon as the group stopped to rest, Su Wenshi pestered old Madame Su for food. But by now, how could old Madame Su have any food left? All their savings had been spent on grain, which was already gone. The entire village probably couldn't scrape together a few copper coins. Of course, Su Yueli was an exception. She still had plenty of supplies in her space, and the silver that Xiao Ruan had given her remained untouched. Moreover, she had stored a considerable amount of gold bars in her space. For her, the most painful thing was not having no money to spend, but having no way to spend it. If a young girl like her suddenly took out a silver ingot, it would be impossible to explain. "Where would I get food for you? Stop making a fuss." The old lady was so hungry that her eyes were turning green. She couldn't care less about a grandson right now. Besides, that boy had been sitting on the cart the whole way, barely walking a few steps, and had eaten more than anyone else. Now he was still whining about being hungry. "You're lying. Big Sister and Xiao Man and that little beast have all gotten fat. They must have food. Grandma, go ask them for some for me." Su Wenshi was young, but not stupid. Everyone in the village now looked gaunt and sallow, their skin hanging on their bones. But Su Yueli and Xiao Man had grown even fairer and plumper. Xiao Man especially had gained flesh on her face. What was even more infuriating was that little baby in the swaddling clothes. His cheeks were rosy and chubby, and he bounced around lively with no trace of the bony appearance he had before. "That's true. I didn't notice until when she mentioned it. Xiao Man and Xiao Li really have gained weight. Could they have hidden some food? Since you have food, even if you don't give it to us, you should at least offer it to your grandparents, right? You eat it yourselves, and you even feed that little beast of unknown origin. Do you have any respect for your grandparents?" Aunt Wu was the first to chime in, accusing Su Yueli of being unfilial in just a few words. But the repeated "little beast" truly angered Su Yueli. She gave a cold laugh and said, "Why don't you come with us next time we look for food, Aunt, and see for yourself if we've hidden anything good or eaten on the sly. Also, his name is Zhang Jiji, not Little Beast. If you can't remember, Aunt, it must be because you've eaten too much. Maybe skipping a few meals will help you remember." Wu Shi choked, unable to retort. After all, they depended on this girl for food now. Without her, they would truly go hungry. "I don't care. I want to eat. I want something delicious." Su Wenshi persisted, throwing a tantrum. Su Wenshing, annoyed by the noise, pulled a green fruit from his bosom and handed it to him. "Stop fussing. Take a bite to tide you over. When we get to the county town, I'll sell my inkstone to buy you food." Su Wenshi grabbed the egg-sized fruit, but after one bite, he threw it away. "It's so sour. How can anyone eat this? I don't care. I want food." Everyone was exhausted and paid him no mind. Seeing him still fussing, Su Yueli beckoned him over with a crook of her finger. Su Wenshi approached with disgust and said harshly, "What? Want some meat?" Su Yueli whispered in his ear. Su Wenshi's eyes immediately lit up, and he nodded eagerly. "Yes, I knew you had food. If you want meat, behave. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you into the mountains to get some." Su Yueli curled her lips, slightly a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Su Wenshi agreed, wholeheartedly insisting that she must take him. Su Yueli naturally agreed. That night, they camped at the foot of the mountain to make it easier to go into the mountains the next morning for food and water. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Su Yueli woke Su Wenshi and made a shushing gesture. "If you want me, don't talk. Just follow me quietly." Su Wenshi's mind was filled with nothing but meat, so he didn't think twice. He fell silent and followed Su Yueli away. Su Yueli had already told Xiao Man, so she wasn't worried that they would panic when they couldn't find her at daybreak. Su Yueli led Su Wenshi deep into the mountains. She held a dagger in her hand, while Su Wenshi was only concerned about when he would get to eat meat, paying no attention to Su Yueli's expression or movements. "Where's the meat? Are you lying to me? If I don't get meat today, I'll have my mother sell you to a human trafficker." He had heard this from his mother before, that if Su Yueli didn't behave, she would secretly sell her to a trafficker. Su Yueli gave a cold laugh. "Want meat? The meat is right behind you." Su Wenshi turned around, and when he met a pair of glowing green eyes, he fell to the ground in fright and burst into tears. "Help! It's a wolf. Mom, save me." Su Wenshi was terrified, but that wasn't enough. Su Yueli hadn't brought him here just to scare him a little. "Awoo!" The wolf howled and lunged at them. Su Wenshi was so frightened that his legs went weak, unable to move. Su Yueli watched the 100-pound wolf charge at them without flinching. As the wolf opened its bloodied maw ready to bite down on Su Wenshi's neck, Su Wenshi's pupils contracted in terror, and he let out a piercing scream. He could even feel the warm breath spraying on his face, the sharp fangs already touching his skin, but he was paralyzed with fear. The next moment, a stream of hot, sticky liquid splashed across his face. He reached up and touched it. It was blood, bright red blood. What shocked Su Wenshi even more than the blood was the sight of Su Yueli raising her knife and bringing it down with brutal ferocity. In that moment, Su Wenshi felt as if he were that wolf slaughtered by Su Yueli's swift blade. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll never eat meat again, never. Woo-woo. Don't kill me." Su Wenshi was truly terrified, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. He didn't even care about the warm blood on his face, only muttering repeatedly, "Don't kill me," as if possessed. Su Yueli watched his reaction with satisfaction, ignoring him completely. She simply walked over and hoisted the wolf onto her shoulders. The wolf weighed nearly 100 jin, yet the frail Su Yueli managed to carry it all by herself. Paired with her chilling gaze and bloodthirsty smile, Su Wenshi could only think that the person before him was no longer the weak and easily bullied eldest sister he once knew, but rather a merciless female demon who killed without blinking. Su Yueli looked at him coldly and said in a deep voice, "You'd better behave yourself. I hate the most disobedient children." Su Wenshi nodded frantically. I'll be good, don't kill me. Get up. We're going back." As Su Yueli spoke, she had already shouldered the wolf and started down the mountain. The mountain path was rough, and with the heavy wolf on her back, her slender frame seemed as though it might buckle beneath the weight at any moment. Su Wenshi followed behind her, and together they descended the mountain as the sun slowly rose. In truth, Su Yueli had heard the wolf's howl and deliberately led Su Wenshi to find it. She had originally planned to scare him a bit if they encountered a wolf pack and then leave, but instead they ran into a lone wolf. Wolves are creatures of the pack, which was why Su Yueli dared not linger after killing it, fearing the wolf's companions might track them down. Fortunately, her purpose had been achieved, and she had also hunted a W. As soon as Su Wenshi came down the mountain and spotted Wu Shi, he burst into tears and threw himself into her arms. Wu Shi had been anxiously searching for her son, and upon seeing him return, she was both relieved and furious. "You child, where did you run off to so early in the morning?" Su Wenshi said with a trembling voice, "Mother, there was a wolf. Big sister killed a wolf. Woo, I'm so scared." Su Wenshi spoke in sobs, leaving everyone confused. But when they clearly saw the wolf on Su Yueli's back, all of them drew in a sharp breath in astonishment. "Granddaughterly, what's going on here? Where did this wolf come from?" The Su patriarch stepped forward, tapped the wolf's corpse with his cane, confirmed that it was indeed dead, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yueli grinned. Grandpa Wenshi had been complaining about being hungry. I thought I'd take him into the mountains to find some wild fruit. Who would have guessed that before we'd gone far we ran into a wolf? It suddenly leaped out to bite Wenshi. In my panic I threw myself at it. Fortunately the wolf was already gravely wounded and near death, so I easily knocked it to the ground and dealt it a fatal cut. And then it died. Su Yueli spoke casually, as if she hadn't exerted herself at all. The village head walked over and examined the wounds on the wolf. Indeed, it's already severely injured. You were lucky. Had you encountered an unharmed one, I fear neither of you two siblings would have returned alive that day. Su Yueli nodded. Yes. Now that it's dead and won't eat us, we might as well stew it. Everyone's hungry anyway. We can strip the hide and sell it in town for food. Seeing Su Yueli's innocent expression, the villagers naturally believed her story. Besides, the entire village was currently surviving thanks to this little blessed star of theirs, so no one had any reason to doubt her. Wu Shi had initially wanted to reprimand Su Yueli for taking Su Wenshi into the mountains, but after hearing her words, Wu Shi hardly dared to oppose her anymore. Su Wenshi, still fearful, shrank into Wu Shi's arms and didn't even dare mention eating wolf meat, let alone look at Su Yueli. Su Yueli was satisfied with his reaction. The village head had someone fetch water, and they skinned and butchered the wolf, stewing it in no fewer than 4 large cauldrons. Unfortunately, there were too many people, so each person received only a small portion, just enough to satisfy their cravings. Su Wenshi, who had previously loved meat the most, was too frightened to eat the wolf meat. He was still just a child, and after such a terrifying experience his fear was only natural. Most importantly, Su Wenshi had truly become obedient. He never complained during the journey again, though each time he saw Su Yueli he instinctively ducked behind Wu Shi. Upon reaching town, Su Yueli sold the horse, hoping to exchange it for silver to buy grain for the villagers. She also sold the ginseng root she had dug up earlier. Unfortunately, the ginseng was too small, fetching only 30 taels of silver. The horse, however, sold for a decent price. Su Yueli had originally asked her eldest uncle Su Yu to accompany her grandfather to sell the horse. The horse dealer offered only 40 taels. This was an era of war, making horses exceedingly precious. Su Yueli's horse was a superior breed, and anyone wishing to purchase it would have needed to pay at least 100 taels. But the dealer, taking advantage of their ignorance and refugee status, offered only 40. Though this sum was substantial for them, they were clearly being shortchanged. Su Yueli intended to visit another dealer, but before she could move, several well-dressed young masters entered the shop, clearly there to buy horses. One of them spotted the horse Su Yueli was leading, and Su Yueli naturally agreed to sell. So when the young master offered 100 taels, she accepted without hesitation. With the 30 taels from the ginseng and the 100 taels from the horse, they had enough to buy provisions and continue their journey. Once the silver was in hand, Su Yueli did not keep it on her person, knowing that carrying it would attract constant greed and suspicion. Rather than risk it, she handed it directly to the village head. Since her original intention had been to use the money for the villagers, entrusting it to the village head for distribution was the best course of action. Upon returning, Su Yueli handed all the silver to the village head and said to her grandfather, "Grandpa, in these years of great disaster the villagers have survived only through unity and mutual aid. Before, when we ran out of food multiple times, it was Aunt Nio who sold her beloved cow, raised for many years, to buy grain that kept us from starving. I believe this silver should rightfully be allocated by Grandfather Eldest. As for how it should be spent, that is something you and Grandfather Eldest should discuss. What do you think, Grandpa?" Su Yuli's act of spending first and reporting later had already darkened Elder Su's countenance. 130 taels of silver. That was an amount the old man had never seen in his entire life. Yet his granddaughter had handed it over without so much as consulting him, and all in front of so many people. How could Elder Su not be furious? But Su Yuli's subsequent words choked off his rage entirely. Indeed, in times of great famine the villagers had always remained united. Every household had contributed without reservations, selling off whatever they could spare. Even the Nyo family had sold their only ox in exchange for rations that sustained the village for over 10 days. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly consider keeping the silver for themselves? Moreover, whether it was the ginseng or that horse, they all belonged to Su Yuli. She was willing to part with them. If he himself opposed it, would that not appear unreasonable? Besides, the silver had been entrusted to his own elder brother for safekeeping. By both sentiment and reason he could hardly object. Still, the girl need not have surrendered every last coin. Even if she gave away 100 taels, retaining 30 for the family would have been a wise course. The girl speaks rightly. Elder Su set his mind quick despite his years. Let my elder brother keep the silver. Kaoshan village has shown unity in adversity. We share blessings and bear hardships together. Not only do we need provisions for the journey ahead, but there will be many expenses once we return. His words rang with righteousness and conviction, winning the deep gratitude of the villagers. In the town they had purchased ample dry rations. Each person had received 5 or 6 steamed buns and flat cakes, their food supply for several days. Along the way they encountered numerous refugees who had perished from starvation. Yet near Yinqing the grim sight of corpses littering the fields vanished. The city gates had been opened. Prince Jin had seized Yinqing and immediately unlocked its gates to shelter the displaced. 2 porridge stations were set up beyond the gates, serving thin gruel each day. As long as there was something to eat, few perished, and many had already begun returning home after the rain. Thus the refugee flow had significantly diminished. Prince Jin's actions were undoubtedly aimed at winning hearts, but the method proved effective. Compared to the tyrant they had fled, Prince Jin was naturally more beloved by the common folk. At least the people of Yinqing had come to accept him. Several days later, when the village head led them into Yinqing, Su Yuli truly understood the line. Red gates reek of wine and meat, while frozen bones lie along the road. Within a single wall's distance, despite having J. Inside the tavern's guests filled every seat. Street vendors' calls rang out unceasingly. Had so many rag-clad refugees not suddenly flooded the city, one would scarcely have recognized this place as bearing the marks of chaos. After circling the city, the village head led a group to purchase dry rations. With so many mouths to feed, their supplies were consumed quickly. Su Yuli had originally intended to browse for necessities, but being unable to leave, she desisted. Once the village head returned, the party set out again on their journey home. Months of wandering had left them physically and mentally exhausted. They had endured not only bodily suffering, but also psychological torment. Fortunately, Su Yuli's silver had reignited a flicker of hope in their once dead eyes. Hardship was not the true terror. Hopelessness was. They had once believed that as long as they kept moving toward the capital, a path to survival would emerge, that the court would not abandon them. But now they saw that drawing closer to the capital only heightened their danger. Their supposed savior was in truth a reaper wielding the scythe. It was precisely this realization that led the village head to choose a return home, and it was. Su Yuli had always been a detached soul, unwilling to aid anyone beyond the villagers she had come to accept. Yet she had later discovered that her spatial realm had undergone a change. On the very day the village head distributed the dry rations, Su Yuli's space had doubled in size, from an original 200 square meters crammed to capacity to over 400 square meters. Furthermore, the spiritual spring water within it seemed to have grown sweeter, though she was unsure whether its efficacy had likewise improved. Su Yuli did not know precisely what factor had triggered the space's evolution, but she harbored certain suspicions. The space had changed after the villagers received their rations. Setting aside coincidence, the only variable was those dry foods, and the silver used to purchase them had come from Su Yuli herself. In essence, she had provided the rations, which amounted to helping others. Could it be that her space had advanced because she had performed acts of kindness? Interestingly, Su Yuli's guess was not far from the truth. The space had existed since her birth, though it remained dormant until she accidentally awakened it at the age of 13. She knew nothing of its origins. It had simply been there, residing within her body. That it had accompanied her to this world suggested her transmigration itself might be connected to it. The space's advancement required the accumulation of meritorious deeds. Driven by this change, Su Yuli began subtly testing the hypothesis. She started actively helping others, intervening when she witnessed injustice, and occasionally slipping food or water to strangers. To determine whether the space's promotion was tied to such deeds, she forced herself to transform from a reserved woman who minded her own business into one constantly busy with trivial matters. She had no choice. Her curiosity about further space advancement burned too fiercely, and she genuinely needed it. At minimum, a larger space would allow her to. Half a day after leaving Yinqing, they encountered a large gathering of returning refugees at the foot of a hill near Tiger Head Mountain. From a distance, there were easily nearly 1,000 people. The village head led some men forward to scout the situation and returned shortly thereafter. Uncle Nyo was the first to approach and inquire, "What's happening ahead? Why have so many people gathered?" The village head's complexion darkened slightly as he spoke. "Ahead lies Tiger Head Mountain. Those men said the bandits there had intercepted grain and fodder destined for the front lines, which is why the imperial court has laid siege to them. Fearing they would be caught in the crossfire, they intend to rest here for a day and proceed only after the siege concludes." Upon hearing the word siege, Su Yueli's heart tightened suddenly. Though she and Xiao Ryuan had only crossed paths by chance and shared no deep bond, they had at least met, and he had promised to help her find her father. Thus, hearing of their predicament filled her with quiet concern. Yet she was merely a peasant girl, or what could she possibly do? All she could do was pray that the young man would survive this calamity. Then what should we do? Must we also wait here for a day? The villagers were equally anxious. They had been on the road for so long and desperately longed to return home. Yet their safety weighed heavier on their minds. After all, neither imperial soldiers nor bandits were to be trusted. Should they cross paths with either, who knew what fate awaited them? Thus they dared not take any risks. As the sun dipped toward the western horizon, the village head finally announced that they would rest there for the night. No one objected, and everyone found a spot to settle and rest. Su Yueli gazed at the emaciated refugees with hollow eyes and could only sigh helplessly. She was but one person, and she could not afford to reveal her secrets. The number of lives she could change was limited. Sometimes she wondered if heaven had brought her here solely to alter the fates of these people. Otherwise, why would she have been granted a realm where advancement depended on accumulating merit? Yet could she truly accomplish it? Su Yueli felt profoundly lost. Her gaze drifted to Chuanya, standing a short distance away. The little girl seemed even thinner than before, her clothes barely hanging on her frail frame. In truth, it was Aunt Nyo who had wasted away the most. Once the stoutest woman in the village, thanks to decent circumstances, she had weighed nearly 200 pounds at her heaviest. Even during the first month of famine following the Great Drought, she had still carried over 150 pounds. Now she appeared to weigh barely 100. The sudden severe weight loss had etched deep wrinkles into her face and left her skin sagging, yet Aunt Nyo's spirit remained the strongest among them all. Whenever someone faltered, Aunt Nyo would always offer comfort. She had drained every last ounce of family wealth just to barter for food for the villagers, and in the end, even sold the old ox that had accompanied them for years. It was precisely their unity and unwavering camaraderie that had to stay. Su Yueli and her companions rested at the foot of the mountain that night. By early dawn, they spotted a detachment of imperial troops fleeing in disarray from the direction of Tiger Head Mountain. Pursuing them were the bandits of Tiger Head Mountain, riding towering stallions and brandishing curved blades. Clearly, these soldiers had failed to quell the mountain rebels and had instead been routed, fleeing in panic. Bad news, they're heading this way. Whether the fleeing soldiers had spotted them or simply found themselves with nowhere else to run, they sprinted straight toward the refugees. Behind them, the bandits wielded their broadswords. The refugees were terrified. How could two-legged men outrun four-legged horses? Su Yueli loudly commanded everyone press against the rock face and do not run. She dared to speak so boldly because she had seen the man in the silver mask. Clad in brilliant attire and mounted on a spirited steed, he radiated an unrestrained confidence. Even in the blink of an eye, they surged forward. Move. Get out of the way. The imperial soldiers at the forefront actually swung their heavy blades at the defenseless refugees. Many failed to dodge in time, suffering cuts or being trampled beneath the thundering hooves. Watching the soldiers' cruelty, fury surged within Su Yueli. She snatched a hoe from the ground and hurled it at the galloping horse's legs. Employing precise force combined with the steed's tremendous speed, the blow tripped the beast instantly. The rider on its back was thrown hard to the ground. When the lead horse stumbled, the ones behind had no time to swerve and crashed into it in turn. With a single throw, Su Yueli felled 5 horses. The fallen soldiers immediately locked onto Su Yueli as their target. Knowing escape was futile, they naturally refused to let her go alive, raising their broadswords to strike her down. The village men witnessing this could hardly stand idle. They seized their weapons and charged F. Before the soldiers could mount a counterattack, Xiao Ruiyuan had already charged forward. With mere 3 punches and 2 kicks, he subdued them. Little girl, we meet again. Even behind his mask, Su Yueli could sense Xiao Ruiyuan's crescent moon smile. She nodded back with the ease of greeting an old acquaintance. Bandit chief, you possess formidable prowess. I never imagined even the imperial troops would fall to your hands. Xiao Ruiyuan ordered his men to continue pursuing the deserters while he remained behind with 2 fearsome-looking subordinates to chat with the little girl. The villagers and refugees were too terrified to even draw breath. Old Master Su instinctively shuffled backwards several steps to keep a safe distance. Only Lu Shi stood beside Su Yueli, cradling little Jiji and Xiaoman. My abilities run far deeper than this. Happily, my first batch of forearm crossbows has just been completed. I was worrying about how to find you to show them, only to run into you today. That simply won't do. I still need to return to the village with my family. Besides, I'm but a young girl. If I followed you to a bandit stronghold, my reputation would be utterly ruined. Su Yueli shook her head in refusal without a second thought. Xiao Ruiyuan gazed at her, his eyes flickering with thought, before he said, what you lack most right now must be grain, correct? Come back with me and take a look. I'll gift you 2 carts of grain. Su Yueli looked at Xiao Ruiyuan. This young man truly was intriguing. Was he attempting to bribe her? 5 carts. Su Yueli countered smoothly. However, the villagers behind her broke into cold sweats. The village head's heart pounded to his throat. He had seen bandits plunder before, but this was the first time he'd witnessed someone brazenly extorting goods right out of their hands. This girl was truly living on the edge. What astonished the village head even more was that Xiao Ruiyuan actually agreed. 5 carts of grain would sustain them for a long while. Agreed. 5 carts. You tell them to head back first. I'll send someone to escort you and the grain back together. Su Yueli had already considered this. A ragtag group of refugees dragging heavy carts of grain would surely be robbed before they traveled far. She promptly informed the village head and asked the others to return first, promising that she would bring the grain back herself. Yueli, although grain is vital, we will not force you to endure hardship for its sake. If you do not wish to go, then we shall forfeit the grain. The village chief worried she might do something foolish over a small amount of grain, so he intended to dissuade her. But Su Yueli shook her head. Grandpa, you overthink. The bandit leader is a good man. He saved me before, not only letting me leave, but also providing food and a horse. Later, he even saved our village once. Now he merely needs me to watch something for him. If I refuse, would that not be ungrateful? So even without the grain, I would still go. After Su Yueli finished speaking, the village chief finally breathed a sigh of relief. He warned her to be careful, then led the villagers to prepare for departure. Lu Shi had been somewhat worried about her daughter, but seeing her daughter give her a reassuring gesture, she said no more. She felt her daughter had changed, becoming independent and decisive, even more formidable. That was why she trusted her and left obediently. With her husband absent, as a mother lacking strong opinions of her own, she could only follow her. As a soul in her 20s who had never fallen in love in her past life, Su Yueli actually blushed with shame at this moment. Because Xiao Ruiyuan's embrace felt so incredibly safe, warm, and carried a faint, crisp fragrance. She was not a hopeless romantic, yet she always found herself captivated by this man's effortless handsomeness. Indeed, unintentional charm was the most lethal. Upon arriving at Tiger Head Mountain, Xiao Ruiyuan eagerly took out the first batch of armed crossbows he had crafted for Su Yueli to see. Looking at the exquisite armed crossbow that resembled her previous one, Su Yueli felt a measure of admiration for Xiao Ruiyuan. To produce so many armed crossbows in such a short time, she had to admit she had greatly underestimated this man. This armed crossbow is indeed well crafted, but the range is somewhat short. If converted into a bolt-firing crossbow, the range would surely increase 2 or 3 times over. Su Yueli tested the armed crossbow. Her armed crossbow used a steel wire string, while Xiao Ruiyuan's used an ox sinew string. Though there was some difference, it was not significant. However, a bolt-firing crossbow could achieve a range of 1,000 to 1,500 paces, making it better suited for battlefield or defensive use. A bolt-firing crossbow. Xiao Ruiyuan was instantly interested. Su Yueli then realized she had carelessly let slip the mention of a bolt-firing crossbow, so she only gave vague responses. But who was Xiao Ruiyuan? He could easily see the young girl was reluctant to elaborate, so he did not press. Instead, he entertained her generously for several days. In the end, it was Su Yueli who could no longer contain herself. She asked Xiao Ruyuan why he was manufacturing those weapons. Was it merely for self-defense? Xiao Ruyuan's gaze darkened. He offered no explanation. Only after a long pause did he softly utter two words, revenge. Perhaps the topic was too heavy, or he simply did not wish to share this secret with others. He said little more. But Su Yueli saw endurance and intense hatred within him. Did he bear a blood feud upon his shoulders? Su Yueli asked no further questions, for everyone had their own secrets, hers included. Yet she was unwilling to hand over the bolt-firing crossbow design to just anyone, as she was uncertain what Xiao Ruyuan would use those weapons for. She did not wish for the weapons she brought to be stained with too much innocent blood. That night, they did not converse long. Xiao Ruyuan departed soon after. For the following days, Su Yueli did not see him. Instead, she grew close to the second-in-command. The reason was simple: the second-in-command Tai Zhu was a straightforward man, as his name suggested. Though he appeared large, burly, and intimidating, those who grew familiar with him discovered he was quite honest and shy. When Su Yueli grew bored, she would seek him out. Tai Zhu would take her to play at Tiger Head Mountain's stronghold behind the bandit fortress. There lay a village where the families of Tiger Head Mountain's brothers resided. Tai Zhu said the former bandit leader of T. Later imperial forces came to suppress the bandits, killing their bandit leader and many of Tiger Head Mountain's brothers. At that time, it was Xiao Ruyuan who led men to rescue them, and willingly stayed to become their new leader, protecting them. Thus Tai Zhu was deeply grateful to Xiao Ruyuan. Without him, given his own limited abilities, he could never have led the brothers to survive on Tiger Head Mountain. Within just a few days, Su Yueli successfully became a familiar face on Tiger Head Mountain. Whoever saw her would call out Miss Shaoli. On the 10th day, Su Yueli handed a drawn blueprint of the bolt-firing crossbow to Xiao Ruyuan. Xiao Ruyuan studied the meticulously crafted blueprint, lost in thought. After a long while, he looked at Su Yueli with complex emotions. "Why have you suddenly changed your mind?" Su Yueli glanced at him and replied calmly, "I believe you are a good person, so I am willing to lend you my strength to help you seek revenge and protect Tiger Head Mountain. If possible, I actually hope you will become a dragon entering the sea, bringing blessings to the world." Xiao Ruyuan was no ordinary man. From the moment she met him, she knew if her weapons could help him soar to prominence and pacify the realm, then her transmigration would not have been in vain. Xiao Ruyuan gazed at Su Yueli, lost in thought for a long time. "Little girl, do you know what you are saying?" Su Yueli smiled gently and turned her head. "Naturally. Actually, I am a little immortal descended from heaven, sent specifically to help you quell internal turmoil and bring peace to the world." Perhaps because Su Yueli's gaze was so clear and sincere, Xiao Ruyuan genuinely believed her for a fleeting moment. But then Xiao Ruyuan flicked her forehead. Su Yueli cried out in pain, then burst into laughter. "I thought you actually believed it. Not bad. Perhaps you really are sent by heaven to my side. Whether you can assist me remains to be seen, but you can certainly annoy me to death. That much is true." Xiao Ruyuan's previously oppressive mood had improved considerably through her antics. Having spent so much time together, Xiao Ruyuan truly found himself reluctant to let her go. Yet he had much to accomplish in the future. Rather than keeping her by his side, perhaps the village was safer for her. On the 11th day, Su Yueli departed. Xiao Ruyuan did not see her off. Tai Zhu volunteered, and Xiao Ruyuan agreed. The 5 cartloads of grain he had originally promised her was ultimately increased to 10. Xiao Ruyuan had seized considerable military grain over the past 2 years, so he was not short on provisions. Yet his ambitions were great, and he truly needed more grain. Su Yueli rode a horse alone, traveling side by side with the second-in-command. Behind them trailed 10 cartloads brimming with grain, accompanied by many of Tiger Head Mountain's brothers. Xiao Ruyuan was thoughtful enough that he gave her not official grain, but grain covered with a layer of fodder. Coupled with the fact that the second-in-command and the others had changed their attire, no one could tell they were bandits, nor could they guess they were transporting grain. Since they were riding horses, their speed far exceeded the village heads. When Su Yueli arrived at the village entrance, the village head and the others had only just reached home a few days prior. The house had been vacant for months and required thorough cleaning throughout. When Su Yueli returned with 10 carts of grain in a grand procession, the entire village came out to welcome her. The second-in-command, seeing everyone gathered, ordered the supplies to be left at the village entrance. After unloading the horses, he took his men and departed, offering only a brief farewell to Su Yueli. She waved to them and invited them to visit whenever they had time, while the villagers waited until they had disappeared from sight before daring to approach. Good heavens, these are all premium fine rice. Girlie, you are truly remarkable. Aunt Nyo stepped forward, parting the grain to inspect it, while the others crowded around as well. They had never before seen such clean and beautiful rice, and their eyes sparkled with longing. Indeed, fine rice. At this price, a good quality like this should cost at least 6 or 7 cash per jean. 10 whole carts, and each cart weighs nearly 1,000 jean, someone remarked. The truth is, even with money, it is hard to buy fine rice nowadays. This is something only wealthy households can afford, another added. Seeing them murmuring in a circle, Su Yueli felt somewhat helpless, so she finally raised her voice and asked them to help haul the grain carts to the village head's house first, after which he would distribute them equally among every household. Upon hearing that the grain would be distributed among them, everyone was instantly thrilled and pushed their carts with full vigor. Previously, since horses had been used, it had required no effort. But now that the second-in-command had taken the horses away, they could only laboriously push the carts themselves. Fortunately, the second-in-command had left the carts behind, otherwise they would likely have had to carry everything on their backs. As for the horses, even if they had been left behind, Su Yueli would not have dared to accept them. Most of the horses from Tiger Head Mountain were war horses. The second-in-command had mentioned that they had been purchased at great expense, though some had been taken by force, all top-grade steeds. Otherwise, she could not have sold that one horse for such an extraordinarily high price. In this era, horses were the most precious commodity. The cost of a single horse could purchase 4 or 5 beautiful maidservants. Moreover, during these turbulent times of war, even money alone could not guarantee one's ability to acquire a horse. Su Yueli watched as they delivered all the grain to the village head's house. Because it was already quite late, the distribution was postponed until the following day. However, Elder Su and Grandmother Su could not wait until tomorrow. Once the villagers had departed, the elderly couple went together with their eldest son and Wu Shi to the village head's residence. When they had originally heard that Su Yueli had brought back numerous carts of fine rice, the entire family had been overjoyed and waited at the doorway to welcome her. Who would have expected that all the fine rice would be delivered directly to the village head? With Wu Shi fueling the fire beneath, Elder Su immediately stormed over. Girlie, I am not saying this to scold you, but during this famine, grain is extraordinarily precious. These are 10 whole carts of fine rice, and you did not even inform your grandparents before unilaterally gifting them all to your granduncle. Are you trying to push our entire family tower? Even if you disregard whether we live or die, should you not at least consider your grandparents? What will this entire household eat in the days to come? Even if you intended to give some away, there was no need to donate everything. 2 or 3 carts shared among the villagers would have sufficed. Furthermore, your grandparents are still alive. Surely a young girl like you should not be making all the decisions. Wu Shi's veiled accusations left Su Yueli momentarily speechless. She had encountered shameless people before, but never anyone quite so brazen. These were her possessions, and she could do as she pleased. Did this woman have any right to dictate her actions? What kind of nonsense is your second aunt speaking? On the refugee journey, was there any household that did not empty out all their food and savings to help everyone survive? When Aunt Nyo sold her ox to exchange for grain and shared it with all of us, did our second aunt not eat any of it? When Aunt Pang's family pawned their heirloom silver hairpins to buy grain for everyone, did she not partake? Did not Granduncle contribute all his savings to purchase grain for us? Now that we have barely made it back with food in hand, our second aunt wishes to hoard it all for herself while using grandparents as an excuse. I am distributing these grains in grandfather's name, so how could he possibly disagree? Besides, Granduncle himself said there would be extra reserved for us. As elders of the village, if grandparents had grain in their possession, they would never let the villagers go hungry, even if they went without themselves. Yet in your mouth, they become selfish people. Wu Shi's sharp-tongued rebuke left Su Yueli temporarily tongue-tied. She had encountered the shameless before, but never one quite so audacious. These were her possessions, and she could distribute them as she saw fit. What right did this woman have to lecture her? Suyueli was someone who repaid kindness tenfold and 100-fold. Had it not been for the mutual support and sacrifice of these villagers along the refugee route, none of them would have survived to return. Though she was not lacking in food, she remembered the favors shown to her. For that initial generosity, Suyueli was willing to lead them toward prosperity and a better life. However, certain individuals seemed unworthy of such consideration. Second, Aunt, what manner of words are these? During the refugee journey, which household did not empty all their food and savings to help one another through those desperate times? When Aunt Nyo sold her ox to exchange for grain and shared it with everyone, did second Aunt not partake? Or when Aunt Pang's family pawned their ancestral silver hairpins to buy grain for everyone, did you not eat any of it? Did not Granduncle contribute all his savings to purchase grain for us? Now that we have barely survived and returned with food in hand, second Aunt wishes to greedily hoard it all while hiding behind the excuse of grandparents. These grains are being distributed in grandfather's name. How could he possibly object? Moreover, Granduncle himself stated that extra would be reserved for us. As respected elders of the village, if grandparents possessed grain, they would never allow the villagers to starve even if they themselves went without. Yet in your twisted words they become selfish individuals. Suyueli's impassioned speech caught Elder Su with his breath lodged in his throat, unable to rise or fall. His old face flushed crimson, and compounded by the village head's pointed yet deliberate glance, he found himself at a complete loss for words. In the end, he could only cough, awkwardly nodding with a forced smile. Girlie speaks rightly. This grain must indeed be shared with the villagers. It is simply that such a significant matter should have been discussed with you first before you acted. We came today merely to see if there was anything we could assist with. Wu Shi could scarcely believe Elder Su had so suddenly reversed his stance, and she nearly leaped with rage, wanting to say more. But her own husband restrained her. Grandmother Su, observing how the girl had effortlessly turned the situation around with merely a few well-chosen words, could not help but study her more carefully. Along the journey, that girl had already done so many unexpected things. Now viewing her, the village head pulled Elder Su aside and spoke at length with heartfelt sincerity and profound gratitude. By the end, Elder Su's initial displeasure had entirely dissipated. As he departed, Suyueli noticed that his steps were considerably lighter and his posture straighter. Fortunately, though Elder Su could be rigid and stubborn, he was also reasonable. Grandmother Su said nothing, nor did she offer any opinion. As for Wu Shi's emotions, they were entirely outside Suyueli's concern. The following day, a long queue had already formed early at the village head's residence. Knowing that everyone had exhausted their rations and had barely managed one meal per day over the past few days, the village head ordered the rice distribution to begin at dawn. Elder Su arrived promptly as well. Since the village head had announced that the fine rice came from Elder Su's contribution, the villagers showered him with endless gratitude and heartfelt thanks. Within those warm expressions of appreciation, Elder Su's lingering dissatisfaction from the night before vanished completely. Suyueli, however, did not join the bustle, for she was still troubled by the matter of where to live. Previously, their family of 4 had only a single room, the most remote and shabby western chamber. In her childhood, they had all squeezed onto one bed, but as Suyueli grew older, Lu Shi had set up a makeshift cot beside her own large bed, using an old broken door panel separated by a curtain. Suyueli and Xiao Man slept on that narrow plank, where even a slight turn could send them tumbling to the ground. It was not that she resented the bed plank. After all, the conditions during the famine flight had been far more arduous. Yet the inconvenience was undeniable, especially for someone like her who harbored secrets. Big sister little Gigi is hungry, but there's nothing to eat at home, Xiao Man said, cradling the wailing Xiao Gigi as she approached Suyueli. Suyueli snapped back to reality and looked at Xiao Man. The little girl was still frail, struggling to hold the swaddled infant. Xiao Gigi's face was flushed from crying, clearly famished. His tiny mouth pouted in a pitiful expression utterly endearing. Although she had initially taken in the child for Xiao Man's sake, seeing the little one, now plump and healthy under her care, filled Suyueli with joy. Elder Su and Old Lady Su had originally wanted to give the child away, claiming the family could not afford to keep him, while the eldest aunt-in-law constantly called him a little bastard. Yet Xiao Man adamantly refused to let him go, and Lu Shi, having grown attached to Xiao Jiji through her care, was unwilling to part with him either. Lu Shi had even entertained the idea of raising Xiao Jiji as her own son. Though Su Yueli never voiced it, she had long harbored plans of her own, but the time was not yet ripe. She walked over to her small bed and retrieved a small bundle from under the pillow containing infant formula she had prepared in advance. Fortunately, in her past life, she had thought ahead and stored some supplies for children. Unfortunately, the space was too small to hold much, and after the consumption during the famine flight, her provisions had dwindled by nearly half, especially fresh fruits and vegetables. Whenever the villagers found no food, she would secretly place some in the woods for them to discover. This was why the villagers regarded her as a little lucky star, for every time she joined the search for food, they always found something to eat. Su Yueli mixed the formula with boiled spirit spring water, and once the temperature was right, handed it to Xiao Man. Xiao Man expertly brought the bottle to Xiao Jiji's lips, and the little one eagerly latched onto the nipple, drinking half the bottle in one go before slowing down. Xiao Man was a highly competent older sister, caring for Xiao Jiji with great attentiveness. Whenever Lu Shi was away, Xiao Man took charge of the baby. Lu Shi, meanwhile, had gone to work in the fields early in the morning. Having just returned from the famine flight, everyone was busy turning the soil in preparation for planting once seeds became available. Some families who already had vegetable seeds had even begun sowing. The scorching heat had ended, and with the arrival of autumn, the people finally welcomed the year's second heavy rain. Each autumn rain brought a chill, and the sudden drop in temperature brought both joy and worry. They had not yet prepared warm clothing for the winter, and the greens had just been harvested when the cold set in. Few vegetables could survive the winter. Fortunately, the crops in the fields had already sprouted green shoots. Though planted a bit late, they had at least managed to catch up. The grain seeds were obtained by the village chief, trading polished rice in the county town, supplemented by some silver from before. It was not a large amount, but enough for each household to plant 2 or 3 mu of land. With next year's harvest, they would have more seeds. Su Yueli's family, having more polished rice, obtained extra grain seeds and planted almost all their fields. Su Yueli also borrowed a plot from Aunt Nyo to plant some potatoes and carrots. This era had radishes, but no carrots, potatoes, or even sweet potatoes. They were unknown to the people. Unfortunately, winter was too cold for sweet potatoes, but she wondered if those watered with spirit spring water might survive. To test this, she planted only a dozen or so as an experiment. Initially, she visited, frequently watering them with spirit spring water, and the crops grew exceptionally well, filling her with delight. However, she soon noticed that her plants were far too lush. While others' fields had sparse, tiny green shoots, hers was a sea of vibrant green. Had the villagers not been harmonious, her greens would likely have been stolen long ago. Little Rue, what are those things planted in Aunt Nyo's field? They're growing so well. The village chief finally couldn't resist asking Su Yueli when she went to inspect the fields. The others were equally curious, and a crowd gathered around, some even poking and prodding the plants. But they couldn't identify them. What they did discover was that the leaves of sweet potatoes, carrots, and potatoes were all edible. Hence, everyone concluded that Su Yueli was growing some kind of vegetable they had never seen before. Little Rue, what kind of vegetable is this? Do you have any seeds left? Could you give some to Auntie? I'll trade you a basket for it. I'll trade cloth. I'll trade too. Su Yueli glanced at the village chief and the crowd, then raised her voice. Everyone, please don't rush. Listen to me. What I'm growing are not ordinary vegetables, but potatoes, sweet potatoes, and carrots. Their leaves are edible, but the real harvest is the fruits that grow underground, similar to radishes. Sweet potatoes and potatoes yield even more, are delicious, versatile in cooking, and store well. I discovered these seeds by chance during the famine flight, but I only have this much. After spring, when they are ready to harvest, I will share some with every household and teach you how to plant them. Once we all grow these crops, we will never have to worry about hunger again. Her words stirred everyone with excitement. So this girl had planted not for herself alone, but for the whole village. The villag. From that day on, every time Su Yueli went to the fields, she saw someone watering, weeding, or even fertilizing. Though the natural manual fertilizer had an unpleasant odor, yet it was remarkably effective. Whether due to the rich fertilizer or the potent spirit spring water, the leaves in that field grew denser and denser, rising from knee-high to over a meter tall. Suyueli had no choice but to lead the village women in pinching off the leaves and tips, which they took home to steam or mix into dishes. Once November arrived, the cold grew steadily sharper, and the villagers bundled up in winter garments early. Suyueli tugged at her coarse cloth robes, layered 6 or 7 times over, finding her movements considerably restricted. It was simply uncomfortable. She rummaged through the wardrobe and discovered a cotton-padded coat, patched, but far more comfortable than those rough layers. However, once Suyueli donned the cotton coat, she realized that although it was soft and lightweight, it offered little warmth, less in fact than the multiple layers of cloth she had worn before. Curious, Suyueli poked at the stitching with some object, only to pull out reeds and willow catkins. No wonder the coat failed to keep her warm. The filling was nothing but this. Staring at the garment, she fell into a long, silent reverie. It appeared that southern Qi was far more backward than any ancient era in history. Not only were weapons primitive, but materials were severely scarce. Only now did she truly appreciate how fortunate it was to be born in the 21st century. Big sister, come quickly. Something has happened. Aunt Boda and Aunt Nyo are fighting. Xiaoman dashed in, out of breath, grabbing Suyueli and dragging her outward. Suyueli asked as she walked, "What's going on? Why would they start fighting over nothing?" It was Aunt Boda. This morning she went to the field and pulled up the vegetables you planted, intending to take them home and stir-fry them. Aunt Nyo happened to see and advised her that the crops weren't ready yet. She shouldn't uproot them entirely. If she wanted to eat, she could at most pluck some leaves. But Aunt Boda refused, insisting they were her family's property and she could pull as many as she pleased. She yanked out over a dozen anyway. When Aunt Nyo rushed to stop her, the two came to blows. Xiaoman, panting heavily, briefly recounted the incident. By the time Suyueli arrived, Wu Shi and Aunt Nyo were still grappling with each other. The village chief and several men were busy pulling them apart, while Uncle Nyo and the eldest uncle also urged them to stop. Suyueli watched for a while, and only after they were separated did she approach the village chief, her expression filled with confusion, and asked, "Grandpa, what's happening here? Why are they even fighting?" Her innocent and bewildered appearance made anyone believe she had just arrived and knew nothing of what had transpired. The village chief glanced at both women's side and said displeasedly, "Let them explain themselves." The crowd turned their attention to the two women. Aunt Nyo bore a faint red scratch across her neck and her hair was disheveled, giving her a somewhat ragged look. But Wu Shi fared far worse. Her face was scratched into a mess, one eye nearly swollen shut, and her hair torn into a tangled nest. Clearly Wu Shi was no match for Aunt Nyo. Though Aunt Nyo had grown thinner, her fighting spirit remained formidable, more than sufficient to handle Wu Shi. The two took turns recounting the incident, their words devolving once again into bickering. "You old shrew, meddling where you have no business. I'm pulling up my own vegetables. What concern is it of yours? Who gave you the right to stop me?" Wu Shi, fueled by rage, no longer cared for any semblance of decency and opened her mouth to curse freely. Aunt Nyo placed her hands on her hips and pointed at her, retorting, "Try insulting me again. See if I don't tear your mouth apart. Those vegetables aren't even yours. They belong to Miss Lee. She herself said they can't be eaten until next spring. You disregarded everything and went ahead and pulled them up. Don't you have any shame? Why can't I eat them? I've seen you others eating them just fine, haven't I? What am I not allowed?" She knew full well that the villagers had been consuming things from that field quite liberally. Just 2 days ago she'd heard them praising how delicious steamed sweet potato leaves were. She had only pulled a few today. What was wrong with that? In her eyes, it must have been that good-for-nothing girl deliberately hoarding everything for outsiders, not bringing a single thing home for her own family. Aunt Boda, these vegetables truly are not yet mature. Pulling them now would be a great waste. Moreover, these are not leafy vegetables. The edible part is the tuber below ground. Everyone can see for themselves, these round lumps are the fruits. By next spring they will grow to the size of a fist and be ready to eat. Currently the largest are only the size of an egg yolk, and the smallest no bigger than a fingernail. But observe how many fruits each plant bears. Once they mature, we will have plenty of food. Furthermore, these crops can be planted year-round and harvested within 2 to 3 months, ensuring we need no longer worry about going hungry. Su Yueli picked up the potato plant that Wu Shi had discarded. Beneath it hung dozens of small potatoes, some still buried in the soil. The growth was extraordinary. Su Yueli suspected it was due to the spiritual spring water which had boosted the yield 2 or 3 times over. The villagers gazed at the seedlings in Su Yueli's hands, their hearts aching. How many potatoes would there be by next spring? That cursed woman Wu Shi had torn out over a dozen. Wu Shi, feeling the murderous glares directed at her, lost all her earlier bravado. Su Yueli touched her nose, a faint sneer playing on her lips. Her things were not so easily taken. With just a few words, Su Yueli had turned Wu Shi into the enemy of the entire village. Had the village chief not stepped in at the end to scold her and let the matter pass, Wu Shi would surely have been drowned in the villagers' condemnation. From that day forward, the villagers guarded the field ever more closely. Thanks to their watchfulness, when thugs from neighboring villages came to steal a few days later, they were discovered and intercepted in time. Su Yueli remembered that night clearly. The wind howled like tiny knives cutting into her face. She and Xiao Man huddled together under the blankets for warmth. Just as sleep began to claim her in the dead of night, an urgent copper gong shattered the silence. Everyone come. Catch the thief. Come quick, there's a thief in the village. Wake up. Thieves have entered the village. Old Master Su immediately dressed himself. The eldest uncle had already donned his clothes and gone out with a hoe. The villagers were tightly knit. Whether catching thieves or responding to any crisis, every able-bodied man would rush out to help. By all rights, her elder brother Su Wensheng should have been among them, but he was a scholar, and old Master Su doted on him, so he was not expected to go. Su Yueli had originally had no intention of going, knowing a young girl could contribute little. But when she heard that her plot had been targeted, her composure cracked. Before Lu Shi could even grab her, she was already sprinting outward, calling back over her shoulder for Lu Shi to watch over the younger children. When Su Yueli arrived, nearly every able-bodied villager from the entire village had gathered. The village head was among them, all holding torches aloft. The flames flickered restlessly in the piercing cold wind. In the glow of the firelight, Su Yueli saw a dozen or so people encircled in the center. They wore tattered clothes and bore fierce expressions, clutching knives in their hands. Though merely ordinary daggers and kitchen cleavers, they appeared far more menacing than the hoes and sickles gripped by the villagers. Liarmatzi, what do you think you're doing bringing people to our Kaoshan village in the middle of the night? The village head stared at the pockmarked man leading the group, his face grave. Clearly he knew the man. In fact, beyond just the village head, few in the surrounding 10 villages could have failed to recognize Liarmatzi. This young man was barely in his early 20s, but from childhood, he had been known for stealing chickens and dogs, committing all manner of misdeeds. His reputation spanned a radius of 10 villages. He hailed from Li family village, and having lost both parents early, had been raised on the charity of countless households. If one accused him of being a ruffian, he never stole from his own village. Now grown, he had gathered a pack of disreputable companions and organized banditry expeditions. His ruthlessness and execution made many fear him. Yet that night, though so many from their village had come out, not a single one showed panic. This revealed that Liarmatzi was already accustomed to such spectacles. Su, the old man, I've set my sights on whatever you're growing in that field. You'd be wise to let us take it. Risking your lives over a bit of food, I'd advise you to weigh whether that's worth your while. It is said that the ruthless fear the desperate, and the desperate fear nothing. Liarmatzi was precisely that kind of man, someone who would risk his life for a mouthful of food. The village head was infuriated by his brazen words. Liarmatzi had counted on their unwillingness to fight and die over mere provisions, which was why he dared to be so arrogant. But this time they had underestimated them. This field did not merely grow food. It grew their very hope of survival. There was no way the village head would simply comply. We people of Kaoshan village are not to be bullied. Leave now, or you shall not leave at all. The village head was no pushover, and when angered, he was truly fearsome. Su Yueli stood in the corner observing the unfolding situation. She was young and a girl, so stepping forward at this moment was inappropriate. She trusted that Grandpa Do would handle matters. This was precisely the sort of incident she believed he could resolve. Seeing that the village head refused to yield, a doubt stirred in Liarmatzi's mind. Could it be that the field truly contained something of great value? Otherwise, why would they hold out so stubbornly and refuse to negotiate? In truth, they had been eyeing this plot of land for quite some time. The main reason was the remarkably vigorous growth of the vegetables within it. Many had taken note with envy. But only Reincarnated and his crew would have the audacity to attempt a theft. As Reincarnated watched the village head press forward with his people driving them back step by step, he noticed the murderous glare in those eyes. It truly frightened not only Reincarnated, but his entire gang. After all, not everyone possessed his fearlessness. "Sue the old man, you're ruthless." "Fine. I won't eat your vegetables. Let's go." Reincarnated shot the village head a glare, then reluctantly led his men away. With the crisis averted, the villagers exchanged words of reassurance and gradually dispersed to their homes. The incident with Reincarnated was soon forgotten. However, Sue found herself frequently staring blankly at the great mountain behind their house. Her mother had warned her that the mountains harbored not only bears and wolf packs, but also large cats. In former times, 2 hunters from the village had ventured into the mountains and never returned. It was said they had been devoured by a bear. Residents from nearby villages had also gone in, but after so many had perished, the villagers ultimately lost the courage to enter the mountain. When Chunya came looking for Sue to play, she found her gazing dreamily at the great mountain. Chunya hopped and skipped over and tried to scare her, but Sue had long since noticed her approach, so the attempt failed entirely. "Charlie, what are you looking at?" Sue shook her head. "Nothing. I was just wondering whether there might be foxes in the mountains." Their clothes were far too thin. She could layer thermal clothing beneath hers, but Xiao Man Lu Shi and Xiao Jiji suffered through the cold. Xiao Jiji and Xiao Man were tolerable enough. They rarely left the house in winter, but Lu Shi had to feed the chickens, prepare meals, and tend the yard each day. There was simply endless labor awaiting her. Sue thought that if only she could venture into the mountains and hunt a few foxes. Besides, nearly everyone in the village already knew she possessed a crossbow, so should she hunt in the mountains, she would have ample justification. Chunya assumed she was merely speaking idly and paid it no mind. "Of course there are foxes in the mountains. Grandpa once told me there are white foxes there, quite beautiful. When he was young, he spotted one. Unfortunately, the mountains were far too dangerous, so he didn't dare chase after it. He only circled the outer edges and then returned." "Did Grandpa also venture into the mountains when he was young?" "I thought the mountains were extremely dangerous." Sue pressed on. Chunya pondered for a moment and replied, "It is indeed dangerous. But the mountains are full of medicinal herbs. Grandpa said that one year Grandma fell gravely ill and the herbs they needed were unavailable in the county town. With no other option, he decided to enter the mountains and take his chances. Unexpectedly, shortly after he entered, he found those herbs. He said his luck had been on his side, so that particular trip met with no danger." After chatting with Chunya for a long while, Sue grew more convinced that she ought to explore the mountains herself. Perhaps she truly could find a new livelihood for the village within them. After all, they still had an entire winter to endure. "Shaoli Suer wishes to bathe tonight. Hurry and chop firewood and heat water." The slightly shrill voice of the eldest brother's wife carried over. Sue instinctively frowned. In the past, they had always treated the original owner this way. Even when her father was present, the eldest brother's wife had constantly assigned her errands, as though she were nothing more than a servant girl. But she did not know that Sue now was no longer the same Sue. She would not indulge Wu Shi. Ignoring Wu Shi's shrill demands entirely, Sue simply grabbed Chunya's hand and retreated into the house. Wu Shi's cursing followed immediately behind her, and Sue slapped the door shut with a sharp crack. "Truly outrageous. You little ungrateful wretch. All these years of raising you wasted. If you refuse to work, then simply don't eat." Wu Shi's voice grew louder and her words more vicious. What Sue found most unbearable, however, was that when Wu Shi couldn't command her, she turned around and began bossing Sue's mother about. Sue genuinely regretted that she did not know medicine, otherwise she would certainly have devised a poison to silence Wu Shi permanently. During dinner that evening, Sue broached the subject of separating the household with her mother. Lu Shi was taken aback, startled that her daughter would even consider such a thing. In their era, the rule was clear: one must not separate from parents while they still lived. To propose partitioning the household at this time would invite scorn and condemnation. Moreover, Su Ziyuan was absent from home, and her sole duty was to fulfill his filial obligations by caring for his parents. How could she possibly raise the matter of dividing the family? Xiaoli, do not speak of this again. Your father is not here. How could I let his name be sullied with the accusation of unfilial conduct? Your eldest brother's wife may be domineering and quick-tempered, but we are still family. Besides, your grandparents have treated me reasonably well. How could I be the one to destroy this family? Lu Shi's vehement opposition brought the matter to an abrupt end. Su Yueli came to realize that Lu Shi at her core was a conservative and traditional woman. She adhered to the principles of obeying one's father before marriage, one's husband after marriage, and one's son upon widowhood. That was what she believed in. In ancient times, proposing to separate the household while parents were still alive was considered deeply unfilial. Especially since her father was absent, Lu Shi would never do anything to damage Su Ziyuan's reputation. After that day, Su Yueli never mentioned the matter of dividing the family again, but she deftly countered every instance of Wu Shi's relentless harassment. With her mind set on entering the mountains, she couldn't be bothered with Wu Shi. In the past few days, she had become quite friendly with a few village boys, especially Dazhuang, a sturdy, simple lad with considerable strength. He was Aunt Pang's son, 13 years old, and already half a head taller than Su Yueli. Then there was Qiangzi, Aunt Nyo's son, who inherited his father's honest and dependable nature. He was 12. The last was Su Yongxing, the youngest son of Su Youqing, the eldest brother of the grandfather's generation, also 13. Besides these three, there was Chunya. Recently, the group had been secretly meeting to play outside. They were no longer young children, and their families paid little attention, granting them much freedom. However, at 12 or 13 in this era, they were already of marriageable. Old Master Su was initially furious, but after hearing what old Madame Su said, he fell silent. That girl is blessed with great fortune. During our flight from the famine, many of the foods we found were thanks to her. And that piece of land. She managed to make the entire village obedient to her with just a single plot. Clearly, she is no ordinary child. Moreover, when I and second son's wife led the two sisters and encountered bandits, it was that girl alone who killed them. Later, when the roving bandits abducted her, she returned unscathed, and even made the acquaintance of the chief of Hoda Mountain. And those refined grains, event after event, all coming together, cannot be mere coincidence. Old Madame Su's eyes gleamed with a strange light as she watched old Master Su sink into thought. So what exactly did she tell you? She said that only if she was given enough freedom and trust could she find a way out for the village, a path to survival. She said that in just 1 year she would ensure that the entire village had enough to eat. Old Madame Su, for some reason, inexplicably believed she could do it. Old Master Su was silent for a long while before he sighed and said, "Let her be." At lunchtime, Su Yueli had still not returned. Su Luoxue, thinking about how Su Yueli was allowed to roam wild while their grandparents didn't even care, was filled with resentment. She felt that Su Yueli was ruining the family's reputation. Grandpa hasn't eldest sister come back yet. Su Yueli had left early in the morning and still hadn't returned by now. Lu Shi was busy washing clothes and hadn't come back either. Xiaoman was huddled in a corner, holding Xiao Jiji, silently nibbling on half a coarse grain cake. "Eat your meal and don't worry about her," Old Master Su said indifferently. Wu Shi curled her lips and sneered. Her reputation was ruined long ago when she was taken by bandits. Now that she's back, she doesn't keep quiet, running around with a bunch of half-grown boys. Who knows what ugly rumors are spreading outside. Swear you'd better stay away from her lest you get tainted. Wu Shi's words were laced with sarcasm. Su Luoxue glanced at Old Master Su's grim face and said softly, "Mother, don't say that. She is my elder sister. If her reputation is sullied, I will naturally be implicated. We are a family. When one rises, all rise. When one falls, all fall." "Oh, so does that mean you'll be dragged down by that little wretch too? This won't do. Father, you must take charge. We can't let one rotten apple spoil the whole barrel." As soon as Su Luoxue finished speaking, Wu Shi slapped her thigh and feigned sudden realization, as if terrified that Su Yueli would taint her precious daughter. "Mother, don't think such nonsense. Things aren't as bad as you imagine. Xiaoli was taken away because we failed to protect her. Didn't she say that she was rescued by the chief of Hotu Mountain shortly after being abducted by the roving bandits? I think that chief is quite honorable and chivalrous. He wouldn't have bullied Xiaoli." Su Wensheng could no longer bear to listen. After all, he was an educated man, and Wu Shi's crude words gave him a headache. So he stepped forward to defend Su Yueli. "Elder brother, those are bloodthirsty bandits. They might have treated eldest sister well only because she was obedient in the stronghold. Otherwise, why would they have given her 10 carts of refined grain for no reason? Su Luoshue's eyes were clear, but her words always invited speculation. What did she mean by obedient? What did she mean by for no reason? Su Luoshue's words plainly implied that Su Yueli had been treated as a plaything in the stronghold, that she had been defiled by countless men, and that the 10 carts of refined grain were likely her earnings from selling her body. Whether others thought so or not, that was exactly what Su Luoshue meant. Wu Shi, who spoke without thinking, immediately sneered in agreement. Exactly. Those refined grains are probably the money that Winch earned by selling her flesh. Bang! Enough! Can't we have a peaceful meal? Old Master Su slammed his palm on the table, his face dark. He didn't even drink the watery rice porridge that could reflect one's shadow. He stood up and left. Xiaomon, though young, could understand that they were speaking ill of her elder sister. She looked as if she wanted to speak, but dared not. Her eyes reddened, her lips pursed on the verge of tears. Old Madame Su glared at Wu Shi, who immediately lowered her head and fell silent. Xiaomon, though young, could understand that they were speaking ill of her elder sister. She looked as if she wanted to speak, but dared not. Her eyes reddened, her lips pursed on the verge of tears. Old Madame Su glared at Wu Shi, who immediately lowered her head and fell silent. When Lu Shi returned from washing clothes, only half a piece of coarse grain cake and a table of unwashed dishes remained. She hurriedly ate a few bites and then cleared the table. Su Yueli had left early in the morning, but by sunset, she had still not returned. It was only when the village chief, Aunt Neo, and several other adults came out to search for the children that Lu Shi learned they had all gone out together and hadn't come back. The village chief immediately realized they might have entered the mountains. He quickly organized a group, lit torches, and prepared to go into the mountains to search. But just as they reached the foot of the mountain, they saw the 5 of them descending from the mountain covered in dirt and blood. "Father, look. We caught so many rabbits and pheasants, and also a slap." Before Chuanya could finish, the village chief walked up to Su Yongxing and slapped him across the face. "You little rascal. How many times have I told you not to go into the mountains? And you even dared to take your sister with you. Have you grown a bear's heart and leopard's gall?" It was the first time anyone had seen the village chief so furious. Startled, Aunt Neo and Aunt Pang grabbed their sons by the ears, making Da Zhuang and Changzi howl in pain. Su Yueli realized she had been thoughtless, but some things had to be faced sooner or later. "Grandpa, don't blame them. I was the one who took them." The village head turned his gaze towards Su Yueli only, then noticing that each of the little ones held a simple crossbow in their hands. Clearly only Su Yueli knew how to craft such devices. She must have made them all for them. And looking at how each child carried quite a bit of game, the village head finally sighed, deciding to take them back first and discuss the matter later. The mountain wind was exceptionally cold, especially as dusk approached, and the foothills remained dangerously perilous after dark. Upon returning to the village, the others scattered to their own homes, while the 5 youngsters and their parents made their way to the village head's house with their catches. Candlelight flickered and danced as a crowd packed the main hall of the village head's home to the brim. As the ringleader of this affair, Su Yueli naturally stepped forward to explain. The reason they had been slipping out before dawn and returning after dark was because Su Yueli had crafted a crossbow for each of them and trained their archery daily, all so they could hunt in the mountains. Unfortunately, at first there had been too few of them, so they had not ventured deep into the wilderness, only hunting small animals on the periphery. Su Yueli had discovered that this mountain was truly abundant. Not only were there plentiful animals, but medicinal herbs grew there as well. That very day, she had even dug up a wild ginseng. Though small, it was larger than the one she had found last time. And it was already winter. Finding anything at all was no small feat. It was precisely to dig up that wild ginseng that they had lost track of time, descending the mountain and returned so late. The village head could only think them recklessly young and ignorant of the world. The mountains harbored not only wolves, but also bears and tigers. If they were to encounter any of them, there would be no escape. But Su Yueli told them their weapons were formidable. As long as they kept their numbers, even a bear would pose no threat. Moreover, they had not ventured into the deep wilderness. They had only hunted on the outskirts. Su Yueli said that if they did not enter the mountains to hunt this winter, everyone would soon face starvation again. Though some of the strong had already gone to the county town to seek work and the women had begun mending and sewing to supplement the household. Many still faced empty bowls. Su Yueli asked, "If we are not afraid of death, why should we fear tigers? What could possibly be more terrifying than starving to death?" The village head and the others fell silent. But fear of the mountains was carved into their very bones. They remained unwilling to take such risks. Even during their desperate flight from famine, when they had dared enter the mountains to seek water, it was only out of sheer necessity, and even then they had never ventured too deeply. TSSSH. Su Yueli raised her arm and loosed an arrow instantly. The crowd watched as from the courtyard came soft cooing sounds followed by the flutter of wings. A turtle dove had fallen. Su Yueli had actually shot a turtle dove perched on the eaves with a single arrow. "Grandpa village head, with such weapons in our hands, do we truly need to fear tigers?" Su Yueli's display left everyone utterly stunned. They had known before that this girl could use a crossbow. They had seen it themselves. But back then they had paid it no mind, dismissing it as some toy meant to frighten people. Now seeing the turtle dove lying there with an arrow piercing its body, all fell silent. "Girlie, Andy believes you. From now on let Xiangzi follow you. I will not interfere anymore. Wherever you go he goes with you." Aunt Neo was the first to speak up. Aunt Pang glanced at the game her own son held and quickly added with a smile, "That's right. Let Dazhuang follow you too. Auntie believes in you. The boy is tough and isn't afraid of hard work. Whatever you hunt, just have him carry it." With those two families taking a stand, the village head had no choice but to speak. He actually did trust Girlie. After all, throughout their arduous journey of displacement, this girl had contributed greatly. Before his own two sons could respond, the village head said, "Enough. You may enter the mountains, but you cannot go with just the 5 of you. Tomorrow I will ask if anyone else in the village is willing to join the hunting party. Girlie, you will teach them how to shoot as well. No expedition shall be fewer than 10 people, or I swear I will turn against you." Su Yueli agreed, especially Su Yongxing and Chuanya, who were too timid to hunt much. Between the two of them, they had managed only a single rabbit and a pheasant. The game they carried was almost entirely from Su Yueli, since she could not hold it all, and they had offered to help. But when they left, Su Yueli took only what was in her own hands. She did not claim the portions they carried for her. Su Yongxing, still somewhat sullen from the slap he had received earlier, now felt no pain at all. Only after everyone had departed did he pull his mother aside to show off his catch, still as naive and childish as ever. "Mother, look. Such beautiful fur on this rabbit. Once we skin it, we can make new warmers for you and father." Chuanya's eyes curved into happy arcs as she proudly showed off her prize to her parents. "You should have seen little Li. So impressive. With just a few quick shots we could barely track her arrows, and yet she had already caught so much game. Little Li not only has incredible aim, she also knows how to identify medicinal herbs. Now that winter has set in, many herbs are hard to find, but Little Li actually dug up wild ginseng. It may not be large, but it should fetch quite a bit of silver." Watching them chatter excitedly, the village head's heart remained heavy with worry. The following day, to everyone's surprise, the village head sent his own 2 sons to train with Su Yueli in archery, saying they would take turns accompanying the hunting parties. Otherwise, he truly could not rest easy. When word spread through the village that hunting parties were being organized, most were reluctant to join for fear of the mountains ran deep in their bones. Yet some, tempted by the abundant game the previous night, were intrigued, especially when the village head promised to provide weapons and teach hunting techniques. Soon a full 12 volunteers had gathered, ranging in age from 10 to over 40. The oldest among them were naturally Su Yud and Su Yuqing. Su Yueli had never expected the village head to send her 2 uncles to learn archery from her, but she said nothing. Instead, she led them for several days in crafting crossbows, supervising while they assisted. Being villagers, most possessed basic carpentry skills, and Su Yud in particular produced exquisitely made powerful weapons. Next, they trained their archery skills. Every day they practiced for at least 4 to 5 hours. Within just over 10 days, most of them could achieve basic accuracy in shooting. When the first snow fell, Su Yueli led everyone into the mountains for the first time. With so many people, it was easy to startle small animals, but fortunately Su Yueli taught them how to conceal themselves and how to ambush. By the end of the day, the dozen or so of them had hunted quite a bit. Everyone returned overjoyed. Su Yueli even caught a mixed-breed fox. Although its fur was of mixed colors, it felt very soft to the touch. Su Yueli thought about making a vest for Xiaomon, which would surely be warm. The others also took their own spoils back. Perhaps because they had caught so much this time, even more people wanted to go hunting with Suyueli. However, Suyueli said that for now, she could only take this many people once they had mastered the skills and could go into the mountains alone. Shiwa. The villagers knew when they went into the mountains, so when they returned, many people gathered at the village entrance to see what they had caught. Su Lawashua also came out to watch. When she saw Suyueli returning triumphantly with her prey, like a victorious young general, she was filled with jealousy. Su Lawashua thought she has been disgraced, yet why can she still live so freely and carefree? Isn't she just using some lowly tricks? What is there to be proud of? Because it was already late when they arrived home, Suyueli did not have time to deal with the fox. She simply hung it at the door, not bringing it inside, due to the strong smell. However, when she woke up the next morning, she found that the fox was gone and 2 of the gray rabbits, the ones with the best fur, were also missing. Suyueli didn't need to think twice to know who had taken them. The smell drifted to her. She rushed straight into Madame Wu's courtyard and saw that Madame Wu had already skinned the white fox and put the meat in the pot. The 2 rabbits had also been skinned and cleaned. Madame Wu was measuring the fur against Su Lawashua, apparently pondering what to make. Our Schwer has fair skin. She looks beautiful no matter how we dress her. This fox fur will make a lovely little vest, and I'll make you a pair of rabbit skin boots with these rabbit furs. Su Lawashua had just nodded with a smile when she saw Suyueli storming in with a furious expression. Madame Wu turned around and looked at her. Oh, what's got into you so early in the morning? Suyueli let out a cold laugh, walked over, and snatched the 3 furs from Madame Wu's hands. Aunt Wu, you are too kind. You've already helped me process these furs early in the morning. I'll thank you for that. You little wretch, what nonsense are you talking? These furs are for making clothes for Schwer. Hand them over. Madame Wu shouted and lunged to grab them, but Suyueli would not let her succeed. With a few quick dodges, Madame Wu missed every time. Aunt Wu, have you lost your mind? These things were all hunted by me. What do they have to do with you? Seeing that she couldn't grab them, Madame Wu stood there shouting curses. Su Lawashua stepped forward to reason. Big sister, we are all family. What's yours and mine? It's all the family's possessions. Before she could finish, Suyueli turned and slapped her across the face. The slap was delivered with full force, and Su Lawashua's face immediately swelled on one side. Suyueli thought, I can't hit Madame Wu, but I can certainly hit you. Madame Wu is an elder after all. If I hit her, not only would I be criticized, but even Madame Lu would be implicated. That's why I tolerate her. But what are you, Su Lawashua? I can't hit your mother, but I can hit you. After all, it's perfectly acceptable for an elder sister to discipline her younger sister. I'm so sorry, my hand slipped. Don't mind it, little sister. And next time when I'm talking to Aunt Wu, don't come so close. You might get hurt by accident. As soon as Suyueli finished, Madame Wu lunged at her again, cursing, You little wretch, how dare you hit my daughter? I'll tear your mouth apart. Su Lawashua was completely stunned, standing there for a long time without coming to her senses. By the time Old Master Su, Old Madame Su, and Madame Lu arrived, upon hearing the commotion, Madame Wu had gone berserk, chasing Suyueli while hurling abuse. Suyueli's hair was disheveled, tears in her eyes, and her clothes were torn in several places. Seeing Old Madame Su approaching, Su Lawashua was about to run, crying to plead her case, but Suyueli had already rushed toward Old Madame Su. Grandma, save me. Aunt Wu has gone mad. She wants to kill me. Boo-hoo. Suyueli cried bitterly. Seeing Madame Wu lunging at her daughter, Madame Lu didn't care about anything else and rushed over to shield Suyueli. But Madame Wu's push not only knocked down Madame Lu, but also sent Suyueli and Old Madame Su tumbling to the ground. Madame Lu was hurt, but Old Madame Su suffered the worst injury. Being advanced in age, and with Suyueli falling on top of her, her old bones couldn't withstand it. She immediately sprained her back. Suyueli heard a clear sound of bone misalignment. It was obvious that Old Madame Su had injured her waist. Suyueli, on the other hand, was completely unharmed. Everything had been an act on her part, naturally, to use Old Madame Su's hand to deal with Madame Wu. Since she couldn't handle Madame Wu herself, there was always someone who could. Grandma, are you all right? Suyueli helped the old lady up, and Madame Lu limped over to assist Old Madame Su. Only Madame Wu stood there dumbfounded with fear. Old Master Su was furious. He had personally witnessed Madame Wu pushing down the 3 of them, so he naturally blamed everything on her. Madame Wu, you shrew. How dare you push your mother? Have you gone mad? Madame Wu panicked and hurriedly stepped forward to explain, Father, I didn't mean it. I just wanted to grab that little wretch Su Yueli. How could I have known? She clearly hadn't used any force, she had only lightly touched Su Yueli. How could she have fallen? How dare you say that? The Su family may not be a scholarly household, but we have produced a few literate men. How did we end up marrying a foul-mouthed shrew like you? Look at yourself. If Sheng-Er passes the imperial exams in the future, having a mother like you will only bring him shame. Old Master Su was extremely angry. Old Madame Su was groaning in pain. Su Yueli suggested that the eldest uncle go fetch a doctor to examine old Madame Su. The old lady was in too much pain to bother dealing with Madame Wu. Their village had no doctor, so Su Zhigao ran to the neighboring village to call for a physician. By the time he returned, it was nearly noon. The physician examined old Madame Su's injury and finally shook his head. She has fractured her spine, not a simple bone displacement. To heal it, she would need to go to a medical clinic in the city, and the treatment costs will likely be high. If left untreated, she may never walk again for the rest of her life. Old Madame Su's face turned ashen. Su Yueli hadn't expected the injury to be so severe. After seeing the doctor off, old Madame Su gritted her teeth and said to old Master Su, drive that unfilial wretch out. Have the eldest son write her a letter of divorce. I never want to see her again. Old Madame Su was truly enraged. Madame Wu was so frightened that she fell to her knees with a thud beside the bed. Mother, I really didn't mean it. Please forgive me, daughter-in-law. Mother only wanted to use the white fox that eldest sister hunted last night to make you a sleeveless jacket. Who would have thought that eldest sister would refuse no matter what, and the two of them ended up arguing. Eldest sister even slapped me. She truly didn't mean to push you. Moreover, if eldest sister hadn't deliberately run toward you, mother wouldn't have accidentally hurt you. Grandmother, please spare mother. Su Luoxue, while clearing her mother's name, couldn't resist shifting the blame onto Su Yueli. Su Yueli looked at elder Madame Su on the bed, but offered no explanation. Little did Su Luoxue know that during her first hunting trip into the mountains, she had already had Lu Shi make a pair of knee protectors from the rabbit she caught and presented them to the old madam, promising that once more game was caught, a matching pair would be made for the old master as well. Thus, elder madam naturally did not believe Su Luoxue's words. Snorting coldly, elder M. Mother, she truly knows her mistake. Please forgive her. Rest assured, son will earn silver to pay for your medical treatment. Grandmother, I beg you, don't drive my mother away. Father and son, eyes red, knelt before elder Madame Su's bed. Seeing the moment was right, Su Yueli stepped forward to mediate. Grandma, please calm yourself. Whether uncle's wife intended it or not, your waist is injured. Rather than staying here fuming, why not let uncle's wife make amends? Let her go to town to work and earn some silver for your treatment. Only when you recover should she return. Su Yueli was well aware that with Su Wensheng present, old Master Su would never permit the elder branch to divorce his wife, as it would damage Su Wensheng's prospects. That was precisely why Su Yueli had settled for the lesser demand, simply having elder madam send Wu Shi away. Elder madam considered it, and found the plan sound. It preserved the Su family's dignity, punished Wu Shi, and secured funds for her own medical care. A triple victory. Very well. As Shaoli suggests, pack your things today and go to the county town tomorrow to find work. At your age, there are plenty of wealthy households that would take you on. Mother, how would I know how to do such work? Would I not be tormented to death? Mother, please spare me. Wu Shi wailed and cried out. The very idea of becoming someone's servant was unbearable to her. Since marrying into the Su family, she had barely lifted a finger. Now in her old age, being forced to go out and serve others, she simply would not accept it. Does uncle's wife refuse to earn money for grandma's waist treatment? Su Yueli tilted her head and looked at her. Wu Shi was rendered speechless. With both elder madam and old master Su staring at her, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and agree. Su Luoxue had taken a slap for nothing, and now her mother was implicated as well. The grievance inside her was immeasurable. If she hadn't asked her mother for that fur, her mother wouldn't have gone to fetch it. The more she thought about it, the more she hated, blaming it all on that wretched Su Yueli. She vowed to take revenge. After dismissing everyone, old Master Su also reprimanded Su Yueli for fighting with Su Luoxue. Su Yueli accepted his criticism with a humble attitude, but inwardly resolved to strike even harder next time. The next day, Wu Shi had hoped to delay matters, thinking there might still be a way out. However, before dawn, Elder Madam soiled her bed because she could not control herself. Enraged, Old Master Su cursed Wu Shi once more and immediately had Su Zhigao send her off to town. As for Elder Madam, Su Yueli suggested that Su Luoxue attend to her personally, noting that Su Luoxue was of marriageable age and should be taught proper manners. Elder Madam's attitude towards Su Yueli had improved considerably, but she still harbored no fondness for Lu Shi. Almost all household chores were handed to Lu Shi, who also went into the mountains daily to chop firewood, bearing more than half the family's workload. After the great cold solar term came the New Year festivities. 3 consecutive days of heavy snow nearly blanketed the entire mountain village. Because it was a year of famine, there was no lively atmosphere of hanging lanterns and festive decorations. Even in the county town, everything was quiet, with only the wealthy households displaying a few red lanterns at their gates. With Wu Shi absent, the Su household had enjoyed considerable peace. On New Year's Eve, Su Yueli had arranged to meet several companions to visit the town. She intended to sell her ginseng and purchase whatever she needed. Since they were all older children now, they went their separate ways once they arrived in town. Su Yueli headed straight for the herbal medicine shop to sell her ginseng. When the young clerk heard that she was selling wild ginseng, his interest was immediately piqued, and he hurried to summon the shop manager. "Miss, you wish to sell ginseng? I am surnamed Zhao, the manager of this establishment." The manager was in his early 30s with a slightly distended belly. The fact that he could maintain such a stout figure during a famine year indicated a comfortable family background. Su Yueli nodded and placed the ginseng on the counter. "Manager Zhao, please appraise it and tell me its value." Dressed in coarse cloth with her hair tied in a high ponytail secured by a simple ribbon, Su Yueli appeared neat and vigorous. Thanks to the spiritual spring water, her skin was fair and luminous, and her delicate features shone brightly. Even in her ragged garments, her emerging beauty could not be concealed. Manager Zhao picked up the ginseng and examined it. Seeing she was a young girl, he made no attempt to deceive her. After all, Baichao Hall was no obscure backstreet shop, but a well-established chain with branches throughout the empire. Their proprietors conducted business with honesty as their guiding principle, so Su Yueli had indeed come to the right place. Although this wild ginseng is not particularly large, it is remarkably intact. Moreover, wild ginseng is a rare commodity in these wartime days. You are fortunate to have come to the right place. This ginseng. I will pay 50 taels for this ginseng. Before Manager Zhao could finish his sentence, a pretty youthful voice rang out from the doorway. Su Yueli turned to see a girl of about 13 dressed in a pale pink silk gown, her head adorned with pearls and jade ornaments. She was exquisitely dressed, clearly a young miss from a wealthy family. Even her maid beside her wore fine silk. The disdainful look in her eyes was precisely the sort Su Yueli disliked most. Therefore, she had no intention of selling the ginseng to her. "Oh, Miss Zhou, it is an honor to have you grace us with your presence. Quick, please come inside." Manager Zhao approached with a flattering smile, eager to usher her in. But Miss Zhou was unmoved. "Manager Zhao, spare me the pleasantries. I came today specifically to buy ginseng. How fortunate that I happened to spot the one in that girl's hands. There is no need to browse the shop today. Should you pay her?" Miss Zhou was about to have her maid pay for the wild ginseng, but Su Yueli directly gathered it up. "I'm sorry, I only sell this wild ginseng to the pharmacy. If this lady wishes to buy it, she can purchase it from the pharmacy later." Miss Zhou could never have imagined that a mere young girl would dare to refuse her. Her expression immediately darkened. "How dare you? Our young miss is the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. There is nothing our young miss desires that she cannot have. Be sensible and hand over the silver, then give us the ginseng. Otherwise, no one in their right mind will buy your ginseng." Huge's tone was extremely arrogant, clearly having grown accustomed to bullying others while following her mistress. However, Su Yueli would not tolerate such behavior and immediately pressed the ginseng to her chest. "Then I won't sell it." Since she had silver on her anyway, she could simply put the ginseng away and produce some silver of her own, claiming it as the proceeds from selling the ginseng. Having made up her mind, Su Yueli prepared to leave, but was suddenly blocked by the maid. "Halt! Did our young miss give you permission to leave?" Su Yueli took a deep breath, but her anger was impossible to suppress. Her temper was not particularly good, and at that moment, just as she was about to kick the maid away, a handsome young master with ruddy lips, white teeth, and delicate features suddenly lifted the door curtain and entered. A young servant followed behind him. He appeared to be about the same age as Su Yueli, but his attire clearly marked him as a young master from a wealthy family. Upon seeing the newcomer, manager Zhao immediately bowed respectfully and hurried forward. "Young master, you finally arrived. I have finished organizing the accounts and am waiting for you to review them." The young master nodded and handed the warming stove in his hands to manager Zhao. "The heavy snow a few days ago delayed my journey, which is why I arrived late. You go ahead and entertain the guests. There is no need to attend to me." Although young, the young master spoke and acted with remarkable maturity. After manager Zhao whispered something in his ear, the young master turned his gaze towards Su Yueli and the servant and mistress. A slight smile curved his lips as he said, "My Baikatang has business ventures across the land, yet this is the first time I have encountered someone brazenly attempting to steal our customers. I wonder if this is Miss Zhou's personal decision, or does it reflect the will of the entire Zhou family?" The young master's slightly raised brows revealed an imposing demeanor that could not be underestimated. Although Miss Zhou was domineering, she knew well enough that the Baikatang was not an establishment the Zhou family could afford to provoke. Yet what did his words imply? Was he intending to defend that girl on her behalf? "When exactly did I steal your business?" "I merely wished to purchase the ginseng from that girl's hands." The young master raised an eyebrow, his smile bright and unrestrained. "This young lady came to my Baikatang to sell wild ginseng, which makes it our business. Without so much as a word, Miss Zhou seeks to snatch the ginseng my Baikatang has set its sights upon. Would that not constitute stealing our business?" Miss Zhou was left speechless by the young master's words. Finally, with a flushed face, she managed to say, "I have long heard of the exceptionally talented young master of Baikatang, who has taken over more than half of the Bai family's empire at such a young age. Meeting you today, the rumors prove true. For your sake, young master, I shall yield this ginseng to Baikatang. Huge, let us go." Miss Zhou cast a dismissive glance at Su Yueli, her eyes filled with scorn, but out of respect for Baikatang she departed. The young master did not press the matter further. Instead, he turned to Su Yueli and said, "I am Bai Jinglan, the young master of Baikatang. Might I inquire if I may examine your ginseng?" Su Yueli did not hesitate or put on airs. She simply handed the ginseng directly to the young master Bai Jinglan. He picked it up and examined it, his eyes betraying no particular emotion. As the young master of Baikatang, he had seen too many to be impressed. This wild ginseng of Su Yueli's was merely a superior-grade medicinal herb in his pharmacy. There were countless far more precious specimens elsewhere. Although this wild ginseng is not particularly old, it is fortunately a wild specimen with high medicinal value. At other establishments, they would offer you no more than 60 taels of silver. However, since you have been troubled today, Baikatang will pay you 80 taels for it. Would that suit you?" Su Yueli was somewhat surprised. She had not expected this young man from the Bai family to be such a shrewd businessman. No wonder he could manage half of the Bai family's enterprises at such a young age. Though she did not know exactly how many shops that entailed, it certainly was not a small number. "Very well then, I thank you, young Master Bai. If I acquire any medicinal herbs in the future, I will certainly come to Baikatang again." Su Yueli reasoned that since she would be entering the mountains frequently, she might unearth other fine treasures. She thought it wise to mention this in advance. Bai Jinglan's eyes curved into a pleasant smile. "That would be most wonderful. I can see this ginseng was recently unearthed. I trust you shall have similar opportunities in the future. As long as you continue to find wild ginseng of this quality, we will still offer you the highest price." Su Yueli's eyes darted about as a sudden thought struck her. Many people in her village could not identify medicinal herbs. If she could obtain a botanical encyclopedia for them to reference, they could gather herbs from the mountains on their own in the future. Especially after the arrival of spring, when mountain herbs would surely flourish, they could earn additional income by recognizing and collecting medicinal plants. "Young Master Bai, I wonder if you happen to have a herb illustration guide. Our village lies at the foot of a great mountain. There are indeed many medicinal herbs growing there, but unfortunately we cannot identify them. Even if we encounter fine herbs, we would likely fail to recognize them. If we could have an illustrated guide to consult, we might be able to gather more herbs to sell to Baikatang." Although Su Yueli knew how to draw, she herself could not identify medicinal herbs, making it difficult for her to create illustrations from memory. It would be wonderful if Bai Jinglan had something ready-made here. Bai Jinglan pondered for a moment and replied, "We do have one, but it is a unique edition. I possess only a single copy here, and fear I cannot let you take it with you." It was not that he was stingy. The Bai family owned numerous medical texts and ancient manuscripts, all treasures passed down through generations. The Bai Chao Ji collection of 100 herbs was among these introductory medical texts. He had already been able to identify every herb depicted in the Bai Chao Ji by the age of 3. Although the book was not a closely guarded secret, it was certainly not something to be lent out. Su Yueli felt somewhat disappointed, but then she quickly added, "Could young master by then show me what the most common herbs in the mountains look like? And please provide me with some paper, so I can sketch a few rough drawings for reference. If there is any cost, young master may deduct it from the payment." Bai Jinglan glanced at manager Zhao, who immediately went to prepare paper and the medicinal herbs Su Yueli requested. For herbs that were available fresh, manager Zhao provided fresh specimens. Where fresh herbs were unavailable, he supplied dried ones instead. Su Yueli took the paper and reached into her bosom to produce a pencil, actually retrieved from her spatial storage. Because she needed to draw with greater precision, she had to use a pencil. Su Yueli trimmed the paper into palm-sized pieces, then drew one type of herb on each sheet. After completing each drawing, she would ask manager Zhao about the medicinal properties and uses of those herbs. Su Yueli carefully inscribed annotations in neat, elegant script beside each illustration, recording the plant's physical characteristics and coloration with particular attention to detail. Manager Zhao and Bai Jinglan watched as she carefully examined those dried medicinal herbs one by one, then surprisingly sketched their original forms onto paper. The leaf veins, branches, and even the fruits, all rendered with remarkable likeness save for the absence of color. Bai Jinglan's eyes grew brighter and brighter, his gaze towards Su Yueli carrying a hint of something extraordinary. In all his years, he had never before encountered such vivid painting skills. With just a few simple strokes, Su Yueli's illustrations were clearly more lifelike than those in the ancestral Baikeiji, the compendium passed down through his family. If only such drawings had existed back, then how could he have confused several types of medicinal herbs? "Exquisite, truly exquisite," manager Zhao exclaimed without restraint, clapping his hands in admiration. "Your painting skills are unparalleled, miss. Even Master Yang, the renowned court painter, could scarcely match the vitality you have captured." Su Yueli glanced at the dozens of meticulously arranged illustrated sheets spread across the table, then began gathering them one by one, intending to bind them into a proper volume later. "I must also express my gratitude to young Master Bai and manager Zhao for their assistance," Su Yueli said, reaching into her bosom to produce 4 chocolate spheres, offering 2 to each of them. "Please accept these candies as a token of my appreciation." The chocolate spheres bore no distinguishing marks, so Su Yueli had little concern about revealing their origin. Should they inquire, she could simply claim she had purchased them from a traveling merchant. With the silver and the illustrated manuals secured, Su Yueli set off for the street in high spirits. She had spent considerable time at the Baijiao Hall and needed to hurry with her shopping before it was time to return. After Su Yueli departed, both Bai Jinglan and manager Zhao stood frozen, still clutching the 2 chocolate spheres. Manager Zhao was about to suggest discarding the strange confection, reasoning that their young master would never consume anything of uncertain origin, especially when he had sampled every manner of delicacy available. How could he possibly be interested in such an oddity? Before Zhao could voice his objection, however, he witnessed Bai Jinglan peel open one of the chocolate spheres and take a bite. The sphere was roughly the size of an egg yolk, too large to consume in a single mouthful, so Bai Jinglan bit through half of it, partly out of curiosity about its interior. Yet as the silky texture spread across his tongue, his eyes immediately brightened. He savored it slowly, only swallowing once the chocolate had fully melted in his mouth. This was the most delectable thing he had ever tasted. He finished the first piece in just a few bites, still craving more. But glancing at the remaining sphere in his hand and thinking of his little tormentor at home, Bai Jinglan instinctively turned to look at manager Zhao. Manager Zhao, who had just raised his hand, froze midair. Having observed his young master's expression of pure bliss, he had been eager to try it himself. only to find himself meeting his young master's penetrating gaze. Manager Zhao let out an awkward chuckle, but Bai Jinglan snatched the 2 chocolate spheres from his grasp before he could react. Ahem, this is far too sweet for someone of your age, Manager Zhao. It might give you toothaches. Manager Zhao could only offer a forced smile. Meanwhile, Su Yueli had wandered the streets for quite some time and made numerous purchases. Initially, she had used silver from her spatial dimension to buy many items, storing them directly within. Later purchases destined for home came from the 80 taels earned selling ginseng. Since none of the goods were particularly expensive, she acquired a substantial quantity for merely over 10 taels. Her most significant expense involved clothing for Lady Lu Xiaomon and Xiao Jiji, naturally including an outfit for herself, plus 1 apiece for Grandmother Su and Grandfather Su, totaling 5 taels. Meat cost an additional tael, jewelry for Xiaoman, and Lady Lu added 2 taels, and various New Year provisions broth. They arrived home by afternoon. Perhaps because it was the festival season, every household was boiling meat, and the moment they entered the village they could smell its fragrance. Though none of them could afford to buy meat, the villagers were remarkably supportive. Game from their mountain hunts was shared among almost every family, exchanged for other goods or bartered for small amounts. Even old Master Su had personally divided out a considerable portion of their game, hoping to ensure everyone could celebrate the festival well. Su Yueli took the purchased candies to the main room, preparing for the elders to distribute them to the children when guests arrived for New Year greetings the following morning. Wuxia had not returned for the festival, having taken service as an elderly maid in a prominent household. Without her presence, the household seemed considerably more harmonious. Her eldest brother Su Zhigao was naturally honest and straightforward, hardly the type to be cruel. Their eldest son devoted himself to studying throughout the day and kept to himself quietly. As for Su Wenqi, since Su Yueli had frightened him, he regarded her with the same dread a chick holds for an eagle, behaving obediently whenever she was near. And Su Luoxue, with her mother absent, was hardly capable of stirring up trouble as a young girl. Despite her mental maturity, she remained only a child of 12 or 13. If she wished to contend with Su Yueli, she would need several more years of cultivation. Eldest sister, do you think my new clothes look nice? Xiaomon, now dressed in her new outfit with a pearl flower ornament on her head that Su Yueli had purchased for her, appeared delicate and lovely, utterly charming. Old Master Su had also changed into new clothes bought by Su Yueli. Only Grandmother Su seemed displeased, for earlier Su Luoxue had casually remarked that Su Yueli had silver for purchasing New Year goods, but showed no concern for treating grandmother's leg ailment, first worrying that delays would only make the condition harder to cure. Grandmother Su naturally felt aggrieved upon hearing this, but Su Yueli was far too occupied at home to pay her any mind. Though in Su Yueli's heart the old woman was hardly unreasonable now, she had been ultimately harsh toward the original host, and had cruelly mistreated Lady Lu in the past. Therefore Su Yueli held no particular warmth toward the Su family, yet she would still fulfill her obligations. As long as they did not provoke her, she could ensure they lacked neither food nor clothing. That night heavy snow fell throughout the night. At dawn every household arose to visit one another and offer New Year greetings, with children flocking from door to door in groups. Old Master Su smilingly handed each child several candies. In this era, confections were a rare delicacy beyond the means of ordinary households. Village children would count themselves fortunate merely to taste a single maltose candy, and such beautifully wrapped sweets and pastries were things they had never before laid eyes upon. This was precisely why Su Yueli had purchased some, and she had even set aside a small packet specially for Xiaoman. This marked Su Yueli's first New Year since transmigrating. As the first light of dawn broke, everything seemed to shift, a dawning not merely of mourning, but of hope. All past hardships would fade into history. Deep within her heart, Su Yueli secretly vowed to ensure they would live in comfort and prosperity. During the first month after the New Year, the weather gradually cleared. The early spring air carried an almost sweet freshness. Spring arrived with unusual swiftness in the state of Nanqi. Within the mountains, numerous plants had already sprouted fresh shoots. The potatoes and sweet potatoes Su Yueli had planted had also matured not long after the season turned. Perhaps owing to the spirit spring water she had used, the potatoes grew remarkably large with exceptionally high yields and a shortened growth cycle. Even the sweet potatoes had fully developed while the carrots grew thick and elongated. When harvest time arrived, the villagers truly came to help. Suyueli didn't need to lift a finger. The crops were quickly gathered by the villagers. They filled dozens of large sacks with sweet potatoes, and carrots, and the villagers were overjoyed. Suyueli addressed the crowd, raising her voice. "Dear uncles, aunts, and elders, listen to me. These goods will be sent to the village chief for distribution later. In 15 days you can come to me to collect the cultivated seedlings." After she finished, everyone cheered excitedly. She answered their questions thoroughly, such as how to eat these foods. When they learned that carrots and sweet potatoes could be eaten raw, some couldn't resist trying them. Suyueli didn't stop them. She picked a carrot, wiped off the dirt with her clothes, and began crunching away. Some of the more reputation-conscious villagers felt too embarrassed to take one for themselves, so they shared among 3 or 5 people, just tasting a bit. Both carrots and sweet potatoes had a slight sweetness, especially the carrots, which were juicy. Everyone couldn't stop praising how delicious they were. "This carrot is amazing. I thought it would taste like white radish, but it's so delicious." The white radishes in their area were small and slightly bitter, palatable when cooked, but utterly inedible raw. "This sweet potato is also great. I could eat several without even cooking them. That girl Lee is truly remarkable. She can grow such wonderful vegetables. And these leaves can be steamed. Last time I followed her instructions, I mixed them with some coarse grain flour, steamed them, and added minced garlic. It was incredibly tasty." Suyueli listened to their lively chatter, finding it both amusing and bittersweet. In her previous life, these were the most basic ingredients, but here people treated them as if they were rare delicacies. The southern Chi had a pitiful variety of crops with only a few simple fruits. Suyueli decided that this time she would not only cultivate seedlings of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and carrots, but also introduce some fruits and vegetables that didn't exist in this region. To cover up her tracks, she would need to frequent the county town more often. Otherwise, how would she explain the origin of those seeds later? As a young woman, Suyueli had already reached the age of marriage. After the new year, she would be 14, and in another year, she would reach the coming-of-age ceremony. In the village, girls her age had already begun receiving marriage proposals, yet Suyueli, who grew more beautiful by the day, remained untouched. Grandpa Su originally thought she shouldn't show herself in public, and Aunt Lu often advised her to stay indoors. But Suyueli knew that was impossible. She had too much to do. She wanted to ensure the villagers prospered, find her father, and then wander the world alone, exploring the majestic mountains and rivers of this continent and experiencing its customs. Perhaps because things had been going too smoothly, she encountered Li'er Motzi on her trip to town. "What a coincidence," she sighed. Li'er Motzi sneered. "Not a coincidence. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Brothers, seize her. Suyueli stepped back half a pace, eyeing Li'er Motzi and his men. While she was pondering, the men lunged at her. Suyueli swiftly activated the arm crossbow she always carried. However, they were too many. She hit 3 of them, but Li'er Motzi struck her from behind with a club. Everything went dark before her eyes, and she nearly fainted. Blood trickled from the corner of her lips as she growled, "You're asking for death. You damned girl, you dare to hurt my brothers. I'll tell you, if you behave and let us have some fun, I might spare your life. Otherwise." Li'er Motzi grinned lewdly and lunged at her again. Suyueli had thought they would show some restraint, given that the 3 she shot were gravely wounded, though not dead, not because she lacked the resolve, but because she didn't want to bring trouble to the village. But now it seemed they had no reason to live. Just as Suyueli was about to pull out her silenced pistol, a white-clad figure suddenly appeared. She quickly stashed the weapon away and watched as the newcomer kicked Li'er Motzi flying. The remaining men, seeing that the newcomer was merely a youth, showed no intention of stopping. They brandished their daggers and lunged at him, but he knocked them all to the ground. Suyueli recognized the newcomer. Taking advantage of the fallen men, she stepped forward without hesitation, swiftly slitting their throats with a dagger, 1 clean cut for each. The youth was startled by her ruthless action, but before he could utter a word, Suyueli wiped the bloody blade on one of the bodies, then grabbed the youth's hand and hurriedly left. Perhaps because the alley was so secluded, no one discovered the murders for a long time. The youth who had arrived in time was none other than Bai Jinglan. Bai Jinglan watched as the girl held his hand and walked a long way without stopping until they reached the entrance of the Bai Chao Hall. They entered the inner hall, and manager Zhao, seeing them holding hands, looked curious. Unfortunately, they went straight to the back, and he never found out what happened. You? Bai Jinglan stared at her, only managing to utter a single word. Su Yueli looked at him directly and said, "Speak frankly, Master Bai. What must I do for you to keep my secret?" Su Yueli had dared to kill in front of him because she was certain that Bai Jinglan would not betray her. Seeing the girl's eyes curve into crescents as she smiled, Bai Jinglan found it hard to associate her with the ruthless little demon who had just killed without blinking. "You're so young. Why dirty your hands?" He shook his head, not defending those scum, but wondering if it was worth staining her own hands for such trash. Su Yueli looked into his eyes and said each word deliberately, "It's fine if my hands are dirty as long as my heart is clean. Those men have been targeting me for a while. If you hadn't appeared today, I would have been the one dead, and likely violated before death. Do you still think they didn't deserve to die?" Bai Jinglan remained silent for a long time before saying, "Don't worry. This is our secret. I won't tell anyone." Su Yueli nodded, gave him a smile, and then asked, "By the way, do you have any poison? Or perhaps knockout drugs?" "You? What are you planning?" Bai Jinglan looked at her in astonishment. He had just thought the girl was cute. It must have been his imagination. "For self-defense, of course. I'm a young girl who often goes out alone. Without some protection, what if I run into a situation like today's again?" Su Yueli gently persuaded, and Bai Jinglan thought that was reasonable, but poison and sleeping drugs might be hard to guard against in the inner chambers, but they are not suitable for self-defense. If the wind direction is wrong, instead of poisoning the enemy, you might poison yourself. Moreover, those with some martial arts skills are immune to such poisons. If you want to protect yourself, you might as well find a master and learn martial arts. Learn martial arts. Su Yueli's eyes lit up, and recalling the agile and light-footed martial arts Bai Jinglan had just displayed, she suddenly felt that poison was no longer appealing. "But I don't know anyone who knows martial arts, and it's probably hard to find a highly skilled expert, isn't it?" In fact, her own skills were decent, but her current body was too weak. If she could recover to her past life's level, dealing with 6 or 7 people would be no problem. However, compared to the martial arts of this era, her mere fist and foot techniques were insufficient. Bai Jinglan's eyes darted, and he looked Su Yueli up and down, unable to conceal the amusement in his gaze. "What do you think of my martial arts?" Su Yueli looked him over. Could this brat be thinking of asking her to become his disciple? To be blunt, Bai Jinglan was only slightly stronger than her now. Once she regained her past life's power, this kid probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single punch from her. "Don't tell me you want to be my master." Bai Jinglan gave a dry laugh. He knew his own abilities well. He didn't dare take on a disciple. If the old man found out, he'd be beaten to death. I mean, my master is extremely skilled. He taught me everything I know. But because I have to manage the family business, I don't have much time to practice and only learned a fraction of his abilities. If you want to become a disciple, I can take you to meet him. He has 3 disciples altogether. I'm the third and the most useless one. There are 2 senior brothers above me. If you can win his favor, you'll be my junior sister." When he said, "junior sister," Bai Jinglan inexplicably blushed at the tips of his ears, but unfortunately Su Yueli was deep in thought and didn't notice. "But I'm just a wild country girl. What if your master doesn't think highly of me?" Su Yueli was confident, but not narcissistic. She didn't consider herself to have a universally lovable personality. What if Bai Jinglan's master didn't fancy her? Wouldn't that be a futile joy? "You won't know unless you try. The old master loves good food. I'll prepare some of his favorite dishes, and I guarantee he'll accept you." Bai Jinglan had already formed a plan in his mind, so he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Su Yueli thought that made sense. Whether it worked or not, trying was always the right choice. Food. Though she wasn't skilled in other areas, she was quite adept at making unusual and delicious dishes. After agreeing on a time with Bai Jinglan, Su Yueli left. In truth, her desire to become the master's disciple was not without ulterior motives. Being the junior sister of the young master of the 100 Herbs Hall would be enough to establish her foothold in this small county. Of course, if it worked out, she wouldn't treat Bai Jinglan poorly. After all, the kid had helped her quite a lot. On the way back, Su Yueli took the ox cart from the neighboring village as usual. Their village originally had an ox cart, but Aunt Neo had sold the ox to get food for everyone. Su Yueli had planned to buy Aunt Nyo another ox, but after several hunting trips the villagers pooled the money from selling hides to buy a new ox for Aunt Nyo. The day the ox was brought back, Aunt Nyo was moved to tears for a long time and promised to pull the cart for free for the rest of her life. Recently, Su Yueli had not been going hunting often, but the people she had trained could now go into the mountains together. As long as they didn't go deep into the forest, staying on the outskirts, there was no danger. Gradually, more people started going into the mountains. When villagers from nearby heard about their group hunts, they also began to learn to hunt. They used the most primitive bows and arrows, and at first they didn't catch much because their archery was mediocre and they lacked training. However, as the money from hunting increased, every household in the village could afford 2 meals a day. They couldn't eat freely, but at least they no longer went hungry. After Su Yueli finished cultivating the seedlings, she let every family come to fetch them. She had not only cultivated potato and sweet potato seedlings, but also mini melon fruit and vegetable seedlings. Besides potatoes, sweet potatoes, and carrots, which she gave in larger quantities, the other seedlings were given in smaller amounts, but enough for each family's own use. Because the seedlings were nurtured with spiritual spring water, they grew extremely well, strong roots, and sturdy stems with nearly 100% survival rate. Since all were farmers, Su Yueli didn't need to teach them how to plant. They took the seedlings back and began busy planting vegetables. On the agreed day with Bai Jinglan, Su Yueli went into the mountains the day before and caught a wild chicken and a rabbit. She planned to make beggar's chicken and roast rabbit to bring to Bai Jinglan's master. She also filled 2 small jars with Wuliangye and Maotai liquor from her space, pouring a pound of Wuliangye into a jar, but it only filled it 3/4 full. However, quality over quantity, so she just brought 1 bottle of each. When Bai Jinglan saw the food box Su Yueli was carrying, he was curious about what the little girl had prepared, but Su Yueli didn't let him see. Actually, the food box was empty. To keep the food at its original temperature and texture, she had stored everything in her space and would take it out upon arrival, otherwise it would spoil. My master is a bit unreliable, but his martial arts are truly formidable. It's hard to find anyone in the entire southern Qi who can match him. If you become his disciple in at most 3 years, you'll have skills like mine. Bai Jinglan seemed to be talkative and chattered a lot on the way. Su Yueli listened, replying occasionally. Fortunately, the master's residence was not far away, just at the foot of a nearby mountain, a picturesque paradise. Beneath a high mountain waterfall, a small thatched cottage sat at the mountain's base. When Su Yueli and Bai Jinglan arrived, they saw an old man wearing a bamboo hat sitting on a rock by the pool fishing. Su Yueli was astonished. She had never seen anyone fishing under a waterfall. The current was so swift. How could there be any fish? What astonished Su Yueli even more was that the old man had actually caught a fish weighing over a jin, quite a sizable one. Truly, a master is a master. Even fishing sets him apart. Or perhaps the fish in ancient times had some issue with their brains, specifically swimming into fast-flowing currents. Master, your disciple has come to pay respects. Bai Jinglan began waving at the old man from afar. The old man turned his head to glance at him, displeasure evident in his voice. How did you end up here again, boy? I finally managed to get a few days of peace. Among his disciples, Bai Jinglan was the youngest and the most clingy. Even though he had traveled all the way to this remote corner of the world, he still managed to visit 8 times a month. Told to practice his martial arts, he ignored it entirely, only ever coming to mooch meals and drinks. This time I'm not here to beg for fish. Look, I brought you a new disciple. Bai Jinglan pulled Su Yueli forward. Only then did the old man turn his gaze to her, examining her up and down before glaring at Bai Jinglan. When did I ever say I wanted to take on disciples? You think I'm collecting vegetables, grabbing anyone off the street, and accepting them? The old man kept fishing, clearly showing no interest in accepting a disciple. Bai Jinglan strode over, snatched the fishing rod from his hand, hoisted the fish basket, and started dragging the old man back. Fine, fine. If you won't take disciples, let's go see what delicious food this girl brought you. I'm starving. He winked at Su Yueli. Seizing the moment while they walked ahead, she secretly transferred the pre-prepared beggar's chicken and roasted rabbit into the food box. Once inside the room, Su Yueli promptly set out the beggar's chicken and rabbit. The instant the mud-wrapped package was revealed, both Bai Jinglan and his master visibly winced. But then the aroma of the roasted rabbit instantly filled the room, and only then did they snap out of it. Is this Rabbit meat. The old man sniffed uncertainly. It was his first time seeing rabbit roasted to a golden crisp on both sides, sizzling with oil and dripping fragrance. Su Yueli nodded. Yes, roasted rabbit. And this is beggar's chicken. As she spoke, she smashed open the mud seal on the chicken with her fist. Another wave of unprecedented fragrance surged into the air, stimulating their taste buds. Both men instinctively swallowed hard. For the roasted rabbit, Su Yueli had used cumin seasoning from modern barbecue techniques, making it naturally delicious. As for the beggar's chicken, she had marinated it with a generous blend of spices, an aromatic masterpiece by design. Wrapped in lotus leaves, the fragrance became even more alluring. Without the fresh lotus leaves from her spatial storage, she doubted she could have prepared this dish at all. Fragrant, truly fragrant. I've lived most of my life and tasted countless delicacies, yet this is the first time I've encountered such extraordinary flavor. The old man couldn't resist taking a bite, savoring every moment. Bai Jinglan eagerly tore off a rabbit leg, eating with grease dripping down his chin. Delicious. Miss Li, with skills like yours, why bother gathering herbs? Open a grand restaurant. I guarantee it'll be packed daily, absolutely profitable. Bai Jinglan's words sparked an idea in Su Yueli, but she naturally shied away from complications. Cooking occasionally for herself was fine, but becoming a full-time chef? Unthinkable. Running a restaurant is too troublesome, and I'm poor. Where would I get the funds? Su Yueli shook her head. Come to me. I have silver. You don't need to cook yourself, just teach the chef how to prepare these dishes. There's no need for you to manage the restaurant daily. Your role would simply be instructing them. What do you think? Will you consider it? The moment money was mentioned, Bai Jinglan perked up instantly. He spoke enthusiastically while continuing to eat, having long abandoned the pretensions of a wealthy young master. Su Yueli found herself swayed by his words, and the old man nodded approvingly. Good, good, good. Opening a restaurant is wonderful. Once it opens, this old man will be your regular customer every day. Su Yueli nodded, but did not press further. Instead, she retrieved 2 jars of wine she had prepared long in advance. This is the wine I brought specially for the master-disciple ceremony. Though the formal rites could not be completed, you must still taste it, elder. As she spoke, she poured a cup for each of them. Bai Jinglan, though young, had already tasted alcohol. In ancient times, nobles and young masters of prestigious families might not favor wine, but they were all skilled at appreciating it. For them, savoring wine was as refined as tea tasting. Fine wine. Even Bai Jinglan, who rarely drank, could sense this was something special. The old man, a seasoned connoisseur, naturally recognized its rich bouquet. Yet he merely pressed his lips together in silence, and only after several cups had gone down did he mutter, fine wine. Bai Jinglan and Su Yueli exchanged glances. Seeing the old man make no mention of accepting a disciple, they finished both jars. Bai Jinglan was already growing tipsy, but the old man's eyes merely glistened. Fortunately, Bai Jinglan was sensible enough to realize the old man would not yield. Pretending to pull Su Yueli along to leave. Miss Li, let's go. Since my master refuses to take you on, I'll take you to divine physician Chong Ming instead. His martial arts are formidable, but his medical skills are even greater. That works perfectly. You could learn both combat and healing under him. The physician has a keen palate too, and you know how to prepare many delicious dishes. He'll surely accept you as his disciple. As Bai Jinglan grabbed Su Yueli to leave, the old man could bear it no longer. He seized Bai Jinglan's ear and growled, You brat! Do you really think I don't see through your provocation tactics? With that old man Chang's temperament, he'd never take a female disciple. Humph. But since I've already eaten her food, it would be unreasonable not to accept you. Girl, what is your name? Hearing this, Su Yueli's eyes lit up. She walked over directly and dropped to her knees with a soft thud. Disciple Su Yueli pays respects to master. Bai Jinglan immediately understood and poured a cup of tea for Su Yueli. She raised the teacup above her head. Master, please drink tea. The old man nodded with satisfaction, took the cup, and drained it in one gulp. Rise. From now on, you are my final disciple. You have 3 senior brothers above you. Xiao Bai is the 3rd. I'll introduce you to the other 2 when the opportunity arises. My name is Tai Chinxiu. This spiritual jade is the sect's token of identity. Each of your brothers has one, as do I. This one is yours. As Tai Chinxiu spoke, he handed Su Yueli a piece of spiritual jade tied with a red cord. She picked it up and examined it. The translucent milky white stone was beautiful. Shaped like an irregular rhombus, it revealed a flowing luminescence within when held to the light. No wonder Master called it spiritual jade. Why? Su Yueli placed the pendant directly around her neck. Tai Qinxiu observed with a satisfied nod. After the apprenticeship ceremony, Su Yueli and Bai Jinglan accompanied Tai Qinxiu for a while longer until late afternoon, when the two finally departed by carriage. Bai Jinglan, whether genuinely drunk or pretending, leaned heavily against Su Yueli's shoulder on the way back, occasionally giggling foolishly and calling her little junior sister. This utterly shattered Su Yueli's image of him as a refined and elegant nobleman. He was more like a naive, melodramatic youth. The carriage stopped at the entrance of Baichao Hall. Bai Jinglan was helped down by others, but before leaving he still couldn't forget to instruct the driver to ensure the little junior sister was dropped off right at her door. Only after watching Su Yueli board the carriage did Bai Jinglan straighten up with a foolish smile, thinking to himself how wonderful it was that he now had a little junior sister. Zhao the shopkeeper, observing his young master laughing like a simpleton, hurriedly ordered someone to brew a hangover soup. Su Yueli hadn't drunk any wine, so she remained perfectly clear-headed. Yet having taken on a master, she was still exceedingly pleased. This meant that from now on, no matter how much trouble she caused, someone else would take the blame. She could spend her silver freely, claiming it came from her master. As for the restaurant Bai Jinglan had mentioned, she could certainly give it a try. After all, there was nothing to lose. Coupled with her original plan for greenhouse vegetables, the restaurant would never lack fresh produce. The more Su Yueli thought about it, the happier she became. But before she could enter the room to share this joy with Lu Shi and Xiao Man, she caught sight of Xiao Man's severely swollen face. The food box in Su Yueli's hands fell to the ground with a loud bang, startling Xiao Man. Xiao Man sat by the bed while Lu Shi was using an egg to roll over her face to reduce the swelling. However, with such serious injuries, how could a single egg possibly ease the bruising? Who did this? Su Yueli asked with a stern expression. The tears that had been welling in Xiao Man's eyes could no longer be held back. Upon seeing Su Yueli, she burst into loud sobs. "Woo, big sister, you're finally back," Xiao Man cried, her body shaking with each sob. Before Su Yueli's return, Xiao Man had not dared to cry, for she knew that in this household only her eldest sister would stand up for her. Even her own mother couldn't protect her. "Good, stop crying. Tell your sister what happened." Su Yueli wiped away Xiao Man's tears, crouched down, and asked softly. The originally sleeping Xiao Jiji seemed to have been awakened by the crying. The little one looked around left and right, neither crying nor fussing. Lu Shi walked over and picked him up. Xiao Man pouted her aggrieved expression, making Su Yueli's heart ache. After several sniffles, Xiao Man finally spoke. "It's second sister. She tore up the new clothes that big sister bought for me. When I went to grab the clothes, she slapped me. Mother took me to find grandparents for justice, but they scolded Mother severely, saying children naturally quarrel and hit each other. They also pointed out that big sister had once hit second sister too. Mother is not eloquent and couldn't argue with them, so she brought me back." Su Yueli never expected that the slap she had dealt to Su Luoxue would be repaid upon Xiao Man. She had assumed that with Wu Shi absent, Su Luoxue wouldn't cause much trouble. Now it seems Su Luoxue needed to be dealt with. "Come, sister, will help you vent your anger," Su Yueli said, directly pulling Xiao Man outside. Lu Shi, fearing her daughter might act impulsively and do something irreparable, immediately followed, while holding Xiao Jiji. Su Luoxue was in a good mood today, because she had slapped Xiao Man. She had already been resentful that Su Yueli had only bought new clothes for Xiao Man during the spring festival, not for herself. While their family wore new clothes, hers were patched. Today, that newly washed garment Xiao Man had worn only once during the festival was drying in the courtyard. Seeing it, Su Luoxue grew increasingly angry and simply tore it down. If she couldn't have it, no one else would. But she hadn't expected that little bastard Xiao Man would dare to snatch it from her. At that time, there was no one else in the courtyard, and in a fit of anger, she slapped Xiao Man. Remembering how Su Yueli had once slapped her, causing the swelling to take nearly half a month to subside, Su Luoxue naturally put all her strength into this slap. Though not as strong as Su Yueli, Xiao Man was young and had tender skin. This blow inflicted even worse injuries than Su Yueli had suffered. It was truly strange. Despite drinking water from the same well and being one family, why did Su Yueli and Xiao Man have such good skin? Not only were their skins fair and tender, but their features were also becoming more refined. Even Lu Shi's skin was better than hers. During the famine escape, everyone was ugly and sallow, but she hadn't minded then. Now that life was gradually improving, and everyone could eat, while only those few had increasingly better skin. Even that little bastard Zhang Jiji was being raised plump and white, bearing no resemblance to a country child. In contrast, except for eldest brother who was cultivated more delicately, due to being a scholar, her own skin was yellow and dry. Compared to Su Yueli, she felt like her mermaid. No, she must become beautiful, more beautiful than Su Yueli. As Su Luoxue was pondering, the room door was suddenly pushed open. Seeing Su Yueli enter through the mirror, her heart skipped a beat, followed by a wave of fear. Su Yueli, what do you want to do? Who gave you the right to barge into my room? Su Yueli sneered, strode forward, and swiftly delivered 3 slaps in quick succession. Su Luoxue had no time to dodge, stunned by the blows. Before she could recover, Su Yueli kicked her, causing Su Luoxue to fall unceremoniously onto a stool. Oh, Su Yueli, are you mad? How dare you hit me? Su Luoxue rose and lunged at Su Yueli with clawing fingers, but Su Yueli kicked again, leaving Su Luoxue utterly powerless to resist. Woo, help! Father, help! Su Luoxue wailed for rescue. Su Yueli stepped on her fingers, her gaze icy. Su Luoxue, this is my final warning. If you dare lay a hand on my people again, I'll make you wish you were dead. Su Luoxue nodded through tears. I understand, I won't dare again. My hand is broken. Woo. Forced to submit, Su Luoxue made Lu Shi, who had followed, pull Su Yueli's sleeve in fright. Surely enough, she cautioned. She feared rumors of her daughter's viciousness toward her sisters would spread, ruining any future marriage prospects. Su'er, what's wrong? Su'er. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Zhigao rushed over. Upon entering, he saw Su Luoxue lying miserably on the ground, both sides of her face swollen to twice its size. Woo, Father, Su Yueli hit me. You must uphold justice for me, Su Luoxue croaked. Perhaps, seeing her savior, she grew arrogant again. Su Zhigao walked over to help Su Luoxue up, then frowned at Su Yueli. Xiaoli, what's going on? Su'er is your sister. How could you hit her? This was the first time Su Zhigao had ever spoken so loudly to Su Yueli. Su Yueli sneered and pulled Xiaoman forward. Uncle says, well, Su Luoxue is my sister, so I cannot hit her. Then isn't Xiaoman also Su Luoxue's sister? When she hit Xiaoman, why didn't you step up to speak justice? Su Zhigao was momentarily stunned when he saw Xiaoman's severely swollen face. Xiaoman, terrified, scrambled to hide behind Su Yueli. Su Zhigao turned his gaze toward Su Luoxue, unable to believe what he was seeing, and asked in disbelief, Luoxue, did you really beat Xiaoman's face like this? Su Luoxue choked out through tears. So what if I did? She struck me first. Su Yueli hit me. Why shouldn't I fight back? Su Luoxue felt thoroughly wronged. Su Zhigao glanced between his daughter and Xiaoman, and though he could not help but side with his own child, he merely offered a perfunctory reprimand to Su Yueli. Yueli, we are family. Do not let trifles damage the harmony between sisters. Let this pass this time. Your uncle truly does not wish for you to turn against one another. Su Yueli sneered. Then uncle had best keep a tighter rein on his own daughter. If she dares provoke me again, or lay a hand on my family, I will make her pay tenfold. And let your uncle not forget who truly holds this household together, who gave her the courage to bully me. If we were to truly separate and live apart, uncle, do you think things would be any better than they are now, eh? Su Yueli spoke no further and did not wait for Su Zhigao's reply. She seized Xiaoman's hand and left. When she caught sight of old Master Su standing at the doorway, she did not even slow her pace, simply continuing back home with Xiaoman and Lady Lu in tow. The old master understood all too well. Those final words of Su Yueli's were surely spoken with him in mind as well. That girl was blaming him for failing to protect Lady Lu and Xiaoman. Though he found the young woman somewhat arrogant and presumptuous, he could not deny that every ounce of income and food sustaining this household came from her labor. The crops in the fields had yet to yield. Su Zhigao had not ventured to the county town for wage work, and Su Wenxing's education required money at every turn. Without Su Yueli hunting in the mountains and planting those plentiful potatoes and sweet potatoes, they would never have endured this far. Su Zhigao's weathered face flushed crimson. His original compassion for his daughter evaporated in an instant. When Su Luoxue demanded why he had not defended her, he instead berated her soundly. From that day forward, Su Luoxue harbored even deeper resentment towards Su Yueli, though she did learn to exercise more caution after this incident. Perhaps because Su Luoxue recognized she could not match Su Yueli at present, she tactfully chose to leave her alone for the time being. Instead, she began making frequent trips to the county town, claiming she wished to visit Lady Wu. Su Zhigao learned of these excursions, but made no attempt to stop her. Later he noticed that each time Su Luoxue returned, she brought back considerable goods. She claimed they were gifts from Lady Wu. Since they were merely cosmetics and powdered rouge for a young lady's use, Su Zhigao said nothing more. Since taking on discipleship, Su Yueli had been so swamped with duties that she had scarcely any time to monitor what Su Luoxue was up to. Tai Qianxiu's residence was no small distance from Kaoshan village. Su Yueli's round trip consumed 1 or 2 hours each way. At first, Tai Qianxiu took little notice, but as days turned into weeks, he grew increasingly fond of this young disciple. He began to feel sorry for her having to travel such a distance every day simply to practice martial arts. In the end, after considerable coaxing from Su Yueli, Tai Qianxiu simply decided to relocate to Kaoshan village. However, as he cherished tranquility, Su Yueli found him a secluded spot on the rear mountain. Rather desolate perhaps, but otherwise unremarkable. Bai Jinglan was a man of decisive action. The very moment Su Yueli mentioned to him the plan to build a house, Bai Jinglan had already recruited workers. Within just a few days, an exquisite bamboo cottage had been erected, 1 chamber, 1 kick. The villagers were most welcoming upon learning that an old man had suddenly taken up residence on the rear mountain, and when word spread that he was Su Yueli's master, their hospitality only deepened. Tai Qianxiu himself was delighted by the simple and kind-hearted nature of the locals. In order to cultivate good relations between the old gentleman and the villagers, Bai Jinglan presented each household with 10 caddies of meat on the second day after their arrival as a greeting gift. Originally, Bai Jinglan had intended to offer pastries, but when Su Yueli inquired about the price, she found them costlier than 10 caddies of meat. She simply had him exchange them for something more practical. At first, the villagers politely declined the offering, for one should not accept gifts without cause. But when Bai Jinglan explained that his master was an elderly widower with no companion in his advanced years, and that he would need the villagers' care and goodwill in the future, they helped him. And so old man Tai settled into life within the village. Every day Su Yueli would travel to practice martial arts with old man Su. Besides the traditional techniques taught by Master Su, she also continued honing the freestyle combat and wrestling techniques from her past life. At first, old man Tai found her training methods peculiar and strange, but when he observed her martial arts progressing at an astonishing pace, he realized that everything Su Yueli practiced proved genuinely effective. Beyond daily martial arts practice, Bai Jinglan's restaurant business also began taking shape. This young man was both a doer and a man of substance. For a 3-story grand restaurant, he secured the lease the very moment he mentioned it. Fortunately, since it was located in the county town, the rent was not exorbitant. As the establishment had previously operated as a restaurant, all the tables, chairs, and utensils were already in place. Being the first venture, Su Yueli took exceptional interest in it. On afternoons, when she had nothing else to attend to, she would come to the restaurant to train the cooks, teaching them various recipes. However, for each chef, Su Yueli would only impart 2 or 3 signature dishes specifically to prevent others from poaching them. Though Bai Jinglan insisted these men were all carefully selected and utterly trustworthy, Su Yueli dared not lower her guard. Su Yueli knew well over 100 dishes, if not 1,000. As long as they refreshed their menu rapidly enough, they need not fear anyone attempting to imitate them. Because it was a year of famine and warfare continued to rage, the restaurant could not set prices too high. It needed to offer both premium dishes and affordable options. Ancient people placed great importance on propriety and social hierarchy, so the decoration on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors could by no means be of the same caliber. At Su Yueli's suggestion, Bai Jinglan renovated the 1st floor in a minimalist yet elegant neo-Chinese style. The 2nd floor featured intimate booth seating, each station individually partitioned by gauze drapes or curtains arranged with an antique charm and considerable atmosphere. The third floor consisted of dignified and grand private chambers with excellent sound insulation and upscale interior design. Su Yueli had little experience in restaurant management, but Bai Jinglan was an accomplished businessman, so she had no cause for concern whatsoever. Bai Jinglan further promised her a 50-50 split of the profits. Su Yueli had not anticipated such a generous share from him originally. She had thought a 30-70 split would suffice considering that all the capital management and labor costs were borne by Bai Jinglan. However, since he had offered it willingly, she naturally accepted without demur, for her senior brother was not addressed in vain. Although Su Yueli lacked knowledge of management and operations, she possessed many skills that Bai Jinglan did not. For instance, the menu and set meals. While ordering in traditional restaurants relied on waiters reciting dishes one by one, which was quite tedious, Su Yueli had Bai Jinglan arrange for over a dozen smooth wooden boards. Using a black ballpoint pen, she wrote out the entire menu directly onto them. The handwriting was fine, yet legible and smudge-proof. Even with hundreds of dishes listed, barely half the boards were filled. Below, she had written 4 set meal options: the auspicious blessing set featuring 9 dishes, and 1 soup, the fortune shining bright set, with 23 signature dishes, and 2 soups, the golden hall abundance set comprising 38 dishes and 4 soups, and the Manchuhan imperial feast, with 66 dishes and 6 soups. Originally, the full banquet consisted of 108 courses, but given the incomplete ingredients of ale, Su Yueli worked until well past midnight before returning home. Bai Jinglan personally saw her back. It was late, and most family members had already slept save for the oil lamp glowing in Lu Shi's room. It appeared Lu Shi had been waiting for her. Su Yueli called out, "Mother," and Lu Shi quickly set aside her needlework. "You're finally back? Why were you so late today?" "Elder brother's restaurant is about to open, and there is much to attend to. I stayed a while longer to help." Lu Shi nodded. "Jinglan is a good boy. It's fortunate you can assist him there. Sit a while. Mother has drawn warm water for you to soak your feet before sleeping." "Thank you, Mother." Over time, Su Yueli grew to feel as though Lu Shi were truly her own mother. Though gentle and often bullied, she managed to touch Su Yueli's heart through countless small gestures, making her feel cherished. As the weather warmed and vegetation grew lush, the village had announced that game had grown scarce in the mountains, likely driven deep into the forests by heavy hunting. Su Yueli suggested they cease hunting for now, and instead began teaching the villagers to identify medicinal herbs. Some braver women wished to join, and Su Yueli gladly welcomed them. She brought out a prepared herb illustrated manual, flipping through page by page, explaining each plant's characteristics medicinal. The younger villagers with sharper memories learned nearly everything within a few days. The elders, however, retained less clearly, so ultimately each person memorized a few specific herbs. By dividing the labor, they could collectively identify every species when entering the mountains. It was indeed a simple method, but on the 10th day, Su Yueli allowed them to begin gathering herbs. Out of safety concerns, the village head insisted that some carry arm crossbows in case of danger. While they gathered herbs, Su Yueli began researching greenhouse vegetables. To enjoy fresh produce year-round and create another source of income, she started examining the materials needed. The era had no highly transparent plastic sheeting, but oilcloth could be made. Su Yueli asked Bai Jinglan to commission the largest weaving workshop in the county town to produce a batch of durable, yet highly translucent cloth. When he inquired about its purpose, she declined to say. She also had him purchase over a dozen barrels of tung oil, nothing rare, and Bai Jinglan arranged delivery within half a day. Su Yueli then recruited several village women to begin making the tung oil cloth. As for the greenhouse frames, she intended to use bamboo, prized for its flexibility and strength. Upon hearing she needed bamboo, the village head immediately led men to cut it without hesitation. The villagers by now wholeheartedly supported whatever Su Yueli undertook. Su Yueli told the village head she wanted to build a test greenhouse. Though he did not fully grasp her words, he understood she needed land and unhesitatingly offered his own 2 mu of vacant field. Su Yueli was deeply moved by their unconditional trust. Yet before the greenhouse could take shape, Bai Jinglan's restaurant had already opened. On opening day, Bai Jinglan invited Su Yueli, his own master, and Su Yueli's family to celebrate. Old Master Su declined due to Madame Su's poor health. Su Zhigao, shamed by Su Yueli's earlier words, felt he had no face to appear and also refused. Only Su Luoxue eagerly wished to attend pestering us. Su Yueli never expected Su Luoxue, whose face had barely healed, would dare approach her. It was remarkable how bold she had become. Nevertheless, since she had come, Su Yueli could hardly turn her away. Bai Jinglan had specially arranged 2 carriages. Su Yueli, his master Lu Shao Man, and Xiao Jiji rode together in one, while the second carried only Su Luoxue and Su Wenxing. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they found a long queue outside, and the interior already full. Gazing at the signboard bearing the characters Tianxiang Lu and admiring the splendid decor, they felt out of place, especially Su Luoxue and Su Wenxing. Su Wenxing's clothes, though faded from washing, were clean and decent. Su Luoxue, however, appeared distinctly shabby. Her garments bore patches and were too small, though her makeup was done, while giving her the pitifully delicate air of an innocent white flower. "Senior brother Bai, is this the restaurant you opened? How beautiful!" Su Luoxue approached with a shy expression, attempting to draw close to Bai Jinglan. Startled, he retreated half a step. "Miss Su, please do not call me that. My only junior sister is Xiaolier." Tai Qianxiu also cast a cold glance, clearly displeased. Su Luoxue had not anticipated Bai Jinglan would humble her so openly before so many. Biting her lower lip, she assumed an expression of profound grievance. "Gongzi Bai is eldest sister's senior brother. Out of mere courtesy, I only addressed him as senior brother Bai alongside eldest sister. If it displeases him, I shall simply cease doing so." Su Luoxue's timid, fragile demeanor was indeed quite endearing. Pity she had misjudged her audience. Bai Jinglan was no gentleman prone to pitying delicate women. Only after spending considerable time together did Su Yueli come to understand the true nature of Bai Jinglan. The young man was witty and humorous, quite the lively spirit, yet possessed a remarkable aptitude for commerce. No wonder his father dared entrust him with managing such a vast family enterprise. Bai Jinglan paid no further mind to Su Luoxue, instead leading Su Yueli and their master directly upstairs. "Well, national beauty and heavenly fragrance, Tianxiang Tower. I must say, a fitting name, don't you agree?" Noticing Su Yueli's expectant expression, clearly eager for praise, Bai Jinglan wore an obvious air of satisfaction with his chosen name. Su Yueli offered a measured assessment. Aside from a certain frivolity, it qualifies as a decent name nonetheless. "That girl speaks truth. The name carries quite a brothel-like air." Tai Qianxiu seized the opportunity to belittle his disciple without mercy. A brothel-like air. Bai Jinglan's eye twitched, his mind suddenly drifting to the capital's most infamous establishments, Baiwa Pavilion and Shuyuego. Upon first hearing, Tianxiang Tower did bear a striking resemblance to a house of ill repute. Yet the name was already in use, and he was too lazy to change it now. "I find it perfectly fine. I intend to open Tianxiang Towers across all of Nanxi. Once this establishment runs smoothly, I shall open another in the capital and double the prices." The moment business came up, Bai Jinglan spoke without ceasing. Su Yueli listened quietly. Previously, Su Luoxue had only known Bai Jinglan as Su Yueli's senior brother, assuming from his bearing that he came from a wealthy household. After arriving at Tianxiang Tower, she had grown even more certain of his family's prosperity. Now, hearing his ambitious words, she felt increasingly convinced he was no ordinary man. Alas, Bai Jinglan completely ignored her, focusing all his attention on conversing with Su Yueli. When the Manchuhan imperial feast was served, even the seasoned Bai Jinglan rose from his seat in astonishment, let alone Lu Shi and the others. A grand round table capable of seating 20 to 30 people was laden with dish after dish. If Bai Jinglan had not followed Su Yueli's suggestion and installed a rotating turntable upon the surface, none but the attendants seated nearest would have been able to reach the food. Truthfully, this marked the first time Bai Jinglan had ever tasted the complete imperial feast. Previously, he had only sampled a few dishes. Old man Tai's eyes grew wide with hunger, though he restrained himself out of propriety. Bai Jinglan had intended to properly introduce each dish, but alas, his preparation had fallen short. He could not recall the names of many of them. Ultimately, Su Yueli took over the introductions. Perhaps the food was too enticing, and before she had even finished speaking, old man Tai had already begun eating. The entire room filled with the intoxicating aroma of fine cuisine, and everyone could hardly contain their eagerness to begin their meal. Su Yueli offered only a brief overview before digging in. The food proved so delicious that Su Luoxue accidentally overate. Unable to continue, she excused herself to visit the latrine. Little did she know upon emerging she would encounter a burly middle-aged man who was thoroughly engorged from his own feasting. "Come help this lord relieve himself, and this silver tael shall be your tip." The man was clearly drunk, thrusting a fragment of silver into Su Luoxue's hand and demanding she escort him to the latrine. Su Luoxue desperately wanted to shrug him off, but the silver fragment, clutched tightly in her palm, stayed her hand. She needed money, so much money. Unlike Su Yueli, she possessed no favorable fortune. Merely guiding a man to the privy in exchange for a tael of silver was an offer she could scarcely refuse. After all, Wu Shi, who served as a maid in a wealthy household, washing and laboring with sore hands, managed to earn but a single tael per month through her toil. Su Luoxue bit her lower lip, offering no resistance, and allowed the man to lean half upon her as they made their way to the latrine. Just as they approached the rear courtyard and the latrine door came into view, Su Luoxue suddenly felt her waist gripped tightly. Caught completely off guard, the man pulled her abruptly into his arms and pressed a harsh kiss against her cheek. With a lewd grin, he sneered, "Little beauty, you smell divine. What do you think you're doing? Let me go." Terror seized Su Luoxue, her heart pounding, as she feared this man might defile her. Just as she was about to scream for help, the man thrust another silver tael into her hand, followed by a grope along her backside. "One tael for a kiss. Fair enough, wouldn't you agree? This lord has not mistreated you, has he?" The courtesans in such establishments earned merely that sum for a night's company. He saw no reason to believe this frightened girl would remain unmoved by silver. Tears welling in her eyes, Su Luoxue's pitiful countenance betrayed both fear and greed. The man, seemingly satisfied with her compliance, led her to a nearby pavilion where they remained for the duration of a tea brew. Finally, Su Luoxue composed herself, wiped her tears, and clutched the 5 silver taels tightly against her chest as she returned to her room. Seeing her red-rimmed eyes, Su Wenxing asked what was wrong. Su Luoxue merely shook her head and claimed nothing, saying only that dirt had gotten into her eyes. It was nothing now. The meal stretched on for quite some time, yet the abundance of dishes was such that sampling each one would have burst their stomachs. Gazing at the mountain of leftover food, Su Yueli waved her hand dismissively and ordered everything packed away. Not a single bite would go to waste. She would have betrayed the months of famine and hardship they had endured during their great migration. She would not forget their roots simply because a few days of prosperity had come. Bai Jinglan shook his head helplessly, then instructed the waiters to pack all the food into containers. He also dispatched a carriage to see them safely home. Since it was the first day of business, there remained much to attend to, so Bai Jinglan stayed behind to ensure no disorder arose. That Manchuhan imperial feast had felt like a dream to them, a dream that had now ended. Life as always demanded they carry on. Because of the sudden indulgence in rich meats and luxurious dishes, both Xiao Man and Lu Shi suffered from stomach ailments upon returning home. It was only after Su Yueli administered some spiritual spring water that they began to recover. Of the leftovers they had brought back, Su Yueli selected unfamiliar dishes to deliver to her eldest grandfather's and third grandfather's households. The remainder lasted them 2 full days of eating, particularly for Su Wenxi, who, tasting such exquisite food for the very first time, greedily overindulged. That evening he cried out in abdominal pain. Yet Su Yueli felt no compassion to bring him spiritual spring water. The boy needed to suffer the consequences of his gluttony. In the bright spring of March, after a gentle rain, various mushrooms and fungi began emerging throughout the mountains. Having grown up surrounded by these forests, the villagers knew well which species were safe to eat and which were poisonous. It was only the dark, unassuming wood-ear mushrooms that they had overlooked, until they learned these too were edible and among the most delicious and nutritious of all. Upon discovering this, many villagers shouldered woven baskets and set out in groups to harvest mushrooms and fungus throughout the hills. With the mighty mountain at their backs, they no longer need to worry about finding food. By the 4th month, the vegetables they had planted began ripening in succession. The first harvest yielded cucumbers and tomatoes, green and red fruits glinting in the sun, bringing wide, joyous smiles to the villagers' faces. Old Aunt Nyo picked a basket of tomatoes and cucumbers early in the morning and went to Su Yueli's house so she could taste the freshness. Su Yueli did not decline accepting them directly. "Thank you, old Aunt Nyo. By the way, these tomatoes and cucumbers can be eaten raw, and they can also be stir-fried or made into cold dishes. Please let everyone know. If any family grows more than they can eat or wants to sell them, just wait for the staff from Tianxiang Tower to come purchasing, pick them, and deliver them. This way everyone can earn some money." Upon hearing she could sell them for money, old Aunt Nyo immediately returned to inform everyone. The news about Kaoshan village cultivating such unusual fruits and vegetables quickly spread through the surrounding villages within a short time. Mainly, many young women from the village had sent some back to their maiden families for others to taste. Little did they know this casual exchange would set off a chain of gossip. The tomatoes and cucumbers were talked about as if they were heavenly delicacies, rarities not found anywhere on earth. Naturally, this drew quite a few people eager to claim a share of the profits. The first to arrive came from the neighboring Yang family village, and more specifically the same village as Chuanya's grandmother. Their village head, eager to cultivate connections, insisted that Chuanya's grandmother accompany him to plead their case. In the end, it was the elderly village head himself who swallowed his pride and approached Su Yueli. To his surprise, she actually agreed, mentioning that she sold various high-yield grain seeds and fruit and vegetable seedlings. Su Yueli had cleared a patch of land in front of Tai Qianqiu's courtyard to cultivate numerous seedlings, all for this very moment. Since she was still concerned about upgrading her spatial ability, selling seedlings could be considered an indirect act of kindness, could it not? If she had to give everything away for free to be considered doing good deeds, then she would rather not upgrade the space at all. She could be kind, but she wouldn't let herself be taken advantage of. Being a good person required limits. Without any boundaries, that would just be naive compassion. She simply couldn't bring herself to act that way. She could not do such a thing. Once word spread about Su Yueli selling seedlings, people from villages near and far came to buy them. Su Yueli's prices were quite reasonable. All fruit and vegetable seedlings were just 2 won coins apiece. However, with so many buyers, the seedlings Su Yueli had cultivated were sold out in just one day. Fortunately, the seedlings grown with spiritual spring water grew rapidly, and every 2 days those planted a few days earlier could be sold again. Since the survival rate was quite high, everyone was completely unconcerned about whether the small seedlings they purchased would survive. To avoid delaying her martial arts practice, Su Yueli handed over the seedling sales to Lady Lu. Originally, Elder Su had wanted his eldest brother Su Zhigao to help sell them, and his intention was clear. He wanted to hand the business to Su Zhigao so he could make the money. But there was no way Su Yueli would hand over such a profitable venture at this point. However, since the elder had spoken, Su Yueli did not want to deny him face. She simply handed over the greenhouse construction to him. Su Yueli agreed with him that except for the oilcloth, bamboo, and bricks for the greenhouse, all labor would be handled by Su Zhigao, and she would pay him 10 taels of silver for each completed greenhouse. Su Yueli had inquired about the price of bricks. A single greenhouse would use at most 5 taels worth of bricks and could be completed within 3 days. Even if she hired 5 workers at 50 won per person per day, the labor cost wouldn't exceed 1 tael of silver across 3 days. Adding the large iron stove for inside the greenhouse, which cost at most 2 taels, the remaining amount would be more than sufficient for him to earn a profit. Su Zhigao was no fool either, and when he calculated it himself, he felt there was profit to be made. In the end, he agreed and asked Su Yueli how many greenhouses she needed. Su Yueli replied, "How many you can build, that's how many I want. If there isn't enough land, we can always buy some." Upon hearing this, Su Zhigao was quite pleased and couldn't help but marvel inwardly that this girl could now casually produce 10 taels of silver. Su Yueli handed Su Zhigao 10 taels of silver directly, and even Elder Su's eyes widened at the corner. "Granddaughterly, how much money have you made these past few days?" When Elder Su mentioned this, Su Yueli naturally understood what he meant. She looked at Elder Su and said, "Naturally, I've earned quite a bit, and it will only increase from here. Don't worry, Grandpa, we'll be able to treat Grandma's legs very soon." Su Yueli deliberately spoke before Elder Su could, and he was surprised that this girl was still thinking about Grandma's legs. It seemed he had overthought things. "You're still young, and it's not safe to carry too much silver on your person. Perhaps you should hand it over to Grandma to manage, and when you need it you can take it from her." Su Yueli was nearly laughing from anger. It seemed she had still underestimated just how shameless the old man could be. She decided to stop pretending altogether. Grandpa, are you perhaps confused? Where is the logic in having a granddaughter's earnings entrusted to Grandma's care? Moreover, I don't see why I couldn't manage even this modest sum. If I can earn so much money naturally, I can manage it as well. Don't you agree, Grandpa? Elder Sue was at a loss for words after Su Yueli's sharp retort. He had initially considered using his status to override her, but then remembered her current temperament. Push her too far, and she might truly sever ties with the family. After all, the household now depended on her for support. With a sigh, he relented. Very well, if you wish to manage it yourself, then do so. Your eldest brother needs writing brushes, ink, paper, and an inkstone replenished. I'll give him some silver later, so he can purchase them in the county town. Whether our Sue family rises to prominence still depends on him. Having said this, Elder Sue turned and went inside. Su Yueli paused for a moment before following suit and departing. In early April, Su Yueli received a message carried by a homing pigeon, her first time receiving such a message. When the pigeon flew into the courtyard, she had hoped it might bring extra food for lunch, but instead it carried a letter. She somewhat awkwardly untied the small slip of paper from its leg, which was densely covered in small, neat calligraphy. After reading it, a smile immediately spread across Su Yueli's face. It was a letter from Xiao Ruiyuan. He wrote that he had found news of Su Ziyuan, who was currently in the enemy camp opposing them. He had spotted Su Ziyuan during the chaos of war, but the scene was too disordered, and he never had the chance to approach him. Xiao Ruiyuan assured her not to worry, adding that everyone in the stronghold had seen a portrait of her father and would never accidentally harm him. If there was anything else that could bring her joy, it would be this letter. They say that during years of continuous warfare, a letter from home is worth its weight in gold. To learn at such a time that a loved one amidst the turmoil is still alive and well, there seemed to be nothing more wonderful. Although Lady Lu never spoke of it, Su Yueli had seen her tossing and turning sleeplessly through countless nights. If anyone in this household cared about Su Ziyuan's fate, it was likely only Lady Lu. Xiaoman occasionally asked when her father would return, yet neither Elder Su nor Granny Su ever mentioned their own son. Su Yueli eagerly shared the news with Lady Lu, who wept tears of joy upon hearing it. After comforting her for a while, Su Yueli fed the pigeon some spiritual spring water and a bit of millet. Only after watching it finish eating and drinking did Su Yueli pick up her brush to write a reply to Xiao Ruiyuan. Su Yueli knew that once this campaign began, there would be no turning back. In her letter, she offered words of encouragement, hoping he would return victorious. She said that if there was anything she could help with, she would do so without hesitation. After all, she was his little fairy attendant. What had originally been said in jest caused Xiao Ruiyuan's lips to curl upward as he read her reply. He could almost imagine the proud yet adorable expression on the little girl's face as she wrote, "Boss, what's so amusing?" As Taiju entered, he saw Xiao Ruiyuan beaming with joy and couldn't help but grin along. They had just captured a city, which was indeed something worth celebrating. Ahem, nothing. We have just seized Tong Pass, so we must not let our guard down. Have the brothers keep a close watch. As for the prisoners from Tong City, those willing to surrender may stay. The unwilling shall lose one hand before being released. Xiao Ruiyuan waved his hand to dismiss Tieju, yet the slip of paper in his grip was not cast aside. After reading it several times, he finally tucked it into the same box alongside Tong City's defense map. Compared to the warfare raging on Xiao Ruiyuan's front, Su Yueli's area remained remarkably peaceful. The lush green wheat fields were now turning golden, and within barely more than 10 days the harvest would come. Long before the grain, Su Yueli's fruits, vegetables, sweet potatoes, and watermelons were ready. Most villagers had not ordered watermelon seedlings upon learning they were something unfamiliar, but Su Yueli had planted an entire acre, hoping Tianxiang Tower would need them for fruit platters. When the 2 carts of watermelons were delivered to Tianxiang Tower, many looked on with envy. After tasting the fruit, the villagers praised it endlessly, with some even willing to trade a wild pheasant for a single watermelon. Su Yueli was generous, exchanging freely with anyone who asked. Lately, she had noticed her spatial realm had upgraded. Not only had the space expanded by half, but 3 additional acres of black-soiled farmland had also appeared, strikingly distinct against the rest. Unsure of its purpose, Su Yueli had casually sown some watermelon seeds and watered them with spirit spring water, then left them be. 3 days later, upon checking her space, she was astonished to find that the once barren land was now crawling with watermelon vines heavy with fruit, each nearly the size of a basketball. 3 days had achieved what normally required 3 months. Su Yueli was truly stunned. A few more days passed, and when Su Yueli checked again, the watermelons had grown even larger. Each weighed somewhere between 10 and 20 caddies. Su Yueli cut one open to taste. The flesh was vividly colored, seedless, and exceptionally sweet. If the watermelons she had previously grown had a sugar content of 10%, this new variety reached a staggering 20%. Sweet, yet refreshing, never cloying. Su Yueli harvested all the ripe melons and stored them in her space, knowing nothing there would spoil. She then found vacant patches and planted some strawberries and muskmelons, sowing whatever fruits she had on hand. "Grandpa, look what I brought you." Su Yueli hurried toward Tai Chinchio, dragging an enormous watermelon. "You rascal, losing all respect for your elders. Where's your title of master now?" Tai Chinchio took a few quick strides forward and took the watermelon from her arms. He had tasted it before, and indeed it was quite delicious. "Didn't you bring one a few days ago? Why another one?" Su Yueli's eyes curved into bright smiles. "This one is different. It's the king of melons, incredibly sweet." Su Yueli sliced the watermelon and handed Tai Chinchio a piece. He obligingly took a bite, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "Sweet, truly sweet. Far better than the last one. How can one from this plot taste so different?" It's a variety issue. This is the king of melons breed. Look, it's seedless too." Su Yueli offered a vague explanation. Tai Chinchio did not press further, instead thinking of how he would invite his old comrades to taste it in a few days and savor their envy. Especially Chongming, that old rival he had competed against his entire life. He simply could not believe Chongming had such a fine disciple as his own. When Su Yueli visited the county town again, she noticed many new street vendors selling fruits and vegetables, some even hawking watermelons. As these were novelty items, they quickly drew the interest of wealthy families. People from surrounding villages heard the news and came in droves. Unfortunately, their initial seedling purchases had been small, so their harvests were limited. Within 2 days, everything sold out. Though the goods were gone, they had all made good profits. This greatly enhanced Su Yueli's reputation throughout the region. Her spatial realm had also upgraded after the villagers' harvests, reinforcing her belief that hers was truly a merit-based space requiring accumulated virtue to level up. Moreover, she suspected that each subsequent upgrade would prove increasingly difficult. Bai Jinglan's Tianxiang Tower business continued to flourish. Patrons now came not only from nearby towns, but also from distant cities drawn by its fame. Unfortunately, the tower had limited seating, serving only so many guests each day. The Manchuhan Imperial Feast had become the establishment's signature offering, requiring reservations several days in advance. Su Yueli received a generous share of profits every month. Meanwhile, Bai Jinglan had recently departed, claiming he had received a family summons. Su Yueli could see he was reluctant to leave, but since this was his family matter, she did not interfere. Under Su Yueli's guidance, Kaoshan village gradually prospered. Every household could now eat their fill, and many had surplus silver in hand, all thanks to her. As her fame spread, more matchmakers from neighboring villages began approaching. Old Master Su and Madame Su had initially planned to carefully select a worthy suitor for her, but Su Yueli swiftly quashed their schemes with a single statement: "My marriage is none of your concern. Until my father returns, I will not wed." Though she declined their efforts, she did take Madame Su to treat her waist condition. Therefore, Madame Su had no further complaints. During Wu Shi's absence, though she had earned some silver, she had no intention of truly spending it on Madame Su's treatment, so she continued to delay. Su Yueli had anticipated this, arranging with Madame Su that she would pay up front, but Wu Shi would not be permitted to return until she repaid the money. Madame Su agreed, and Su Yueli finally took her to have her waist examined. Fortunately, the injury was not severe. After proper bone setting and a period of herbal remedy and rest, she would recover naturally. During the busy farming season, every household was working in the fields. Su Yueli, now considered the family's greatest contributor, naturally did not need to labor in the fields, but Lu Shi and Su Zhigao had to go. Even old Master Su had to work in the fields. Seeing everyone busy, Su Yueli felt Su Luoxue could not remain idle. She told her to cook at home, warning that if she failed, Su Yueli had plenty of ways to punish her. Perhaps truly frightened by Su Yueli, Su Luoxue obediently went to cook. Su Yueli herself was not being lazy, but rather had other matters to attend to. Recently, many people had come to purchase seedlings, and she needed to cultivate more. Fortunately, with the cheat-like advantage of her spatial ability, this round of seedling cultivation proved far more convenient and efficient. Before winter arrived, everyone should still have time to plant one more crop of vegetables and fruits. Su Yueli also took this time to plant numerous things within her spatial realm. Since those few mu of black soil could shorten the planting cycle, could it be that whatever she planted could grow to maturity in a short time? Su Yueli divided the 3 mu of black soil into 3 plots, one for fruit trees, one for various vegetables, and another for medicinal herbs. The seeds for all the medicinal herbs were obtained from counter Zhao at Baichao Hall. Yes, obtained. They were essentially family, so she was never polite about asking. Fortunately, before leaving, Bai Jinglan had also instructed counter Zhao to provide Su Yueli with whatever she needed free of charge. Su Yueli grew only valuable medicinal herbs, with ginseng being the most abundant. Watching everyone's life improve day by day, she felt the days of roaming the world with a sword at her side were not far off. Spring passed and autumn came. 1 year later, in Kaoshan village, nearly every household had purchased an ox cart or donkey cart. Their current lives were something they would never have dared to dream of, yet they could never have imagined that a disaster was quietly approaching. The war raged for 2 years before finally spreading to their area. 10 days ago, Su Yueli had received a letter from Xiao Ruyuan. Over the past year and more, they had exchanged letters almost every month. In that letter 10 days ago, Xiao Ruyuan wrote that King Liang had already captured Yubei Pass and Xiang City. The 3 closest cities to Yubei Pass were Yuqing, Xiang City, and Linan City, and their Kaoshan village belonged to Yuqing Qinghe County. Clearly, King Liang's next move would inevitably be to attack either Yuqing or Linan City. Whichever fell first, Su Yueli felt it would not be long. When Bai Jinglan rode over overnight to tell her he would take her and her master away, Su Yueli refused. She could leave, but what about the villagers? It was not that she possessed some grand sense of righteousness, willing to live or die with the villagers. Rather, she felt they had not yet reached the point of no return, and under no circumstances would she abandon those people. Bai Jinglan called her foolish, and Tai Qianxiu also said he would stay. If any real danger arose, he vowed to protect the girl. Unyielding against her, Bai Jinglan could only watch her with a face full of worry. Xiaolier, when we meet again, could you promise me one thing? Bai Jinglan suddenly stepped forward and embraced her in his arms. The youthful face that had once been boyish had, without her noticing, grown mature and steady. His once slender figure now stood tall and straight as bamboo, and his broad chest could already provide a sense of security. Su Yueli did not know what he wished to say, but it no longer mattered. All right, Xiao Bai, you must also take good care of yourself. Su Yueli knew well that Bai Jinglan's identity was extraordinary. Someone of his status, if discovered by King Liang and captured, would cost the Bai family at least half their wealth. One careless mistake could even cost him his life. The fact that he had still managed to come at this moment moved Su Yueli deeply. After seeing Bai Jinglan off, Su Yueli went to find the village chief and asked him to organize everyone to dig holes and bury all their valuable belongings. All the fruits and vegetables in the fields should be harvested whenever possible, while the crops still needing a month to mature should be left untouched for now. After a long silence, the village chief finally spoke. Girlie, although King Liang has rebelled, his character is still quite decent. I imagine they will not come to the village to loot, will they, eh? The village chief still could not believe King Liang would lead troops into the village. Su Yueli shook her head. If they do not come, that would be best. But if they do, it is never wrong to prepare in advance. Very well. In that case, I will gather everyone shortly to discuss this. What about your greenhouses? So many vegetables and fruits. Would it not be a pity if they were ruined? Su Yueli had built over a dozen greenhouses. Throughout the entire winter, Tianxiang Pavilion had made a great profit from the vegetables and fruits grown in those greenhouses. This year, many others had also wanted to learn greenhouse cultivation, but now it seemed that hope would be dashed. When Yuqing fell, Su Yueli knew nothing of it, for their area was remote, and communication was poor, and the distance was still far. What they could never have imagined was that after enduring so long in fear and anxiety, what awaited them was not the ravages of King Liang's army, but rather the imperial forces retreating to their village first. Since Qinghe County was surrounded by continuous mountain ranges, this location offered both defensive advantages and offensive opportunities, making the terrain highly favorable. Thus they had come. When the villagers saw it was the imperial troops, they actually felt somewhat relieved. But what they could not have anticipated was that the young commanding officer at their forefront demanded they hand over all their grain, for they intended to set up camp there. Because the grain in the fields was not yet ripe, they simply demanded it directly from the common people. When the village chief was seized, Su Yueli nearly lost control and rushed out. It took her master grabbing her to hold her back. "Are you the village chief here?" The young officer was barely in his 30s, yet his face carried an utterly ferocious expression. The village chief bowed and replied, "This humble one serves as your honor's village chief." The young officer circled the village chief, once his horsewhip continuously tapping against his palm. "I give you 1 stick of incense as time. Have everyone bring over all their grain and food, or else." He tapped the village chief's face with the whip. Watching an elderly man humiliated in such a manner, the villagers gritted their teeth in fury, yet none dared to make any rash moves. All the villagers had now been gathered at the village entrance. The young officer showed no intention of sending anyone to search for their belongings. Instead, he compelled them to bring everything themselves. Su Yueli exchanged glances with the crowd, signaling them to each return and fetch their grain. The village chief's lips trembled as he said, "Young general, it is not that we refuse to hand over grain. It is simply that the 3 rounds of military grain requisition last year have already emptied all our reserves. Through extreme frugality, we barely survived until now. With the harvest approaching, if your honor could grant us some time, once the wheat ripens, we will surely harvest and deliver everything to you. But at present our families truly have no surplus grain whatsoever." As the village chief spoke, villagers had already begun bringing whatever grain they had from their homes. Each family could contribute at most a few dozen jin. In the end, the total grain gathered from the entire village failed to fill even 1 cart. The young officer looked on and let out a cold sneer. "Do you truly take me for a fool playing jokes with you?" He kicked the village head to the ground with a single stomp. Su Yueli could no longer restrain herself and rushed forward to support him. The village head's 2 sons stepped up as well, shielding their father behind them. "Are you truly soldiers of Nanchi, or are you spies planted in the army by the Prince of Liang? As soldiers of Nanchi with war upon us, you do not think of how to drive out the enemy, yet you bully helpless villagers like us. Is this truly what Nanchi's soldiers are like? You yourselves have parents, wives, and children. Are you not afraid that while you campaign far from home, your own families might suffer such humiliation at others' hands? Nearly 20 men from our village have enlisted in the army. They are now just like you, fighting on all fronts and besieging Nanchi. Yet their families are being bullied by soldiers like yourselves. Are you truly without fear?" Su Yueli gazed at the eyes surrounding her. She was gambling. Perhaps none of these men had enlisted willingly. There were 3,000 or 4,000 of them. If a real fight broke out, they had no chance of victory. But she could not stand idle and watch the village head be beaten. Clap, clap, clap. The young commander grinned and applauded. "What a sharp-tongued little girl. I like you. But alas, these are men who have followed me for many years, each one loyal and steadfast. They cannot be turned with a few pretty words. Since you refused the wine offered in friendship, do not blame us for resorting to force." As he spoke, he ordered his men to surround them. It was clear they intended to strike. Su Yueli calculated the possibility of capturing the young commander. To be safe, she whispered to Tai Qianxiu, telling him not to reveal himself for now. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yueli leaped forward and took the young commander hostage. He had never expected a country girl to possess martial arts skills. No wonder she spoke with such boldness. The young commander raised his hands. Having a blade pressed against his neck felt far from pleasant. "Excellent little girl. You are the first to give Zhou Tao such trouble. Hold that knife steady. If it ever falls into my hands, oh, I will make you wish for death itself." Zhou Tao's voice grew progressively quieter until blood appeared on his neck, at which point he wisely fell silent. "Order your men to retreat, or I will show no mercy." Zhou Tao laughed heartily. "No mercy? How do you intend to show no mercy?" Little girl, you don't truly believe that holding me hostage will make them obey, do you? Su Yueli paused, pondering the meaning behind Zhou Tao's words. Suddenly, the rapid sound of approaching hooves reached her ears. Glancing out of the corner of her eye, she saw the newcomer, and her heart turned to ice. They say capture the leader first, but what if she had seized the wrong man? Zhou Tao, is this all you're capable of? Being held hostage by a little girl. The newcomer dismounted, his thick beard resembling that of Li Kuei. Zhou Tao spread his hands helplessly. General, it is your subordinates' incompetence. The general waved his hand, ordering everyone in the village to be bound. Su Yueli watched in silence, daring not to make a move. The general walked into the crowd, grabbed a small boy at random, and pressed his broadsword against the child's neck. Su Yueli recognized the boy, Damao, the son of Aunt Chun. No, please let go of my child. Aunt Chun struggled desperately to save her son. But the man swung his blade down and blood instantly splattered across Aunt Chun's face. She screamed in terror and collapsed unconscious. Her husband gnashed his teeth in fury, his eyes blazing with rage. Little girl, see this. Now that is what you call a threat. If you do not wish to release him, we can continue this standoff. Let us see who shall I cut next. The man swept his gaze across their faces as though selecting prey. His eyes finally rested on Lady Lu. Before he could pull her from the crowd, Su Yueli released her hostage. Do not touch her. Su Yueli roared and attacked. The general had not expected such skill from a young girl. He, a seasoned warrior, could not match her. Enraged, the man swept his broadsword across Lady Lu's neck. Su Yueli froze as though her throat had been grasped. Her eyes burned red with fury, yet she was forced to submit. You only want grain. We will give it to you. As long as you do not harm the villagers, we will give you anything. Su Yueli had no choice but to compromise, hoping only that the villagers would be spared. Never before had she hated anyone so deeply. Not even the court's negligence in allowing such parasites to prey upon the common people. Ha! The man threw back his head and laughed as if amused by Su Yueli's words. They say those who recognize the times are the wise. You are discerning, little girl. After speaking, he instructed the village head to lead his soldiers to accommodations in the village. Su Yueli had assumed they would pitch tents, but it seemed they intended to stay directly in the villagers' homes. Everyone else was released except for Su Yueli, who was bound. Because she possessed martial arts skills, they felt compelled to guard against her. That evening, Zhou Tao pulled her straight to his residence. Her family had already been herded into a single courtyard under unified guard after preparing their meal. Zhou Tao lifted Su Yueli into his arms without warning. Terrified, she struggled violently. She was no fool and knew exactly what he intended. Zhou Tao, what are you doing? Let me go. Su Yueli's eyes reddened. This time, genuine panic seized her, not merely for herself, but for the young women in the village. If she faced such a fate, those women would certainly suffer no better. Su Yueli had guessed correctly. At first, the villagers were held together in one courtyard, but then they were separated. Almost all taken away were young women and girls. Even Xiaoman was among them. Tai Qianxiu initially believed this was merely to prevent escape, but when he heard those heart-rending screams, he and the others realized something was terribly wrong. Without time to think, Tai Qianxiu rushed to find Lady Lu and the young girl Xiaoman. Along the way, he witnessed village girls being violated by soldiers, yet he dared not linger. What if delay meant tragedy for Xiaoman and Lady Lu? His apprentice would be devastated. Rage filled him, but he could not save everyone. Though skilled in martial arts, he could not guarantee defeating thousands of enemies before they harmed the villagers. After all, there were 3,000 or 4,000 of them, not 300 or 400. When Su Yueli finished off Zhou Tao and emerged, the village was filled with harrowing screams that cut sharply through the dark night. Clutching a silenced pistol, Su Yueli moved from courtyard to courtyard, eliminating enemies one by one. The first she rescued was Aunt Nyo. Though in her 30s and a country woman, she was enough to satisfy soldiers who had gone long without female company. Aunt Nyo's clothes had merely been torn. Terrified, she threw herself into Su Yueli's arms. But Su Yueli had no time to spare words. She only told Aunt Nyo to seek out the village head before moving to the next room. Aunt Nyo mentioned she had seen Xiaoman taken to Aunt Pang's house. Xiaoman was so young. Su Yueli nearly went mad at the thought. She drew another silenced pistol, loaded a round, and launched herself toward Aunt Fat's house with lightness skill. Sob, don't touch me, big sister, sob, big sister. Su Yueli fired several shots, dispatching the figures swarming over Xiaoman before they could even close in. She rushed forward and found only Xiaoman's clothes torn, not a scratch on her body. Draping a garment over her shoulders, she scooped the girl into her arms. "It's over, Big Sister is here. Big Sister, I'm so scared." Xiaoman was terrified, weeping to the brink of fainting, yet Su Yueli dared not linger. Cradling Xiaoman, she pressed on to find Lady Lu. Only then did she realize that searching house to house would never save everyone in time. She reversed her palm and a hand grenade materialized there. She needed to create a commotion, to blast those beasts out into the open. Otherwise, she had no idea how she could save them. Boom! A sudden thunderous explosion erupted in the night sky. Everyone froze in terror and emerged from their homes to investigate. As Su Yueli carried Xiaoman into the courtyard, she saw her master supporting Lady Lu as they stumbled out of another compound. Blood still trickled from Lady Lu's head. Clearly faced with humiliation, she had chosen to take her own life. Fortunately, Tai Qianxiu had arrived in time to save her, otherwise she truly would not have survived. "Mother!" Su Yueli ran over Xiaoman still in her arms. Lady Lu clutched the child, tightly trembling with aftershock. She had been taken first and knew nothing of what had happened to Xiaoman. Those beasts. Lady Lu wept uncontrollably while holding Xiaoman. Su Yueli told them to seek out the village head, and at that moment the village head had already led the villagers bursting from their homes. "Great-grandfather, take everyone to rescue the others. Master, and I will deal with them." With that, Su Yueli set off toward the village entrance with Tai Qianxiu. As the enemies emerged from the village, Su Yueli opened fire with a sweeping barrage. Tai Qianxiu had no idea when his disciple had picked up that iron object, or what in heaven's name it was firing. In a flash of firelight, a large number of enemies fell. What Su Yueli held was a machine gun. She was consumed by fury and paid no mind to consequences. The enemies could scarcely comprehend what had struck them. They only saw their men dropping by the dozen. The general assumed it was some kind of hidden weapon and ordered his men to take cover immediately. He never could have imagined that merely capturing a small village would cost him so many lives. He had not yet linked up with the main army, yet nearly half his forces were already gone. He truly regretted provoking that little ancestor. The stalemate dragged through the night until dawn broke on the horizon. Only then did Su Yueli holster her machine gun. Tai Qianxiu watched the iron object appear and vanish without a word, simply saying, "Girl, leave the rest to your master." Today, even if it cost him his life, he would never let a single one of them walk away alive. The villagers' pent-up fury from the long night finally erupted at daybreak. Poor visibility and the enemy's hidden positions had left the villagers helpless for hours. But when they saw the devastating condition of their wives and daughters, they went completely mad. Some, unable to bear the humiliation, struck their heads against courtyard walls and died on the spot. Others were so traumatized they lost their minds. Su Luoxue was the last to be found. She had been dragged into the forest outside the village. Su Zhigao and Elder Su had searched for a long time before discovering her, but by then she was on her last breath. She was carried back on Su Zhigao's shoulders, a hollow shell, like a puppet whose spirit had been torn away. No one knows who threw the first punch, but they engaged the enemy barehanded in a frenzied melee. Tai Qianxiu confronted the general and dispatched him in merely a few exchanges, severing his head before turning to finish off the remaining beasts. Su Yueli entered the battle with a long sword in hand. She never imagined the sword technique she had learned would see used this very day. Her master was right. She truly had a talent for martial arts. In just over a year, she had already achieved considerable skill, and her lightness qigong was masterful in particular. She wove through the crowd, her blade flashing, leaving severed limbs in her wake. The villagers were ordinary folk with no martial ability, but fortunately, Su Yueli had once taught them hunting skills. Their archery was decent, and with armed crossbows added to their arsenal, they managed to kill quite a number of enemies. Overnight, the entire Kongshan village ran red with blood. They fought on without knowing how long it had been until the sound of urgent scattered horse hooves rang out. Su Yueli was already beyond reason, her eyes crimson with bloodlust. Watching familiar figures fall around her, she hacked and slashed in a frenzy. It was not until the man in the silver mask arrived that he pulled her away from the slaughter. "Girl, look at me. It's over." Xiao Ruiyuan had never seen Su Yueli like this before. Her body was caked in blood, her clothes torn in places, her delicate pale face streaked with gore, her aura that of an Azura. Even racing at full speed, he had arrived too late. The little girl must have been terrified. Xiao Ruiyuan. Su Yueli looked up, murmuring his name. Xiao Ruiyuan nodded. Yes, I'm here. Kill them. Kill them all. Her lips trembled as a tide of immeasurable hatred surged within her chest. Xiao Ruiyuan held her and simply said, done. With his reinforcements joining the fray, the previously desperate battle turned into a rout. The southern Qi soldiers realized too late that something was terribly wrong and tried to flee, but it was already past redemption. Xiao Ruiyuan issued the order, not a single one spared. The remaining 2,000 troops all perished in that small mountain village. They would never have guessed that instead of awaiting the crown Prince Liang's pursuers, they would meet Xiao Ruiyuan, the god of slaughter himself. After the battle, Xiao Ruiyuan ordered all southern Qi soldiers' bodies to be gathered and burned. Their weapons and armor were incinerated as well. Apart from the blood staining the ground, all that remained were the villagers weeping bitterly beside their dead kin. Su Yueli gazed at the corpses on the ground. Every face was familiar. Several were companions who had hunted mountainsides alongside her. Finally, her eyes fell upon her second uncle Su Yud. A body lay before him, the upper half and head covered by an outer robe, but the embroidered shoes beneath were unmistakable. It was Chuanya. She walked over and lifted the robe. What she saw was Chuanya's face, so brutally mangled it was barely recognizable. Her exposed skin was covered in bruised and broken wounds. Su Yueli felt the world darken before her eyes and nearly collapsed. I'm sorry. I am inadequate and failed to protect everyone. Su Yueli's lips trembled. She felt she had betrayed everyone's trust. If they had simply handed over the grain from the beginning, would the subsequent tragedy have been avoided? The village head patted her shoulder. Girlie, this is not your fault. We can only blame heaven for being blind and the current sovereign for his incompetence and tyranny, which bred such beasts among us. Unable to hold back any longer, tears streamed down the old man's face. Su Yueli's eyes also grew misty. Looking at him, she said word by word, Don't worry, Grandpada. Evil shall be punished by heaven itself. They will surely pay for today. A dark, inscrutable light flickered in Su Yueli's eyes. She then instructed the village head to organize everyone to take the bodies home, dress them in decent clothes, and lay them to rest. While burdened by guilt for not saving them, Su Yueli was also immensely relieved that Lady Lu and Xiao Man were unharmed. Otherwise, she feared her self-reproach would break her. Seeing Lady Lu, Xiao Jiji finally let out a wailing cry. Due to the urgent circumstances, Lady Lu had entrusted Xiao Jiji to Xiao Man's care before being taken away, and Xia. That day, more than 30 villagers perished. White silk banners draped the entire village, and countless sheets of yellow talisman paper and joss paper drifted down like snow, concealing the gory red stains upon the ground. The events of that night became a fresh bleeding wound in everyone's hearts. No one dared to ask how the sudden explosion had occurred, nor did they inquire about Su Yueli's mysterious method of slaughter. They only knew that it was Su Yueli who had saved them all. Standing on the mid-slope, Su Yueli gazed at the rows of new graves at the mountain's foot, yet her heart remained utterly still. Behind her, half a step back, stood Xiao Ruiyuan. The half-silver mask on his face gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, his thin lips still forming a perfect curve, but Su Yueli had no mind to admire it. Would you like to leave this place with me? Gazing at the young girl who had now reached his shoulder, Xiao Ruiyuan felt a profound softness stir in his heart. The frail, sallow maiden he had once known had grown into a woman. She was not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessed an extraordinary aura. Had he not known her true origins, he would have readily believed she was a noble lady from the capital. That very face alone was enough to overshadow every talented and aristocratic young lady in the capital. Su Yueli shook her head. She still had attachments, so she could not leave with a carefree heart. Moreover, the things she intended to accomplish did not necessarily require staying by Xiao Ruiyuan's side. I cannot leave just yet, but I need you to leave a few trusted agents to serve me. From this day forward, I, Su Yueli, shall be your strongest backing. And you need only topple this empire and completely reinvent Southern Qi. It was a decision she had made the night of the massacre. Originally, she had only wished to live peacefully and help the villagers grow prosperous. But fate had denied her that simple dream. Since the emperor was incompetent and tyrannical, she would simply replace him with a worthy ruler. Even if she crossed some forbidden line, she would accept the consequences. Having died once before, she naturally harbored no fear of death. Watching that petite figure speak such astonishing words, Xiao Ruiyan was momentarily rendered speechless. While my little immortal child, hearing you say this, I would gladly risk my life to kill that dog emperor for you. A smile lingered in Xiao Ruiyan's eyes. Even through the mask, Su Yueli could sense his amusement. Xiao Ruiyan, may I see your face? Although she knew he certainly harbored secrets, she could not suppress her curiosity about what he truly looked like. Xiao Ruiyan flicked her forehead. Absolutely not. Only my future bride may see my face. What? Do you wish to become my wife? Su Yueli twitched the corner of her mouth, finding the trope oddly familiar. Stingy. If you won't let me see, fine. But what if you're hideously ugly and expect me to take responsibility? I'd be the one losing out. You actually guessed right. I am quite ugly, the kind that makes children cry, Xiao Ruiyan replied, suddenly leaning in to frighten her. Su Yueli scoffed. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? That's hardly convincing. Judging by your lips and eyes, it's easy to tell you're a breathtakingly handsome man. Xiao Ruiyan smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying no more. Seeing his reaction, Su Yueli's heart skipped a beat. Could he actually be telling the truth? Was there a birthmark beneath the covering? Or had he been disfigured? Perhaps a cruel scar. Su Yueli's mind raced with speculation, but Xiao Ruiyan refused to elaborate, merely stating that she would know once the time came. Xiao Ruiyan did not stay in Kaoshan village for long. Before departing, he left Su Yueli 4 shadow guards. In return, Su Yueli presented him with 10 large chests. When Xiao Ruiyan saw the dazzling white silver inside, even a seasoned veteran like him was taken aback. This was not a trivial amount, but 10 full chests of 10-tael silver ingots. As I said, from now on I am your strongest backing. I do not speak idly. Beyond the silver, Su Yueli also opened her granary, revealing a cache of 10,000 shur of grain. The granary had merely served as a cover. Ordinarily only she could enter, and it had lain empty until Su Yueli had filled it over the past 2 days. Gazing at the warehouse brimming with grain, Xiao Ruiyan was even more stunned. Yet transporting all of it would prove exceedingly difficult. They had managed to slip through Yuqing undetected precisely because Prince Liang had just captured the city, allowing them to blend into the chaos. But carrying such vast quantities of grain and silver out of the city would hardly be so simple. Su Yueli had overlooked this problem. With Yuqing now under Prince Liang's control, smuggling anything out from under their noses would be nearly impossible. Furthermore, Tong Pass, which Xiao Ruiyan held, was not particularly close to Yuqing. It would be untrue to say she was unmoved that he had risked everything to come to her rescue. On the day Xiao Ruiyan departed, Su Yueli remained absent-minded throughout. Since neither the silver nor the grain could be taken, she promised to find a way to send it to him later. Though Xiao Ruiyan wondered what method she might devise, he still urged her not to take unnecessary risks, assuring her that if all else failed, he would come to retrieve them himself. 3 days after Xiao Ruiyan's departure, Su Yueli traveled alone to Yuqing. In the eastern suburbs, she purchased a country estate and summoned the 4 shadow guards Xiao Ruiyan had left behind, Chuki, Chuba, Chujio, and Chushir, to lead the villagers to the estate. There they excavated a vast underground warehouse, its entrance concealed beneath a false rockery. Distrusting outsiders, Su Yueli had the village head recruit sturdy men from the village to assist. After storing all the grain and silver inside, she departed. Over the following weeks, the villagers made several more trips transporting additional grain, along with longer-lasting staples, such as potatoes and sweet potatoes. Once everything was securely hidden, Su Yueli instructed Chuki to send a message via carrier pigeon summoning Xiao Ruiyan to retrieve the supplies. Su Yueli left the estate in the care of Chuki and Chuba before returning herself. She needed to work hard to accumulate wealth, for she intended to be Xiao Ruiyan's formidable backing, and Xiao Ruiyan would become her sharpest blade. What had transpired at Kaoshan village was hardly a secret, for neighboring villages had suffered equally, or worse. At least Kaoshan's people had personally slain their attackers, while the residents of other villages had been stripped bare, their food stores and valuables looted, their women violated. They felt as though the sky itself had collapsed, with no hope of better days ahead. Having barely survived famine, they were unable to escape man-made calamity, and the source of their suffering was precisely the dynasty they had sworn allegiance to. When the looters realized Prince Liang had no intention of pursuing them, they simply withdrew from those villages and left entirely, leaving behind nothing but ruin and devastation. Prince Liang's men reported the tragedy, and the prince himself feigned righteous indignation, offering hollow consolation and promising to avenge them. His timing was impeccable. It won him both popular support and a cadre of fierce allies bound by shared hatred. Alas, his hypocritical mask did not last long before his true fangs were revealed. Not long after the grain harvest, Prince Liang dispatched officials to requisition grain from the villagers. Though unwilling, the villagers had no recourse. One does not defy the hand beneath whose roof one eats. Besides, whether the imperial court collected or Prince Liang collected the grain would be taken either way. In fact, they found themselves preferring to surrender it to Prince Liang directly. Su Yueli had been furiously cultivating high-yield rice and wheat varieties. She could not purchase grain directly from nearby villagers for fear of attracting Prince Liang's attention. Fortunately, her spatial field yielded abundant harvests annually. Harvesting required only a single thought, sparing her from the labor otherwise required every 10 days. Since that fateful day, Tai Qianxiu had become taciturn, spending his days within the bamboo hut. He taught martial arts to Su Yueli and to Xiao Man, and gradually expanded his instruction to include many village children. A remarkable change, for Su Yueli recalled how he had once flatly refused to teach Xiao Man, declaring the school's supreme techniques should never be handed to outsiders so casually. Perhaps the guilt of that day weighed heavily upon him. 3 months after Prince Liang seized Yuqing, Su Yueli wrote to Xiao Ruyuan, urging him to capture the city as swiftly as possible, for she intended to transform Yuqing into his supply depot. Xiao Ruyuan's reply contained but a single character: agreed. Yet Su Yueli knew he would fulfill his promise. In the first month following autumn's arrival, Su Yueli visited Chuanya's grave once more. Whenever her heart grew heavy, she would sit there for a while, recalling the little girl who had once trailed endlessly behind her. A faint smile graced Su Yueli's lips. She had long regarded Chuanya as her own younger sister. She had even dreamed of buying her beautiful garments, yet now the clothes had arrived, the girl was gone. Su Yueli withdrew from her spatial realm the water-green wide-sleeved silk dress she had admired at first sight. Lighting a fire stick, she watched the exquisite garment succumb to flickering flames, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. Chuanya, I thought of you the moment I laid eyes on this dress. You would have looked stunning in it. I am burning it for you, so you must wear it. If you lack anything on the other side, come to me in my dreams. Su Yueli remained there for a long while, until the sun dipped low on the western horizon. Only then did she rise and return. Bai Jinglan had come back in the 2nd month after Prince Liang's occupation of Yuqing. Having provided the prince with ample bribes, Bai Jinglan enjoyed considerable leniency. Qianxiang Pavilion reopened its doors, and Yuqing seemed as though it had never known war. The people continued their daily lives as before. The inn's business prospered beyond measure, earning a fortune with each passing day. After tending to her greenhouse affairs, Su Yueli sought out Bai Jinglan. She wished for him to procure a batch of warhorses, for she intended to breed them. Upon hearing this, Bai Jinglan could not help but draw in a sharp breath, yet he immediately shook his head. Warhorses are not easily raised. Moreover, the climate and terrain of our southern Qi are entirely unsuitable for breeding them. The finest horses belong to northern Liaoyang, where vast grasslands and temperate conditions provide ideal pastures. Most of our southern Qi warhorses are purchased from northern Liaoyang merchants at exorbitant prices. Even if I managed to obtain warhorses, I doubt this young miss could keep them alive. Su Yueli's gaze was resolute. Leave everything else to me. Your only task is to procure the horses. Bai Jinglan saw her unwavering determination and acquiesced. Within days he arranged for over a dozen purebred stallions to be delivered, exquisite specimens among which was a prize stud. Su Yueli was deeply satisfied. The reason she dared to raise warhorses was that she had discovered a hidden basin deep within the forest behind the hills. Its secluded location and expansive terrain made it an ideal breeding ground. As for feed, Su Yueli intended to nourish them with lush grass grown on the black soil within her spatial realm. grass both nutritious and succulent supplemented by spiritual spring water. She was fully confident in her ability to raise them well. The impulse to breed warhorses had been sparked by an offhand remark from Chucky on an earlier trip to town. Chucky had spotted a warhorse and recounted the hardships Xiao Ruiyuan had endured when purchasing them, revealing that Xiao Ruiyuan had not always sailed smoothly. The search for horses proved his gravest trial. Due to the chaos of war, Southern Shi imposed strict control over horses, making mass purchases from dealers impossible, for their prices were prohibitive. Eventually, Xiao Ruiyuan resorted to seizing horses from others, yet it was never enough. His dream was not a few dozen or 100 riders, but thousands upon thousands of cavalry. Forced, he had turned to northern Liaoyang. But the northern Liaoyang people scorned Xiao Ruiyuan and refused to sell, demanding prices 30% higher. Yet desperate to obtain horses, Xiao Ruiyuan gritted his teeth and agreed. Treacherous as they were, the northern Liaoyang merchants delivered numerous sickly animals, counting on Xiao Ruiyuan's reluctance to openly confront them. But they had grossly underestimated his ruthlessness. That very night, Xiao Ruiyuan led men to slaughter the northern Liaoyang horse traders and reclaimed every coin they had been cheated out of. She did not believe all that silver had come from Wushi, but Su Yueli could not be bothered to concern herself with her matters. As for old Madame Su, ever since her leg recovered, she had put Su Luoxue to work constantly. Su Luoxue bore it all meekly, offering no resistance. Before the winter arrived, Su Yueli stored the harvested cotton in the warehouse and enlisted the village women to help sew winter garments. None of them had ever seen cotton before and were unfamiliar with it, but when they touched it, they found it wonderfully soft. They knew that if made into cotton-padded clothes, it would surely keep them warm. Child Yueli, are all these garments meant to be sent to Lord Xiao? Sister Qiulan looked up at Su Yueli, who nodded. Sister, rest assured, our days of hardship will soon end, and an era of peace will surely come. Sister Qiulan's eyes filled with tears. Very well, with your words I am at ease. You have my word. We shall rush these winter garments to completion as soon as possible. Others also grew emotional, their eyes glistening. Some things needed not be spoken. Everyone understood silently. They knew what they were doing, and more than anything they trusted that Su Yueli would never harm them. Perhaps because so many cotton-padded garments were needed, and Su Yueli dared not enlist outsiders, even the village men took up embroidery needles. Fortunately, the patterns Su Yueli had drawn were simple and not difficult to make, so even the older men quickly got the hang of it. Considering that the soldiers' builds varied greatly, Su Yueli had cut templates in 3 sizes and marked each garment accordingly. From cutting to padding to stitching, each person could complete over a dozen in a single day. The 100,000 cotton-padded garments took them over a month of relentless work to finish, and Su Yueli managed to deliver them to the manor before winter set in. Xiao Ruiyuan's people arrived the following day to pick them up. Since a substantial amount of cotton remained, Su Yueli encouraged everyone to make garments for their own families to ward off the cold, and some even made quilts. At first they were reluctant, but when Su Yueli said it would count as their wages and threatened to pay them in silver instead, they all got to work sewing clothes and quilts for their households. Su Yueli, being unskilled at needlework, had only been responsible for cutting the fabric. Thinking of Xiao Ruiyuan, she inexplicably cut a set of materials to his measurements as well. The dark red brocade she had purchased earlier but never had the heart to use. It turned out to be a windfall for Xiao Ruiyuan. Su Yueli had originally intended to make him a cotton-padded coat, but considering he would need to wear heavy armor over it, she decided on a down jacket instead. Fortunately, the village raised quite a few geese, and after delivering a large piece of meat to each household, she traded for a pile of soft, comfortable goose down. She spread the sewn garment on her table and patiently stuffed the goose down in bit by bit. Without any auxiliary tools, she labored through most of the night before finally completing it. Fortunately, she had long moved out and been living apart from Lu Shi, otherwise Lu Shi would have mocked her endlessly for such clumsiness. Gazing at the small, exquisite, and warm-down jacket she had made, Su Yueli wore a smug smile. Chu Chi, she called out toward the door, and Chu Chi instantly appeared in the room with a flicker of movement, clearly having entered through the window. Miss Su, Chu Chi looked at Su Yueli. She immediately wrapped the garment, stuffed it with a generous amount of her homemade dried fruit, added a letter, and handed everything to Chu Chi. Take this to your master yourself. Chu-Chi glanced out the window at the dark night and blinked. Now, Su Yueli looked out the window and gave an embarrassed cough. In her haste, she had entirely forgotten the time. A first thing tomorrow morning. By the way, remember to put on the cotton garments you were given. The temperature has started to drop these past few days. Riding on the road will surely be cold. Chu-Chi nodded. Yes. Watching Chu-Chi depart, Su Yueli finally exhaled deeply and prepared to rest. Tong Pass. In the military camp, Xiao Ruan beheld the 100,000 cotton garments, his heart restless for a long while. Little girl, could it be that you truly are a celestial child sent down by the heavens? Otherwise, why did she always appear at precisely the moment he needed her resolving his difficulties? Just last month, his deputy had reported that their equipment was insufficient. Not only was their protective armor inadequate, but winter clothing was also in short supply. If the winter clothing problem could not be resolved, his brothers would surely suffer the cold after winter arrived. Before he could find a solution, the little girl had already notified him to come collect the cotton garments. And these garments were genuinely warm. Xiao Ruan tore open a corner to examine it. He could not tell what was inside, but it was incredibly soft and extremely warm. When opened, it revealed a blanket of white, fluffy softness. This girl always seemed capable of surprising him. Boss, are these winter garments from Miss Su? How on earth were they made? They're so soft. Slipping one on must feel wonderful. Are they truly from Miss Su? Whatever she sends is sure to be fine. Has she ever sent us anything subpar? Hell, let me try one on first. There are cotton pants too. What a full set. The man opened one and slipped it on. It seemed a bit small, but it was genuinely warm. He could hardly bear to take it off. Unfortunately, the cotton pants were inconvenient to try on. Let me try too. This one seems too big. Schwanzi, let's swap. The two swapped garments and found that they fit just right. At that moment, the man responsible for transporting the cotton clothing spoke up. Miss Su said these garments come in 3 sizes. Those with 3 small cloth strips at the collar are large size, 1 strip is small size, and 2 strips indicate medium size. Choose according to your build. The same applies to the cotton pants. All sizes are marked. Miss Su is so thoughtful. These are incredibly comfortable, the size is perfect, and they don't feel bulky even when worn under armor. They're practically weightless. Tell me about it. So warm. We won't have to shiver through this winter anymore. Boss, you should pick one too. Taiju tore off a piece and handed it to Xiao Ruiyuan, who shook his head. Distribute them to the soldiers first. Having said this, Xiao Ruiyuan summoned the junior officer responsible for collecting the cotton garments into the main tent. Did that girl mention anything else to you? Xiao Ruiyuan feigned calmness as he asked, but the man shook his head. There were no special instructions, only the measurements for the cotton padded jacket. She said if anything was missing to let her know. She also sent a cart of fruits, vegetables, and some medicinal herbs. I've already had them delivered to your residence. Oh, and several jars of wine brewed by Miss Su herself. She instructed you to drink 1 cup daily. Once finished, she will send more. After hearing this, Xiao Ruiyuan waved his hand and dismissed the man. He raised his hand and stroked the half-silver mask, wondering if that girl who seemed to favor handsome men would be frightened upon seeing his true face. Upon returning to the mansion, the servants had already prepared the meal, obviously using the provisions Miss Su Yuli had just delivered. Xiao Ruiyuan inspected the cart and ordered the wine and medicinal herbs to be taken to his quarters. The radish, as thick as an arm, bore a striking resemblance to ginseng with its abundant roots. As expected, everything the little girl cultivated was extraordinary. Even her radishes were unlike any other. They still resembled carrots in appearance, or perhaps this was yet another new variety she had devised. Xiao Ruiyuan did not think much of it, and merely requested that the radish be used to make pork rib soup that evening. Xiao Ruiyuan could never have imagined that bowl of pork rib soup would cause him to suffer nosebleeds throughout the entire night. After 8 cold baths, he finally managed to suppress the fierce heat raging within his body. He had expected to catch a cold the following day, yet miraculously nothing happened. The experience terrified him so much that he never dared to eat that radish soup again. Had he not known the little girl would never harm him, he would have summoned a physician to test for poison. The next day, Xiao Ruiyuan met Chu-Chi, who had rushed back at full speed. Upon seeing the cotton-padded jacket that Su Yuli had sewn by hand, Xiao Ruiyuan could not help but smile. Seizing the opportunity, Chu-Chi eagerly spoke. Master, this garment was hand-stitched by Miss Su through most of the night. She sent it to you immediately upon completion. Moreover, Miss Su pricked her hands while making it for you. Xiao Ruyan raised his eyebrow. Is that so? She went to such trouble. Master, I believe Miss Su has feelings for you. No one would go to such lengths otherwise. If you also care for her, you must seize this opportunity. You have no idea how attentive that young Master Bai is. He visits Miss Su constantly. Before you know it, she might be spirited away. Chu Chi's voice grew quieter as he spoke, and Xiao Ruyan looked at him in utter disbelief. Chu Chi, how old is that young Master Bai? He will turn 16 after the new year. Xiao Ruyan, and how old is your master? 21. Xiao Ruyan, so you want your master to compete with a mere child for a girl who has not yet come of age? Chu Chi. This was the first time Chu Chi realized just how young Su Yuli was. In his heart, she possessed wisdom and schemes beyond those of most adults. Beautiful, skilled in martial arts, practically a perfect match for his master despite her humble origins. But hearing his master's words now, it seemed he had no interest in her. The thought made Chu Chi instantly despondent. His ideal mistress was beyond reach. I understand, master. Since you have no interest in Miss Su, I shall not impede Lord Bai when he visits. As for those who have come to propose marriage, I wonder if Miss Su has anyone in mind. Chu Chi muttered to himself, causing Xiao Ruyan's forehead to twitch with visible veins. Of course I will still manage it. How old is that girl? Marriage discussions are far too early. Moreover, for the sake of her reputation, she cannot frequently interact with men. Stay by her side and keep a close watch. She must not have any intimate contact with men before she turns 18. Chu Chi. 18. Wouldn't she be considered an old maid by then? In the capital, girls were typically betrothed at 13 or 14 and married after coming of age. If she were still unmarried at 18, she would indeed be deemed an unmarriageable old maid. Xiao Ruyan seemed to realize he had spoken out of turn and coughed awkwardly to cover his embarrassment. Enough. Go rest now. You may return once I have written the reply letter. Watching Chu Chi leave, Xiao Ruyan finally opened the bundle. On top was a letter. He opened it and read. His little girl's words remained as witty and humorous as ever. But upon reaching the final sentence, Xiao Ruyan nearly spat blood. Xiao Ruyan, those few ginseng specimens were painstakingly dug up by me. They are meant to nourish your body. However, their medicinal potency is extreme, and they can save your life in critical moments. Simply slice one piece and brew it as tea each time. After Chu Qianjun had won the title of Wu Zhuangyuan, he caught the attention of Princess Anha. However, Chu Qianjun harbored lofty ambitions, his greatest desire being to gallop across the battlefield. How could he willingly marry the princess and be trapped in the capital? Naturally, he refused. Princess Anha, being narrow-minded, decided that if she could not have him, she would ruin his reputation. The emperor, a fool, heeded her slander and ordered Chu Qianjun to be imprisoned for allegedly molesting the princess. Unwilling to accept this injustice, Chu Qianjun fled. Su Yunzhou, on the other hand, received news that the emperor intended to bring him into the court. But the court was already riddled with decay, and the emperor was fatuous and benighted. Su Yunzhou naturally had no desire to serve such a despotic ruler. Thus, before the imperial decree could be issued, he gathered his entire family and pledged allegiance to Xiao Ruyan. In truth, he had known Xiao Ruyan since childhood, and Su Zhongshan had watched him grow up. Otherwise, he would not have dared to take such a risk. However, since Su Yunzhou wished to keep his identity concealed, Su Zhongshan naturally refrained from saying anything more. Su Zhongshan had countless disciples. Upon learning that he had joined Xiao Ruyan, many of them packed their belongings overnight and followed. Xiao Ruyan arranged for them all properly. With their addition, he was like a tiger with wings. When Xiao Ruyan was at Huta Mountain, he had only 30,000 brothers. Later, after he rose in rebellion, his forces increased by half. Now he commanded 100,000 troops, and with these civil and military officials, his chances of victory grew even greater. But no amount of assistance could bring Xiao Ruyan as much peace of mind as Su Yuli's support. Master Miss Su has sent another 10,000 shur of grain along with hundreds of carts of fruits and vegetables, 200 heads of pork and beef each. The moment the man finished speaking, Chu Chi, who followed closely behind, gazed at his master with a beaming smile, the pride and smugness in his eyes utterly impossible to conceal. "Master, my lady says whatever you need, just ask." From the shift of Miss Su to my lady, it was evident that Chu Chi already regarded Su Yueli as half his master. Xiao Ruiyuan could only shake his head with a helpless smile. This girl, where did she get such extraordinary ability? Not only did she deliver sufficient provisions every month, but she also occasionally let the soldiers enjoy a meaty feast. The potatoes and sweet potatoes were more than enough. Now his troops were even better fed than he was. Su Yunzhou grew even more curious about this Miss Su. Ever since she appeared beside Xiao Ruyuan, he had learned that almost all of Xiao Ruyuan's grain and military supplies came from her, and even the army's pay was largely funded by her. At first he suspected that Xiao Ruyuan might be backed by a powerful and wealthy family, but later he discovered that many things could not be provided by even the most formidable clan, such as cartloads of freshly harvested crops or the highly effective medicinal ointments. Unfortunately, he had been here for so long, yet had never met the girl. "Jinji, who exactly is this Miss Su?" "I hear the soldiers' winter clothes were also sent by Miss Su." I'm growing more and more curious. Jinji was Xiao Ruyuan's courtesy name, and Su Yunzhou had called him by it since childhood, so he never changed it. Whenever Su Yueli was mentioned, a smile that he could not suppress curled at the corners of Xiao Ruyuan's lips. "That girl. She is my little fairy who grants every wish. Whatever I need she can procure. If you wish to meet her once we take Linen City, I will take you to see her." They had already captured Xiang City. Once they seized Linen, the entire territory within and beyond Yubei Pass would be under his control. My lady is incredibly capable. The entire Qinghe County has become her granary. Throughout the 4 seasons, whether grain, fruits, or vegetables, they are inexhaustible. Even the pork and beef this time were raised by her people. Not only beef and pork, but also plenty of mutton, and she has planted dozens of acres of medicinal fields. So whatever you need, don't hesitate. After all, my lady sells whatever is surplus elsewhere. Chu Chi's unabashed display of opulence made the two men grind their teeth. Wasn't this blatant showing off? Ahem, we're not really short on military grain pay or supplies, but war horses are currently the biggest problem. Ever since Prince Li declared independence, the court has tightened control over war horses. The Baliao too are profiteering from the crisis, demanding exorbitant prices. Horses from other countries are not as good as those from Baliao. If we could get a batch of fine war horses, it would be a true relief. As soon as Su Yunzhou finished speaking, Xiao Ruyuan called out Yunzhou. Everyone could tell that Su Yunzhou's words were deliberately meant to put Chu Chi, or rather to put Su Yueli, on the spot, though mostly in jest. But Xiao Ruyuan was unwilling to let the girl face difficulties. He knew better than anyone how hard it was to buy war horses. However, Chu Chi's expression showed no sign of trouble. Instead, he grew even more smug. "Let's set aside the matter of war horses for now. My lady will have her coming-of-age ceremony in 2 months. She said that capturing Linen City would be her coming-of-age gift. Don't forget to attend, master." Xiao Ruiyuan nodded. Go back and tell her that she will hear the news of Linen's fall before her ceremony." Chu Chi took his leave. Su Yunzhou, however, looked Xiao Ruyuan up and down. "Miss Su hasn't yet had her coming-of-age ceremony." Su Yunzhou's gaze clearly said, "Xiao Ruyuan, you have quite the taste, going after such a young girl." Xiao Ruyuan nodded. "When I first met her, she was only 12, a refugee, snatched by bandits, skin and bones. At that time, I was just the chief of Hoda Mountain. By chance I rescued her. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye." Whenever he recalled those early days, Xiao Ruyuan always felt deeply grateful. Grateful that he had softened his heart and saved her, and grateful that she had produced the armed crossbow that sparked his interest. "I thought for Jinji to fall in love, it would have to be with a refined lady of noble birth, a golden branch, and jade leaf. But it turns out it's just a little girl." Su Yunzhou chuckled, teasing him. Xiao Ruyuan glared at him. "What nonsense are you spouting? She's still just a child. This king only regards her as a younger sister. Isn't she approaching her coming-of-age ceremony soon? Once a woman completes her coming-of-age ceremony, she may marry. She's not young anymore." Su Yunzhou pressed relentlessly. Xiao Ruyuan said, "Advisor Su, I believe the spoils from Xiang City have yet to be inventoried, haven't they? Surely Advisor Su isn't waiting for this king to go personally." Su Yunzhou rubbed his nose. This subordinate will go at once. He had stepped on his tail again. Perhaps it was because Xiao Ruiyuan's Black Cloud cavalry truly frightened the imperial court, even more so for the fear that he might grow beyond their control. The court, which had previously been negotiating with Prince Liang and Prince Jin, suddenly turned its attention to dealing with Xiao Ruiyuan. In the past, Xiao Ruiyuan had not posed a significant threat, so the court had simply ignored him. But now his strength was sufficient to rival that of Prince Liang and Prince Jin, making it impossible for the Emperor of Nanxi not to feel threatened. But the court had ultimately underestimated their opponent, sending 30,000 troops to assault Yu City. After suffering over 10,000 casualties, they still failed to capture the city. Though Yu City only had 10,000 defenders, their crossbows were no joke. Armed with such a weapon, what did Xiao Ruiyuan need to fear? The court's forces fled in disarray. Commander Taizhu led 2,000 troops to pursue, killing over 1,000 more enemies. Had Xiao Ruiyuan not forbidden him from pursuing too far, Taizhu would have chased them down and slaughtered every last one of them. 3 days after defeating the court's army, Xiao Ruiyuan launched a swift strike against Linen City. The defenders never expected that Xiao Ruiyuan, who had just fought the court's forces, would show no hesitation and immediately turn his weapons toward them instead. Fortunately, Linen was well defended and difficult to breach. Even with Xiao Ruiyuan leading a personal assault, he couldn't break through the walls. After consulting with Su Yunzhou on strategy, Chu Qianjun proposed an alternative. He would take several skilled infiltrators under cover of night to open the gates from within, catching the enemy off guard. However, the city gates were so heavily guarded that there was no guarantee they wouldn't be discovered before completing their task. But if enough men assaulted the position simultaneously, combined with crossbow cover and sufficient speed, they might manage to unlock the gates before being detected. To ensure the night raid would succeed, without fail, Xiao Ruiyuan personally trained them for 10 full days until they could scale the walls silently and swiftly, only then launching the operation. That night was dark and windy. Xiao Ruiyuan concealed his forces nearby, their gray armor blending seamlessly into the shadows. Chu Qianjun led 200 men to scale the walls, while Xiao Ruiyuan kept his eyes fixed on the city gate. Only when a white signal flare rose at the gate did he give the order to charge. Since this was a night attack and noise discipline was essential, they marched on foot rather than on horseback. By the time the Linen garrison realized something was wrong, Xiao Ruiyuan's troops had already stormed into the city, too late, for they hadn't even finished dressing before they were slain. By dawn the following day, the streets of Linen had been thoroughly washed clean, the blood and bodies removed from the city for cremation. The common folk, having only heard the cries of battle during the night, had no idea the city had fallen. It wasn't until the townspeople emerged onto the streets and spotted the banner on the city walls had changed from Liang to Li that they realized Linen had fallen to King Li. Yet they had heard that although King Li came from a bandit background, he never oppressed the common people. At least since capturing the 3 cities of Yubei Pass, he had never demanded so much as a needle or thread, a grain of rice, or a copper coin from them. And it was precisely for this reason that King Li's reputation had grown ever stronger. Hearing of the excellent treatment within King Li's ranks, many began volunteering to join his army. Moreover, King Li's troops were never late with their pay, which explained why Xiao Ruiyuan's men were so fiercely battle-worthy and fiercely loyal. By the time Linen was taken, early summer had arrived, and the weather was growing increasingly hot. To help the soldiers cope with the heat, Su Yueli had sent hundreds of pickles of mung beans and vegetables and fruits. Is she beautiful? Naturally, the man replied that she was beautiful, like a fairy descending to earth. Though everyone suspected he was exaggerating, their gratitude towards Su Yueli was genuine. For every time they mentioned wanting certain foods, as long as they told the brothers responsible for transporting vegetables and mentioned it to Su Yueli, she would ensure it was brought back. Once when a soldier mentioned how delicious the apples were, Su Yueli actually had dozens of carts of apples delivered, each one large and red, with 3 or 4 apiece distributed to every soldier. Another time a soldier expressed a craving for noodles, wishing he could taste them, but with so many people in the camp and the labor involved in making noodles, it was virtually impossible. The brother who went to fetch supplies that day returned empty-handed regarding noodles. Yet over a month later, just as everyone had forgotten the request, Su Yueli sent dozens of carts of dried noodles, each strand as long as chopsticks, thin and straight with uniform thickness, along with tomatoes and eggs. The soldiers were amazed, declaring it nothing short of miraculous. When the noodles were prepared with tomatoes and eggs, even Xiao Ruiyuan devoured 3 large bowls, Su Yunzhou managed 2, and Chu Qianjun, an impressive 5 bowls, left Su Yunzhou utterly stunned. Most remarkably, Su Yueli claimed she could arrange for anything to be sent whenever they wished, though it required some effort. She insisted it wasn't difficult. Initially, only Su Yunzhou had been curious about Su Yueli, but now Chu Qianjun found himself equally fascinated by this Miss Su, repeatedly marveling at how extraordinary she was. Upon learning that Xiao Ruiyuan planned to celebrate Su Yueli's birthday, Chu Qianjun immediately insisted on accompanying him without hesitation. With no other option, Xiao Ruiyuan reluctantly brought them both along. Along the journey to Kaoshan village, Chu Qianjun was endlessly curious about everything he encountered. Su Yunzhou shared his curiosity, as many things were unfamiliar to him as well, but he was too proud to ask. "Boss, what are those arched structures? Why are there greenhouses instead of crops in the fields?" "Those are greenhouses, the very places where the vegetables and fruits we consume during winter are cultivated. When winter arrives, stoves are lit inside to provide heat, allowing vegetables to grow even in the coldest months," Xiao Ruiyuan explained. Hearing this, Su Yunzhou was astounded, genuinely impressed by such innovation. "Did Miss Su devise this method as well?" Xiao Ruiyuan nodded. "Indeed. That young woman's mind is always filled with all sorts of peculiar inventions. I've heard that Miss Su also designed those crossbows. Is that true?" Chu Qianjun regarded Su Yueli as little short of miraculous. Xiao Ruiyuan confirmed once more yes. Beyond the crossbows, she also invented the arm-mounted variant. "What an extraordinary feat," Chu Qianjun remarked in awe. Su Yunzhou suddenly recalled something and turned to Xiao Ruiyuan, asking, "Manager Su appears to be Miss Su's father, correct? Why did you not bring him back to be reunited with Miss Su?" When it came to Su Ziyuan, Xiao Ruiyuan would feel a headache coming on. He had actually tracked down information about Su Ziyuan long ago and even found his residence. 2 years prior, Su Ziyuan had accidentally saved a young woman, an orphan with neither father nor mother. After rescuing her, Su Ziyuan cared for her day after day, and as time passed, he inevitably developed feelings for her. By the time Xiao Ruiyuan went looking for him, Su Ziyuan was already living with that woman, and they had a child together. Afraid of hurting Su Yueli if she found out Xiao Ruiyuan had kept silent about Su Ziyuan's whereabouts for so long. Each time Su Yueli asked, he would only say that Su Ziyuan was fine, but that he simply couldn't bring him back yet. He had only brought Su Ziyuan to the military camp a few months ago, keeping him close in a minor administrative role. Su Ziyuan was naturally an honest man and worked diligently enough, but he had also brought that woman and child along with him. If that girl were to see Su Ziyuan as he is now, she would probably wish she had never heard from him at all, which is why he had been hesitating to tell her about this matter. Su Ziyuan was forced into the military back then, and when he left, only his sisters and mother remained at home. After all these years without any news, he now has not only a beautiful concubine by his side, but also a son. If that girl were to see this, who knows how heartbroken she would be, so let's not mention this matter for now. Su Ziyuan probably lacked the courage to return and face his wife and daughter, which is why he hasn't dared to go back all these years. It's common for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Manager Su is now in Yuqing, so I'm afraid they'll meet sooner or later. After Su Yunzhou spoke, Xiao Ruiyuan sighed. "Let's just delay it as long as we can." The 3 of them were riding horses, and besides the 2 of them, Xiao Ruiyuan had also brought 2 shadow guards. The noon sun was still quite fierce, but they galloped continuously and arrived at Kaoshan village within 1 to 2 hours. Xiao Ruiyuan went straight to the new house that Su Yueli had built. She had complained that living with the Su family was inconvenient, so she constructed a new dwelling beside Tai Qianqiu's bamboo house and moved out with Lady Lu and the rest of the family. At first, old man Su had objected, but Su Yueli promised to tear down their old residence and rebuild it for them, which finally convinced the elderly couple to accept the arrangement. The reason Xiao Ruiyuan knew so much was because he and Su Yueli frequently exchanged letters via carrier pigeon. Whenever she had nothing to do, Su Yueli would tell him about various trivial matters at home. Yet despite being so close, that girl refused to visit him. It had been a year since they last met, and he wondered how that girl was doing now. Tai Qianqiu was teaching Xiao Man and several children to practice martial arts in the courtyard when he spotted Xiao Ruin approaching with a few people. Though they hadn't seen each other for a long time, Tai Qianxiu recognized Xiao Ruin at first glance. "Xiao kid, what brings you here?" Tai Qianxiu stroked his white beard and stepped forward to greet him. "Master Tai, it's been a long time. I hope you're in good health." Although Xiao Ruin and the others were dressed in ordinary clothes, their bearing was unmistakable. Tai Qianxiu nodded. "Good, I'm doing well. Come, let's go inside for a cup of tea." "Very well." Xiao Ruin didn't bother with formalities and followed Master Tai inside. The bamboo house wasn't particularly large, and after everyone entered it felt a bit cramped. Tai Qianxiu poured each of them a cup of tea before engaging in some casual conversation. Learning that Xiao Ruin had come to find his youngest disciple, he didn't keep them long. After telling them that Su Yueli was in the mountains, he let them go on their own. Xiao Man had originally intended to guide them, but Tai Qianxiu grabbed her by the back of the neck and held her back. "Little girl trying to slack off again. Look at Xiao Jiji, he's more diligent than you. As the older sister, how can you slack off?" Beside them, the nearly 3-year-old Xiao Jiji grinned widely and teased, "Second sister is ashamed. Xiao Man glared at him in frustration, but could only accept her fate and continue practicing martial arts. Xiao Jiji beside them was also imitating the movements in his own way, his tiny arms and legs making him incredibly endearing. Xiao Ruin led the group into the mountains. Since the mountain had remained in its original natural state and housed large wild beasts, no one dared venture deep into it. Moreover, as living conditions had improved for every household and food was no longer scarce, nobody took the risk of hunting in the mountains anymore. They walked for a long while before reaching the deep mountains. The deeper they ventured, the darker the light became. Only when they crossed the forest and arrived at the entrance to the basin did they stop. Gazing at the distant basin, all of them were stunned by the sight before them. They weren't on a grassland, nor were they in Beliao, yet they witnessed 10,000 horses galloping. These steeds, like untamed wild horses, were running around the basin. Their wild and unrestrained demeanor combined with their robust and towering builds made it clear they were not ordinary horses, but extraordinarily rare and precious steeds. Amidst the thundering herd, a woman clad in white rode astride a horse. No saddle beneath her, no whip in hand. Yet she remained firmly seated, letting the horse carry her on a reckless free run. Bathed in sunlight, she seemed wrapped in golden radiance, holy and beautiful, her delicate features exquisitely crafted, so breathtakingly fair she appeared of. "Master, what brings you here?" Chuki looked at Xiao Ruin with delight. The day after tomorrow was Su Yueli's birthday and her coming-of-age ceremony. He had assumed the master wouldn't arrive until that day itself, never expecting such an early visit. How can there be so many warhorses raised here?" Xiao Ruin was stammering so much because he found it truly hard to believe. Chuki scratched his head and said, "Actually, our young miss originally wanted to give Master a surprise, but unexpectedly Master discovered it first. These horses were all personally bred, nurtured, and raised by the young miss. Moreover, the trained horses ready for use already number 5,000. The remaining horses the young miss said would need until the end of the year to be fully trained." Chuki himself was somewhat puzzled about why Su Yueli's horses could reach nearly 10,000 in just over a year. In short, he often saw the young miss bringing foals back from outside, and the breeding horses they kept also kept producing foals. What struck him most as unbelievable was that the horses the young miss raised could give birth to 2 or 3 foals at a time. As everyone knows, horses typically reproduce singly. Carrying twins is rare, and having both survive is even rarer. Yet the horses the young miss raised could indeed deliver 2 or 3 at once. Perhaps because they had been alongside Su Yueli and witnessed so many extraordinary and bizarre things, they had grown accustomed to it. Nearly 10,000 warhorses. Jinji, you've truly found a treasure. Where can one find such a little immortal girl? He wanted to find one for himself too. Su Yunzhou was genuinely envious. Chu Qi immediately chimed in, never missing an opportunity to praise their young miss. "That's right, our miss is extraordinarily capable and absolutely one of a kind." Young mistress. Chu Ba and Chu Shi hurried over to greet their master upon seeing her, while only Chu Jiu remained with Su Yueli, gleefully walking the horses. He rode them every day, yet he could never understand what was so appealing about it. Xiao Ruiyuan nodded and let them rise. Chu Qi said, "Our miss is incredibly skilled at training horses. You'll see for yourselves soon. She'll surely impress you even more than you are now. As he spoke, Su Yueli was already beginning to change formations with whistle signals. A long whistle echoed from her lips, and the horses, like warriors charging into battle, neighed fiercely and galloped toward the hurdles. From an initial height of 1 meter, they progressed to 1.3 meters, 1.5 meters, and finally up to 2 meters. How could such heavy-bodied horses possibly clear so many hurdles in one go? Just as everyone was stunned, they saw Su Yueli riding foremost, clearing a hurdle atop a chestnut steed. The rest of the horses followed in orderly succession. The hurdles were long enough for a dozen or so horses to clear them simultaneously. However, Xiao Ruiyuan and the others noticed that the horses were remarkably disciplined. The larger, more capable ones cleared each hurdle cleanly. Those uncertain of making the jump would simply duck underneath or go around after clearing the first 2 obstacles. They were too far away to hear what Su Yueli was saying, but they could see her clearly communicating with the horses. Meanwhile, Chu Jiu had somehow acquired more than a dozen goats. They could sense the horses growing increasingly agitated. When Su Yueli released the goats, their excitement intensified, yet they did not move until she blew her whistle. Only when the goats scattered did she signal, at which point the horses surged forward like warriors hearing the battle horn. The G. Nearly 20 minutes later, Su Yueli blew her whistle again, and the horses finally ceased their squabbling. The dozen or so that had caught their prey approached triumphantly, each holding a goat by the neck, prancing with visible joy. Excellent. You have all performed magnificently. This is your reward for today. Su Yueli handed each of the dozen horses 3 carrots. Yes, carrots, their absolute favorite, along with apples. Of course, these had to be carrots and apples grown in the black soil, as those were what they preferred most. Xiao Ruiyuan and the others simply watched Su Yueli train the horses, which obeyed her commands even better than soldiers in a military camp. Were these truly horses? Could they actually understand human speech? Su Yueli seemed to have noticed them. After letting the horses roam freely, she walked over with Chu Jiu. After so long apart, Su Yueli realized that some things truly cannot be erased by time, such as longing and such as affection. She had fallen for Xiao Ruiyuan. Though they had not seen each other often, and she still did not even know what he looked like, Su Yueli's heart had already fluttered for him. In truth, when the imperial troops had invaded her village, and he had rushed to save her, her heart had already stirred. She had merely convinced herself that she was young, and that it was nothing more than youthful infatuation. But she had forgotten that in her past life, she had already been over 20 years old, and her soul was not that of an ignorant, naive girl. She only wondered whether he could feel it as well. Xiao Ruiyuan. Su Yueli cupped her hands around her mouth and called out to him. The longing she had suppressed for so long finally erupted in that moment. Su Yueli had never felt so childish before, yet she actually wanted to rush over and embrace him tightly. And indeed, she did exactly that. Su Yunzhou and Chu Qianjun were so startled that they instinctively stepped back half a pace. Good heavens, this was the first time they had ever seen such an enthusiastic young woman. One moment she had appeared as an ethereal fairy descending from the heavens, sacred and untouchable. The next, she had transformed into a passionate and outgoing village girl. The contrast was simply too striking. Su Yueli ran over with a bright smile and gave Xiao Ruiyuan a huge hug. Xiao Ruiyuan helplessly lifted her into his arms, then set her down. You imp, you're only getting more mischievous. Su Yueli shot him a playful glare. Xiao Ruiyuan patted her head gently. Let me introduce you. This is Su Yunzhou, and this is Chu Qianjun. I mentioned both of them in my letters. Su Yueli nodded. Yes, hello. My name is Su Yueli. Su Yunzhou smiled and nodded. I have often heard of Miss Su in the military camp, and now I am finally privileged to meet you. I must also express my gratitude for your years of assistance to King Li's army. Su Yueli waved her hand modestly. Brother Su, you are too kind. It is only what I should do. Come, let us head back first. With that, Su Yueli led them back ahead. They no longer lived together with grandfather Su and the others. Lady Lu no longer had to toil from dawn to dusk. Freed from the torment of that household and nourished by the spirit spring water, her skin had become remarkably soft and radiant, so luminous that even a 16-year-old maiden could not compare. Lady Lu already possessed gentle and pleasing features. Though not stunningly beautiful, she exuded an undeniable charm, especially with her tender and virtuous demeanor. One would readily believe she was in her 20s. Her once rough hands had also grown soft and fair, showing no trace of a countrywoman's labor. Even Xiao Ruiyuan was startled at first glance, for his last encounter with Lady Lu had been before such a dramatic transformation. In truth, she owed much of this to Xiao Ruiyuan. If he had not told her that Su Ziyuan was still alive, Lady Lu would never have found the motivation to tend to her appearance. Lady Lu welcomed them into the house and prepared several of her signature dishes. Su Yueli also invited Tai Qianxiu to join them for drinks and dinner. As her own disciple, he naturally felt no need to decline, especially since he had long made a habit of freeloading at his master's table. Miss Su, those horses appear to be top-quality, purebred war horses. How were they raised so robustly given Nanshi's climate and conditions? And how did you train them? Why do they seem to understand everything you say? Chu Qianjuan, coming from a military background, possessed an instinctive passion for war horses. Ever since witnessing that magnificent scene of stampeding steeds, he still had not calmed down. Moreover, those horses seemed almost spiritually attuned. Su Yueli's words they appeared to comprehend completely. Su Yueli thought for a moment and replied, "Horses are inherently intelligent creatures. With proper training methods, making them obedient is quite straightforward. I will take you to see them after we finish eating, and you will understand." As for their living conditions, although Nanshi does not rival Beliao in terms of vast territory and lush pastures, with careful nurturing, they can still be raised well. It is truly impressive that Miss Su at such a young age can control the economic lifeline of the entire county, transforming it into a prosperous and economically independent large county. Jin Ji says you are his greatest support, and now I see that his words are not false. Su Yueli glanced at Xiao Ruiyuan, who still wore the half-silver mask. Though his face was hidden, the upward curve of his lips revealed that he was in a good mood. You two are his right-hand men as well, but you are the ones who can accompany him to the end, while I am merely a companion for a part of his journey. When Xiao Ruiyuan soars to the sky and ascends to the throne, that will be the day she retires gracefully, for she knows well that she will not be trapped in the deep palace for him. Thus her passion and affection for him are only for the present. Su Yueli's words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Chu Qianjun could not discern it, but Su Yunzhou, as a resourceful strategist, naturally noticed that her gaze toward Xiaoran was different, and that Xiaoran did not treat her merely as a sister as he appeared. After lunch, having nothing to do, Su Yueli took them to the horse ranch for a while. Chu Qianjun was utterly enamored with the horses Su Yueli raised. Even his own warhorse that had accompanied him for long was not as intelligent and obedient as the one he randomly chose here, and the compatibility was high. Su Yueli said that as long as he could gain the recognition of these horses, they would become his most loyal companions. Moreover, these horses were extremely loyal. Once they acknowledged their master, they would obey no one except Su Yueli, who had raised them. Chu Qianjun chose a chestnut-red cheetah horse and trained it for a full half-hour before the horse relented. Xiao Ruiyuan selected a very beautiful sylph. "If you feel you can't repay me, then how about offering yourself to me?" Xiao Ruiyuan looked at her seriously and after a long while nodded. "Indeed, I have no way to repay, so I will offer myself." "Haha, you can't be serious, can you?" "I was joking. I'm young and beautiful, not unwanted. I wouldn't take a fancy to an old man like you," Su Yueli said, and turned to find Su Yunzhou with a laugh, but her smile vanished as she turned away. No one knew how nervous she was behind that seemingly joking remark, but when Xiao Ruiyuan hesitated, Su Yueli understood that perhaps some things really cannot be forced. "Miss Su, are you all right?" Su Yunzhou could see she was unhappy, but Su Yueli shook her head. "I'm fine, Brother Su. Why didn't you pick one? The horses here are very spirited." Su Yunzhou chuckled lightly with an elegant demeanor, his face always carrying a warm smile like the spring breeze and sun, sometimes revealing a profound and unfathomable deep smile. "Better not. A fine horse suits a hero. I am merely a scholar stationed in the rear. Following me would disgrace such a noble steed." Su Yunzhou spoke politely, but Su Yueli could tell he actually liked these horses very much. Su Yueli whistled, and Su Yunzhou could hear the whistle seemed to curve several times. As soon as she finished, a pure white steed galloped over, stopping only when it reached Su Yueli and nuzzled her with its head. Su Yueli patted its head. "This is Takshu, a mare. She is gentle, very clingy, and loves good-looking people. When I saw you, Brother Su, I thought of Takshu. I think you would be the best home for her. Su Yueli stroked Takshu's snow-white, smooth coat. Su Yunzhou had never seen such a beautiful horse. Its big eyes seemed shy and bashful when looking at him, and it had a long, flowing mane. Su Yunzhou stepped forward somewhat awkwardly to pat Takshu's head. Takshu, a beautiful name. Would you be willing to come with me? He looked at Takshu and asked. Takshu looked him up and down, then glanced at Su Yueli before shyly nuzzling into Su Yunzhou's arms like a bashful bride. Su Yunzhou laughed and chatted with Takshu for a while until Chu Qianjun came galloping over with a hearty laugh, and Su Yunzhou turned to look at him. Yunzhou, this horse is really amazing. Why did you choose a mare? Chu Qianjun bluntly looked at Takshu's rear. Takshu seemed to notice his gaze and suddenly kicked backward, almost hitting Chu Qianjun, but he was quick to dodge. Oh ho, quite a temper. Takshu snorted and glared fiercely at Chu Qianjun. Chu Qianjun realized that the horse could understand what he said and even read his actions, probably feeling offended. Takshu is a bit spoiled. Brother Chu, please be more tolerant in the future. Although she can't speak, she can understand human speech. After you take her back, try to keep her free range and don't confine her in a stable. Su Yunzhou nodded. All right, Miss Su, rest assured. I will never let her suffer. Chu Qianjun also quickly promised. Miss Su, rest assured, I will also treat Qian well. Oh, by the way, Qian is the name I just gave him. How is it? Isn't it domineering? Chu Qianjun seemed to have a somewhat goofy personality, speaking in a very humorous manner. Xiao Ruin, who had just returned from a ride, saw the three of them chatting so happily and couldn't help but darken his expression, but unfortunately no one saw it under his mask. It seemed he had finally fallen for her. Some things can deceive others, but not oneself. His feelings for Su Yueli perhaps only he knew. The little girl's intentions had been made very clear. He was not stupid and could naturally see it. But his great revenge was not yet avenged, and he did not know whether he would succeed or fail. How could he bear to let her gamble with him? It was better this way. If he succeeded, he would share the vast empire with her. If he failed, he would bear it alone. She might only be sad for a while. He knew that the little girl lived freely, so he need not worry about her well-being when he was gone. In the evening, Su Yueli and Xiao Ruin stood on the mountaintop watching the sunset. The afterglow fell on her, as if draping her in a colorful cloud robe, dreamlike and ethereal. Not long ago, she was a sallow and thin little girl. How had she blossomed into such beauty? Her lively eyes could make one fall at first sight. She gazed at the sunset, but Xiao Ruin's eyes were on her. Su Yueli looked into the distance and spoke softly. 10,000 warhorses in exchange for a wish, how about that? Xiao Ruin's body stiffened. Although he didn't know what the little girl wanted, he nodded and agreed without a second thought, not for the 10,000 warhorses, but because it was what she desired. Good. What wish do you desire? Su Yueli turned her head to gaze at his mask. Xiao Ruin's heart tightened, as if he had already guessed what the little girl was about to say. Yet in the next moment, Su Yueli spoke first. Take off your mask. I want to see you. At the very least, she wanted to know what kind of man she had fallen for. A man who had enchanted her soul, with just half his face. Surely beneath that mask, he must be even more beautiful. Xiao Ruin clenched his fists, his entire body stiffening, yet he lacked the courage to remove that half mask. Su Yueli, seeing him in such distress, was about to suggest dropping the matter, but before she could speak, Xiao Ruin had already slowly raised his hand and taken off the silver mask. When Su Yueli saw Xiao Ruin's face, disbelief washed over her, swiftly followed by an overwhelming ache in her heart. Upon his chiseled, handsome features, half of his face bore a deep, hideous scar, like a centipede crawling across his skin. It was as though heaven's most perfect creation had been cruelly slashed by someone consumed by jealousy, leaving behind such a grievous flaw. Su Yueli reached out to touch the scar, but Xiao Ruin flinched away. He quickly pulled his mask back into place, as though doing so could make the scar disappear entirely. Are you disappointed? He knew the little girl cherished beauty, and in her eyes, he had always been handsome and handsome-looking. Yet now that she had seen his true face, she would surely be frightened. Su Yueli shook her head. Although it bears a flaw, you are still very handsome. That scar. Surely it can be removed, can it not? I have consulted many physicians, but they all said it cannot be helped, for the wound is too deep. Actually, it has improved considerably. I suspect the medicinal herbs you send regularly are too nourishing, and the scar has faded noticeably. In Xiao Ruin's desolation was plainly visible in his eyes, yet Su Yueli did not believe the wound was beyond cure. Even if others could not heal it, the spirit spring water in her space certainly could. Xiao Ruiyuan, do you trust me? In Xiao Ruiyuan nodded. Naturally I do. Without this girl there would be no Xiao Ruiyuan as he is today, so of course he trusted her. Within a year I will surely heal the scar on your face. And she dared speak with such certainty precisely, because after her space upgrade the medicinal efficacy of the spirit spring water seemed to have improved significantly. Otherwise how could Lu Shi's rough, weathered skin hardened by years of labor have become so fair and smooth in such a short time? Xiao Ruiyuan smiled and ruffled her hair. Very well then, I shall wait. And originally he had never cared whether this scar healed or not. In fact, he had long accepted wearing it for the rest of his life, for only with this mark could he constantly remind himself not to forget his quest for vengeance. Yet upon hearing her say the scar could be removed, Xiao Ruiyuan felt a faint flicker of hope stir within him. Perhaps it was because only a flawless Xiao Ruiyuan could be worthy of her. Xiao Ruiyuan and his companion stayed in Kaoshan village for 2 days. During this time, Su Yueli showed them around the village, visiting the greenhouses and orchards. Of course, they also toured her largest breeding facility. Truthfully, its scale rivaled the herds on the grasslands. What struck them most was that Su Yueli had contracted an entire hillside for breeding, raising chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs, all under one roof. What impressed Su Yueli most was her management system. The people of an entire county now effectively worked for her. Her crops and livestock, apart from those sent to the military camp, were almost entirely snapped up, especially fresh vegetables and fruits. The prominent families throughout Yuqing ate almost exclusively from Su Yueli's greenhouses, sometimes even facing shortages. Otherwise, how could Su Yueli possibly have so much silver to give Xiao Ruiyuan? On top of that, Bai Jinglan's Tianxiang Pavilion had now opened 6 or 7 branches, and for each one Su Yueli received a 30% share. In truth, Bai Jinglan had wanted to give her 50%, but Su Yueli refused, saying she would accept 50% only for the Yuqing location and 30% for the others, since aside from introducing new dishes each month, she had done little else. Moreover, all Tianxiang pavilions used vegetables from her greenhouses, which Bai Jinglan had paid for. Nowadays, Su Yueli could count money until her hands cramped every day. Yet the unfortunate part was that Grandpa Su's family was insatiable. Instead of living peacefully, they insisted on causing trouble. Ever since Wu Shi returned, Su Laonai seemed like a different person. No one knew what sort of spell Wu Shi had cast on her, but she came to their house every other day, insisting that Su Yueli find a job for her eldest uncle, perhaps collecting accounts or managing someone. Any small supervisory role would do. Su Yueli naturally refused, for Su Zhigao had a slow temperament, and with advancing age his mind was not as sharp. Not only could he not handle accounts, he could not even manage people properly. Besides, the work Su Yueli had arranged for him was not strenuous, simply overseeing the transportation of vegetables from all the greenhouses. Su Zhigao actually performed well and was quite satisfied, yet Wu Shi and Su Laonai remained discontented. After several attempts at causing trouble, Su Yueli simply ignored them. On the day of Su Yueli's coming-of-age ceremony, she had originally planned for only close family to gather and celebrate. Unexpectedly, both her grandfathers remember. Watching her master and mother bustle about preparing for her coming-of-age ceremony, Su Yueli felt nothing but warmth in her heart. The villagers' lives had improved considerably, and every household had grown more prosperous. So they pooled their silver to purchase Su Yueli a most exquisite glass hair ornament set styled in the fashionable design from the capital that year. Su Yueli was deeply moved, not because of the material value, but because she could feel the genuine blessings and affection behind their gift. As her master Tai Qianxiu was naturally no less generous. After all, she was his only disciple, and Tai Qianxiu had even tapped into his savings meant for his funeral. He presented her with a golden pearl the size of a fist, a pearl his second disciple had pilfered from the treasure vault of Dongling Kingdom. Only when Tai Qianxiu reached his 70th birthday had the boy finally deemed it worthy to present it to him. Now it was this young girl who would benefit from it. Master does not possess anything particularly fine. Take this pearl for your amusement. Tai Qianxiu opened the box to show Su Yueli. At first she could not tell what it was, but once she saw clearly she quickly closed the lid. Good heavens, had she misread it? That was a pearl just now. Such a massive pearl. Not only was Su Yueli stunned, but even Xiao Ruyuan and Su Yunzhou were dumbfounded. What had that been? An Eastern pearl. Such a large Eastern pearl. Chu Qianjuan, however, lacked the discernment to identify it. Only Su Yueli and Xiao Ruyuan among the crowd could recognize the pearl. The others were unlikely to know what it was at all. This was precisely why Tai Qianxiu felt bold enough to produce it so casually. Thank you, Master. Su Yueli excitedly accepted the gift and gave her master a hug. Her master was truly the best. Lady Lu had also bought a gift for Su Yueli, and even little Ji had given Su Yueli a small hand mirror, saying it was purchased with his own pocket money as a present for his eldest sister. As for Grandpa Su and Grandma Su, they had not brought any tokens at all. Many villagers in the village cast glances toward them and the Su Zhigao family, as if they had truly come empty-handed. Of course, Su Yueli did not care for their gifts. Fortunately, Su Luoxue was clever. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly slipped off the bracelet on her wrist and stepped forward. Big sister, I wish you peace and joy. This bracelet is a small token from our family. As you know, our income is modest, so we cannot offer anything particularly precious. I hope you will not despise it. Su Luoxue's words sounded polished, but upon closer listening something seemed amiss. Was she not subtly implying that Su Yueli was too greedy? After all, Su Zhigao was currently working to assist her. I do not despise it. We are all family, and this is a sincere gesture from everyone. How could your elder sister look down upon it? Su Luoxue spoke, her gaze drifting toward Xiao Ruyin and the others. It must be admitted that Su Luoxue had become considerably more attractive. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, she was certainly prettier than the girls in the village, thanks largely to Wu Shi. During their years serving in a noble household, Wu Shi may have learned little of substance, but she had picked up plenty of arts concerning makeup and adornment, not for her own sake, but to teach Su Luoxue. She had also mastered the scheming and intrigue of wealthy households to perfection, every maneuver ruthless and bloodless. Had Su Yueli not been around, Lady Lu would have been bullied beyond recognition. Wu Shi knew she could not stand against Su Yueli, and Grandma Su was also reluctant to offend the family's golden goose. Thus they set their sights on Lady Lu instead. Grandpa Su nudged Grandma Su, but where could she find silver to buy Su Yueli a gift? After fumbling about on her person for a while, she managed to produce only an antique-style silver ring, one she had painstakingly saved. Granddaughterly Grandma is old and has nothing of value left. Take this ring, but is but a small token from Grandma. Su Yueli smiled and accepted the silver ring, already darkened with age. Seeing her granddaughter smile, and knowing today was a day of joyous celebration, Grandma Su decided to take the opportunity to bring up Su Wenxing's matter. Granddaughterly, since everyone is in high spirits today, Grandma must shamelessly ask you a favor. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gazes towards Su Yueli and Grandma Su. Su Yueli continued smiling and said, Of course, Grandma. What is it? Su Yueli expected her to bring up Su Zhigao's employment matter once more, but to her surprise, Grandma Su changed her tune and said, Your eldest brother is no longer young and matches are being discussed for him. However, his examination preparations remain unsettled, and we cannot keep delaying. I was thinking perhaps your brother could assist you helping manage your accounts. Hiring someone outside would cost 5 taels a month, why not let a family member earn that money instead? Does that not make sense? Grandma Su's words carried an unmistakable rigidity, as though Su Yueli had no choice but to agree. Su Yueli's smile deepened, yet Xiao Ruyin could see that the amusement did not reach her eyes. The little girl seemed to grow more smiley the angrier she became. Very well, Grandma. However, collecting and managing accounts is not so simple. It requires genuine skill. How about this? If my eldest brother can calculate at 1/3 the speed of the head accountant, I will dismiss the current accountant and offer my brother double the monthly wages to take over. What do you think, Grandma? Grandma Su had not expected Su Yueli to agree so readily, and for a moment she was taken aback. Although it was not a direct acceptance upon reflection, she reasoned that her grandson was preparing for the Shiozai examination and had studied for so many years. He could not possibly fail at simple arithmetic. She nodded in agreement. Su Wenxing had not anticipated his grandmother would make such a request to Su Yueli on his behalf. He stood frozen, unsure whether to step forward or retreat. Wu Shi anxiously pushed him and only then did Su Wenxing walk out. I never intended to take this position. They did not inform me in advance. Su Wenxing knew his younger sister did not favor his family, and he understood their family's current prosperity was entirely due to Su Yueli's efforts. This was precisely why he was unwilling to burden her. As a scholar, he naturally shunned such scheming maneuvers, yet caught between his beloved mother and his grandmother, he felt utterly helpless. It does not matter. A trial is worthwhile, but one must always recognize one's shortcomings. Su Yueli waved and had someone bring the account books from recent days. Along with them came the head accountant Su Yueli had hired. Since she managed numerous enterprises, she naturally needed professional accountants. After explaining the situation to the accountant, she instructed him to hand all the records over to Su Wenxing. These are the account books from recent days. Feel free to examine a few first, and begin whenever you are ready. Su Wenxing glanced at Su Yueli before opening the ledger. Upon opening it, he realized that reading accounts was entirely different from reading books. Many markings on the pages were terms he did not understand. Only after the accountant patiently explained each one did he grasp them. However, when he began the actual calculations, Su Wenxing was dumbfounded. He fumbled with the abacus beads. Though he knew how to use it, he lacked the proficiency of a seasoned accountant. Watching the head accountant complete 3 ledgers while his own remained less than halfway done, he knew without question that he had lost. Su Wenxing closed the ledger and apologized to Su Yueli. Seeing his sincere demeanor, Su Yueli softened her expression slightly. If you truly wish to earn money, go to Linen City. I will find someone to accompany you. You can lease land there to grow cotton. Hardly had Su Yueli finished speaking when Wu Shi objected. Go to Linen City. That place is far from our village. Absolutely not. Moreover, our Wenxing is destined to become a Xiaocai scholar. How can you send him to till the soil? No, absolutely not. Mother. Su Wenxing quickly interrupted Wu Shi. He was about to say that he would go himself when the villagers in the courtyard began chattering among themselves. Granddaughter Li, can we also lease land to grow cotton over there? How much can 1 mu of land earn? I want to go as well. Following Granddaughter Li is guaranteed to bring silver. Exactly. I have saved some money over the years. Granddaughter Li, you must take us along this time. Let us work together. Wu Shi had not expected so many people to compete eagerly, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Su Yueli raised her voice to interrupt the crowd before continuing. Everyone here should already know what cotton is. With so many people in our Nanxi, once we open up the market and sales channels for cotton selling, it will surely not be a concern. Moreover, each mu of land can yield over 500 kilograms of cotton. 1 kilogram of cotton can sell for 60 to 71. 500 jin amounts to more than 30 taels of silver. Even after deducting the costs of seeds, seedlings, planting, harvesting, and processing labor, each mu can still earn 10 to 20 taels of silver. After subtracting half the land purchase price, each mu can still profit 10 taels of silver. If you purchase 10 mu, you could earn approximately 100 taels in the first year and around 200 taels in the second year. Of course, I am merely giving you a rough estimate. All investment. Upon hearing Su Yueli's calculations, Wu Shi no longer voiced any objections. Earning 100 taels of silver a year was something they would not have dared to dream of. Xiaoli, am I really capable of doing this? Su Wenxing had not expected Su Yueli to entrust him with such an important matter. Feeling a touch of trepidation, for he had never done anything like this before, Su Yueli looked at him and said, "Believe in yourself, and you will surely succeed." Seeing that her brother already had his own tasks, Su Luoxue could no longer restrain herself. She pushed forward eagerly, saying, big sister, what about me? Could you also find me a way to earn money?" Su Luoxue was truly in desperate need of silver, yet she had no means to make it. Before, when Wu Shi was not at home, she had even accompanied old men drinking at those grand restaurants for a single tael of silver. Later, after being violated by those soldiers, Su Luoxue fell into self-pity and began selling her body to earn money. Undeniably, that method did bring quick profits. When Wu Shi returned and learned of this, she slapped her and warned her never to do it again, giving her quite a sum of silver instead. Under Wu Shi's guidance, Su Luoxue gradually recovered her former disposition. However, after that incident, no one came forward to discuss marriage proposals for her. Su Yueli glanced at Su Luoxue, but did not respond. Instead, she explained the registration methods and departure time to everyone before dismissing them. What was originally a proper coming-of-age ceremony had unexpectedly turned into a prosperity conference. Seeing that she was tired, Xiao Ruiyuan stepped forward to support her. Master Tai also began to dismiss the guests. Only after everyone had left did their entire family joyfully share a meal to properly celebrate Su Yueli's birthday. Bai Jinglan arrived in the afternoon, clearly having rushed over, his face covered in sweat. I hurried as fast as I could, yet still arrived late. Junior sister, I apologize. Senior brother did not intend to be late. I was searching for a gift for you. Look at what this is. As Bai Jinglan spoke, he opened the long wooden box in his hands. The moment the lid lifted, a faint, elegant fragrance filled the entire room, subtle, yet alluring, making one unable to resist taking a deep breath to catch more of its essence. Fragrant cloud brocade. Tai Chinxiu, being knowledgeable about rare items, immediately recognized the fragrant cloud brocade upon seeing the fabric. The milky white material was light, delicate, and silky smooth, adorned with subtle cloud patterns that added an air of elegance. If crafted into garments, it would surely be breathtakingly stunning. This fragrant cloud brocade is a treasure worth thousands of gold, yet only a few bolts are produced each year. I never expected to see it at Miss Su's coming-of-age ceremony today. Su Yinzhou naturally recognized the fragrant cloud brocade as well, though he had only seen it before. Bai Jinglan only then noticed the presence of others in the room. Fortunately, Bai Jinglan was clever. Upon catching sight of the half-silver mask on Xiao Ruiyuan, he immediately realized this was Xiao Ruiyuan, the current Prince Li. Speaking of the Prince Li, Bai Jinglan harbored a belly full of resentment. You may declare yourself king if you wish, but why must you call yourself Prince Li? Prince Rui, Prince Yuan, or Prince Xiao? Any title would suffice. Why insist on Prince Li? As if there were some undisclosed relationship between him and his junior sister. And when Su Yueli first heard the title Prince Li, she was naturally delighted for quite some time. So it is senior brother Xiao. Hello. I am junior sister Li's senior martial brother. Junior sister often speaks of you. If not for your life-saving grace back, then I might never have met junior sister. I am truly most grateful. Bai Jinglan's excited demeanor made it seem as though he genuinely appreciated Xiao Ruiyuan. Xiao Ruiyuan's eyebrow twitched slightly. Do you really need to thank me? It is my duty. He responded coldly with 3 words. Su Yueli tugged at his sleeve. Hurry, and take a seat to eat. Yes, only junior sister truly cares for me. As Bai Jinglan said this, he leaned closer to Su Yuel, making Xiao Ruiyuan want to throw him out. Bai Jinglan was quite talkative. Seeing Chu Qianjun and Su Yunzhou as unfamiliar faces, he engaged them in conversation. However, his constant bragging about his junior sister was indeed quite annoying. Fortunately, the meal soon came to an end. While Su Yueli's side was warm and lively, the Su family's ancestral residence was far from peaceful. After returning, Su Luoxue pestered Wu Shi and grandmother Su, insisting that Su Yueli arrange some easy silver-earning work for her as well. After all, grandfathers and third grandfather's grandchildren had all been given good positions by Su Yueli, while herself was entirely overlooked. Su Yueli did not even mention her, clearly not keeping this younger sister in her heart. Grandmother big sister is clearly distant from us. Third grandfather's family's Chuanxiang already receives 3 taels of monthly allowance. Big sister now has ability and wealth, yet she does not think of her own younger sister. Worse still, she does not even care for grandfather and grandmother. If I had big sister's wealth, I would have brought grandfather and grandmother to a grand mansion in the county town long ago, hiring a household of maids and attendants to serve them. Grandmother Su's eyes darkened. A grand mansion in the county town. Su Luoxue then feigned having accidentally revealed too much, covering her mouth with her hand. Does grandmother not know? Big sister has already purchased several mansions in the county town. I hear there are even properties in Yu City. Those houses are magnificent. Hearing this, grandfather Su's expression also darkened. They had not yet formally separated the household, yet this girl continued to act independently, never consulting him about anything, which made grandfather Su feel deeply embarrassed. She really did purchase a mansion. Properties in both Yu City and the county town are not cheap. Speaking thus, grandfather Su fell silent himself. Suddenly recalling the account books Su Yueli had presented today, with so many accounts settled in just a few days, how much money must she have earned? How could she not afford to buy a mansion? Throughout these years, although he did not know exactly how much property Su Yueli possessed or what she had done, he knew his granddaughter was a capable person. Without her, Kaoshan village would not have reached its present prosperity. Moreover, her secret assistance to Prince Li was known not only to him, but to everyone in the village. Grandfather Su had assumed her silver had all gone to Prince. Grandfather, you probably are not aware, but more than half of the land in all of Qinghe County is now under eldest sister's control. The breeding farms and vegetable plantations throughout the county are also her enterprises, along with half of the mountain orchards and Tianxiang restaurant. Eldest sister is quite wealthy these days. If she had not encountered Qin Iniu from the neighboring village, she would never have known that her own sister had silently purchased so much land in Qinghe County and accomplished so many remarkable feats. After hearing this, old Master Su said nothing. Although old Madame Su was aware that Su Yueli was undertaking grand endeavors, she still harbored some resentment in her heart. Grandfather, actually, there is something else you may not know either. Su Luoxue seemed resolved to reveal everything about Su Yueli, yet put on a hesitant expression. Seeing her hesitation, old Master Su grew irritated at once. Just speak plainly, what else do you know? Young Master Xiao, who came today to celebrate eldest sister's birthday, grandfather surely still remembers him. Although he saved us before, in the end, he was nothing but a mountain bandit. Moreover, I have also heard that he is the very rebel who declared himself kingly. With eldest sister growing so close to him, our entire village may face implications in the days to come. The villagers all knew that Su Yueli was secretly funding King Li. Not just she, but the entire village was aiding him in secret. It was solely because on that fateful night, without King Li's arrival, they would all have perished. Furthermore, with so many able-bodied men from the village forcibly conscripted, the villagers had long harbored deep hatred toward the imperial court. They naturally hoped for King Li's victory, but they had simply not shared these matters with the women and younger generation at home. However, hearing Su Luoxue speak thus today, old Master Su felt utterly disappointed in his granddaughter. He should remember that she herself had been a victim back then. Without King Li's timely arrival, she would have died. Yet now she spoke of fearing implication. He may not have been a man of grand benevolence or righteousness, but for Kaoshan village his heart was entirely united with its people. If one day the village were destroyed, he would have no face to live. Therefore, more than anyone, he wished for the village to prosper. But as the saying goes, a tree lives by its bark and a man lives by his spirit. When the court plundered their children and dishonored their wives and daughters, enduring such humiliation would strip them of their manhood. This was precisely why the entire village stood united, secretly assisting Su Yueli in funding King Li, while keeping quiet about everything else. Yet he never imagined that today Su Luoxue, over trivial squabbles between young girls, would utter such words. Henceforth, do not speak such nonsense again. That young Master Xiao is by no means kingly. He is merely our savior. If you have free time, accompany your mother to gather herbs in the mountains. It could at least earn some extra money for th. After finishing his words, old Master Su flicked his sleeves and departed. Old Madame Su glanced at Su Luoxue, but remained silent. Su Luoxue was utterly stunned, unable to comprehend why her grandfather would react in such a manner. Had she spoken incorrectly? Su Zhigao also approached and reprimanded his daughter. Su'er, from now on you must never speak such words again. You well know that secretly funding King Li is a capital offense. The more people who know, the greater the danger to us. What you have said today, your grandfather and the villagers already understand thoroughly. They simply chose not to expose it, for after all, this is a crime punishable by death. I know you and that girlie do not get along, but she is someone undertaking great deeds, leading the villagers toward a better life. You must not seek trouble with her again. Su Luoxue could hardly believe it. So everyone already knew. She was the only one kept in the dark. Xiao Ruiyuan and his companions had resided in Kaoshan village for several days. Originally, they had planned to depart within these 2 days, but gazing at the overly eager by Jinglan, Xiao Ruiyuan found himself unwilling to leave so soon. Young Master Bai seems rather idle. He was nothing more than a brat, yet he appeared exceedingly annoying to him, primarily because Bai Jinglan and Su Yueli were far too intimate. Naturally not idle. But no matter how busy I am, I must come to visit my master and junior sister, especially junior sister. I miss her after just a few days apart. As Bai Jinglan spoke, he handed Su Yueli the peeled apple he had prepared and smiled insincerely. Do try it. It is quite sweet. By the way, when do you plan to return home with me? My parents have been urging me to marry again. I have already told them I will wed none other than you. If you do not agree, I shall remain an old bachelor. Words so difficult for Xiao Ruiyuan to express came so effortlessly from Bai Jinglan's lips. Su Yueli glared at him. When did I ever say I would marry you? You did? You said that if you could not find a husband you would marry me. You also said you would let me treat you to the best food and drink. Bai Jinglan adopted an expression as if to say, deny it, and I shall cry before you. Only then did Su Yueli recall that she had indeed said such things, but wasn't it merely a passing jest? Had this lad actually taken it to heart? Ahem. I have not yet reached the point of being unmarriageable, have I, eh? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruiyuan realized she had indeed spoken such words. What precisely had attracted this little girl to such a brat? However, Xiao Ruiyuan also suddenly remembered. She was barely 15, while he was 16. The two of them seemed rather well matched, and since they had known each other for many years, they could be considered child sweethearts. Such a beautiful girl could never fail to find a husband. I suggest you abandon such thoughts, Xiao Ruiyuan remarked coldly. Bai Jinglan suddenly turned his head to look at him. In terms of family background, character, and appearance, you will struggle to find several in the entire capital who surpass me. Marrying me will never cause my junior sister any grievance. Master is the witness here. If I ever mistreat her, let Master beat me to death. Tai Chinxiu coughed. This old man suddenly feels quite drowsy. I shall return to my quarters for a rest. You two converse. And with that, Tai Chinxiu actually retreated quickly. Come now. Could he not see the chilling gleam in Xiao Ruiyuan's eyes? It was quite evident that he harbored feelings for his junior disciple, yet that scatterbrained Bai Jinglan failed to notice. Huh, master. Bai Jinglan was speechless. His master was not even on his side. The moment Tai Chinxiu had left, Su Yunzhou offered a reminder. Young master, Bai, it appears your robes have become soiled. Allow me to assist you in wiping them. Saying this, Su Yunzhou walked over and rubbed against Bai Jinglan's back. Startled, Bai Jinglan turned around hastily, but saw nothing. Soiled? Where? He had arrived wearing an entirely white golden silk brocade robe that day. If it were stained, would it not ruin his carefully cultivated image? Look here. I am not certain where the mud splattered, but Su Yunzhou extended his fingers stained with numerous mud spots for Bai Jinglan to see. Enraged, Bai Jinglan stamped his foot. This is my favorite robe. My junior sister even praised how handsome it looked on me. How could it become stained? Su Yunzhou pointed toward the bamboo house. Young master, Bai, you had best go change into another garment. If cleaned promptly, it may still be washed clean. Bai Jinglan nodded at this, then told Su Yueli he was going inside to change clothes. Fortunately, he had kept a change of clothes at his master's place, otherwise he would have lost face in front of his junior sister. Shu Qianjun secretly gave Su Yunzhou a thumbs up. Truly a sharp mind was different, only such a person could devise such a cunning scheme. Seeing that the person had finally left, Xiao Ruiyuan immediately pulled Su Yueli away. Su Yueli was no fool. She quickly realized they had ganged up to bully that boy Bai Jinglan. When Su Yueli reached the edge of the field and saw no one around, she brought up Bai Jinglan's earlier words to Xiao Ruiyuan. Actually, Xiao Bai is quite a nice person and treats me well. If I really had to marry someone, marrying him wouldn't be so bad. Su Yueli's words were clearly a test, but Xiao Ruiyuan dared not respond. He merely smiled faintly and said, Is that so? But he is still too young and not suitable for you. You should find someone more steady. Like you. She said it in a joking tone, but Xiao Ruiyuan, that coward, did not respond. He clearly cared for her, clearly grew jealous over her. The gift he gave for her coming-of-age ceremony was his mother's heirloom, and even his princely title used the character Li. Yet he never gave her any response. This was Xiao Ruiyuan. She did not know what he was worried about or what he was avoiding, but she knew she was not one to pester relentlessly. Perhaps it was unwillingness. Su Yueli told herself to give him a little more time. If he still did not respond, then she would let go. You are still young. You have not yet seen the beauty of this world, nor have you met other men. The world is vast. There are countless men more outstanding than me, and countless more handsome than me. Perhaps after you have seen them, you will no longer think much of someone like me. He raised his hand and touched the silver mask, laughing bitterly with a hint of melancholy. Su Yueli stopped walking and turned to look at him. If I take a fancy to someone, even if he is a beggar, I will like him. If I don't, even if he is an emperor, I will not spare him a glance. Let alone that your face can be healed. Even if it cannot, you are still the one I have chosen. Xiao Ruiyuan, you are a coward. Su Yueli gave a cold snort and strode away, leaving Xiao Ruiyuan standing there in a daze. The little girl sure had a temper, but did her words just now count as a confession to him? Being called a coward by the little girl, yet inexplicably feeling a surge of joy in his heart. What was that about? Su Yueli returned home fuming and happened to run into Bai Jinglan, who was looking for her. She ignored everyone and went straight inside. Junior sister. Hey, what's going on? He had searched for her for a long time without finding her, and now that he finally met her, she ignored him. Bai Jinglan looked at Chu Qianjun and Su Yunzhou, who shrugged as if to say they didn't know either. When Xiao Ruiyuan returned, he found that the little girl had disappeared. It seemed she was truly angry. The next day, Su Yueli was still angry and refused to see Xiao Ruiyuan. Instead, she had Chuki deliver the selected warhorses to him, the meaning clear: she wanted him to leave. Fortunately, Su Yueli had already taught Xiao Ruiyuan the whistle commands and taming techniques, so even without many people, he could still lead the horses back. Before leaving, Xiao Ruiyuan lingered for a long time outside Su Yueli's door, saying many things, but there was no movement from inside. Girl, are you really so heartless as to not come out to see me? Brother Xiao, big sister went out early this morning. Little Gigi came stumbling over and hugged Xiao Ruiyuan's leg. Slightly flustered, Xiao Ruiyuan bent down and scooped up the little one, asking with a smile, "Then did your big sister say when she would be back?" Little Gigi shook his head. Big sister didn't say. Xiao Ruiyuan was a little disappointed, but he ruffled the little boy's hair. All right then, big brother will be going now. When your big sister comes back, remember to tell her that big brother knows he was wrong and will come to apologize next time. Okay. Brother Xiao, you have to remember to buy big sister some delicious food. Big sister loves sweets the most. Little Gigi still remembered how happy his big sister had been when she ate a plate of cloud cakes last time. Xiao Ruiyuan tapped his nose. You little clever one. Su Yueli stood on the hill behind the mountain, watching the magnificent herd of horses heading in Xiao Ruiyuan's direction. She let out a soft sigh. He had come silently, but left with a grand procession. Xiao Ruiyuan led the thousands of war horses toward Yu City. From afar, the garrison troops of Yu City went on alert, but soon the horses turned toward the stationed camp. The city's commanding officer quickly sent scouts to investigate. When Xiao Ruiyuan returned to camp, he startled everyone. The momentum made it seem like an enemy attack. Fortunately, people soon recognized Xiao Ruiyuan and his party, and the camp gates opened for them. The war horses followed into the camp, and the soldiers were as excited as if they had seen beautiful women. This is the first time I've seen such gorgeous horses. Look at that build. Look at that rump, that coat. If I could have a horse this beautiful, I'd sleep with it in my arms. Holy CR. They're all top-grade steeds, and there are even blood-sweating horses. General Chu, will any of these horses be assigned to our Black Cloud Cavalry? A squad leader of the Black Cloud Cavalry grabbed Chu Qianjun's arm excitedly. Chu Qianjun glared at him. Look at you, so desperate. Of course these horses are for the Black Cloud Cavalry. His Highness said fine horses match fine heroes, so these steeds are naturally destined for the Black Cloud Cavalry. Xiao Ruiyuan entrusted the task of settling the horses to the second chief Tieju and instructed him that the horses must not be locked in stables. They must be given absolute freedom and fed the finest fodder. As for the distribution of the war horses, that was what many cared about most. As soon as Xiao Ruiyuan entered the council tent, a crowd of generals followed, all wearing smiles as they looked at him, as if they were about to offer him tea and fan him. Boss, those horses are gorgeous. Where did you get them? Boss, now that the Black Cloud Cavalry has horses, isn't it our vanguard camp's turn? What makes you think so? Our 7 detachments don't have horses yet. Exactly. Your vanguard camp already has a dozen or so, don't you? Hey, those few horses aren't even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. Listening to them bickering, Xiao Ruiyuan's brow furrowed tightly. Enough, everyone quiet down. All these horses go to the Black Cloud Cavalry. Additionally, select 2,000 men to be transferred into the Black Cloud Cavalry. The original horses of the Black Cloud Cavalry will be distributed 300 to each of the 7 detachments, and the rest to the vanguard camp. After Xiao Ruiyuan gave the orders, everyone fell silent. Though they coveted those horses, they knew that the most powerful and most dangerous soldiers under Prince Li were the Black Cloud Cavalry, and they deserved the best. So each person's side shook their heads reluctantly, but were still grateful to have received some war horses. After all, the Black Cloud Cavalry's original mounts were also excellent, not as beautiful or robust as today's crop, but fine steeds with distinguished battle records. After dismissing those people, Chu Qianjun also departed. With so many horses, he needed to consider how to distribute them. Although everyone would get one horse, the breeds varied. Because he had been away for several days, Xiao Ruiyuan had accumulated a considerable amount of military business to handle. Fortunately, with Su Yunzhou's assistance, his burden was significantly alleviated. In early July, when the weather was at its fiercest, Su Yueli's watermelons were being unloaded into the military camp as though they were free for the taking. Watermelons that could not be bought regardless of how much silver one spent outside were now enjoyed to satisfaction by the soldiers within the camp. Because Su Yueli's safety was a concern, Xiao Ruiyuan had instructed Chu Qianjun and Su Yunzhou not to speak of the war horses to anyone outside. Otherwise, if they learned that those horses were also bred by Su Yueli, who knew how high they might elevate her status. Su Yueli did not know whether Su Ziyuan had already guessed something about Su Ziyuan's affairs, as he had never asked her about it. However, Xiao Ruiyuan believed he should inform her in advance, for he had received news that Su Zhigao intended to bring that woman back. When Su Yueli received the news, she seemed hardly surprised. In truth, she had originally thought that Xiao Ruiyuan's prolonged silence regarding Su Ziyuan might mean something unfortunate had already befallen him, or perhaps some change had occurred, which was why he had not mentioned it. But she never could have imagined such an outcome. Compared to Su Ziyuan, having another woman, Su Yueli would have much rather preferred him to have died on the battlefield. At least in that case, in Mother's heart, he would have belonged only to her, and the Su Ziyuan in her own heart would still be that devoted father who had once enlisted without hesitation just to put food on the table for his children. Unfortunately, everything had changed. Su Yueli did not know how to break this news to Lu Shi without causing her excessive sorrow. She had even considered deceiving Lu Shi into leaving for a while, staying elsewhere, so she would not have to witness that shameless pair appearing together. Ziyuan. It truly is my son come back. Grandmother Su had only heard from others that Su Ziyuan had returned, and in her anxiety, she hurried out. Upon seeing him, she quickly quickened her steps forward, while Grandfather Su followed close behind. Mother, your unworthy son has returned far too late to pay his respects. Su Ziyuan set the child down and kowtowed deeply to Grandmother Su. Seeing Grandfather Su approach, he also called out, "Father." Grandmother Su helped him rise. "Rise quickly." Xiao Bao called out to Grandpa and Grandma. Su Ziyuan coaxed the little one in his arms to speak. Glancing at Grandmother Su and Grandfather Su, the child timidly murmured, "Grandfather, grandmother. Is this my grandson?" Grandmother Su eagerly took the child into her arms. After so many years of longing, her second son finally had a son. "Yes, mother, this is Jia Bao, the child of Mi and Xing." Su Ziyuan spoke somewhat embarrassedly and pulled Zhao Xing'er forward. Zhao Xing'er was not particularly beautiful. Her willow leaf eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes carried a gentle tenderness mixed with an air of endearing pity, and a small mole near the corner of her eye made her all the more charming. Regrettably, her face was merely ordinary, so however much she might try to adopt graceful mannerisms, she could not appear truly striking. Grandmother Su could not help but compare her with Lu Shi at a glance. In that single look, Grandmother Su felt her son might have poor judgment. This woman was plainly less handsome than Lu Shi. But considering she had borne him a grandson, Grandmother Su naturally accepted her. "Very well, good child. You have suffered enough these years. Come, let us go back first." Zhao Xing'er nodded with a demure blush. "Yes, mother." The villagers watched helplessly as the entire family walked back together, talking and laughing. Standing within the crowd, Su Yueli supported Lu Shi, who could barely stand on her own feet. When she had arrived, she had seen them together in such harmony and did not dare disturb them. Several village aunties beside her were equally furious. "This Su Ziyuan is altogether too shameless. How can he go out for a few years and return with a child already? Indeed, A common farming family, yet he has taken on the ways of wealthy households. Does he seek the luxury of keeping multiple wives? Girlie, you must help your mother plan this matter well. You cannot let another woman profit from this. The aunties spoke one after another. Su Yueli understood their good intentions, but this matter ultimately depended on what her mother would say. I understand what all of you aunties are saying. Rest assured I will not let my mother suffer any disadvantage. Having said this, Su Yueli first led Lucia back home. Mother, what are your thoughts on this matter? If your heart aches, you may speak to me. I can drive that woman away. Or if you wish to obtain a divorce from Father Xiaoman, and I both support you. Moreover, we are no longer short of silver. Even if you and Father divorce, your daughter can ensure our family lives happily. Lucia looked down at her daughter in shock. Xiaoli, he is your father. Even if Mother is unwilling for your father to take another woman, Mother will not seek a divorce from him on this account, nor will she let you become children without a father. Lucia pulled Su Yueli into her embrace. It seemed she had only these two daughters left. It did not matter if she suffered grievances, as she simply could not let her children grow up fatherless. Mother, you need not diminish yourself for our sakes. Your life is still long. Since Father abandoned us first, what meaning is there in keeping such a father? Su Yueli, though she did not genuinely wish to persuade Lucia to divorce, truly could not bear to see her mother compromising herself for the sake of her daughters. Lucia shook her head. We cannot divorce Xiaoli. Mother is but an unremarkable woman who can offer you nothing, but Mother will not become your burden. Besides, it is perfectly ordinary for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Let it be. What cannot be held will inevitably slip away. Su Yueli no longer pressed the matter, instead urging her mother to rest well, while she herself prepared to visit the elder family's residence. Compared to the mood of Su Yueli and her mother at this moment, Su Yuan and grandmother Su were far more delighted. The entire family sat gathered together. Su Yuan looked around and did not see Lu Shi or his two daughters, which gradually steadied his previously anxious heart. Mother, where is Huanyang? Why haven't I seen her? Xiao Li and Xiao Man. Grandmother Su cleared her throat before replying. Those mother and daughters have moved out. They live at the foot of the mountain behind the village. You have just returned. Rest for tonight, and you may visit them tomorrow. Old Madame Su did not say much else. Su Luoxue had originally wanted to interject, but seeing the stern expression on old Master Su's face, she kept silent. Second brother, that girl Xiaoli has grown quite capable these days. If you bring another one back now, who knows how she'll cause trouble. I suggest you go talk to your sister-in-law first to avoid hurting the family harmony when they're unprepared. Of course, one must watch the drama while it's hot. Wu Shi was already itching to see the spectacle in the second branch of the family. Her younger brother had disappeared for several years after joining the military, only to suddenly return with a woman and child. What scandalous news! She wondered if that stubborn girl would die of rage. Wu Shi couldn't wait for them to clash. Xiaoli, that child has always been well behaved. How could she cause trouble? Su Yuan hadn't processed this immediately. In his memory, the child remained that gentle, fragile, obedient figure from years past, so he naturally refused to believe what Wu Shi was saying. Father is right. I have always been well behaved, so of course I wouldn't cause trouble. Before Wu Shi could respond, Su Yueli walked in, unexpectedly interrupting them. Xiaoli. Su Yuan gazed at the tall, graceful young girl before him in utter disbelief. Though still young, she had blossomed into extraordinary beauty. She hardly resembled a village girl, and was as different as night and day from his own pale and emaciated daughter. Naturally, he was stunned. What? Father has been gone for several years, yet doesn't even recognize his own daughter. Although Su Yueli was clearly smiling with her eyes curved into crescents, Su Yuan felt an involuntary tightening in his chest. Nevertheless, he took a step forward, reaching out to pat her head. Su Yueli retreated half a step to sidestep him. Father, aren't you going to introduce us? Xiaoli. This is your younger brother Jiabao. Jiabao called big sister quickly. The little one seemed somewhat shy, clutching Su Yuan's leg and timidly calling out, big sister. Then Su Yuan gestured for Zhao Xing'er to come forward. This is Xing'er. Several years ago, when I got separated from my unit, I happened to find her after she had tumbled down a mountainside. She was severely injured at the time, so I cared for her for a while. Later, we had Jiabao. Xiaoli, I know I have wronged your mother, but Xing'er is innocent. She is now alone and helpless, seeking no title or status. She simply wishes to remain by my side. Aware that he had wronged his wife and daughter, Su Yuan felt somewhat guilty, and his words came out haltingly. How touching, another poor helpless soul. When my mother first followed you, she was equally desperate and alone, yet I hardly saw you treat her kindly for all your days. Now here comes yet another helpless one. Tell me, Father, does every wandering soul you encounter from now on deserve to be brought home and kept? Su Yue sneered, casting a glance at the woman before continuing. I've witnessed people abandoning sesame seeds to pick up watermelons, but this is the first time I've seen someone discard a watermelon merely to gather sesame seeds. Grandfather, would you agree? Old Master Su glanced at Zhao Xing'er and could only nod in agreement. Setting aside all else merely in terms of appearance, Lu Shi far outshone this so-called Xing'er by miles. Su Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed by her words, unable to lift his head. He understood his daughter's sarcasm, but he did not consider Xing'er insignificant, at least not in his heart. Furthermore, as a man, he believed that since he had acted, he ought to take responsibility. Thus, he would naturally not dismiss Xing'er based on mere words from Su Yue. Xiaoli, Father knows you are angry, but Xing'er is now Jiabao's mother. No matter what, I could never drive her away. Please understand your father's predicament. Mother? What kind of mother is she? Even if you were to take her into your home, she would at best be a concubine. A concubine's son is a bastard child. At most, you would address her as aunt. From then on, you must call my mother mother. Although my mother may not particularly care for this child, she is nonetheless of the Su family bloodline. Since Father wishes to bring a concubine into the household, very well. It just so happens that grandmother lacks attendance. I had originally intended to purchase a maid for grandfather and grandmother to serve them, but now it seems this concubine arrives at the perfect moment. Why not have her remain at the old residence to tend to grandfather and grandmother henceforth? Su Yue's tone was firm, exuding an aura of authority befitting someone of higher status enough to momentarily astonish even old Master Su. Xiaoli, how can you speak thus? We are all but common folk. What concubine or aunt are you talking about? If you truly cannot tolerate her, then I shall simply keep her by my side from now on. Besides, I currently serve in Prince Li's military and cannot return often anyway. Su Yuan spoke these words in irritation, but he had chosen the wrong person to provoke. Not a concubine. So you mean Father intends to treat her as a principal wife? Has Father considered what will become of my mother? Or does Father plan to divorce my mother and marry someone else? Su Yue's relentless pressure irritated Su Yuan. Having served in the military for many years, he had developed a temper. Raising his voice, he said, Xiaoli, I am your father. Must you push me this far? I never intended to divorce your mother. I merely wished to keep Xing'er by my side. Su Yuan did not wish for Zhao Xing'er to become a concubine, nor did he want to divorce his wife, leaving him momentarily caught between two difficult choices. Zhao Xing'er had initially intended to accompany Su Yuan back merely to take a look before returning, reasoning that even the poorest conditions in the military camp would be superior to village life. However, upon beholding the grand blue brick mansion with its tiled roof at Su Yuan's home, she found herself tempted. Even if she did not reside there, the house would rightfully belong to her son. She could not simply let it pass to others. Moreover, she observed that the villagers were not as impoverished as she had assumed. At the very least, the two daughters of the Su family wore garments made of fine fabrics. The eldest daughter in particular was dressed in clearly expensive material, and the jade hairpin adorning her head was undoubtedly valuable. It appeared the Su family was not as destitute as Su Yuan had claimed. Brother Yuan, please do not act this way. It is all my fault. If not for me, you would not have come to such an arrangement with your daughter. As long as Xiaoli is willing to accept me, I am content to remain by your side, even if it means serving as a slave or servant here. After all, caring for our parents is something I ought to do naturally. Brother Yuan need not worry about me for my sake. Zhao Xing'er spoke at the opportune moment to defuse the tension. Her considerate and understanding demeanor earned satisfied nods from both old Master Su and old Madam Su. Su Yuan had intended to say something further, but unexpectedly Zhao Xing'er tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to let it go. Su Yuan sighed deeply, merely remarking that Zhao Xing'er was too magnanimous. Watching the mutual affection exchange between them through their glances, Su Yue could only feel a profound sense of irony. She wondered whether Su Ziyuan, upon seeing Lu Shi's face and then looking at Zhao Xing'er again, would feel any shame. Su Yueli did not allow them to meet Lu Shi that day, instead instructing them to come early the following morning. Su Ziyuan, having been occupied throughout the day, was exhausted and readily agreed. That evening, old Madame Su arranged lodging for the two of them. Su Jiabao was taken away by the grandmother, who claimed she wished to bond with her grandson. Zhao Xing naturally made no objection and permitted her to take the child. Although Zhao Xing'er was not particularly beautiful, her background was anything but ordinary, especially her talents in the bedroom, which were more than sufficient to captivate Su Ziyuan with nothing but subtle seduction. She had originally been a girl in a brothel in a county town. Though sold there, she spent only a few months at the establishment. Despite her average looks, her skills were remarkable, and soon she had ensnared a wealthy merchant. That merchant eventually spared no expense to redeem her freedom. Zhao Xing'er had believed she had escaped her plight, only to discover that after he grew tired of her, he rewarded her to a groom. Proud and ambitious, Zhao Xing'er could never accept spending her life with a horseman, so she fled. The groom discovered her escape and pursued her relentlessly. In the darkness of night, she lost her footing and fell from the mountainside. The following day, she was rescued by Su Ziyuan, who happened to be passing by. Su Ziyuan was quite accustomed to plain and frugal meals. Su Ziyuan naturally found Zhao Xing'er's passionate ardor intoxicating. By now he was completely under her spell. That very night, Su Zhigao lay blushing beneath his blankets for most of the night, unable to sleep, tormented by the excessive commotion from the neighboring room. Wu Shi was so enraged that she nearly went to knock on the door several times, but Su Zhigao ultimately restrained her. In the end, Wu Shi could only see through gritted teeth. What a little fox spirit she is, disrupting everyone's rest in the middle of the night. A decent woman would never behave so shamelessly. She must have come from one of those establishments, haven't you? Enough, just go to sleep. Pretend you heard nothing. Su Zhigao sighed helplessly. Wu Shi gritted her teeth again in anger. Do you think I'm worried about my own sleep? I'm worried they'll make too much noise and disturb Sheng'er and Xuan's rest. What a shameless pair. Su Zhigao suddenly remembered as well that his own daughter and son were also in the next room. If they overheard this noise, how awkward would that be? It seemed that if they continued staying here tomorrow, he would need to remind his younger brother of proper conduct. Early the next morning, Su Ziyuan took Zhao Shi and her child to Su Yueli's courtyard. Seeing the small courtyard, more beautiful and refined than the old family residence, Zhao Xing couldn't help but light up with delight. Su Ziyuan himself was astonished. He had been away for only a few years, yet their life had grown far better than before. Perhaps because she had not rested well the night before, Lu Shi's complexion was somewhat dull. When she saw Su Ziyuan entering with Zhao Shi and her child, Lu Shi could not hold back her tears. Here stood the man she had once devoted herself to, and now another woman accompanied him by his side. How could her heart not ache? Huanyang. Su Ziyuan gazed at Lu Shi in disbelief. Could this really be the wife he had once known? Plain-faced and unremarkable in beauty. No wonder his daughter had mocked him for trading a watermelon for a sesame seed. It appeared that the current Huanyang was remarkably beautiful. Zhao Xing'er, who had been radiating pride, suddenly felt uncomfortable in Lu Shi's presence. How could she not feel jealous facing a principal wife more attractive than herself? Fortunately, Su Ziyuan was utterly dependent on her now, so she had no fear of losing this rivalry. Husband. Lu Shi stepped forward a few paces and called out. Su Ziyuan hurried toward her, but Zhao Xing'er tugged his sleeve. Brother Yuan, is this my elder sister? Sister is truly beautiful. Su Ziyuan nodded. Yes, this is my lawful wife, Lu Shi Huanyang. This is Zhao Shi. I assume Shaoli has already told you about her affairs. Since she has returned with me, I must give her a proper status. But rest assured, you will always be my wife. From now on, let our family live together in harmony. Lu Shi looked at Su Ziyuan, yet her heart grew colder by degrees. However, with the children present, she said nothing further. I'm glad husband is pleased. Shaoli Xiaoman, come here quickly. And Gigi as well. Lu Shi led the children forward, introducing them formally to Zhao Shi. Su Ziyuan gazed at little Gigi and asked in confusion, who is this child? He distinctly remembered that he and Lu Shi had no son. Where did this child come from? Xiaoman spoke first. Brother was adopted by me and the eldest sister. He is now also a member of our family. Lu Shi nodded. I have already acknowledged Jiji as my adopted son. From now on he is our child. Nonsense. We already have children of our own. How can we simply raise another family's child? If you cannot find his parents, see which household in the village needs a boy and send him there. Otherwise an extra mouth at home means extra silver to spend. Su Ziyuan reasoned that since the child was not of his own flesh and blood, it would be better to find him a suitable family to adopt him. Their own large household already struggled to make ends meet. If they raised a stray child who could guarantee he would not later compete with Jia Bao for the family inheritance, sending him away would be the wiser choice. Mother. Little Jiji, frightened, ran over and clung to Lu Shi's leg. Though young, his heart was delicate and sensitive. He did not know he was not biologically related, but seeing Su Ziyuan speak, thus, he felt terror. Second sister had said father had returned, yet this father did not seem to welcome him. Lu Shi gathered little Jiji into her arms, her gaze upon Su Ziyuan, filled with deep disappointment. What sort of words are these, husband? When we took in Jiji, he was only a few months old. At that time we were fleeing famine and could barely find enough to eat, yet we never once considered abandoning him. Now that life has improved, how could we cast him aside? If you believe he is a burden, I will earn money to support him myself. I will not trouble you with this. Though she addressed him as husband, her words carried an unmistakable chill. Father need not worry about Jiji's matters. Since introductions are complete, if there is nothing else, father might as well return with Aunt Zhao. We are about to eat. Su Yueli issued a direct dismissal. Su Ziyuan had not expected her to drive him away. After all, this was his own home. Xiaoli, I am your father. A family naturally lives together. How can you drive your own father away? Su Yueli smiled. Wish to reside here. Su Ziyuan had perhaps suffered some brain damage during his years in the military. Did he expect his own daughter to raise his concubine for him? Father speaks correctly. A family should indeed live together. However, grandparents and the eldest uncle remain at the old residence. Father could take Aunt Zhao there. Would it not be better for the family to live in harmony? Seeing Su Yueli's sharp tongue leave Su Ziyuan speechless, Zhao Xing'er immediately stepped forward. Xiaoli, your father means that we are truly one family. A family naturally lives together. Moreover, this courtyard is quite spacious and should easily accommodate all of us. You wouldn't want your father to return home and immediately quarrel with your mother, would you? Who do you think you are addressing as family? Madam Zhao, you would do well to remember your station. In the mildest terms, you are a concubine, a secondary wife. In harsher truth, you are merely a lowly servant subject to the blows and curses of the principal wife. If my mother grows displeased, she may sell you with full legality and right. Do you truly believe father would risk everything to indulge a concubine over his lawful wife? Su Yueli's words left Zhao Xing'er utterly speechless. Only bitter humiliation remained on her face as she cast helpless glances towards Su Ziyuan. He had not anticipated such open defiance from his daughter, and fury surged within him. Had she grown so irreverent during the years he was away? Where had that docile, obedient daughter gone? Su Ziyuan refused to see himself as the one who had changed. Instead, he blamed Su Yueli for her relentless sharpness. Enough, Xiaoli. I am still your father. Do you truly delight in watching me divorce your mother? Su Ziyuan had only intended to frighten Su Yueli with his words, yet she merely sneered. Then perhaps you should formally sever our father-daughter bond first. And as for me, I do not want a father like you either, said Xiaoman, her young voice trembling with indignation. This was the first time she had ever seen her eldest sister so furious. Father was being cruel. Ever since returning, he had upset big sister and made mother weep. It was all that wicked woman's fault. If not for her, father would never have become like this. Wicked woman, it is all your fault. Why did you come to our home? Su Xiaoman shrieked, lunging at Zhao Xing. The concubine reacted with astonishing speed, delivering a vicious kick straight to the child's chest. A girl of only 8 or 9 could scarcely withstand such force. She toppled backward. Though Su Yueli moved swiftly, she could only manage to catch her younger sister. Farcer, I did not mean to. Wah, I was terrified. I feared she would harm Bao Bao, so I kicked. Zhao Xing'er threw herself into Su Ziyuan's arms, feigning alarm. Su Bao Bao wailed in terror. Seeing her daughter struck, Lu Shi gasped, then lunged toward Zhao Xing'er with tears welling in her eyes. How dare you strike my child? She is but a toddler. Do you have any humanity at all? If anything happens to my daughter, I will never forgive you. For the first time, Lu Shi regretted her husband's return. The man she had prayed through countless sleepless nights to come home safely had become this cold, ruthless stranger. A profound grief settled in her chest. Perhaps her daughter was right. Such a man was not worth sacrificing her entire life for. Huinyang, stay calm. Xing'er meant no harm. While shielding Xing'er and the child, Su Ziyuan pushed Lu Shi aside, sending her sprawling to the ground. Su Yueli helped Xiao Man to her feet, then rushed to support her mother. This time she had not been too slow. She had simply chosen to let Lu Shi witness her husband's true nature. Once a man's heart turns, it falters irrevocably. She refused to let her mother endure a lifetime of shadow and sorrow. Better to end it now than to suffer gradually. Such a man was not worth preserving. Mother, are you all right? Lu Shi rose, her eyes red-rimmed, and fixed her gaze upon Su Ziyuan. He had not expected the situation to deteriorate so rapidly. He had not intended this. He only wished for his family to be whole, to live peacefully together once more. Huinyang. Su Ziyuan stepped toward her, but Su Baobao's wails erupted anew. Bao Bao, what is wrong? Farser, come see at once. What is happening to Bao Bao? Unable to ignore his son, Su Ziyuan turned to the child, confirmed he was unharmed, and returned his attention to Lu Shi. Huinyang, I leave, she interrupted. Do not return. If you insist on granting her status, then await my divorce papers. But as long as we remain husband and wife, she will never cross this threshold. Lu Shi had never been so resolute. Yet she harbored no regret. Her daughter was right. Why bind herself to a man like this? In years past, she might have endured for her children's sake. But now, with her daughter's thriving business, marrying that woman would only invite division of their hard-won assets. Her love for Su Ziyuan ran deep, yet her devotion to her children ran deeper. She could forsake a husband, but she would never permit anyone to harm her children. The sight of Xiao Man being struck still haunted her. Never again would she allow such cruelty. Huinyang, must it come to this? Xing'er seeks no title or status. Simply treat her as another servant in the household. Su Ziyuan still clung to the hope of avoiding divorce. After all, Lu Shi was a wife who brought him face when presented publicly, and their years of marriage were not easily discarded. There is nothing to negotiate. You may not have both the fish and the bear's paw. You must choose. One of us stays, the other goes. Su Ziyuan fell silent, torn between options. I refuse to divorce. You are acting out of anger. We shall revisit this matter in a few days. He reached for Zhao Xing'er and the children to depart. Hold. Su Yueli's lips curled into a faint smile as she approached her father and Zhao Xing. Her father looked upon his daughter, now grown into a striking young woman, and felt a swell of pride. Xia. The syllable died on his tongue. Two sharp slaps echoed through the air, followed by Zhao Xing'er's piercing cries of anguish. Ah, you dare strike me. You. Her tirade halted as sudden clarity struck her. Throwing herself into Su Ziyuan's arms, she wept profusely, though her swollen cheek rendered her appearance comical rather than pitiable. Xiaoli, how could you raise your hand to another? Su Ziyuan's voice hardened with rage. Su Yueli laughed derisively. She kicked my sister. One kick deserved 2 slaps. Is there a problem with that? You should count yourself fortunate that I call you father. Were you not my father, your shove to my mother just now would have invited far worse retribution. As she spoke, a dart flew from her hand, embedding itself deep within a nearby tree trunk. Su Ziyuan staggered, alarmed by her martial prowess. Su Ziyuan could scarcely believe his daughter possessed such skills. No wonder Wu Shi had warned that she was no longer the same timid girl. In the end, he departed with Zhao Xing'er and the children. That day, Lu Shi wept continuously. Su Yueli offered no consolation. Such emotional release was necessary. For years, Lu Shi had walked on eggshells within this household, never daring to raise her voice. Even before her parents-in-law, she had endured Wu Shi's oppression in silence. When her long-awaited husband finally returned, the man she remembered had vanished. The husband, who had once vowed to cherish her, now held another woman in his arms. Burdened by guilt for failing to produce a son, Lu Shi had attempted to accept Zhao Xing'er and the child. Even when her daughter had pleaded with her that day, she had not felt such anguish. Yet when confronted directly with this reality, Lu Shi discovered that women are neither selfless nor indifferent. They are painfully human. When Zhao Xin. That evening, Su Yueli prepared a modest meal for Lu Shi, who ate little before retiring. At dawn, Su Ziyuan returned alone. Clearly, he had no intention of accepting the divorce. He sought further conversation. Su Yueli had expected her mother's softness to prevail against such persistence, but Lu Shi had resolved herself, utterly refusing to forgive. Especially now that she is with her daughter, life is comfortable and no one orders her around. She feels fulfilled every day. Now thinking back, perhaps she would be happier without Su Ziyuan. After several days of persistence, Su Ziyuan's patience was exhausted. It wasn't that he was unwilling to divorce Lu Shi, but his parents both opposed the divorce. He couldn't understand why, since his parents had never liked Lu Shi before. Yet now that he wanted to divorce, they disagreed, and even Wu Shi and his elder brother were against it. Later, Su Luoxue secretly told him that the reason they all opposed the divorce was because Su Yueli was very capable of making money and owned considerable assets in the village. Su Ziyuan didn't take this seriously, thinking that even if she could earn money in the village, it wouldn't amount to much. Probably the two houses had already drained her savings. Moreover, he now held a manager position in the army, earning 8 or 9 taels of silver per month, which was far more than his daughter could make. Su Luoxue didn't elaborate, so Su Ziyuan remained completely unaware of Su Yueli's wealth. In the past few days, Su Yueli had been busy organizing the purchase of land in Linen City for cotton planting. The village head had already compiled a list of people going there, and Su Wensheng had decided to develop there. Su Yueli entrusted this task to him and a fellow villager, an elder brother in his 20s, and gave them sufficient silver. Since they were just starting out, none of them brought their families. When they left, they drove a full 5 horse-drawn carriages, 3 of which were loaded with cotton seedlings. Many villagers came to see them off. Su Ziyuan also saw this, but he only thought they were going to work in the town and didn't think much of it. When Su Yueli arrived with the divorce agreement, Su Ziyuan was talking with Old Master Su, and Old Madam Su was playing with Su Jiabao. It was evident that Old Madam Su truly loved this grandson, and as a result, she had become much kinder to Zhao Shi. Seeing Su Yueli approach, Old Master Su cleared his throat. Su Ziyuan quickly stood up and looked at her. "Shall you?" Before Su Ziyuan could finish, Su Yueli handed him the divorce agreement. "Father, please sign this divorce agreement. My mother has been with you for so many years. Even if not meritorious, she has worked hard. Now that you have a new lover, let my mother go free. If you sign willingly, you will still be Xiao Man's and my father, and we will still support our grandparents. But if you don't, I cannot control what might happen. Father, you have seen that I am not one to suffer losses, and I am protective of my family. If someone pushes me too far, I am capable of killing. In these chaotic times, even if I kill someone, no one will investigate. So Father, you had better think carefully." Su Yueli's threatening words made everyone tremble in fear. Su Ziyuan was shocked that his once obedient daughter had turned into this. The others were frightened because they recalled Su Yueli's past killings and knew she was truly capable of murder. "You? How did you become like this? Is this how your mother taught you? A girl always talking about killing and fighting with no trace of feminine grace." Su Ziyuan had just finished speaking when Old Master Su could no longer bear it. He knew that if it hadn't been for his granddaughter's decisive intervention back, then the family would be in ruins and the villagers would likely have perished. "Ziyuan," Old Master Su called him, signaling him to stop. Then he turned to Su Yueli. "Yueli, my child, it's common for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Though we are farmers and lack the means for such, since your father has brought her home, it must be fate. Moreover, your mother failed to bear him a son. Now Zhao Shi has given birth to Jiabao, which is a great merit for our Su family. Your mother is getting old. If she divorces, she will face gossip and ridicule when she goes out. Can you bear to see her spend the rest of her life in loneliness? If they divorce, it will affect you and Xiao Man's future marriages. Even if you don't consider yourself, can't you think of Xiao Man?" Old Master Su was unwilling to let them divorce at all costs, simply because Su Yueli was now the family's god of wealth. Moreover, she was secretly supporting Prince Li. Once Prince Li ascended the throne, Su Yueli would be a great contributor. Even if she wasn't made a consort, she would be showered with favors. As long as Su Yueli remained a descendant of the Su family, all these honors would belong to the Su family. As much as he loved his grandson, he would not give up such a granddaughter for his sake. After all, he had more than one grandson. Wu Shi, though she didn't like Su Yueli, was not foolish. Adding Zhao sure meant one more mouth to feed, but losing Su Yueli would be a huge loss. It might even cost her husband and son their jobs. So she chose to remain silent. Su Yueli naturally guessed their intentions. Since they wanted to drag things out, she would let them. There would come a day when they would beg for the divorce. "Father, are you really not going to sign?" "Brother Yuan," Zhao Xing'er said, her eyes brimming with tears. They had clearly agreed last night to the divorce, but now Su Ziyuan was hesitating again. Seeing Zhao Shi's pitiable appearance, Su Ziyuan's heart softened. He sighed and looked at old Master Su, saying, "Father, I know you don't want me to divorce Hui Nyang, but things have come to this. Divorce might be the best outcome. I have wronged her. Rest assured, I am now serving in the military with a decent salary enough to support the whole family. Your care in old age will not be a concern." Wu Shi quickly interjected, "Second brother, does that mean you will bear all the expenses for our parents' retirement?" Although she was reluctant to see them divorce if it was inevitable, then having the second brother take responsibility for their parents' old age was a good outcome. Su Ziyuan nodded. Zhao Xing'er's face turned even more sour. This Su Ziyuan. With his meager silver, he could barely support her and their child, yet he dared to take on the support of the old couple. He must be mad. Zhao Xing'er poked Su Ziyuan. He then looked at Su Yueli and said, "I can divorce your mother, but you must come with me. Xiao Man can stay with your mother." Old Master Su breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Su Yueli, seeing that he had finally said it, sneered inwardly. "Fine then, father will have to support me from now on." Su Ziyuan nodded. "Good." Su Yueli handed him the divorce agreement. To his surprise, the content was exactly what he had proposed. Had she predicted this outcome all along? This was the first time Su Ziyuan felt that his daughter was extremely deep. Nevertheless, he signed the 3 copies. Su Yueli took 2 of them, glanced at the line that read, "Eldest daughter Su Yueli shall be raised by Su Ziyuan." Su Ziyuan probably didn't understand the implication of that sentence. She handed 1 copy to Chu Qi, instructing him to file it at the government office, and prepared to take the other back to Lu Shi. "Since the divorce agreement has been signed, my mother is no longer your wife. Please do not disturb her in the future, neither you nor Zhao Shi. Also, father, do you plan for me to live with you and your new wife, or may I continue to stay with my mother?" "With your mother?" Su Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback, but Wu Shi interjected. "Second brother, we agreed that the old ancestral home belongs to our parents and our eldest branch. You just returned a few days ago, so I prepared the side room for your temporary stay. We welcome you for a few days, but a long-term stay would be inconvenient." As Wu Shi finished, Su Ziyuan's expression darkened. He turned to Su Yueli and said, "Isn't the house where your mother lives now yours? Since I have divorced your mother, she should return to the Lu family village. How can she continue to live here?" Su Ziyuan had assumed that after the divorce Lu Shi would go back to her maiden home, but things turned out differently. The mention of returning to her family ignited Su Yueli's anger. Lu Shi did have a family, but she could not go back. Although the Lu family was poor, Lu Shi was the only daughter and had been cherished by her parents in her childhood. After her coming-of-age ceremony, they arranged a suitable match for her. However, one day, while buying supplies in town, Lu Shi happened to meet Su Ziyuan. They took shelter from the rain in a dilapidated temple for half a day, and during that time feelings blossomed between them. Lu Shi's parents disapproved because Su Ziyuan's family was too poor and inferior to the family they had chosen for her. To force their consent, Lu Shi impulsively shared a night of intimacy with Su Ziyuan. Her father, enraged, argued with her, and in the presence of Su Ziyuan, he severed their father-daughter relationship. Lu Shi had hoped to return to her parents and apologize after marrying Su Ziyuan, but life turned sour. She gave birth to 2 daughters in succession, and under the constant harassment of Su's mother, she felt ashamed to face her parents. Then came the famine migration, leaving no chance to return. After Su Yueli started earning money, their lives improved. Lu Shi secretly went back to see her parents, only to find that their family had never returned after the famine. Believing they had perished, she wept for days. It was then that Su Yueli learned of her maternal grandparents' existence. She had sent people to search for them, but without any news. She also arranged for villagers from Lu family village to inform her if anyone heard of them. Su Yueli's gaze toward Su Ziyuan turned cold again. "That house belongs to my mother. The deed and title deed bear her name, so it is naturally hers. Moreover, not only the house, but all the money I earned previously has been given to my mother. From now on I will rely on you, father, for support." Su Yueli smiled sweetly. "You won't fail to provide for your daughter, will you?" Su Ziyuan gave a dry laugh. "Naturally not." Su Yueli's grandparents wore grim expressions. Su Ziyuan might not know the extent of Su Yueli's wealth, but they did. Su Jin, the grandfather, said in a deep voice, "You gave all that to your mother. What about Li Wang?" "You need not worry about that, grandfather. Even if I don't step forward, the supplies to Li Wang will not be cut off. Besides, Li Wang now has a certain economic foundation and won't need much help in the future." Su Yueli had no intention of revealing all her plans, and the Su family would never benefit from her again. "But you can't give away all your properties to your mother. You have come of age and will marry one day. You should keep some for your dowry." Su Jun's words seemed to champion her, but Su Yueli knew he was merely reluctant to see those assets go to Lu Shi. If he had known earlier, he would never have agreed to the divorce. "With my father here, he will prepare my dowry when the time comes." Su Yueli's retort left the old man speechless. In the end, Su Jun consoled himself as long as Su Yueli remained, those assets would eventually return. Su Ziyuan was slow to react. "Li Wang. Father, which Li Wang are you referring to?" Su Jun shot him a glare. "Which Li Wang could it be?" "The Li Wang of Yu City." Su Ziyuan was stunned. So the Miss Su who had been supplying the army with provisions, the talk of the town, was his own daughter. Lieutenant Li had once joked that the Miss Su shared his surname and might even be from the same village. Su Ziyuan had dismissed the idea, knowing full well how poor their village was. He never imagined that the person was his own daughter. Excitement surged through Su Ziyuan, but he also wondered if she had supported the army for so many years, how vast must her wealth be. Yet now she had given it all to Lu Shi, leaving Su Ziyuan with a tumult of emotions. Seeing that her presence was no longer needed, Su Yueli took her leave. Only then did Su Ziyuan inquire about their years in the village. Learning that Su Yueli was the one who had transformed Kaoshan village into what it was today, he was both shocked and immensely proud. Such an outstanding daughter, his, filled him with great satisfaction. Zhao Xing'er, having witnessed the full extent of Su Yueli's wealth, was dumbfounded. The thought that all those assets had gone to Lu Shi made her fume with agitation. That very night, she instigated Su Ziyuan to demand a portion of the property back from Lu Shi, arguing that it should be kept for their son, and that Su Yueli would need a dowry. Su Ziyuan, swayed by the sheer magnitude of the wealth and convinced that a single woman could not possibly spend it all, reluctantly agreed, and went to see Lu Shi. When Su Ziyuan arrived, Su Yueli was at the horse ranch, so she was not home. Lu Shi saw him and immediately tried to drive him away. Su Ziyuan did not dodge, letting her strike him. Lu Shi broke down, crying as memories of the past flooded back. Xiao Man and Xiao Jiji, hearing their mother cry, rushed out and began hitting and kicking Su Ziyuan. Annoyed by the commotion, Su Ziyuan was relieved when Lu Shi pulled the children away. "Su Ziyuan, our marital bond is severed. Let us not meet again." Su Ziyuan lowered his head. "Huinyang, I know I have wronged you. I am a scoundrel. But I came today to discuss Xiao Li's matter. She is not young anymore, and when she marries I must prepare a dowry for her. I heard she transferred all her assets to you. You are a woman and cannot spend that much. I was thinking you could spare a portion for Xiao Li's dowry. After all, she earned that money through hard work. As parents, we shouldn't use her money, don't you agree?" Lu Shi seethed with rage. "I will prepare my daughter's dowry myself. When Xiao Li marries, I will give her the money. You need not worry." Seeing her unwillingness, Su Ziyuan grew frustrated, but remembering his guilt, he continued to negotiate. "I am her father too. It's not fair that all the money she earned goes to you alone. As her father, I have a share as well. Su Ziyuan, I was truly blind to have married you. How could you have become like this?" Seeing her mother being bullied, Xiaoman immediately ran to the bamboo house behind to find Tai Qianxiu. Although still young, Xiaoman explained the matter to Tai Qianxiu. Upon hearing that Su Ziyuan had bullied Lu Shi, the old man Tai grew furious and carried Xiaoman straight to Lu Shi's home. When Tai Qianxiu arrived, Su Ziyuan was still arguing with Lu Shi. Without a second thought, the old man grabbed Su Ziyuan by the back of his collar, hoisted him up, and threw him out of the gate. "If you dare cause trouble here again, I won't spare you." Xiaoman dutifully shut the gate behind them. Su Ziyuan had never expected to be thrown out like that, but he had heard from the old man that Su Yueli had taken on a master and her martial arts skills were now formidable. The old man must have been Su Yueli's master. After driving away Su Ziyuan, Lu Shi broke down into tears once more. Tai Qianxiu was no stranger to comforting others, so he could only advise her. Wenhui, stop crying. A scoundrel like him isn't worth your tears. I know quite a few promising young men, many of whom are still unmarried past 30. Once Miss Li's affairs are settled, I shall take you two to the capital and introduce you to some fine gentlemen. Even one chosen with your eyes closed would surpass Su Ziyuan many times over. He isn't worth your sorrow. Lu Shi was genuinely at a loss for tears this time, her face flushing with embarrassment at Tai Qianxiu's words. You're only teasing me, sir. At my age, who would think of remarriage? My only wish is to raise the children and see them settled, and then my life will be complete. Nonsense. You're hardly past 30. How can you be less open-minded than a man of 70 or 80? One should not hang oneself on a single tree. Fate may bring someone worthy to your door. After conversing with Tai Qianxiu for some time, Lu Shi's spirits had indeed improved considerably. After staying in Kaoshan village for half a month, Su Ziyuan prepared to return to the military camp, for he now held a position there and could not afford to be away too long. Besides, he had no lodging at home and was thoroughly unwelcome. Originally, Su Ziyuan had hoped to ask whether Su Yueli wished to accompany him to the camp, but she refused, and he still had matters to attend to at home, so he abandoned the plan. There was another reason Su Ziyuan found himself unable to stay. After the villagers learned of his divorce from Lu Shi, they shunned him entirely. It was then that Su Ziyuan realized how much weight Su Yueli carried in the hearts of the villagers, and how respected Lu Shi herself had become. Some bent on vexing Su Ziyuan even went so far as to hire a matchmaker to propose marriage to Lu Shi, speaking of an 8-seat sedan chair wedding procession. Fortunately, Lu Shi had no intention of remarrying. Meanwhile, Zhao Xing'er was equally unpopular in the village, where everyone pointed and whispered whenever they saw her. Unable to endure it any longer, they departed. But what Su Ziyuan failed to anticipate was that barely 2 days after returning to the military camp, his position had already been replaced. His superiors claimed his lame legs made him unfit for service, and that he was being sent home early to retire. Su Ziyuan knew these were mere excuses, for when he had first entered Li Wang's camp, his legs were already infirm, and they had cared little for that. Why should it suddenly become a matter of dismissal? Though Su Ziyuan could not fathom the true reasons, his superiors showed a measure of leniency, granting him 50 taels of silver as a severance payment. With no other option, he took the money and returned to Kaoshan village with Zhao Shi and their son. Upon learning of Su Ziyuan's dismissal, Master Su offered no comment, yet he was not so senile as to miss the obvious, that Li Wang was clearly siding with Miss Li. No doubt Su Ziyuan had been admitted to the camp only because of Su Yueli's influence. Only his foolish son remained oblivious. Su Ziyuan built a modest house beside the ancestral estate with the silver he had, small but sufficient for the 3 of them. The remainder was spent on household furnishings. Though Su Ziyuan had saved quite a bit over the years, it had all been kept by Zhao Shi. Now, with expenses mounting, he dared not ask her for more and had to rely on the 50 taels instead. After purchasing a few mu of land, his silver was exhausted. Zhao Shi had originally opposed the purchase, for she had no desire to till the fields. Yet Su Ziyuan, a farmer by trade, knew nothing beyond warfare and cultivation. When he had served as a steward under Li Wang, he had simply done as he was told. Now farming seemed to be his only choice. Su Zhigao had once suggested that Su Ziyuan join him in managing transport for the greenhouses, but those now belonged to Lu Shi's enterprise, and Su Ziyuan felt deeply uncomfortable working under her, so he declined. Zhao Xing'er was no frugal homemaker, and the meager earnings Su Ziyuan had brought home barely covered her and her son's expenses. Without his former salary or any other source of income, farming alone could scarcely sustain them. Fortunately, the village mostly cultivated greenhouse vegetables, and Su Ziyuan followed suit, planting his few mu with greenhouse crops. Meanwhile, Su Yueli devoted herself entirely to her martial training, occasionally visiting the riding ground where Chuki and the others kept watch, giving her considerable peace of mind. Xiao Ruiyuan suddenly turned his head to look at Su Yunzhou. "You have your eye on that girl." After all, Su Yunzhou was roughly the same age as him, perhaps even a year younger. That girl was so beautiful and clever. It was entirely possible that Su Yunzhou might genuinely be interested in her. Su Yunzhou raised his brows and glanced at him. Didn't you say you'd treat her like a sister? My Su family is at least a scholarly lineage, a reputable noble house. I, Su Yunzhou, am the foremost scholar in the capital. My looks match any other man's, and I think I'm rather well matched with Miss Su. Besides, my grandfather has long been urging me to find a granddaughter-in-law. I think Miss Su would suit just fine. Since you have no intention, then I shall make my move. Su Yunzhou was naturally elegant and refined, and with his handsome features one might think no young lady would turn him down. Xiao Ruiyuan, however, leveled a kick at him. Dare you? Fortunately, Su Yunzhou had anticipated this and dodged in time. The lad had always been like this since childhood. Whenever he lost his temper, he'd resort to kicking. Who would have thought he'd grown into this habit? Su Yunzhou rested a folding fan against his lips and chuckled. You know you can't stop others from picking peak. Xiao Ruiyuan snorted and turned his face away. I raised her myself. How could I let someone else reap the benefits? Besides, who said he didn't like peaches? Humph. He already knew. This trip he should never have brought this kid along. Just as Xiao Ruiyuan had finished scolding Su Yunzhou, Chu Qianjun had already begun poaching from under his nose. He had even written a letter and asked the vegetable supplier to deliver it. Had Xiao Ruiyuan not happened to run into him, he would never have known that Chu Qianjun had also set his sights on Su Yueli. That brute had actually written her a love letter. What drivel about being struck dumb by her beauty at first sight and confessing his undying devotion. Xiao Ruiyuan couldn't believe such a crude man could pen such nauseating words. Furious, he tore the letter apart on the spot and warned the vegetable deliverer not to carry messages for anyone ever again. No wonder Chu Qianjun had kept going on and on about how wonderful Su Yueli was since he returned, asking what kind of gifts she might like. What could that girl possibly care about? It was silver, of course. But Xiao Ruiyuan never told Chu Qianjun this. The little girl had grown up and was now attracting no shortage of suitors. Even the people around him were like this. If those he couldn't keep an eye on were already being pursued, then, when he wasn't watching, how many men would come knocking with marriage proposals? The more Xiao Ruiyuan thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, he simply went to the training ground to spar with Chu Qianjun. Chu Qianjun's martial arts were quite good, but they were no match for Xiao Ruiyuan. In less than half an hour, he was beaten to the ground, his face a mess of bruises. Xiao Ruiyuan stopped only when he deemed it sufficient, then apologetically offered, Sorry, I lost control for a moment. Yet there wasn't a trace of sincerity on his face. It wasn't until Xiao Ruiyuan had walked far away that Chu Qianjun's deputy dared to approach. General, have you somehow angered Li Wang? Chu Qianjun looked utterly bewildered. How could I have angered him? Who knows what madness possessed him? I'm going to find senior military advisor Su to ask. When Chu Qianjun appeared before Su Yunzhou bearing his battered face, Su Yunzhou couldn't help but laugh. He barely needed to ask to guess what had happened. After all, in the entire camp, only one person would dare beat Chu Qianjun so thoroughly, and that was Xiao Ruiyuan. No, Su Yunzhou, can't you show some sympathy? I was just beaten for no reason, and you're laughing at me. Su Yunzhou coughed. Jin Ji did this. Otherwise, who would have the skill? Chu Qianjun winced in pain as he spoke. Su Yunzhou pressed, Did you mention Miss Su to him? Chu Qianjun looked completely clueless. No, I only wrote her a letter today and asked the vegetable deliverer to pass it along. I had barely returned when the eldest master called me to spar. I may be outmatched, but he was far too brutal today, even targeting my face. A letter. A love letter. At Su Yunzhou's words, Chu Qianjun's face flushed crimson in an instant. Su Yunzhou saw his expression and confirmed his suspicion. I only wrote to express my feelings to Miss Su. Of course, if Miss Su is willing, I, Chu Qianjun, swear I will treat her well for life. Su Yunzhou gave him a thumbs up. Admirable courage. That beating wasn't wasted. Chu Qianjun scratched his head in confusion. What do you mean? Nothing. For the next few days, I suggest you stay away from him and avoid seeking out Jin Ji. Su Yunzhou shot him a look of self-preservation. Chu Qianjun remained puzzled and insisted on an explanation. Reluctantly, Su Yunzhou finally revealed Xiao Ruiyuan's true feelings for Su Yueli. Chu Qianjun was stunned. How could he have overlooked something so obvious? No wonder he had been beaten. To dig at his eldest master's romantic interests. Was he out of his mind? From that day forward, Chu Qianjun conscientiously avoided Xiao Ruiyuan, visiting him only when matters of great importance required it. By late October, autumn had grown deep. Accompanied by thunderous war drums, Xiao Ruan once again led his army northward. With the addition of 5,000 warhorses, the already formidable Black Cloud cavalry was now an unstoppable force. 3 urgent distress signals were sent to the capital in rapid succession. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Southern Qi was still frolicking in the Xianle Palace with several newly delivered courtesans. "Your Majesty, I'm right here, come quickly." "Oh, Your Majesty, over here." This way, you'll catch me soon enough." Clad in dragon robes, the Southern Qi Emperor had a silk cloth tied over his eyes as he reached out to chase the hidden young women. Dressed in gossamer garments, their porcelain white bare feet darted playfully across the floor. In the center lay a steaming hot spring, its surface wreathed in mist and dotted with floating flower petals. The Southern Qi Emperor splashed into the pool with a loud splash, attempting to catch the women hiding within the water. "Ha ha ha, I've caught you." Although in his 40s, the Southern Qi Emperor remained robust and vigorous. His harem teemed with beauties vying for favor, and officials from across the land presented him with lovely maidens every day. He was particularly fond of pleasure, and as his age increased, he spent ever more time indulging in the rear palace. Unfortunately, despite his diligent efforts, his heirs remained few. "Your Majesty, an urgent report from Yaoqing in the northwest. 800-li courier requesting reinforcements." The head eunuch entered and reported. The Southern Qi Emperor yanked the silk cloth from his eyes in annoyance and roared, "What is Yu Xinhai doing? Can't he even defend a single city?" Yaoqing was a major city in the northwest. If it fell, the neighboring cities would surely be next. Yet he had already dispatched the General Yu Xinhai to guard it. How long had it been? Mere moments, and they were already requesting reinforcements. "Calm yourself, Your Majesty." A young courtesan, unwilling to miss her chance, stepped forward to soothe the emperor's wrath. But as the Southern Qi Emperor rose, he drew the long sword hanging on the screen and in one swift motion struck off the courtesan's head. Blood instantly dyed the pool red. The remaining women screamed in terror and scattered in all directions, while the severed head lay with its eyes open, as if unable to comprehend what had just occurred. The Southern Qi Emperor threw his sword to the ground and allowed his personal eunuch to dress him before leaving the Xianle Palace. Summon Prime Minister Wei, Grand Commandant Feng, and General Shun to the imperial presence. Also summon Prince Rui, the Emperor of Nanxi, commanded before proceeding directly to the imperial study. By the time the ministers arrived, the Emperor had already unleashed a furious outburst. Prime Minister Wei and Grand Commandant Feng had waited at the palace gates for General Shun and Prince Rui to enter together. An urgent dispatch from the border had just reached the palace, and the Emperor's summons was clearly a harbinger of ill tidings. The Emperor's temper had grown increasingly volatile, so none dared to face him alone, choosing instead to enter together once the group was complete. Prince Rui had never been deeply involved in court affairs. However, ever since his daughter authored The Art of War, and he presented it directly to the Emperor, the sovereign began to value him. Because Prince Rui claimed the book was his own work, the Emperor assumed he possessed military acumen, showering him with rewards and gradually entrusting him with greater responsibilities. Entering the imperial study, the group knelt in unison. "We pay homage to Your Majesty," they intoned. The Emperor of Nanxi gestured for them to rise. "Rise, my ministers." An urgent dispatch from the northwest requests reinforcements. "Whom do you deem fit to lead the relief force?" The Emperor's countenance darkened. The ministers exchanged glances, and finally Prime Minister Wei stepped forward. "Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, Hua Tianlin, the grandson of the venerable General Hua, has just reached his 20th year. The Hua family has produced generations of military talent, and Hua Tianlin, though young, is already exceptionally skilled in martial arts and adept in troop deployment. Should he be dispatched to provide support, he would surely turn the tide." As Prime Minister Wei finished speaking, old General Qi shot him a glare. "This Wei Wenxuan, is he even human?" The Hua family was a house of unwavering loyalty. Old General Hua had sacrificed his health for the sake of Nanxi, and of his 6 sons, 5 had perished on the battlefield. His only surviving son, Huazhang, had been gravely wounded in a battle years ago, now confined to his sickbed, unmarried for the sake of the nation. Hua Tianlin, the eldest grandson and heir of the Hua clan, was the sole remaining bloodline. If he were lost, the Hua line would be extinguished forever. "Your Majesty, I believe the conflict in the northwest is not a matter of numerical disparity, but rather due to the divine weapons wielded by Prince Li. According to reports from our frontline scouts, Prince Li's most formidable force is the Black Cloud Cavalry, which numbers only a few thousand. Their invincibility stems from their possession of extraordinary armaments, a device called the crossbow cannon, which surpasses the power and range of traditional bows. If our soldiers could be equipped with such divine weapons, defeating those rebels would be no trouble at all. The Northwest garrison boasted a full 100,000 troops, and Yu Zhenhai had initially led another 100,000 as reinforcements. With a total of 200,000 men, they still could not withstand Prince Li's 100,000, especially since Prince Li had risen from banditry and his followers were mostly outlaws. Now they dared to request reinforcements. If the speaker were not advanced in years, Your Majesty, I believe the development of divine weapons is an urgent priority, and sending reinforcements is equally critical. Yao City must not fall. Grand Commandant Feng added at the opportune moment. Prince Rui, seeing that all had spoken, felt obliged to contribute, but before he could formulate his words, the Emperor of Nanxi declared, "The development of divine weapons shall be entrusted to Grand Commandant Feng and Prince Rui. You may recruit skilled artisans from across the realm, and anyone who creates weapons beneficial to the war effort shall be handsomely rewarded. As for the reinforcements, Hua Tianlin is appointed general of the Western Expedition, leading 50,000 troops to support Yao City." Upon the imperial decree, no one dared to speak further. Prince Rui, now burdened with an unexpected task, could not tell whether it was fortune or misfortune. Upon returning home, he immediately sought out his beloved daughter, Princess Anha. Princess Anha was Prince Rui's only daughter, named Qianxian. She had been raised in indulgence, spoiled and arrogant from childhood, spoiled by her father's doting, until she grew into a reckless, haughty young woman. At 13, she had set her sights on the then martial arts champion, but he rejected her. Now 17, she remained unmarried, yet Prince Rui was not anxious. Then a few months ago, Qianxian fell into the water during a boating excursion. After being rescued, she underwent a complete transformation. She became gentle and remarkably intelligent, prompting Prince Rui to joyfully buy her numerous trinkets. When Qianxian presented the art of war to her father, Prince Rui was overjoyed. Now faced with the matter of weaponry, he was at his wit's end. He decided to consult his daughter, hoping she might devise a brilliant solution. Prince Rui had one son and one daughter, and his son was equally inept, constantly causing trouble. This was precisely why Prince Rui favored his daughter more. And it was precisely because both children were so worthless that the Emperor of Nanxi harbored little suspicion toward him. "Father, why are you here?" Prince Rui watched his daughter, who was bent over the table sketching, and walked over slowly. "I came to see you. What are you drawing, Xiener?" Qianxian showed him her drawing. "This is a very powerful weapon. Isn't our Nanxi at war? I was thinking of trying to develop some formidable weapons to ease Uncle Emperor's burden," she said lightly. But the weapon was far from easy to draw, especially since she had no skill in painting and knew nothing about weaponry. Still, it didn't matter. She was, after all, a transmigrator. In her previous life, she had read plenty of time travel stories, and girls like her were usually the main heroine. She had no special cheat ability, but she was a university graduate. How could she possibly fail to survive in this world? What kind of weapon is this? Prince Rui's interest was piqued at the mention of a weapon, but he was puzzled by his daughter's drawing. A cylinder with 2 wheels underneath. He couldn't quite grasp it. "Father, this is called a cannon. I haven't fully figured it out yet, but once I do, you'll see. It's incredibly powerful. Just one cannonball can blast a huge hole in the city wall," Qianxian said with a triumphant smile. Prince Rui moved, ruffled her hair. "My Xiener is truly brilliant. Study it well, and let me know when you have results. Tell me whatever you need, and don't worry about the cost." It was as if a pillow had been delivered just when he was feeling drowsy. His daughter was truly a godsend. Qianxian nodded in agreement and began to study the cannon blueprint. When the imperial decree reached the Hor residence, Hua Tianlin was training with his spear in the family's training ground. Hua Tianlin was a master of the long spear, having inherited the full essence of Hua Zheng's technique. In his youth, Hua Zheng had been the renowned silver spear war god of Nanxi, but alas, heaven envied his genius, and he was struck down by injury early in life. Hua Zheng watched his nephew, whom he had raised single-handedly, with deep satisfaction. But upon hearing the content of the decree, his heart sank. After all, what was to come would come. In earlier years, the Hua family's achievements had overshadowed the sovereign. 6 sons of the Hua clan, all valiant warriors, had met their end on the battlefield. Yet they accepted this fate, for the man they had supported failed to ascend the throne. But now only Hua Tianlin, the last bloodline of the Hua family, remained. Could the emperor still not be at ease? Hua Zheng clenched his fists. The next morning he entered the palace in full armor, requesting the emperor's permission to accompany the army on the expedition. Although Hua Tianlin had been meticulously trained and was now exceptionally capable, he had never been on a battlefield. Hua Zheng naturally could not rest easy letting him go alone, especially since this mission was ostensibly to reinforce Yao City, but everyone knew that Hua Tianlin was merely leading 50,000 troops there. At that time, the soldiers would likely not be willing to obey this greenhorn. Fortunately, the Emperor of Nanxi, despite his ineptitude, was not foolish enough to gamble with his own kingdom. Since Hua Zheng was willing to go, the Emperor was only too happy to oblige. However, the Emperor appointed Hua Zheng as deputy commander to assist Hua Tianlin. Hua Zheng understood clearly that the Emperor feared he might gain military merit, so he made Hua Tianlin the commander, leaving Hua Zheng with no fee. On the day before the army's departure, Old Master Hua summoned Hua Zheng for a long talk. That evening, Hua Zheng gathered all the Hua family troops. The journey ahead was fraught with unknown dangers, and Hua Zheng dared not risk Hua Tianlin's safety. Thus, he had to leave himself a contingency plan, at least enough to protect Hua Tianlin in times of crisis. A few days later, Hua Tianlin and Hua Zheng set out with 2,000 Hua family troops and 50,000 soldiers. Qianxian had been researching for several days, drawing many sketches, and had enlisted the most skilled blacksmith in the entire capital. Yet she could not manage to produce a cannon barrel. Even though it was just a simple tube, as a college student, Qianxian had at most seen the exterior shape. She had never been exposed to the actual construction of a cannon. What she had in her mind came only from books, but there was a vast gap between book knowledge and reality. Moreover, this item carried a high risk factor, so she did not dare to experiment lightly. After half a month, even Prince Rui was growing impatient, but Qianxian had still not made the cannon. However, she had succeeded in creating the simplest landmine, a large iron ball packed with gunpowder fitted with a long fuse. Qianxian found a place to test it. When the explosion sounded, half the capital heard it. The moment Prince Rui saw its power, he jumped up in excitement. He immediately took 2 of them to present to the emperor to demonstrate their might. But this time, Qianxian instructed Prince Rui to claim that she had developed it. Prince Rui thought his daughter was worried that the emperor would suspect him of ulterior motives, so he was deeply moved. In reality, Qianxian simply did not want Prince Rui to steal her credit again, since last time this father of hers had snatched the credit for the art of war. Prince Rui had someone bring the 2 powerful landmines into the palace. When the Emperor of Nanxi saw their destructive power, he was extremely excited and immediately conferred upon Qianxian the title of Princess Anha, elevating her from a commandery princess to an imperial princess. Her status had risen considerably. The Emperor of Nanxi declared, "Haha, with such a formidable weapon, why worry about stabilizing the realm within and without? Even unifying the entire land is within reach." He was not merely thinking of quelling internal unrest. With such a weapon, unifying the world would be effortless. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. This is truly a heavenly genius sent to aid our Nanxi." Amid the chorus of congratulations, the emperor grew even more excited. "Prince Rui, the production of landmines will be entrusted to Princess Anha and the Ministry of War. Ensure that the landmines are delivered to the garrisons within 1 month." Yes, Prince Rui accepted the order and withdrew. Meanwhile, Qianxian had already ordered people to purchase large quantities of all materials needed for making landmines. Saltpeter and sulfur were relatively easy to find, as the fireworks and firecrackers of this era were also made from them. However, the outer shell of the landmine was slower to produce because there was no mechanical assembly line, yet almost everything was forged by hand by blacksmiths. Qianxian knew nothing about blacksmithing, so she simply drew designs and gave them to the craftsmen, telling them to follow the blueprints. Fortunately, the capital had many skilled artisans, and since being conferred the title of princess, Qianxian felt even more that she was the female protagonist blessed with a halo. Just by casually making a landmine, she became a princess. But she wondered who exactly her male lead was. One could say she was already 17, which made her an old maid in this society. If she didn't marry soon, she feared she would truly become unwanted. But looking across the entire Nanchi, there were very few men she could fancy, and none who could be her male lead. In her previous life, she was a student at a prestigious university. Having come to this ancient world, she had to make a splash, or else she would be unworthy of her education. Wasn't it said that the first thing a female protagonist did after transmigrating was to make money? But she already had more silver than she could spend, so why bother earning more? Moreover, Nanchi was currently in the midst of war. If she could develop more items useful on the battlefield, the emperor would be pleased, and she would never lack silver. Within just a few months, Qianxian had gained some fame in the capital. Many young ladies from noble families actively sought her friendship, and the sons of princes and ministers swarmed around her like bees and butterflies. Unfortunately, Qianxian was not interested in any of them. The third prince, Qi Mohan, was quite handsome and the most outstanding among the princes. But alas, he was related to her by blood, her cousin, and he already had concubines. Clearly, he was not her male lead. Qianxian was thriving in the capital, but the war situation in Yao City was not so optimistic. When Hua Tianlin and Hua Zheng arrived at Yao City, it was already on the verge of falling. Yu Xinhai's 100,000-strong army was being repeatedly defeated by Li Wang's Heiyun cavalry. Although Hua Tianlin and Hua Zheng arrived in time, Yao City had already been breached, and it was difficult to defend further. Yu Xinhai ordered a retreat, but Hua Tianlin, young and hot-blooded, refused to leave so easily. Moreover, Hua Zheng had pointed out that Yu Xinhai's 100,000 troops combined with their 50,000 were more than enough to annihilate Li Wang's few thousand men in Yao City. However, Yu Xinhai had been thoroughly beaten and dared not confront the Heiyun cavalry again. Because of Yu Xinhai's retreat, the 50,000 troops, led by Hua Tianlin, could not withdraw in time, resulting in nearly 1,000 casualties. Hua Tianlin and Hua Zheng were furious but helpful. Hua Zheng held on until the end, but finally could not hold back. He spat out a mouthful of blood. That day he had seen Li Wang, the young man who, according to legend, was only in his 20s, yet had declared himself king. Though half of his face was covered by a silver mask, it could not conceal the youth's unrestrained arrogance and high spirits. His decisive killing on the battlefield reminded Hua Zheng of an old friend. Although he did not see the young man's true face, he saw the long sword Qing Feng in his hand. That sword had once belonged to another young man, a friend with whom he had grown up. Little uncle. Hua Tianlin caught Hua Zheng's collapsing body. Hua Zheng, with a smile on his lips, murmured to Hua Tianlin, "He is back." "Uncle, what are you talking about? Who has returned? Where is the military doctor? Go summon the military doctor at once." Hua Zheng was still smiling as he slipped into unconsciousness, as if the figure he had glimpsed had at last fulfilled the regret he had carried for so many years. Meanwhile, Chu Qianjun trailed behind Xiao Ruan, unable to comprehend as he asked, "Boss, we had victory right within our grasp. Why are we letting it slip away? We have already captured Yao City. Why are we retreating?" Chu Qianjun was thoroughly despondent, but Su Yunzhou sensed that something was amiss with Xiao Ruan. He signaled Chu Qianjun to stop speaking, then gently asked, "Jinji, has something happened?" "It is Uncle Hua and Tianlin. The Emperor of Nanchi sent them to provide reinforcements." Xiao Ruiyuan's mood was deeply somber. Chu Qianjun did not understand the significance of those two, but Su Yunzhou did. "Jinji, some things must be faced sooner or later. Have you attempted to contact old Master Hua or Uncle Hua? Have you tried persuading them?" Su Yunzhou left the rest unsaid, but Xiao Ruiyuan understood perfectly. He shook his head. "The Hua family has been steadfastly loyal to the state. How could I bear to let them bear the infamy of being branded as traitors? Moreover, Uncle Hua's health has always been frail, and Tianlin is the only junior generation left in the Hua family. I thought the Emperor of Nanchi would leave them be. Has your identity been exposed? Otherwise, the Nanchi Empire has plenty of capable officers. Why would they send Tianlin and Uncle Hua?" Su Yunzhou's greatest fear was that Xiao Ruiyuan's identity had been revealed. If that were the case, many people in the capital might be implicated. Xiao Ruiyuan shook his head. "I staged my death back then. They long believed I perished in that great fire, so they would never suspect me. This is probably just a coincidence." But today Uncle Hua seemed to recognize me. He glanced at the Qing Feng Jian hanging at his waist. It was his father's sword, and several of his father's closest confidants from years past were familiar with this blade. Uncle Hua must have noticed it as well. Then what should we do next? If we end up facing Uncle Hua, it truly puts us in a difficult position. Su Yunzhou sighed. He naturally understood that Xiao Ruiyuan would never strike against his uncle. As long as Uncle Hua remained in Yao City, they likely would not be able to seize it. Wait. Xiao Ruiyuan spoke only a single word before dismissing them. He believed his uncle would not let him down. His father, Prince Xian, was in fact the youngest son of the late emperor. Though the youngest, he was also the most favored because his mother was a beloved consort from a powerful maternal clan, making Prince Xian a prime candidate for the heir apparent. Uncle Hua too had been the most cherished youngest son of old Master Hua, so from an early age he often accompanied General Hua into the palace. Over time, he became close friends with the young Prince Xian. Though Prince Xian was 2 or 3 years his senior, Hua Zhang's exceptional martial prowess, despite his youth, and his mature, steady disposition, made them surprisingly compatible companions. When both had come of age, the struggle for the throne reached its fiercest intensity. After consulting with his family, Hua Zhang chose to support Prince Xian. Unfortunately, Prince Xian never secured the position of heir apparent, for he lacked the ruthlessness required. In the 12th year of Xiao Ruiyuan's life, the palace coup erupted. Xiao Ruiyuan and his mother waited in their estate for his father throughout the night, but he never returned after that evening. Xiao Ruiyuan knew his father would never come back. The moment the death knell sounded, his mother ordered her secret guards to smuggle him away, but it was too late. The assassins breached the compound. A blade slashed across his face before he could evade it. In the final moments, his mother threw herself in front of the killing blow meant for him. Protected by the secret guards, Xiao Ruiyuan fled to the rear courtyard and watched helplessly as they set fire to Prince Xian's mansion on his mother's instructions. The stew. The day after Prince Xian's mansion fell to Xiao's, 100 and odd family members slaughtered in a single night, with no survivors left. Xiao Ruiyuan went to see for himself. Corpses filled the courtyard, blood staining the entire estate crimson. Unable to publicly claim the bodies, he ultimately had the whole compound burned to ashes. To avoid implicating the Hua family and others, Xiao Ruiyuan refused to meet with anyone. Hua Tianlin and Su Yunzhou were his closest companions from childhood in the capital, and since Su Yunzhou grew up alongside Hua Tianlin, both he and Su Yunzhou called Hua Zhang uncle from an early age. Furthermore, Prince Xian had been personally trained by old Master Su, which is how Su Yunzhou came to know Xiao Ruiyuan since youth. This was precisely why, despite having captured Yao City that day, Xiao Ruiyuan still ordered a retreat. He trusted that his uncle would never draw a sword against him. When Hua Zhang awoke, it was already the following day. Yao City had been preserved, yet no joy touched his heart. He never imagined that the Li Wang was none other than Jinji, that boy. After all these years, he was truly still alive and grown so tall. The moment Hua Zhang opened his eyes, they reddened with emotion. Hua Tianlin was startled and quickly asked what was wrong. Hua Zhang did not conceal it from him, for no one understood better than he how devastated Hua Tianlin had been when news of that tragedy first spread, and how every hour of his subsequent rigorous training had been fueled by the hope of one day avenging him. He knew better than anyone the events of those years and understood that the Hua family had also been implicated, leading to their present decline. Had Prince Xian possessed the resolve to execute those brothers when the opportunity arose, the subsequent counterattacks might have been averted. In the final moments, he had willingly embraced death to protect the Hua family and his own wife and children. Regrettably, that man had not honored his promise even after death. Prince Xian's mansion had been butchered to its last inhabitant, and the Xiao family exterminated entirely. The Hua family survived only because of their military merits, and because the Nanxi Empire could not afford to lose their service. Without those factors, they would long have been destroyed. Even so, through the years, the Hua family had been steadily eroded. Once a household of unparalleled glory and extraordinary military exploits, they were now reduced to 3 aging, frail, and ailing remnants. Jinji, he lives? Hua Tianlin rejoiced at this news more than any other, but Hua Zhang shushed him, sternly warning that this matter must never be revealed. Hua Tianlin immediately fell silent. Tianlin, the reason I'm telling you this is that I hope you can make a decision. The Hua family now has only you as the younger generation. You are the hope of the Hua family. I hope you can carry our legacy forward. I am useless and fear I won't be able to accompany you for long, but I hope you can go farther. As Hua Zheng spoke, Hua Tianlin's eyes reddened. Uncle, you will get better. Don't scare me. To him, Hua Zheng was both a mentor and a father, his closest kin. Facing such words from his uncle, Hua Tianlin found it hard to accept. Listen to me. I was powerless back then, forced to watch Jin Ji's father die before my eyes. But now that Jin Ji has returned, I will risk my life to protect him. Originally, I didn't want to burden the Hua family, but I know you and Jin Ji share a deep bond. Even if I tried to keep you out of it, you wouldn't stand idly by. Our Hua family has been loyal to Nanqi for generations, but the current emperor is cruel and unjust, having lost the people's support. Jin Ji is of royal blood. Supporting him would not violate our ancestral teachings. As long as you nod in agreement, I will send people back to the capital tonight to bring out your grandfather, and we will join Jin Ji. Hua Zheng's voice was low but resolute. Hua Tianlin naturally agreed without a second thought. Back then he could only regret being too young to avenge Jin Ji. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, he would not let it slip. Uncle, I didn't train in martial arts to defend the throne of Nanqi. I've long made up my mind. If the emperor pushes too hard, I'll rebel with you and grandfather. Whether I become emperor or not doesn't matter, but I must kill him to avenge Jin Ji. It's wonderful that Jin Ji is still alive. Uncle, since we're going to join him, we can't let Yu Jinhai return to Yao City. What about the 50,000 troops we brought? They are all soldiers of Nanqi. It won't be easy to handle them. Hua Tianlin, lacking experience, was momentarily at a loss as to how to deal with these men. Hua Zheng smiled and said, these people are easy to handle. They are all soldiers of Nanqi. It won't be difficult to incorporate them. After discussing with Hua Tianlin, Hua Zheng sent a group of Hua family soldiers that very night to secretly bring out old Master Hua. Otherwise, once the Emperor of Nanqi discovered the truth, they might not be able to escape. In early December, after successfully retrieving old Master Hua, Hua Zheng coordinated with Xiao Riyuan to capture Yao City and took 30,000 soldiers under Yu Jinhai prisoner. With the addition of Hua Zheng's 50,000 troops, Xiao Riyuan gained 80,000 soldiers for nothing. However, not all of them could be used. Xiao Riyuan selected 40,000 who were willing to join the army of Prince Li, dispersed them, and assigned them to various camps. The remaining 40,000 were sent to mine, or. This battle was the easiest victory for Xiao Riyuan, and it was also the finest welcome gift Hua Zheng could offer. But good times did not last. When old Master Hua was brought back, he mentioned that Princess Anha had developed a weapon called a landmine. A large iron ball with a fuse that once detonated had immense destructive power. When paired with a catapult, its range was considerable, and it would likely be delivered to the garrison soon. Xiao Riyuan had never seen such a thing, so he couldn't grasp the extent of its power. But when he first encountered it, he felt genuine fear. Yao City, which had just been captured a few days earlier, was reduced to ruins by the rain of landmines. Countless civilians were injured. When Xiao Riyuan had taken the city, not a single civilian was harmed, but when they retook it, the casualties were devastating. In that barrage of fire, Xiao Riyuan was wounded in the back by the explosions. The weapon was simply too powerful. Chu Qianjun also suffered a leg injury. No matter how skilled one's martial arts, they were no match for those landmines. The Black Clothes. Protected by their warhorses, the Black Cloud cavalry suffered almost no injuries, while Xiao Riyuan and Chu Qianjun were hurt only because they were saving others. This battle was catastrophic. Fortunately, Yu Jinhai did not press the advantage. Instead, he began repairing Yao City and continued to hold it. The sudden influx of wounded soldiers left the camp's medical supplies severely insufficient. Xiao Riyuan sent a carrier pigeon to Su Yueli requesting a large batch of medicinal herbs. When Su Yueli saw that they urgently needed so many wound treatments, she guessed that many had been injured in battle. The quantity required suggested a significant number of wounded. Su Yueli grew worried, so she loaded more than 20 carts with medicinal herbs, and also had a large stash in her own space for emergencies. She prepared a considerable amount of external wound medicine brewed with spirit spring water, whose effects were the most potent. The other herbs were merely a cover. However, the treatment for external injuries was genuinely effective. For instance, when she cut her hand, rinsing it with spirit spring water a few times would heal the wound quickly without pain. This trip also gave her a chance to see how Xiao Riyuan's face was healing and whether the scars had improved. When Su Yueli appeared for the first time, many soldiers wanted to greet her, but hindered by their injuries and self-conscious about their appearance, none dared to approach. Instead, they secretly watched her. After she walked away, they excitedly asked, "Is that Miss Su? Heavens, my goddess is so beautiful. What a pity I'm wounded. Otherwise I'd definitely go say hello. Miss Su must have come to deliver medicine for us. Yes, Miss Su is truly kind. What a pity I have blood on my clothes, otherwise I'd go speak with her." Many soldiers watched Su Yueli's retreating figure with regret. Chu Chi led Su Yueli into the commander's tent. Su Yueli thought since they were all closed there was no need for formality, and Chu Chi didn't treat her as an outsider either. But once inside, the situation became awkward. Xiao Ruin was lying shirtless on the bed with Hua Zheng applying medicine to his back, while Su Yunzhou and Hua Tianlin looked on. Seeing Su Yueli walk straight, and everyone was stunned. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Ruin rolled over and grabbed a piece of clothing to cover himself, clearly not wanting Su Yueli to see his wounds. Su Yueli frowned and walked over. "What's there to hide? It's not like you're a young maiden." Hua Tianlin glanced at Su Yunzhou, his eyes asking, "What's going on? Has Jinji gotten married?" Su Yunzhou shook his head. Hua Zheng also looked at Su Yueli with surprise. She unceremoniously walked over, lifted the clothes off Xiao Ruin's back, and took out a white porcelain bottle from her waist containing a brown liquid. She applied the medicine brewed with spirit spring water to his back. His originally fair and sturdy back was now a bloody mess. Glancing at the wound, Su Yueli could see that it was caused by an explosion with debris and gravel still embedded in the flesh. Su Yueli took out a small pair of tweezers from her bosom and skillfully cleaned the debris embedded in his flesh. Whether due to the medicine applied or her gentle touch, Xiao Ren surprisingly felt no pain. The atmosphere in the tent grew somewhat awkward as the men exchanged glances in silence. Xiao Ruin cleared his throat. "Uncle Hua, you should go rest first. This girl will tend to my wounds." Hua Zheng glanced at Su Yueli and nodded. "Very well, I will come visit you later." Hua Tianlin cast an ambiguous look between Xiao Ruin and Su Yueli. Xiao Ruin gave him a helpless glare, and only then did the young man leave with a smile. Su Yueli said nothing and worked for the duration of a full incense stick before the wound on his back was thoroughly cleaned. She then rinsed it several times with spiritual spring water before applying medicine and bandaging it. Xiao Ruin was tall and imposing even while seated, and Su Yueli standing reached only half a head above him. Once his wounds were bandaged and he addressed Xiao Ruin, turned his gaze towards Su Yueli. Although a brazier had been lit inside the tent, the weather was still rather cold. The little girl's cheeks were rosy, whether from the chill or from anger no one could say. Still angry, Xiao Ruin pulled her to sit beside him. Su Yueli shook her head. "No, I was just wondering what caused such injuries. In modern times, inflicting wounds like these would be easy. But this was an ancient era of cold weapons. How could there possibly be such extensive explosion injuries? I was injured by a weapon called a landmine," Xiao Ren said, not concealing it from her. Upon hearing this, Su Yueli's body tensed. "What? A landmine?" Su Yueli was utterly stunned, as though she had heard things. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Ruin grew even more surprised. "You know about such a thing?" Su Yueli shook her head. "Impossible. How could this era possibly have landmines? Could it be? Were there other time travelers in this timeline?" That was Su Yueli's first thought, for nothing else could explain it. In an era that barely understood how to make firecrackers, how could they have developed landmines? Moreover, that very name was a modern designation. "Do you know who developed this weapon?" Su Yueli suddenly looked up and asked. Xiao Ruin thought for a moment and replied, "Princess Anha, the daughter of Prince Rui Qianxian. She is the one who invented it." A woman. Su Yueli's conviction grew stronger. It seemed she truly was a time traveler. Su Yueli did not know whether encountering a fellow traveler from another world was a blessing or a curse, but so far it appeared they were destined to stand on opposite sides. She had been here for so long, yet never once considered bringing thermal weapons to this era. Even when her village suffered that tragedy, she had not done so. She feared that the arrival of such weapons would bring even greater devastation to the common people. Without thermal weapons, at most they would clash with swords and spears, sparing the innocent. But once such weapons existed, ammunition would show no mercy. A single cannonade could turn a city into a pockmarked sieve. How could the people within escape such calamity? And yet another time traveler had now produced landmines. She wondered how capable this person truly was. If they were to develop thermal weapons, the first to suffer would likely be Xiao Ruyuan. Xiao Ruyuan, do you remember what I told you? Su Yueli looked at him and smiled brightly. I am your little fairy attendant, your eternal backing. With me by your side, you need fear nothing. Since she had promised to be his support, how could she let him lose? A ripple passed through Xiao Ruyuan's heart. Fighting the urge to pull her into his embrace, he gently ruffled her hair. Yes, my little fairy attendant. Su Yueli picked up a brush and diligently sketched on white paper, finally drawing the gunpowder formula and the structure of a landmine for him along with detailed production instructions. Xiao Ruyuan had many capable men under his command, and she believed they could produce landmines once they studied them. Xiao Ruyuan held the several sheets of drawings and could no longer restrain himself. He pulled her firmly into his embrace. His little fairy attendant never seemed to disappoint him. Xiao Ruyuan did not say much more, nor did Su Yueli expect anything beyond that. After leaving his tent, she went to the field hospital and assisted the military physicians in treating numerous wounded soldiers. The physician praised the medicinal solution she had provided, saying the soldiers felt no pain after application. Su Yueli explained that the liquid possessed hemostatic, muscle-regenerating, anti-swelling, and analgesic properties, which was why it relieved their pain. Moreover, for superficial wounds like these, healing would occur within 3 to 5 days. Upon hearing this, the soldiers were overjoyed. No sooner had Su Yueli left the tent than Xiao Ruyuan summoned Chu Qianjun and the others. Hua Zheng accompanied them. Xiao Ruyuan informed them about the landmine, and all 4 men grew excited upon hearing the details. They fully understood the weapon's devastating power. Indeed, after witnessing its force, they had lived in constant anxiety, for against such a formidable weapon, they stood no chance. Yet, as the saying, when a way would appear when all seemed lost. Within a single day, they now possessed both the blueprints and the formula. Jinji, let me handle this matter. I may be of little use on the battlefield now, but I can certainly serve as supervisor, he offered. Although Xiao Ruyuan worried about his health, he knew that if Jinji did not contribute in some way, he would trouble himself. Thus he readily agreed. Hua Tianlin volunteered to gather saltpeter and sulfur. Xiao Ruyuan granted his request. With the landmine matter resolved, Xiao Ruyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. That evening, Su Yueli came again, saying she wished to see how his facial wounds had healed. Xiao Ruyuan did not shy away, for his recovery was entirely owed to her. The moment his mask was removed, Su Yueli saw that the once hideous scars resembling writhing centipedes had faded to nothing more than a pinkish line. Clearly he had improved considerably. Xiao Ruyuan himself had marveled at this. The little girl had given him numerous bottles and jars, instructing him to cleanse his scars morning and night. At first he had found it troublesome, but after more than 10 days he had noticed the scars visibly lightening. After persisting for several months, the marks had indeed grown progressively fainter. Girl, do you happen to have any medicine for internal injuries? My uncle Hua sustained internal injuries on the battlefield in his younger years. Now the old wounds have resurfaced, and his constitution continues to deteriorate. I was hoping to find something to help regulate his body. Xiao Ruyuan spoke earnestly. Su Yueli understood that those around him were all close confidants. The Uncle Hua he mentioned was likely the man who had treated his wounds earlier. At his age, and still maintaining such a handsome appearance, it would indeed be a pity if he were to pass away. The medicine I brought can be used both externally and internally. Taken orally, it heals internal injuries. For mild cases, 1 bottle a day. For severe internal injuries, 2 bottles a day. Stop taking it once you recover. I didn't bring much this time. I'll send more if needed. Xiao Ruyuan's eyes lit up. This works too. I'll try it on my uncle tomorrow. Su Yueli did not stay long at the camp. She returned to the village on the 3rd day, and Xiao Ruyuan's injuries healed quickly. Unfortunately, just as their first batch of landmines was completed, without even a test, Yu Zhenhai led his forces to attack, clearly intent on recapturing Yu City. Armed with landmines, Yu Zhenhai felt unstoppable. Even he feared their power, and he was confident he could reclaim Yu City. But Yu Zhenhai never expected that only a few days into their triumph, Prince Li's army would also possess landmines, and there seemed even more powerful than the ones he had produced. Yu Zhenhai was utterly baffled. He immediately wrote a report and sent it to the capital. Compared to Xiao Ruyuan's situation, Prince Liang and Prince Jean were far less optimistic. The Southern Qi army wielded landmines, leaving Prince Liang and Prince Jean helpless. The cities they had fought so hard to capture were half retaken within a month. Forced into an alliance, they still could not counter the landmines. They could not even approach the cities, let alone lay siege. Prince Jean and Prince Liang discussed buying landmines from Xiao Riyuan to study, but Xiao Riyuan naturally refused. The weapons were too simple to make. If they obtained one, they would likely reverse engineer it quickly. Although the girl had warned that improper gunpowder ratios could cause explosions, the principle was similar to firecrackers. Once they understood the mechanism, they could produce landmines swiftly. To minimize civilian casualties, Su Yueli had always been reluctant to introduce gunpowder weapons to this era. Yet what was destined to come could not be avoided. She even wondered if the heavens had assigned her a task she had failed to complete, and therefore sent another person to carry it out. On New Year's Eve, City was still engulfed in gunfire. Fortunately, their area was not affected, but many residents of City had taken refuge in nearby villages. Su Yueli had rarely left the house recently. Staring at the blueprints of the Hongyi cannons on the table, she hesitated over whether to hand them to Xiao Ruan. If she gave him the designs early, he could seize the advantage and conquer Southern Qi in no time. But if other nations obtained the technology for these cannons, it would no longer be a war between two countries. It could become a catastrophe across the entire continent. After much deliberation, Su Yueli finally decided to give the Hongyi cannon blueprints to Xiao Riyuan. The weapon was not easy to develop. Even with the designs, it would take months to produce. However, she felt she needed to meet Qi Yanxian. If there was no danger, a warning would suffice. But if Qi Yanxian was destined to be an enemy, Su Yueli would not hesitate to bring about her death once more. When Tai Qianxiu learned she wanted to go to the capital, he was worried. After all, they now belonged to Prince Li's faction. If the Emperor of Southern Qi discovered them, escape would be difficult. But Su Yueli argued that she rarely showed her face and no one in the capital would recognize her, so it would be safe. Tai Qianxiu originally wanted to accompany her, but Su Yueli was worried about Lady Lu and her younger siblings. She asked Tai Qianxiu to stay behind and protect them. Helpless Tai Qianxiu could only instruct by Jinglan to look after her. At first, Qi Yanxian thought Prince Li's landmines came from the Hua family's blueprints and formulas, allowing him to produce them so quickly. But when the Emperor of Southern Qi told her that Prince Li's landmines were even more powerful, she sensed something wrong. Her first thought was that there was another time traveler in this era. However, she wasn't certain until she saw the Manchu Han Imperial Feast at Tianxiang Tower in the capital and the modern dish names. Then she was sure there was another traveler in this timeline. A great mind cannot coexist with another, was Qi Yanxian's first thought. Then she resolved to find that person and kill him. Only one of them could remain. Qi Yanxian sent people to trace the source. They discovered that Qinghe County in Yu City was the first place to open a Tianxiang Tower. The cultivation and greenhouse vegetables in Qinghe County convinced her that the person was there and seemingly thriving even more than she was. Proud and arrogant by nature, she could not accept this. In the evening, Qi Yanxian decided to inform the Emperor of Southern Qi directly. She entered the palace for the first time. As a princess, now she could come and go freely. The Emperor's extravagance was astounding. The palace was enormous. Without a guide, she wandered near the main gate for a long time, without finding the main hall. She finally asked a palace maid who, upon seeing her Princess Anha token, dared not refuse, and pointed the way before hurrying off. "Stop right there. Who are you? How dare you loiter in the imperial garden?" Qi Yanxian was suddenly called out. Turning around, she saw a handsome man in a dragon-embroidered robe. He was around 18 or 19, with a face like jade and a tall, upright figure. He was the most attractive man she had seen since arriving in this world. Though stern, his bearing was extraordinary. "And who are you? If you can be here, so can I," she retorted. After all, she was a princess, now free to go anywhere. The palace was practically her home. "How dare you kneel before this prince? Speaking to me like that, do you have a death wish?" The man's face darkened with anger. Qi Yanxian, spoiled by her own upbringing, refused to kneel. "Do you know what equality means? You are a prince, but I am a princess too," she said, thinking she was in the right. Besides, he was handsome, so she felt like bickering with him. But she forgot that this was an ancient world where men dominated and the authority of superiors was not to be challenged. "Is that so? The man sneered, stepped forward, and sealed her mute acupoint. He then summoned 2 guards. Before Qianxian could cry for help, she found herself unable to speak. The guards seized her arms. Send her to the emperor's bedchamber. Say she is a beauty presented by Minister Liang. The man cast a cold glance at Qianxian. Her looks, he supposed, could barely pass as a beauty. Qianxian had barely any time to struggle before she was delivered to the Southern Qi Emperor's bedchamber. At that moment, the Southern Qi Emperor was frolicking with several beauties in the bedchamber. When the attending eunuch reported that Lord Liang had sent a beauty over, the Southern Qi Emperor merely waved his hand and ordered her to be brought in. Qianxian had dressed up especially for entering the palace that day. Her already pretty face, now adorned with tear-stained cheeks, caught the Southern Qi Emperor's attention immediately. Although she held the title of Lady Anha, which he had personally granted, the Southern Qi Emperor had never actually met her. The last time he had seen her was years ago, when that young girl complained about the martial champion making advances toward her. Out of respect for Prince Rui, the Southern Qi Emperor had dealt with the martial champion at the time, but he had barely any impression of the girl herself. Qianxian watched helplessly as the Southern Qi Emperor tossed her onto the dragon bed. She struggled desperately, but could not speak. In her panic, she scratched the Southern Qi Emperor, only to receive a slap that left her dazed and disoriented. Still a wild little beauty, the Southern Qi Emperor said. You all may leave first. Tonight, I shall properly train her. Those beauties departed with unwilling expressions, leaving only Qianxian and the Southern Qi Emperor on the vast dragon bed. Qianxian had never endured such humiliation in her entire life, but the Southern Qi Emperor was after all a man, and no matter how unwilling she was, she had no choice but to submit. 2 hours later, Qianxian's sealed vocal cords naturally unblocked, but she had long since lost the strength to cry out. They all said the Southern Qi Emperor was cruel, and that cruelty extended beyond court affairs into the bedroom as well. Especially in middle age, when his vigor often faltered, the Southern Qi Emperor relied heavily on medicinal soups to arouse desire, and his true passion lay in bloodthirsty and unusual pleasures. When Qianxian was carried to the Yinlu Palace to rest, she was on the verge of death. Because of one act of willfulness, she had nearly lost half her life. It was that very night that Qianxian learned to be submissive and understood her current situation. She recuperated in the Yinlu Palace for 3 full days. Before she could leave, the Southern Qi Emperor summoned her once more. Qianxian was truly terrified, so she immediately revealed her identity. However, she had greatly underestimated the Southern Qi Emperor's depravity. In fact, the Southern Qi Emperor had known her identity that very night, for she carried Princess on his jade pendant. But the deed was already done, and the Southern Qi Emperor was not a man who cared about ethical codes and moral principles. After all, his harem still housed 2 beautiful concubines from the previous emperor, though no one dared speak of it. Qianxian could never have imagined that she would ultimately be destroyed by an old man. And what about that prince who had sent her there? Who exactly was he? Qianxian vowed that she would make him pay. After being subjected to the Southern Qi Emperor's repeated torments, Qianxian had long since abandoned any resistance. Since she could not become the happiest woman, then she would become the most exalted woman. The Southern Qi Emperor conferred upon Qianxian the title of concubine Xian. As for Prince Rui, he offered no explanation whatsoever, merely instructing Prince Rui that from that day forward no such person as Princess Anha should exist in this world. Upon learning of this matter, Prince Rui was so enraged that he fell gravely ill. The princess consort of Rui also wept and made a scene for several days, but in the end she could not withstand the overwhelming power of the throne. Not long after Qianxian settled into the palace, she discovered that the one who had delivered her to the emperor's bedchamber was none other than the 3rd Prince Qi Moan. Among the Southern Qi Emperor's sons, the first prince was the most mature and steady, the second prince was deeply calculating, and the 3rd prince was ruthlessly cunning. Yet, ironically, the 3rd prince was the most favored of all the princes, for the Southern Qi Emperor felt that Qi Mohan's temperament resembled his own the most. Refusing to accept such betrayal from Qi Mohan, Qianxian intercepted him in the imperial garden. Her intention was to confront him directly and seek justice from the Southern Qi Emperor, but she never expected that Qi Mohan would pin her against a rockery in the garden. His pale, slender fingers traced along her swan-like neck, like a venomous serpent finally resting against her ear. What? Could your father not satisfy you? So eager to deliver yourself to me. Though his words carried warmth, his voice was chillingly cold. Qi Anxian was truly afraid this time. Qi Mohan, you are inhuman. If you had not sent me to your father's bedchamber, how could such a thing have happened? I am your own cousin. How could you treat me this way? Qi Anxian's eyes reddened with fury, but for some inexplicable reason, when she met Qi Mohan's ink-black gaze, she could not summon any hatred. She only felt deeply wronged. Had she fallen for this Qi Mohan? Is that so? Weren't you quite pleased with this outcome, concubine Xian? A faint mocking smile played at the corners of his lips, sending a chill through Qi Anxian's heart, yet she found herself irresistibly drawn to him. Do not look at me with such eyes. I find it repulsive. With that, Qi Mohan suddenly released her. Qi Anxian, caught off guard, nearly tumbled to the ground. Then she saw Qi Mohan take out a handkerchief, wipe his hand, and disdainfully toss it onto the ground before turning and walking away. Qi Anxian watched the man's vanishing figure with red-rimmed eyes, her heart filled with resentment. He actually thought she was dirty. Who was to blame for her current state? Qi Anxian's hand slowly clenched into a fist, and she silently vowed in her heart that one day she would make him submit to her will. Since Wu Zetian had become emperor in history, why could not she do the same? As a modern person, she was well aware of China's 5,000 years of civilization. As long as she had knowledge of landmines, was there anything she could not achieve in conquering such a small kingdom as Southern Qi? Qi Mohan, one day, I will make you weep and beg me. Qi Anxian returned to her palace, where she spent nearly every day contemplating the knowledge she had acquired in her past life. She intended to accumulate wealth here and cultivate her own faction. The Southern Qi Emperor knew that Qi Anxian could manufacture landmines, and therefore could certainly produce other powerful weapons as well. Thus he imposed no restrictions on her freedom. In fact, she was permitted to enter and exit the imperial palace at will. Because Prince Rui cherished her dearly, Qi Anxian possessed a considerable amount of private fortune. She had purchased estates and shops in the capital. To make money quickly, gambling was naturally essential, though brothels and narcotics were beyond her reach, given her current status. Therefore she focused solely on gambling ventures. Qi Anxian established the largest underground gambling house in the capital. In ancient times, the regulation of gambling houses was not strict, and with her protection this establishment faced no trouble. Qi Anxian entrusted her loyal guards with managing the gambling house and trained them in its operations. The Southern Qi Emperor remained unaware of her schemes. He only cared whether Qi Anxian had developed any more formidable weapons. Unable to resist, Qi Anxian sketched a crossbow for him. However, she only knew the general appearance of a crossbow and was unfamiliar with its specific internal mechanisms, so she simply provided a rough sketch and instructed the Ministry of War to conduct thorough research. When the Ministry of War examined the crossbow, they found it remarkably similar to the crossbow rifles used by the Black Cloud Cavalry. They presumed Qi Anxian also possessed knowledge of such weapons, but Qi Anxian had no such expertise. She pondered for a long time, but could not recall what it specifically looked like. In a fit of rage, the Southern Qi Emperor tormented her throughout the entire night. Under the relentless demands of the Southern Qi Emperor, Qi Anxian gradually grew increasingly desperate. She began searching among the common people for various remedies to enhance the Southern Qi Emperor's virility, clinging to him day after day. Within just over a month, the Southern Qi Emperor's constitution collapsed. Qi Anxian sought out Qi Mohan, once more hoping to strike a partnership with him. The Empress of the Southern Qi Emperor was a spineless creature. She neither dared nor cared to meddle in the affairs of the inner palace. It was precisely this cowardice that gave Qi Anxian the courage to employ such a method to slowly ruin the Southern Qi Emperor's health. Though inept, the Southern Qi Emperor was cautious and suspicious. Naturally, he would never directly consume any medicine Qi Anxian provided. He always had it examined by the imperial physicians first. Yet most of Qi Anxian's drugs had been absorbed through her own body over long periods of medicinal baths and regimens. By now, Qi Anxian herself had become a potion potent enough to induce addiction. At his age, the Southern Qi Emperor naturally could not withstand such torment, and before long his body began to collapse. Consort Xian truly fears no reproach daring to come to this prince's bedchamber in broad daylight. Qi Anxian smiled sweetly, seemingly impervious to all criticism. She approached Qi Mohan, reaching out to touch his face, but he lifted his hand and roughly swatted it away in disgust. Does the third prince despise me so greatly? Qi Mohan sneered, covering his nose. Since you know, stay far from me. That pungent stench is unbearable. You. Qi Anxian's face flushed with anger, but remembering her purpose, she forced herself to breathe deeply. You must have noticed as well. He is nearing his end. If you will cooperate with me, I have a way to ensure the throne passes to you. Qi Mohan looked up at her, his eyes filled with gloom. State your terms. In truth, he needed no explanation. Since their first meeting, this woman's gaze had screamed ambition, and it remained unchanged. I want you to crown me empress upon your ascension. Should he agree to make her empress, she would gladly share the southern Qi Empire with him. Qi Mohan scrutinized her from head to toe and scoffed. Do you truly believe you are worthy? If I must marry you to obtain this empire, then I shall refuse it entirely. Besides, even without her seizing that position would have been effortless for him. He simply had no interest. The deep contempt in Qi Mohan's eyes pierced Qi Anxian's heart. Though she had always known he despised her, she still could not accept defeat. The more unattainable he became, the more relentless her determination grew. Since Qi Mohan refused to cooperate, she would find another. The second prince, Qi Mochian, was hardly a man of principle. For him, Qi Anxian's offer was irresistible, and he was deeply intrigued by her proposition. Alas, the second prince's power was not yet sufficient, and he dared not yet have Qi Anxian make her move. Thus, she could only wait for the right moment. Su Yueli and Bai Jinglan arrived at the capital in early February, having been delayed by troubles along the way. This was Su Yueli's first time entering the capital and witnessing southern Qi's prosperity. Compared to Yuqing, the capital was vastly more magnificent, its buildings far more splendid. Su Yueli's extraordinary beauty immediately drew stares as soon as she entered the capital, especially the lively elegance she carried, which commanded attention even without makeup. Bai Jinglan, seeing the growing attention, arranged for her to wear a veil to conceal her face. But a veil could hide her features, yet could not mask the aura surrounding her. Many still noticed her. With no other option, Su Yueli found a tailor shop and changed into men's clothing. To appear more masculine, she applied a wheat-toned foundation to darken her complexion, yet she still appeared as a dashing young master. Bai Jinglan took Su Yueli to their Tianxiang Tower. Fortunately, the property had a courtyard designed for her stay whenever she wished. Having finally returned to the capital, Bai Jinglan naturally wished to visit the Bai family. He had originally intended to trick Su Yueli into accompanying him to meet his parents, hoping to spare them further pressure about his marriage. But Su Yueli had long seen through his scheme and had no desire to go. After dismissing Bai Jinglan, Su Yueli instructed Chuqi to investigate Qi Anxian's whereabouts. This time, for convenience, she had brought only Chuqi. She had originally planned to go alone, but Chuqi refused to let her venture out by herself, so she reluctantly agreed. In the evening, Chuqi finally returned. Su Yueli had assumed the Prince Rue's mansion would be easy to find. Why did it take so long? To her surprise, what Chuqi described made her imagine a scandalous drama unfolding. Miss, you wouldn't believe how vile the southern Qi Emperor is. He brought Qi Anxian into the palace and granted her the title of Consort Xian, while publicly claiming she died suddenly. Su Yueli was dumbfounded. Prince Rue was his own brother, and the southern Qi Emperor truly dared anything. Yet Qi Anxian, a fellow traveler, would willingly enter the palace. Had she been forced? Su Yueli found the situation pitiful and began wondering how she might enter the palace to meet her. After all, the inner palace was not easily accessible. Su Yueli waited 3 days before catching her opportunity. A minister was sending a group of entertainers into the palace, and she slipped in among them. Once inside, she clutched her stomach and complained of pain. The matron in charge scolded her harshly for being useless, but still had her sent to a resting area. These entertainers were to be presented to the emperor, and the matron naturally could not allow Su Yueli near them. If the emperor took a fancy to her, it would be disastrous. As soon as the matron left, Su Yueli shed her entertainer's costume, stored it in her spatial dimension, and put on the night suit she had prepared in advance. It was Su Yueli's first time in the palace, and she had no idea where Consort Xian's palace was located, so she could only search slowly. Fortunately, her luck held. After wandering a short distance, she overheard two palace maids discussing Consort Xian. Consort Xian? Surely that was Qianxian. Su Yueli prepared to follow, expecting that at least a concubine would have considerable guards. But upon entering, she found almost no one posted. They were merely two eunuchs at the door. Borrowing the moonlight, she gracefully leaped onto the roof of the bedchamber and carefully lifted a tile to peer inside. At that moment, Su Yueli nearly burst out in astonishment. Goodness, truly worthy of a transmigrator daring to cuckold the emperor. How audacious! Now she debated whether to descend and kill the pair outright or wait for them to bring about their own ruin. Su Yueli had initially harbored some hope for Qianxian, since encountering a fellow countrywoman in this world was rare. But watching her dig her own grave so skillfully, she suspected she would not survive long. Killing her would only soil Su Yueli's hands. As a fellow countrywoman, Su Yueli decided to grant them a swift end instead. Picking up two small stones from the ground, she flicked them with her fingers, striking pressure points on both. The two who had been fervently engaged in their act suddenly froze mid-motion. Consort Xian's coquettish expression vanished instantly. To stoke the fire for the two, Su Yueli flicked another stone at a guard patrolling outside the imperial quarters. Who goes there? An assassin. Pursue. The guards watched helplessly as a shadowy figure slipped into Consort Xian's quarters, immediately giving chase. Su Yueli, having led them away, simply took to the eaves and vanished. The moment an assassin breached the palace grounds, the entire imperial compound would be locked down. Su Yueli had originally intended to use the chaos to slip back to the musicians' quarters, but with patrol routes already sealed, she realized she would first need to find a hiding place. Swapping into the musician's garments, there would make her return far easier. Su Yueli selected a courtyard that appeared utterly devoid of light. Having bypassed the main gate, she didn't know whose quarters she'd entered, but it seemed unoccupied. No guards lingered in the yard, and only scattered lamps glowed along the corridor, leaving the interiors shrouded in darkness. She picked a door at random, slipped it open just a crack, and exhaled in relief upon finding no sign of life. After a quick glance left and right, she crept inside and quietly closed the door. The room was pitch black. From her robe, she drew a modest night pearl. Its radiance was gentle, but to avoid detection, she kept it cupped in her palm, revealing only a faint ember of light. Dim as it was, it sufficed to outline the room's furnishings. Moving cautiously, Su Yueli swept the space with the pearl's glow, only to realize she stood inside a sleeping chamber. Had she wandered into yet another consort's private quarters? Yet the furnishings and layout here scarcely resembled a maiden's residence. A writing desk bore a neat stack of volumes, and beneath the draped silk curtains, an exquisitely carved bed stood conspicuously fine, certainly unused. Su Yueli retreated half a step, intending to survey the opposite corner, when she realized she seemed to have collided with something. Good heavens! Her heart lurched, and a sharp curse escaped her before she could check it. Before her mind could grasp what she'd struck, her hand had already swung a punch instinctively. Su Yueli felt her fist instantly seized. She spun on her heel and launched a backward kick, but the man parried it with casual ease. Wary of provoking the palace guards with excessive noise, she had restrained herself throughout the clash. The man's martial prowess was formidable. He subdued her with alarming speed. For all her natural talent, her years of cultivation remained far too few. Plagued by constant disadvantage, her swift defeat was all but guaranteed. Indeed, the man's skill stood leagues above her own. Su Yueli found herself pinned against the man's chest, her arms wrenched behind her back, utterly immobilized. His frame was as cold as frost, his breath faint and measured. No wonder she had failed to sense him standing directly behind her. Who are you? To appear behind her wordlessly in the dead of night. She hadn't been captured and killed, but she had nearly given herself a heart attack. Su Yueli muttered the words silently to herself. What an audacious little thief, slinking into my chambers in the dead of night, only to demand to know my identity. The man appeared genuinely amused, his tone laced with playful arrogance. Su Yueli forced a nervous laugh. You misunderstand, my lord. It was entirely unintentional. I knew not anyone resided here. I simply mistook this chamber for another. Pray release me, and I shall leave at once. No sooner had the words left her lips than clamorous footsteps echoed beyond the door, accompanied by the flickering glow of torches. A suddenly ignited torch outside the window bathed the room in sudden light. Raising her gaze, Su Yueli finally beheld the man behind her long, narrow phoenix eyes, features sharpened by an undeniable edge and lips slightly upturned in a devilishly alluring curve. Where Xiao Ruin carried an overt, flamboyant charm that stirred the soul, this man possessed a more insidious, peerless allure, dangerous and magnetic all at once. The fleeting spark of wonder in Su Yueli's gaze had not escaped him. What intrigued him further, however, was that her astonishment lasted only a breath. Soon after, she seemed to turn her attention elsewhere, as though he no longer held her interest. It was the first time a woman had regarded him with such unguarded composure. Yet he could not deny her striking beauty. She resembled a spirit suddenly stepping into his realm. In a single moment, she could dissolve his defenses, stirring not only fondness, but a sudden possessive urge. Rap, rap, rap. Reporting to Your Highness the Third Prince. An assassin has breached the palace grounds. I have brought men to secure your safety. May I inquire if Your Highness is unharmed? A royal guard's voice echoed from beyond the door. Su Yueli grew so tense, she dared not breathe, her back pressed flush against the man's chest, utterly still. The man holding her was in fact the third prince of Nanqi. Had she not walked right into a trap? Just as Su Yueli was weighing whether she stood any chance of prevailing against the third prince. Be still, do not move. I shall not let them enter. Before Su Yueli could resolve her thoughts, the man drew near her ear and softly murmured the words. His voice was languid and enchanting, remarkably captivating. Su Yueli silently branded him a tempter, truly adept at weaving spells. Alas, her heart had long been claimed by another enchantress far more seasoned in her arts. Your Highness. Hearing no reply from within, the guard called out once more. Only then did the man coldly snap his patience-worn thin leave. There is no need for guards here. As you command. We withdraw. They were well aware that the third prince favored solitude. Thus, after dusk, no sentries were posted outside his chambers. Yet the prince kept a shadow guard of considerable martial prowess at his disposal, one who would not reveal himself without explicit command. With the outsiders gone, the room once again descended into darkness. Without so much as glancing up, the man called out, "Fei, strike the lamp." Su Yueli watched as a figure clad entirely in black descended from the rafters like a wraith, moving with practiced ease to light the chamber. Su Yueli. For the first time, she truly understood why her master had dismissed her martial skill as merely average, insufficient for the wider world. So this was the caliber of Nanqi's experts. It was bad enough she had failed to sense the third prince himself, but there had been another figure concealed within the very room, and she had not detected him at all. Su Yueli was utterly dumbfounded. The man known as Fei had appeared solely to light the lamp, then bound back onto the rafters and vanished without a trace. Su Yueli craned her neck and scanned the room. He was genuinely gone. Had he simply evaporated? Su Yueli's curiosity reached its peak. Were she not held captive by the third prince, she would have crossed the room to investigate. That was outright sorcery. Might you release me now? Su Yueli had deduced that she stood no chance against a single third prince, let alone his shadow guard Fei. With no other option, she resolved to reason with the prince first. Perhaps he might grant her freedom. Prince Third released his grip, and Su Yueli rubbed her bruised wrist. I wonder what it will take for you to let me go. Since he had not handed her over just now, that meant there was still room for negotiation. Prince Third Chi Mohan watched the young girl, who had quickly composed herself. She seemed exceptionally lovely, particularly with her clever and shrewd expression. Such a beautiful girl, if sent to the heavenly prison, would likely not survive unscathed. Tell me your purpose for entering the palace. Chi Mohan was wearing only his inner garment. At first he felt nothing unusual, but the young girl's gaze kept drifting to his slightly open collar, making his ears turn faintly red. Su Yueli was actually not looking at his collarbone. Ahem, although his collarbone was indeed quite handsome. She was looking at the half-exposed spirit stone. Was she seeing things? She thought she had spotted a spirit stone identical to the token master had given her. Surprised, Su Yueli stepped closer. Chi Mohan, startled by her sudden approach, had barely time to react before she placed one hand on his shoulder, leaning in from above. Her crimson lips drew near, and Chi Mohan presumed she intended to throw herself into his arms, reaching out to embrace her. Instead, Su Yueli yanked a pendant from around his neck, then pulled out an identical piece from her own collar. And then Chi Mohan saw. They really can join together. The two watched in stunned silence as the two pieces of luminous white spirit jade snapped together seamlessly. Chi Mohan's face darkened instantly. The alluring beauty who seemed ready to surrender into his arms had suddenly become his junior sister. A chill ran down his spine. The little junior sister Master had mentioned in his letter was real after all. He truly had taken on a disciple. Su Yueli was equal parts surprised and elated. Haha, so you really are my senior brother. For the first time, Su Yueli thought the old man was reliable after all. He actually had a prince among his disciples. But the moment she remembered that her senior brother was the son of that tyrant emperor, her joy instantly faded. Su Yueli's mouth was suddenly covered. Chi Mohan gestured for her to be quiet. She nodded, nearly forgetting she was inside the imperial palace. Chi Mohan ordered his swan messenger to guard outside, then asked, "Why are you here in the palace instead of studying martial arts with the old man?" Chi Mohan's brows furrowed, and his gaze toward her shifted entirely. The playful, mischievous expression from before had been replaced by solemnity and cold indifference. Su Yueli thought for a moment and replied casually, "To kill someone." She spoke lightly, but Chi Mohan was taken aback. "Kill whom?" "Your father's newly acquired concubine." She said it half in jest, and Chi Mohan initially failed to grasp her meaning. When he finally understood, she was referring to Chi Anxian. His expression darkened. Chi Anxian had remained in the capital all along while this girl had been with the old man in Yuqing. How could she possibly have fallen afoul of her? "How do you have a grudge against Chi Anxian?" Only after asking did Chi Mohan suddenly remember the old man had said they were currently assisting Prince Li in his campaign against the southern Qi. Could this girl be acting on Prince Li's behalf? Chi Anxian's invention of landmines was already common knowledge. Was Prince Li afraid that Chi Anxian would develop even deadlier weapons, which is why he had sent his junior sister to eliminate her? But she had only been his disciple for such a short while. How dared she sneak into the imperial palace alone? How could the old man have agreed to let her come? "Did Prince Li send you to kill Chi Anxian?" Chi Mohan's words stunned Su Yueli deeply. Not because he had guessed correctly, but because his question revealed far too much information. How could he possibly know she was connected to Prince Li? Had Master told him? Or had Master shared everything between her and Prince Li? Then Master? Countless thoughts flashed through Su Yueli's mind, but she ultimately dismissed the possibility that Master would betray her. Perhaps it was because her expression changed so visibly that Chi Mohan read her thoughts at a glance. "Do not overthink it. Master never told me anything else, and I would never be your enemy." He lowered his head, his eyes clouded with melancholy. Su Yueli studied him and asked, "Senior brother, are you the eldest or the second eldest disciple?" Chi Mohan looked up and smiled wryly. "Has the old man not told you? I am his very first disciple. Though I am a prince of southern Qi, I also long to put that man's hand through. So you need not worry about conflicting loyalties. Rather than claiming the throne for myself, I would prefer that Xiao Ryuan kill him and take his place." Before learning that Prince Li was that man, he might have once coveted the position. But after discovering the truth, Chi Mohan abandoned all ambition. What belonged to him should have always been his. He was merely reclaiming what was rightfully his. Besides, Xiao Ryuan was his own cousin. There was nothing to fight over. In the end, southern Qi would remain under the Qi surname regardless. Xiao Ryuan. Su Yueli never expected her eldest senior brother to know him as well. It seemed her worries had been needless. "As for you, tell me why you wish to kill Chi Anxian. Is it truly because she created landmines that Prince Li sent you?" Chi Mohan's gaze grew dark and piercing as he studied her. Su Yueli shook her head. "Naturally not, it's because." She hesitated, unsure how to explain. Could she truly tell him that she wanted to kill her because she feared Chi Anxian would bring devastating weapons from another continent to this one? "Actually, I came without telling anyone. Master does not know I intend to kill Chi Anxian. The reason I want her dead is because she invented landmines, and countless innocent people have suffered for it. Senior brother, think about it. Before landmines, battlefields only knew swords, spears, and halberds. Wars always claimed lives, but a single campaign killed at most 1,000 or 2, sometimes only a few hundred, and common folk were never caught in the crossfire. But since landmines entered warfare, every battle has resulted in catastrophic casualties, sometimes over 10,000 dead. Townspeople have been swept up in the carnage as well. This is our southern Chi-zone civil war. The greater the slaughter, the more the nation suffers. Moreover, landmines are not some advanced technology that others cannot replicate. It is only a matter of time before rival states learn the craft. Once they possess such devastating weapons in large numbers, can any nation expect peace? More like, the Yunsong continent was dotted with numerous small states, each governing itself independently. Among them, the most powerful and expansive were Bei Liao Dongling Shiyao and Nanxi, occupying the four corners of the continent. Nanxi, situated in the south, was the weakest of the four. Its territory paled in comparison to Bei Liao, its wealth fell short of Dongling, and its military strength lagged behind Shiyao. Compounded by years of internal strife and natural disasters, the nation was already severely weakened. The other three kingdoms eyed Nanxi with predatory intent, for no binding treaties existed between the states, and conflict could erupt at any moment. Their current restraint likely stemmed from a desire to watch the tigers fight below the mountain, biding their time to reap the ultimate advantage. Previously, Su Yueli had been unaware of the world's political landscape, but now she understood somewhat. Chi Mohan had not expected her to speak with such righteous conviction. In truth, the girl's words held merit. If other nations acquired the technology to manufacture landmines, that would be truly terrifying. And yet, how long had it been since these landmines were first created? It was said that Prince Li's faction had already reverse-engineered even more powerful landmines, demonstrating that the technology was hardly complex. So it has succeeded. Chi Mohan had assumed her earlier commotion meant she had killed Chi Anxian, but the girl merely shook her head and flashed a sharp-toothed grin. No, but she will not live much longer either. Chi Mohan did not understand the meaning behind her words, so Su Yueli recounted everything she had encountered. Upon hearing the tale, he chuckled and shook his head. Such treatment may not be enough to kill her. Su Yueli was startled. Is the Emperor of Nanxi truly so magnanimous? He can endure being cuckolded so flagrantly. Chi Mohan tapped her forehead lightly. What are you thinking? Chi Anxian's entry into the palace was merely a misunderstanding. The man kept her there simply because she could help develop more weapons. Though Chi Anxian's scandal might anger him, he would not execute her just yet. Su Yueli had presumed the Emperor of Nanxi to be a tyrant too foolish to consider such nuances, only to realize she had underestimated him after all. That night, Su Yueli rested in Chi Mohan's chambers. He yielded his bed to her and spent the night in the study instead. Early the next morning, news spread through the palace. Intruders had breached the grounds the previous night and injured concubine Xian. To allow her proper recovery, she would remain confined to her quarters from that day forward, and no one was permitted to disturb her. The intruder had been executed on the spot. Clearly, the Emperor of Nanxi had suppressed the incident to protect his dignity. No ruler would allow such humiliation to become public knowledge. Yet Chi Mohan had eyes and ears throughout the palace. Despite the Emperor's tight-lipped silence, Chi Mohan learned the full sequence of events. Su Yueli, curious as ever, pressed him for details, and with no other choice, he recounted what had transpired. After Su Yueli had left the previous night, the guards had entered concubine Xian's quarters. Initially, the two attending palace maids had refused them entry, but when no response came despite repeated calls, they realized something was terribly wrong. When everyone burst into the room, they were stunned. The two figures on the bed, still locked together in an obscene embrace, lay exposed before their eyes. The guards dared not look, and the two maids collapsed to the floor in terror, too frightened to approach. Someone was finally sent to summon the Emperor of Nanxi. Indecency within the palace walls was a crime punishable by the execution of 9 kin. Moreover, given the Emperor's cruel nature, those who had witnessed this scene that night might not survive to see the dawn. Upon arriving and beholding the scene, the Emperor stormed forward and beheaded the naked man with a single stroke of his blade. In his fury, he also severed Chi Anxian's legs. The agonizing pain caused her acupoints to rupture instantaneously. Her face contorted in torment, but her legs were lost below the knees. Fortunately, the Emperor still deemed Chi Anxian useful, so he spared her life. However, every guard present was personally slaughtered by his hand. Only when the floor was drenched in blood did his wrath finally subside. Su Yueli had not expected Qianxian to survive, but her days ahead would undoubtedly be miserable. Still, to prevent her from revealing anything incriminating, Su Yueli resolved to eliminate her entirely, leaving no loose ends. Leave Qianxian to me. Rest assured she will not live long. But you must leave this place as soon as possible. For this sudden junior sister who had appeared in his life, Qi Mohan had never paid her any mind, assuming they would never cross paths. Yet fate had brought them together in such an unexpected manner. Su Yueli nodded. With her senior brother handling the matter, it spared her considerable trouble. Then I owe you my gratitude, senior brother. Su Yueli tilted her head and smiled. His direct gaze made Qi Mohan's ears turn crimson. He cleared his throat, attempting to compose himself. Let us go. I will see you out of the palace. Qi Mohan carried an inherent coldness that kept others at a distance. Su Yueli followed behind him, unconsciously maintaining a respectful gap. As a person of privilege within the palace, his carriage could enter the inner quarters directly. Watching Qi Mohan board the carriage first, he then turned and extended his hand, clearly offering to help her in. Unembarrassed, Su Yueli took his hand and used his assistance to step gracefully into the carriage. The carriage rolled slowly toward the exit, but was halted at the palace gate. Your Highness, intruders breached the palace last night. All carriages must undergo routine inspection today. Forgive us. The guard's voice came from outside the carriage, but there was no response from within. When the driver remained silent, the guard apologized and lifted the carriage curtain himself. Inside, a woman sat atop Qi Mohan, her hand having torn open much of his clothing. From the guard's perspective, it appeared as though she were cradling the man's face and kissing him. Do you wish to lose those eyes? Qi Mohan swiftly pulled his robes back into place and enveloped her within his arms. The guard was startled, immediately lowered the curtain, and threw himself to the ground, kowtowing in apology. Before the guard could finish his pleas, Qi Mohan called out Fei Ying. Like a ghost materializing from nowhere, Fei Ying appeared. His sword flashed, and a scream erupted as the guard clutched his bleeding eyes, writhing in agony. Qi Mohan's carriage continued onward, and no one dared to block its path. Inside the carriage, Su Yueli helped Qi Mohan arrange the clothes he had torn open. It had been an emergency, and fearing suspicion, he had pulled her into his embrace. Who would have guessed the girl would react so quickly? To play along, she had yanked open his robes, exposing his shoulder. It was an emergency. Please do not mind, senior brother. She was a woman, she could not tear her own clothes, could she? Thus she had no choice but to dishevel Qi Mohan's. Had they not pretended intimacy, the guard would have interrogated them thoroughly. Qi Mohan, likely wishing to avoid trouble, had simply pulled her into his arms. Qi Mohan glared at her, but said nothing while his mind kept drifting back to the girl's soft frame and slender waist. The cheeks he had just cupped were tinged with a faint blush. Though their earlier embrace had only appeared intimate, she had not kissed him at all. The closeness of their breathing made his heart tighten and his body go rigid with restraint. After drawing a deep breath, it took him considerable time to regain his usual aloof composure. The carriage slowly rolled out through the palace gates. Su Yueli lifted the curtain and glanced outside. She had asked Qi Mohan to bring her to Tianxiang Tower. He assumed she was hungry and accompanied her down. After all, she was his junior martial sister, and treating her to a meal was only proper. Su Yueli strode inside with the familiarity of an owner. The waiters and shopkeeper all nodded and greeted her respectfully. She signaled them to continue their work and not attend to her. It was the busiest hour of the day, and she would not add to the commotion. Yet her senior martial brother had come to her establishment. She must treat him to a meal. As the second proprietor of Tianxiang Tower, her status had been introduced to all the staff by Bai Jinglan when she first arrived, so the shopkeeper and servants naturally knew who she was. Senior brother, have you ever tasted the cuisine at Tianxiang Tower? Su Yueli smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Qi Mohan nodded. Tianxiang Tower grew instantly popular across the capital upon its opening. Many nobles and dignitaries have likely dined here. I have been several times myself. The dishes are indeed innovative with unique flavors. In particular, the fruit platters are remarkably fresh and novel. Many varieties I have never seen before. Qi Mohan observed her question and realized she had clearly tasted Tianxiang Tower's food before. With several branches now operating across the city, it was hardly surprising she had eaten here. However, the shopkeeper's familiar greeting suggested she was more than a casual visitor. Could this girl be a regular patron of Tianxiang Tower? Naturally. All the fruits and vegetables at Tianxiang Tower are supplied by me. They are truly one of a kind. If senior brother enjoys them, I will have an extra portion prepared whenever the next delivery arrives. Simply send someone to collect it. Chi Mohan still resided within the palace, making delivery inconvenient. He could only send someone to retrieve the provisions. Fortunately, vegetables were delivered to the capital roughly every 3 days, so preparing an additional portion for Chi Mohan was no trouble. The capital currently had 3 branches distributed across different districts far apart from one another, requiring considerable logistical effort. Had it not been for the swift horses Su Yueli had trained, the fresh produce would likely have spoiled before reaching its destination. Chi Mohan was somewhat astonished. You supply them? Do you actually grow vegetables yourself? Indeed, I can cultivate nearly everything. When the opportunity arises, I will show you my greenhouse base. It produces all manner of crops. Moreover, Tianxiang Tower is partly mine. I co-founded it with my third martial brother. So senior brother, you must support me in the future. With her senior martial brother as backing, she wondered whether she could finally walk boldly through the capital. Bai Jinglan. He had never known that Tianxiang Tower belonged to that kid Xiaobai. In truth, it had been quite some time since he last saw him. Though they were fellow disciples, they rarely met. When the old master still resided in the capital, he often brought both Bai Jinglan and himself together for martial practice. But after the old master departed, their encounters became sparse. As for their second martial brother, the elusive Jiang Yuheng, whose presence was as rare as a dragon revealing its head, Chi Mohan seldom saw him. Jiang Yuheng appeared not to be a native of southern Qi. In his youth, he had been pursued and nearly killed. The old master, moved by his tender years, rescued him and later took him as a disciple. During their childhood, Chi Mohan often encountered him, but as they grew older, such meetings faded. Among the 3 of them, Jiang Yuheng possessed the highest innate talent, his martial arts surpassing both Chi Mohan and Bai Jinglan. It had been several years since Chi Mohan L. Pity that third brother has returned home. Otherwise, all 3 of us could have gathered today. Su Yueli seated Chi Mohan in a private room on the 3rd floor, then headed to the kitchen to prepare some substantial dishes for her senior martial brother. Fortunately, her spatial storage contained many fine ingredients, all exceptionally fresh. She returned to her quarters, gathered everything needed, selected several varieties of fruit, and prepared a few seafood dishes, then carried them to the kitchen. The last 3 Australian lobsters from her space were also taken out, one destined for Chi Mohan. If not for the old master's greedy appetite, her seafood supplies would not have dwindled so quickly. Originally hoarded in considerable quantities, they had already been halved. Regrettably, the space lacked any duplication ability. Once consumed, the provisions were gone forever. It seemed that in the future, if she desired seafood, she would need to harvest it from the sea herself. She wondered whether the waters here teemed with marine life. Chi Mohan eagerly anticipated Su Yueli cooking for him personally. Whether from impatient waiting, he unconsciously finished the entire pot of tea. Fortunately, before long, the waiters began serving dishes. Seeing the fruit and pastries already arranged on the table, Chi Mohan somewhat regretted having drunk so much tea. While Chi Mohan waited anxiously, Su Yueli stood in the kitchen awaiting the final Australian lobster dish. The kitchen chefs, who had been watching with keen curiosity, stretched their necks eagerly as she finally began lifting the steamer lid. Master Su, is the Australian lobster ready? Wow, what an exquisite aroma. This is the first time I have encountered such a fragrance. Is this truly the seafood Master Su spoke of? Good heavens, what a beautifully presented dish. That great lobster resembles a majestic general in full armor. Look at those magnificent antennae, truly splendid. They had never heard of such a creature, and curiosity overwhelmed them. Fortunately, all the guests' orders had been dispatched, leaving them free to watch Su Yueli work. Su Yueli smiled and nodded. Yes, this is the spiny lobster. Should circumstances permit, Tianxiang Tower will feature this dish. With that, she poured freshly heated scallion oil from the wok over the artfully arranged Australian lobster. The oil-coated shell glistened irresistibly, more appetizing than ever. Seeing the chefs drooling, she immediately distributed the extra lobster meat she had set aside along with portions from the other dishes, inviting them all to taste. These are for you. The ingredients are scarce. Simply sample and savor. Once I acquire more, I will treat everyone properly. With nearly 8 or 9 people in the kitchen, even Su Yueli's generous portions were insufficient for all. They could only taste modestly. "Thank you, Master Su," they expressed their gratitude before beginning to eat. Meanwhile, the waiters started carrying dishes to the dining area. Observing the bustling activity, Su Yueli smiled and slipped away. She had prepared 6 kinds of fruit platters, 3 trays of pastries, 6 seafood dishes, and 6 hot courses. The seafood was her own creation, while the hot dishes were stir-fried by the chefs using ingredients from her spatial storage, resulting in flavors far surpassing the restaurant's usual offerings. Gazing at the abundant spread of dishes before him, Chi Mohan felt a warmth bloom in his heart. It was the first time anyone had personally prepared such a lavish meal for him. Merely looking at it filled him with contentment. "Most of these dishes are unfamiliar to me." Chi Mohan glanced at the table, momentarily at a loss as to where to begin, especially regarding the majestic giant insect placed prominently in the center. Could that actually be eaten? It was his first time seeing such an enormous insect. Su Yueli introduced each dish while serving him. "Senior brother, please try this first. This is the Australian lobster, a type of giant prawn. Its shell is hard, but the meat inside is exquisite. It is a creature of the sea. Do taste it." She then picked up an oyster. "This is garlic braised oyster. The outer shell is inedible, only the flesh within is meant to be eaten. And this, crab whose flavor is exceedingly savory. Here is the spicy 8-arm octopus, and this is bluefin tuna, which can be consumed raw. There is dipping sauce here. Lastly, this is steamed abalone and rice flour." Su Yueli continued placing dishes before him, and with each bite Chi Mohan found the flavors exactly as she had described. "Truly delightful. Indeed exquisite," he said. "You should taste as well." He also served her some dishes. Su Yueli nodded. Senior brother need not mind me. You must eat more or it would all go to waste." As Su Yueli began peeling the crab, she reasoned that Chi Mohan eating crab for the first time would surely not know how to dismantle one, so she peeled a portion for him. Watching the pristine white crab meat and rich roe in his bowl, a tender warmth flowed through his chest. Alas, having drunk too much tea, he had already grown full before consuming much of the food. Even so, he finished every portion she had served him until his jade belt grew snug around his waist, at which point Chi Mohan set down his chopsticks, truly unable to eat another bite. "Senior brother, do try this strawberry. I planted it myself, and it is delicious." Su Yueli picked a glistening crimson strawberry from the fruit platter and offered it to Chi Mohan. His Adam's apple bobbed as he looked into the young girl's eager gaze, and finally, he opened his mouth, taking half. The sweet, succulent fruit burst with flavor upon his tongue, an absolutely wonderful sensation. It was truly his first time tasting such a delectable fruit. "Indeed delicious," he said, "but I am quite full. Have it packed in a food box to take away, otherwise it would be wasteful." For the first time in his life, Chi Mohan felt that leaving food unfinished equated to waste. The thought of these fine provisions being discarded filled him with reluctance. Su Yueli shook her head. "Better not. These dishes lose their flavor once left over. I will prepare some fruits for you later. You can take them back and enjoy them at your leisure." Chi Mohan nodded and watched as Su Yueli went to prepare fruits for him once more. Furrowing his brows, he glanced at his waist. Should he not present a meeting gift to that young lady? After all, this was their first encounter. He was the eldest senior brother, yet he seemed to carry nothing worthy of giving. The only valuables on his person were the jade pendant at his waist and the thumb ring on his finger, but certainly those were not appropriate gifts. After some thought, Chi Mohan summoned Fang to fetch from the courtyard documents. The deed to a manor he had recently purchased outside the capital, along with the property papers for a villa within the capital itself. Since the young lady had a fondness for cultivating plants, perhaps gifting her the manor near the capital would serve as a fitting present. He knew she would appreciate it. He also possessed numerous residences in the capital, among which a charming and comfortable 3-courtyard compound would be perfectly suited for her living quarters. He decided to include that as well. Upon her return, Su Yueli had prepared an abundance of fruits for Chi Mohan. Watermelons, melons, various vegetables, plenty of strawberries and apples. She had the servants load everything onto a separate carriage, for his own ornate carriage was far too refined to be filled with such provisions. Thus Su Yueli arranged an additional cart. When Chi Mohan emerged, the carriage was already heavily loaded. No wonder it had taken so long. She had been packing so many things for him. Su Yueli herself did not fully understand why, but for the old man and these senior brothers, she felt an extraordinary sense of cherishing. Perhaps because she found herself in a foreign world and apart from Lady Lu and Xiao Man, the old man and her senior brothers were the only family she had. Though her first meeting with Chi Mohan had not been particularly pleasant, it was his unhesitating protection after learning her true identity that became the fundamental reason for Su Yueli's decision to treat him well. At the restaurant entrance, the two chatted for quite some time. Upon learning that Su Yueli would return within the next few days, Chi Mohan fell silent for a long while. But parting was inevitable. After Fei Ying brought the property deeds, Chi Mohan handed them directly to Su Yueli. These are the property and land deeds for a manor outside the capital, along with the servitude papers of the managers and servants within. Also included is a residence within the capital. Consider it a meeting gift from your senior brother. Su Yueli stared dumbfounded at the thick stack of documents, utterly stunned. A manor in the capital was worth a fortune. Even the smallest 100-acre estate would likely cost several thousand taels of silver, yet her senior brother had gifted her one. Su Yueli. Even after mounting the carriage on the way back, Chi Mohan kept repeating that name in his mind. Su Yueli had originally intended to remain in the capital for a few more days, waiting for Bai Jinglan to finish his business so they could return together. But that unreliable Bai Jinglan had actually brought his mother to Tianxiang Tower to see her, declaring publicly that she was the woman he had chosen as his bride, and that he would marry her whenever she agreed. After years of failed matchmaking attempts, Lady Bai finally saw hope. She had long yearned to hold her grandchild, but Bai Jinglan stubbornly refused to marry, dragging things on for years. Now that he had finally found someone suitable, she naturally intended to seize the opportunity. Previously, Bai Jinglan had used Su Yueli as an excuse time and again to avoid committing to marriage, and Lady Bai had assumed it was merely a fabricated pretext with no real person behind it. She never expected this young lady. Lady Bai had brought an entire carriage laden with lavish and modest gifts, clasping Su Yueli's hand and calling her Ailey with such warmth and affection. She even insisted that Su Yueli come stay at her home. Truly overwhelmed, Su Yueli slipped away from the capital overnight as soon as Lady Bai departed, without even having the chance to bid farewell to Bai Jinglan in person. She merely asked the innkeeper to deliver a message. Su Yueli's trip to the capital had not been in vain. Although she had failed to kill Qianxian, she had at least met her senior brother. However, what she did not expect was that in just over a dozen days of her absence, many unforeseen events had occurred in Kaoshan village. For instance, Su Luoxue had been betrothed, and her fiancé turned out to be the youngest son of the Qian landlord from Yu City. Su Yueli herself had also been promised in marriage. Su Ziyuan and Zhao Shi, citing that Su Yueli had already reached the age of maturity, had arranged a match for her as well. Su Ziyuan had even accepted the betrothal gifts. The man was a cousin of the Qian landlord's youngest son. The Zhou family was also a prominent household in Yu City, engaged in the cloth business, and their wealth was even more substantial than the Qian family's. Su Ziyuan had met the man who was handsome and refined in appearance, the second young master of the Zhou family. Naturally, Su Ziyuan had no objection. Regarding the betrothal of Su Yueli, Su Ziyuan had initially mentioned it to Lu Shi, but she had vehemently opposed it, insisting that Su Yueli's marriage should be discussed only after her return. However, Su Ziyuan believed that since he and Lu Shi had already divorced, their daughter was no longer her concern, and thus he had no need to consult her or heed her objections. As for Su Yueli, he would persuade her when she returned. With such an excellent family, Su Ziyuan was confident that Su Yueli would not refuse. On the day Su Yueli returned, it happened to be the date of Su Luoxue's betrothal ceremony. The Qian family was fairly well off, so their betrothal gifts were not shabby. 28 trays in total, large and small. Over 50 servants carried the gifts, and the young master of the Qian family rode a tall horse into the village with great pride. When Su Yueli arrived, she saw the procession entering the Su family's old residence. She paid them no mind and went straight to Lu Shi's place. "Xiaoli, you're finally back." Lu Shi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her daughter. "Mother, what's wrong?" Su Yueli noticed her anxious expression and helped her sit on a stone bench in the courtyard to inquire. "Quick, go find your father. While you were away, he arranged a marriage for you without your consent." I told him to wait until you returned, but he wouldn't listen and even accepted their betrothal gifts. Today is Su Luoshue's betrothal ceremony, and in 2 days it will be your turn. Lu Shi was truly distressed, her hands trembling as she clasped Su Yueli's. Mother, calm down and listen to me. Rest assured, my marriage. If I don't agree, no one can force me. You don't need to worry about this, I will handle it myself. See, I told you this girl has her own mind. Don't worry, she'll take care of this trivial matter herself. Su Yueli had barely finished speaking when she heard Tai Qianxiu's voice behind her. She quickly stood up and turned. Master, she said. Tai Qianxiu nodded and gestured for her to sit. While you were away, your mother was worried sick. As soon as she heard that Su Ziyuan was arranging a marriage for you, she became so anxious she couldn't eat or sleep. I told her to relax, but she just couldn't. Lu Shi blushed. I was afraid they would use filial piety to pressure Shaoli. After all, she is a daughter and marriage is a matter of parental decree. If Su Ziyuan insists on marrying her off, it would be understandable. She had been bound by the 3 cardinal guides and 5 constant virtues her entire life, living under great oppression. The word filial had weighed her down. In the past she had endured for Su Ziyuan sake, but now she realized those grievances had been. Su Yueli smiled faintly. Mother, do you think I am the kind of person who would sacrifice myself for the sake of so-called filial piety? My marriage is something no one can decide but myself, so you don't need to worry at all. Exactly. This girl is very capable. I doubt anyone can control her marriage. Tai Qianxiu had long seen the subtle relationship between Su Yueli and Xiao Ruyan, so he was not at all concerned. Even without Xiao Ruyan, there was still his foolish disciple by Jinglan, who would likely be the first to refuse Su Yueli marrying someone else. Then, what should we do? They've already accepted the betrothal gifts. Lu Shi couldn't help but worry. Su Yueli let out a cold laugh and said calmly, let them accept it. Don't bother with it. Let them do as they please. In the end, whoever took the silver can marry him themselves. Lu Shi was taken aback, not quite understanding. Tai Qianxiu laughed heartily and shook his head helplessly. Since it was Su Luoshue's betrothal day, Su Yueli decided to go and watch the excitement. When she arrived at the old residence, the courtyard was filled with people chatting and laughing cheerfully. Su Luoshue looked shyly at the young man across from her. He appeared to be about 16 or 17, not particularly handsome, but not ugly either. Su Luoshue had become more skilled at dressing up, and she had grown into a graceful young woman, so she complimented the young man well. The young man had been gazing at Su Luoshue, but the moment Su Yueli stepped in, his eyes fixed on her and never moved away. Shaoli, you're back. Su Ziyuan was pleased to see his daughter, but Su Yueli didn't even glance at him. She walked straight to Old Master Su and Old Madam Su, greeting them. Grandfather, grandmother, I'm back. They nodded. It's good that you're back. Come sit down. Today is Luoshue's betrothal day, and you've arrived just in time. Is that so? Then congratulations. By the way, I brought you some pastries from the capital. Please try them later. Su Yueli handed them 2 oil paper packages. Old Madam Su took them with a smile. You're thoughtful, my dear. It's kind of you to remember us. Is this the eldest sister? The young Master Qian Feng stared at Su Yueli with wide eyes. I never expected the eldest sister to be so stunningly beautiful. My cousin is truly fortunate to have you. Su Luoshue's handkerchief was nearly torn to shreds in her hands, but Qian Feng was oblivious, his eyes fixed solely on Su Yueli. Su Yueli looked at him. His face still bore a hint of youthful innocence. Though he was not particularly handsome, she could tell he had no ill intentions. Su Luoshue was indeed lucky. Young Master Qian, you are young, but quite self-aware. Nonsense. The Su family is honored to have a son-in-law like young Master Qian. Su Ziyuan, sensing Su Yueli's biting sarcasm, could only offer a forced smile and respond with a few words, afraid she might say something more. Since it was merely a betrothal ceremony, the Qian family did not stay long. After counting the wedding gifts, they exchanged a few pleasantries and departed. The Qian family had brought a dowry gift of 200 taels of silver along with 26 palanquins of wedding presents. Originally, Grandma Su had hoped to take custody of these gifts, but Wu Shi did not give her the chance. Without a second word, she ordered all the trousseau items to be moved directly to her own quarters. Seeing this, Grandma Su said nothing more. Wu Shi had always been fond of material wealth. What could she possibly say? Only after the second branch of the family had left did Su Yueli turn to Su Ziyuan, as if waiting for him to speak. Yet the moment Su Ziyuan caught her scrutinizing gaze, he found himself speechless. Su Yueli was in no hurry. If he refused to speak, then so be it. She would simply see how long he could maintain his composure. For several consecutive days, Su Yueli stayed away from home, either at the greenhouse or the riding arena. In short, Su Ziyuan could not catch a single glimpse of her. With the wedding approaching within 2 days, surely the girl could not keep hiding forever. Su Ziyuan had originally been quite anxious, but Zhao Xing'er suggested that it was better not to mention it now, lest she throw another tantrum. Instead, he should wait until the wedding day to tell her. By then the wedding sedan chair would already have arrived, and she would have no choice but to marry. Truthfully, Su Ziyuan still wished to have a proper conversation with Su Yueli. After all, he believed this was a fine match. But these past few days he had been unable to find her. He realized she likely already knew about the arrangement, and was probably avoiding him because she did not wish to marry. Zhao Shi's words held truth. Rather than provoke an argument by telling her now, it would be simpler to wait until the wedding day when she would have no alternative but to accept. In the end, Su Ziyuan feared Su Yueli would resist this match. Regardless of her willingness, the marriage had to proceed, for Zhao Xing'er was pregnant again, and his silver had been spent nearly to nothing. Every expense, from nourishing her body to the childbirth itself, required money. With no other option, he had followed Zhao Xing'er's advice and arranged to marry off his eldest daughter. Though he felt deeply guilty toward her, it was a matter beyond his control. Moreover, he truly believed this match was excellent. He was certain his daughter would not suffer after she married into the family. A few days later, the Zhou family arrived with betrothal gifts. Zhou Yongning requested to meet Su Yueli in person. After all the gifts had already been presented, yet he had never laid eyes on her. It was hardly proper. Su Ziyuan had no choice but to send people searching everywhere for Su Yueli, but she still refused to appear. In the end, Su Luoxue stepped forward and spoke with Zhou Yongning for quite some time until they finally abandoned their insistence on seeing Su Yueli. They merely stated that on the wedding day they would come only to fetch the bride. Perhaps deliberately arranged by Su Luoxue, the two weddings were set on the same day. Su Luoxue claimed that both the Zhou and Qian families had chosen this auspicious date, so the ceremonies had coincidentally fallen on the same day. Su Ziyuan did not overthink it. He simply regarded it as a double celebration with good fortune coming in pairs. When the villagers learned of Su Yueli's impending marriage, they were utterly bewildered. Just a few days prior, they had encountered her at the greenhouse and asked about the wedding, to which she had denied any such plan. For a time, the villagers did not know how to react. The village chief was equally confused and personally sought out Su Yueli that afternoon to inquire what was happening. Su Ziyuan had said Su Yueli would marry the following month, but when the village chief spoke with Su Yueli, she insisted there was no truth to it and urged him not to take it seriously, calling the whole matter a mere farce. Naturally, the village chief believed her. Compared to Su Yueli's words, Su Ziyuan's carried far less weight. The villagers who had been puzzled fell silent after consulting the chief. Even the aunties who had happily begun preparing a wedding quilt for Su Yueli lost all enthusiasm. Yet Su Ziyuan was deeply frustrated. Hadn't his daughter enjoyed high esteem in the villa? How could there be no one to help prepare her trousseau on the verge of marriage? Both Grandpa Su and Grandma Su had sensed something amiss, but Su Ziyuan seemed resolved. Meanwhile, Su Yueli had not been idle. She had someone investigate the circumstances of both the Qian and Zhou families. Given Su Luoxue's ambitions, how could she possibly stand idle and watch herself marry into a superior family? Even Su Yueli herself had considered it fortunate to have linked with the Qian family, which is precisely why she had commissioned the investigation. As for gathering intelligence, Chu Jiu was quite capable. Within a few days he had uncovered every detail. The matter between Su Luoxue and the young master of the Qian family is indeed complicated. Su Luoxue had set her sights on the young master long ago and deliberately engineered a chance encounter. She even hired someone to harass her, prompting the young master to play the hero and rescue her. Through these staged encounters, the two grew intimate. However, the Qian family's status was not low, and they would never have accepted a peasant girl like Su Luoxue. So she claimed to be your younger sister, relying on your reputation to gain acceptance. You have become famous throughout your city, and many prominent figures there have heard of you. It is precisely by leveraging your name that Su Luoxue won the Qin family's approval. As for the Zhou family, the Zhou and Qin families are indeed related by marriage. But our men discovered that although the Zhou family has two young masters, the eldest Zhou Yongqi is refined, talented, and handsome, born of the principal wife. The second, Chu Jiu, grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, but upon thinking of his incompetent mistress, he pounded his chest in frustration. What a fine young miss, raised right before the master's eyes, yet she remained so obtuse. And even if the master was clueless, there was still by Jinglan, did there not? That fellow may be somewhat unreliable, but he was at least the young master of the Bai family, handsome enough, and certainly suitable for the miss. Even without Bai Jinglan, Chu Jiu himself was hardly lacking in qualities. Why in the world should the Zhou family's fool be the one? Chu Jiu could not help but grumble inwardly. Although the miss had no intention of marrying that fool, he still felt uneasy that someone was coveting her. After the miss dealt with those people, he would make sure to vent his frustration. And as for Su Luoxue, she was endlessly scheming. Once she married the young master of the Qian family, Chu Jiu would surely send her a most memorable gift. Upon hearing Chu Jiu's report, Su Yueli raised an eyebrow slightly. This Su Luoxue was truly ugly and deceitful. With her ruined body, she was curious how she intended to deceive the young master of the Qian family on their wedding night. Originally, Su Yueli had felt sympathy for Su Luoxue after she was violated by those Nazi soldiers. But later she learned that Su Luoxue's moral character was impeccable at best. If not for Chu Jiu revealing every detail, she would never have known that Su Luoxue had secretly taken on so many illicit jobs. No wonder she could dress so splendidly and wear valuable ornaments. Everything had been earned little by little. Leave this matter untouched. When the Zhou family comes to collect the bride. In the warm days of early spring, more than 10 days after Su Yueli returned to the village, Tai Qianxiu arrived with a letter from Qi Moan. The old man was visibly grumpy, complaining that the young master had not kept in touch for ages, yet when he finally did write, the letter was meant for Su Yueli. Su Yueli smiled, with her eyes curving like crescent moons, washed him a large platter of strawberries, and brewed a pot of plum wine. Only then did the old man, clutching his strawberries and wine, set down the letter with an expression of utter satisfaction and depart. Su Yueli unfolded the letter, and her eyes were immediately drawn to the free-spirited, vigorous calligraphy that seemed to dance across the paper. It was the first time she had ever seen someone write so beautifully and effortlessly. Previously, she had found Xiao Riyuan's handwriting thoroughly pleasing to the eye, but only after reading Qi Mohan's letter did she truly understand what it meant for one's handwriting to reflect one's character. Qi Mohan's letter stated that Qi Anxian had died, having gone mad for several days before biting through her tongue and taking her own life. Su Yueli naturally understood this was the work of Qi Mohan himself. As a modern woman, Qi Anxian's psychological resilience far exceeded that of ordinary people, and her will to survive was correspondingly strong. It would have been nearly impossible for her to take her own life willingly, for to her living meant hope. Therefore, Qi Anxian must have been forced to her death by Qi Mohan. His letter also remarked that such violent affairs were not befitting a young lady, and that if she wished to do anything in the future, she should simply tell him. Though his tone carried a certain cold hardness, and the message was brief, Su Yueli could sense that her senior brother still cared deeply for her. Meanwhile, as the wedding date arranged between Su Ziyuan and the other party drew nearer, Su Ziyuan himself grew increasingly anxious. He had purchased numerous items needed for the wedding, but had delayed delivering them to Su Yueli. It was not until the night before the wedding that he mustered the courage to seek her out. To his surprise, although Su Yueli agreed to see him, she said nothing at all. Su Ziyuan set down the gifts and comforted her at length, but in the end Su Yueli merely instructed him to leave everything at the ancestral residence. Believing she had accepted, his heart leaped with joy. Shaoli, father always knew you would approve of this match. I shall take these items back now, and tomorrow you will depart from the ancestral residence for the wedding. Su Yueli glanced at him without offering any explanation. When the second day arrived, drums and gongs resounded loudly, and wedding palanquins arrived at the doorstep, drawing the entire village to witness the spectacle. Hasn't this girl said she would not marry? Why are there now 2 wedding palanquins? Could it be that second master Su of the Su family forcibly placed her into the palanquin? Do not worry. Girl Li told us that no matter what happens today, we are only here to watch the spectacle and need not interfere in anything. That's right, that girl is full of her own schemes. Let us simply follow her instructions. Look, the bride is coming out. There truly are two brides. Why haven't we seen Su Ziyuan or that vixen Zhao come out? Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what scheme Su Ziyuan is playing. Girl Li herself never agreed to this match, yet he dares to send people to collect the bride. If she was truly forced into that palanquin against her, well, how heartbroken she must be. He would dare not. If Su Ziyuan truly dares to force Girl Li into marriage, old woman and I will be the first to settle scores with him. Aunt Nio, who had been chatting idly, planted her hands on her hips, her gaze toward the palanquin dark with hostility. The other villagers likewise made it clear, should Su Ziyuan dare to coerce Girl Li into this marriage, they would not let him off lightly. Had they not been warned in advance by the village head, they likely would have rushed forward long ago. As the two brides were helped into their palanquins, Wu Shi wept beside them for a long time. After all, she had raised this daughter with her own hands, and now she was being married off. How could she bear to let her go? As for Su Ziyuan, on the very day his daughter was to be wed, he was nowhere to be seen. Not even Lu Shi appeared, nor could Zhao Xing'er be found anywhere. Had the bride not been prepared and seated on the bed in advance, today's wedding might have been called off entirely. Old Master Su had originally intended to send someone to look for Su Ziyuan and Zhao Xing'er, but the Zhou family representatives who had come to collect the bride seemed unusually hurried, claiming they feared missing the auspicious hour and therefore took their leave immediately. In this era, a woman's parents would not attend her wedding ceremony. Only her matchmakers and brothers would accompany her. As for Su Yueli's marriage, many treated it as nothing more than a farce. But Su Luoxue at least was also a girl from the village, and the villagers felt obliged to contribute a wedding gift and see her off. Meanwhile, over at Lu Shi's quarters, hearing the pounding drums and gongs outside, she had originally wanted to go out and watch. However, Su Yueli had forbidden her from going. And as for Su Yueli herself, who should have been sitting in the palanquin, she was instead in her own courtyard, sharing a meal with Lu Shi and Xiao Man. Xiao Li, today is after all Luoxue's wedding day. Would it not be improper for me not to attend? Although Lu Shi could not fathom what Su Yueli was plotting, today was nonetheless her daughter's big day, and she felt that not going to witness it would be inappropriate. Did we not already send her a wedding gift? As long as the courtesy was observed, that is sufficient. Besides, there are two palanquins outside now. Your father even married me off alongside you. If you were to go out there now, strangers would likely mistake you for the one getting married. Su Yueli shook her head helplessly. Lu Shi looked utterly astonished. Two palanquins. What on earth is your father up to? Didn't you say you wouldn't marry? Why are two palanquins coming today? And if you're here now, who got into the palanquin? From the sounds outside, the palanquins appeared to have already departed. How could they leave without carrying the bride? Su Yueli had made it clear that her mother was not to be involved in this matter, so she remained entirely in the dark about what had transpired. Even now, she was completely bewildered. Naturally, whoever received the betrothal gifts is the one who rode in the palanquin, Su Yueli said with a faint, knowing smile. Lu Shi was even more confused. The betrothal gifts had obviously been received by Su Ziyuan. Could it be that in the end Su Ziyuan himself had gotten into the palanquin? You brat, keeping secrets from your own mother, even at a time like this. You truly worry me to death. Big sister, did that vixen Zhao get into the palanquin? Xiao Man peered at Su Yueli with curiosity. Lu Shi glared at her. You silly girl, what nonsense are you muttering? How dare you give people such nicknames? Xiao Man stuck out her tongue. I didn't make it up. Everyone in the village calls her that. Zhao the vixen. They say she seduced our father, which is why he abandoned us. And didn't Big Sister say that whoever receives the betrothal gifts rides in the palanquin? Though father collected the gifts, in the end they surely ended up in Zhao the Fox's. I mean Zhao Xing'er's hands. So naturally it should have been her in the palanquin, right, Big Sister? Xiao Man turned her gaze expectantly towards Su Yueli, who gave her an approving nod. Xiao Man is truly clever. Lu Shi. The Zhou family. When it came to the Zhou family, hardly a soul in Yuqing had not heard of them, for nearly every cloth shop in the city was owned by the Zhou clan. Thus the Zhou family's reputation in Yuqing was formidable indeed. The Zhou family's eldest young master was also renowned throughout the land for both his talent and handsome appearance. Yet even more famous than the eldest was the second young master, Zhou Yongning, who had been simple-minded since childhood and possessed a violent temper, often bullying and dominating others on the streets. Everyone in Yuqing knew him well. Today, upon learning that the second young master of the Zhou family was marrying the celebrated oddity of Kaoshan village, Miss Su, the eldest, many could not help but sigh in disbelief. After all, Miss Su Yueli's contributions to Yuqing were undeniable. The prosperity the city enjoyed in recent years was inseparable from her efforts. Yet no one would have guessed she was destined to marry a fool. Many were lamenting the fate of Su Yueli. Although the Zhou family was wealthy and influential, the second young master was not a normal man, and marrying him would be like casting a pearl before swine. Many others came out of curiosity to catch a glimpse of Su Yueli's true beauty, so much so that the Zhou residence was filled with guests. Why hasn't the bride arrived yet? Zhou father was anxious, fearing something might go wrong. After all, his son was not normal, and if the other party changed their mind and refused to marry, it would be a great pity. Zhou father had met Su Yueli once before, which was why he had agreed to the match as soon as Su Luoxua proposed it, and had even offered such a generous bride price. It was a pity that his eldest son was already married, otherwise that extraordinary girl from the Su family would have been a perfect match for him. It should be soon, father. Go check on mother and second brother first. I'll wait here, Zhou Yongqi said, forcing a smile to reassure his father. In truth, he was also nervous, as this was essentially a marriage by deception. Although he had never seen the eldest daughter of the Su family, if she was as beautiful as his father said, worthy of the term heavenly beauty, there was no doubt. Yet now she was to marry his simpleton brother, and he himself had impersonated his brother to propose. He felt uneasy, but Su Luoxua was right. If his fool brother had gone to propose, the family would never have agreed to give their daughter in marriage. He wondered what this Su girl Arie. The bridal sedan is here. The bridal sedan is here, someone shouted, and then the sound of drums and gongs grew closer. Zhou Yongqi breathed a sigh of relief and hurried out to receive the bride. Normally the bride would be fetched by the groom riding a tall horse, but Zhou Yongning's condition made it impossible, so even the welcoming ceremony had to be performed by his elder brother. Zhou Yongqi wore a dark red robe, simple but festive. Anyone who didn't know better might have thought he was the groom. The matchmaker, seeing that the bride remained motionless, quickly lifted the sedan curtain and helped her out. Even after she came out, the bride did not move. Zhou Yongqi thought she was being stubborn, wanting the groom to carry her inside, but as the elder brother, it was inappropriate for him to carry his sister-in-law. In the end, he had to carry her on his back, stepping over the saddle and fire pan, and headed toward the hall where the wedding ceremony would take place. As the master of ceremonies intoned the ritual verses, Zhou Yongqi set the bride down in the hall and then stepped aside to observe the ceremony. Only then did the true groom take the red silk ribbon and bow to heaven and earth with the bride. Amidst the crowd's cheers, the groom and bride were escorted to the bridal chamber. Since everyone knew the groom's condition, no one expected him to come out and toast the guests. The task of toasting fell once again to Zhou Yongqi. His brother was getting married, and he was the one toasting. What was that about? Zhou Yongqi was not a good drinker, and that day he was thoroughly drunk. Zhou Yongning, though simple-minded, was not completely witless. For the sake of continuing the family line, Zhou the elder had long arranged for a maidservant to teach him about marital relations, and Zhou Yongning was known to be unrestrained and rough in this regard. To enhance the mood, Zhou Yongqi had prepared incense beforehand, which Su Luoxua had given him, claiming it was her wedding gift to her elder sister and brother-in-law, and she had repeatedly urged him to light it on the wedding night. So Zhou Yongqi had given it to the maidservant, who dutifully lit it early. Zhou Yongning carried his wife into the room with an excited face. He had a wife now. Though he was simple, he knew what a wife meant. Someone to sleep with, bear him children, and serve him however he pleased. Wife, I'm here, Zhou Yongning said, lifting the veil with a single motion, gazing at his beautiful wife with a foolish grin. In his excitement, drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. Wife is so beautiful. Zhao Xing'er, whose veil had been lifted, was on the verge of tears. She looked at the man before her, but could not utter a word. She had been struck on acupoints, unable to move or speak. Though she did not know exactly what was happening, she realized she had been replaced. It must be that little wretch Su Yueli who had done this to her. Wife, I'm so hot. Are you hot too? Let me help you take off your clothes, hee hee. Zhou Yongning said, grinning as he ripped open Zhao Xinger's garments. Although Zhao Xinger was no longer young, she was well-preserved, her skin even fairer than Su Luoxue's, and her figure was voluptuous. No wonder she had captivated Su Ziyuan so completely. Zhao Xinger screamed for help in her heart, but she remained utterly immobile, tears streaming down her face. Seeing her cry, Zhou Yongning's expression changed instantly. He slapped her across the face. "What are you crying for? I haven't even started yet. I hate women who cry." Zhou Yongning's volatility and abnormal facial expressions made Zhao Xinger realize that this man might be simple-minded. But now she was helpless with no one to call upon. If he had been a handsome young man, she might have endured it, but this was clearly a simpleton with violent tendencies. Zhao Xinger was truly terrified, especially since she was pregnant. But Zhou Yongning cared nothing for that. In a few quick moves, he stripped Zhao Xinger naked. The maidservants and elderly women outside the door, hearing the sounds from within, couldn't help covering their mouths and snickering. Then they left. In Kaoshan village, when Su Ziyuan woke up, he was in the greenhouse. He clearly remembered going to bed last night, so how did he end up here? Looking at the sky outside, Su Ziyuan was even more confused. He recalled that at dawn his daughter was to be married. Was it still dark? His mind was foggy. When he returned home, he saw only the old Mrs. Su coaxing the crying Su Jiabao. Seeing Su Ziyuan, the old lady immediately scolded him. When Su Ziyuan learned that Su Yueli had already been taken away, he was astonished. He had slept for an entire day and night. "Mother, where is Xinger? Why isn't she watching over Jiabao?" Seeing his son sobbing, Su Ziyuan hurried over to pick him up. "I was about to ask you the same thing. When I got up this morning, you two were nowhere to be seen." The child woke up and cried for his mother, "But I was busy with the two girls' weddings and had no time to look for you." "Where did you go?" "Old Mrs." Su's words sent a chill down Su Ziyuan's spine. He sensed something was wrong. Because they were in the village, he hadn't thought much of it before. No one there would harm him. But now everything seemed suspicious. Without a second thought, his first thought was of Su Yueli. He first handed the child over to old Madame Su, asking her to watch over it, then hurried directly to Lu's place. By the time Su Ziyuan arrived, it was already getting late. Lu had gone to Tai Qianxiu's place to deliver his meal. Tai Qianxiu did not cook. Sometimes he would come to eat with them, and sometimes he didn't, in which case Lu would bring the food to him. Su Yueli was organizing the accounts of the past few days. Xiaoman was playing in the courtyard with Xiao Jiji. The moment Su Ziyuan saw Su Yueli, he was stunned and instantly understood that all of this was his daughter's doing. "Xiaoli, why are you here? Shouldn't she have already married into the Zhou family?" Su Yueli asked without even lifting her head. "Where should I be if not here? Aren't you already married to the Zhou family? If you're here, then who married into the Zhou family?" Su Ziyuan could hardly bear to think. If she didn't marry, how could the Zhou family ever let it go? Besides, his parents had clearly said that Su Yueli had already been carried away in the bridal sedan chair. If Su Yueli was here, then who was the one carried away? Su Yueli snapped the ledger shut, her gaze sharp as she looked at Su Ziyuan. "When did I ever say I was going to marry? Since I'm not marrying, naturally whoever accepted the Zhou family's betrothal gifts would be the one to marry in." "You? What did you say?" Su Ziyuan was utterly incredulous. "So the one who went into the bridal sedan was Zhao Xing? How could this be? Do you know that Xinger is still carrying your younger brother? How can you be so vicious? You actually sent her to the Zhou family." This was the first time Su Ziyuan had spoken to Su Yueli with such fury. Su Yueli let out a cold laugh. "Father said this marriage to the Zhou family was a good match, that the second young master of the Zhou family was not only talented and handsome, but also a rare good husband. Since he is so wonderful, then concubine Zhao should not suffer any grievance by marrying him. Why is father so angry? Su Yueli, you are utterly outrageous. She is your stepmother, my current wife. How can you treat her like this?" Su Ziyuan was so angry his eyes turned red. Su Yueli sneered and looked at him. "I am outrageous. I am vicious. You are my own father, and for a bit of silver you married me off to that fool of the Zhou family, and yet you call me outrageous and vicious. If it weren't for Zhao whispering in your ear, would you have come up with such a scheme?" That second young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Yongning, who in the entire Yuqing doesn't know he's a fool. If you had made even the slightest inquiry, you couldn't have been kept in the dark. And you still have the nerve to tell me this is a good match. Su Ziyuan was stunned. "What fool? How could the second young master of the Zhou family be a fool? He had seen him. That man was clearly refined and handsome. How could he be a fool? What nonsense are you talking? How could the second young master of the Zhou family be a fool? Father has clearly seen him. Wait until I find Xing then I'll talk to you about this. Su Ziyuan wanted to confront Su Yueli, but he was also worried about Zhao Xing. He couldn't spare much time to argue with Su Yueli. He had to hurry to the Zhou family. It wasn't dark yet. If he rushed, he might still make it in time. Zhao Xing was carrying a child so naturally he couldn't stand by and watch her be violated. Unfortunately, he searched the entire village but couldn't find a horse. If he went by donkey cart by the time he reached the Zhou family, it would likely be too late. Moreover, the village roads were difficult to travel at night, and one could easily fall into a ditch. So no matter how anxious Su Ziyuan was, it was useless. Su Yueli did have a horse, but she naturally wouldn't lend it to him. Besides, riding a horse on a night road wasn't easy either. Su Ziyuan sat dejectedly under the old locust tree at the village entrance. He sat there all night. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, he harnessed the donkey cart and prepared to go to the Zhou family. Over at the Zhou residence, chaos erupted early in the morning. Perhaps because Zhao Xing and Zhou Yongning's battle had been too intense, when the maidservant entered to attend to their rising, she saw a great deal of blood on the bedsheet. The old woman scolded her for making a fuss. Isn't it just the wedding night blood? What's all the fuss about, girl? Shoo, let me handle it. Blood. The old woman, upon seeing the large patch of blood, also screamed in shock and ran out shouting. Zhou Yongning was also woken up by the noise. He threw off the covers and was about to get out of bed, but saw the bride beside him still lying motionless with a large pool of blood under her. Zhou Yongning had grown up beating people. He often left them bloody, but never this much. Thinking that he had tormented the bride so much last night, she must have been beaten to bleeding. She's not as tough as Xiao Chui. I'll just go find Xiao Chui tonight. Zhou Yongning gave a grunt and kicked Zhao Xing's pale, white body hard, then got up and had the maidservant dress him. The maidservant had just covered Zhao Xing with a blanket when the old woman returned with the doctor and old Master Zhou. Since it was his daughter-in-law, old Master Zhou felt it inappropriate to enter, so he had his wife and the doctor go in. As soon as the doctor took her pulse, he was startled. Seeing the doctor stammer, "Madam," Zhou grew anxious. "Doctor, is my daughter-in-law all right?" As she spoke, she glanced at Zhao Xing. She had thought that the Miss Su her husband had described as heavenly and unparalleled would be extremely beautiful, but upon seeing her, she was just so, not even as good-looking as her eldest daughter-in-law. The doctor hesitated. Everyone knew that the second young master of the Zhou family had just been married yesterday, and now this morning a pregnancy was discovered. Where would the Zhou family's face be put? "Madam, the second young mistress has had a miscarriage." According to the pulse, the child was already 3 or 4 months along. Upon hearing this, Madame Zhou's face immediately changed. Zhou Yongning, however, stepped forward with a delighted expression. "What did you say? She has a child? Then I'm going to be a father." Zhou Yongning didn't know what a miscarriage meant, but he understood that the doctor said his wife had a child. If his wife had a child, then that meant he had a child, right? Madame Zhou slapped Zhou Yongning. This foolish boy was truly as stupid as could be. Although Zhou Yongning was not her own son, his mother had died after giving birth to him, so he had been raised by her since childhood. Though he couldn't compare to her own son, she still had to manage his affairs. "All right, stop meddling. Go play with Xiao Chui." Madame Zhou waved her hand helplessly. Zhou Yongning, however, glared at her. "No, father said I can't go fight with Xiao Chui during the day." Hearing this, Madame Zhou put a hand to her forehead. "Just say I told you to go. Hurry up." To get rid of this foolish boy, Madame Zhou had no other choice. After going out, Madame Zhou finally told old Master Zhou about this matter. Upon hearing it, old Master Zhou was also furious. Disregarding all propriety, he immediately rushed inside. But when he clearly saw the person lying on the bed, his anger abruptly ceased. "Who is this? How did she get here? Where is the second daughter-in-law?" Old Master Zhou's 3 rapid questions left everyone bewildered. "Master, this is the second young mistress," a maidservant replied softly. Master Zhou exclaimed in anger, "Nonsense. The daughter-in-law I have my eyes on is far more beautiful than her. Where is Cheer? Have him come and see for himself what is going on." When Zhou Yongxi was brought in, his mind was still foggy. When Master Zhou asked him to look at the person on the bed, Zhou Yongqi wore a confused expression. Father, who is this? Hey, isn't this the stepmother of Miss Su? Zhou Yongqi failed to recognize her at first glance, but after a closer look, she seemed somewhat familiar. You still have the nerve to ask. Didn't you bring home your younger brother's bride? You've been deceived, Master Zhou said, his temper flaring. Zhou Yongqi shook his head. That's impossible. Su Luoxue personally led us there. Her eldest sister is Su Yueli. It's correct. But I never saw anyone from beginning to end. Didn't you say you had seen her? You told me that as long as she is the eldest Miss Su, no matter how much the betrothal gift costs, we must marry her. Wasn't the Qian family also marrying Su Luoxue because she was Su Yueli's younger sister? How did she suddenly become that stepmother? Zhou Yongqi immediately sobered up somewhat at Master Zhou's scolding, but something about this incident still felt strange. Go and summon Qian Feng and his wife. Master Zhou huffed coldly in anger, then turned and left. The physician looked helplessly at Madame Zhou. Madam, should we still treat her? She had already suffered a miscarriage. If treatment was delayed any longer, both mother and child might perish. Since the matter had not yet been clarified, Madame Zhou naturally could not allow someone to die in their mansion. She instructed the physician, treat her. First bring her back to consciousness. With that, Madame Zhou also departed. Su Luoxue and Qian Feng had just begun their honeymoon. The previous night they had tossed and turned until well past midnight. When they were roused from their deep sleep in the morning, Qian Feng, though from a wealthy family, was still young and inexperienced. He lacked knowledge of many things. When the maids came to collect the cloths, Qian Feng looked at the bloodstains upon them with confusion, for he had no idea when the cloth had become soiled nor what the blood signified. The maids, however, each wore shy smiles as they carried the cloths away. Only after everyone had left did Su Luoxue finally breathe a long sigh of relief. Having already experienced such matters, she could hardly produce the bloodstain. The blood on the cloth was nothing more than what she had squeezed from her finger, while Qian Feng slept, all to satisfy the Qian family's expectations. Fortunately, she had always maintained distance from Qian Feng before entering the marriage, avoiding any intimate relations. Had she done otherwise, she would likely have been looked down upon by the Qian family upon entering their home. After all, in this era, a woman's chastity was valued above life itself. When Su Luoxue and Qian Feng arrived at the Zhou residence, Zhao Xing'er had already awakened. However, due to her recent miscarriage and excessive blood loss, she was unable to rise from bed. Recalling the frenzy of the previous night with that foolish man, Zhao Xing'er could not help but cover her face and weep. Upon seeing Zhao Xing'er, Su Luoxue was dumbfounded. How could it be her? Zhou Yongqi looked at Su Luoxue with confusion and questioned her. What exactly is going on? Wasn't it agreed that your eldest sister Su Yueli would marry into our Zhou family? Yet you sent us the stepmother of Su Yueli instead. Su Luoxue grew panicked. I don't understand either. Mother and uncle had agreed upon this arrangement, but I never expected that the one who ended up in the bridal palanquin would be. Zhou Yongqi's head throbbed, realizing he had fallen into the most absurd misunderstanding. We had made a clear agreement to marry your eldest sister. Yet you allowed her stepmother to take her place in the bridal palanquin. This is outright deception, Su Luoxue. You were the one who facilitated everything between the families. Now that this disaster has occurred, if you do not give our Zhou family an explanation, I shall not let you off. Though Zhou Yongqi possessed a mild appearance, he was not without temper. Seeing him so furious, Su Luoxue was frightened. This must be a misunderstanding. I will return and investigate thoroughly, then give you all an answer. Before Su Luoxue had finished speaking, the steward outside rushed in to report that a man claiming to be Su Ziyuan requested an audience. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yongqi immediately ordered that Su Ziyuan be brought forward. Upon learning that the father of the eldest Miss Su had arrived, Master Zhou naturally welcomed him inside first. A perfectly arranged marriage had devolved into this mess. If word of this leaked to outsiders, the Zhou family's reputation would be utterly ruined. Second uncle, your timing is perfect. Wasn't it agreed that the eldest sister would marry the second young master of the Zhou family? Why was Aunt Zhao the one who rode in the bridal palanquin? Su Luoxue immediately confronted Su Ziyuan. Su Ziyuan glanced around, and noticing Zhao Xing'er's absence, asked urgently, "Where's your aunt? Is she all right?" At the mention of Zhao Xing'er, Su Luoxue's gaze darted away, unwilling to speak. After all, Zhao Xing'er had not only been violated, but had also lost their child. If her second uncle learned the truth, he would surely hold her responsible. Speak. Where is your aunt? Su Ziyuan demanded in a harsh tone. Master Zhou exchanged a glance with Madame Zhou and ordered that Zhao Xing'er be carried in. Only upon seeing Zhao Xing'er did Su Ziyuan sigh with relief. Zhao Xing'er's face was pale as death and tears streamed down her cheeks as she gazed upon Su Ziyuan. Su Ziyuan pulled her into his arms. Xing'er, how are you feeling? Is anything wrong with your body? Zhao Xing'er burst into louder sobs. Husband, you finally come. I feared I would never see you again. Su Ziyuan patted her back gently and soothed her softly. Tell me what happened. Why were you in the bridal palanquin? I don't know either. The night before I slept beside you as usual. But when I awoke, I found myself in little Li's room, a red veil covering my head. I could see nothing, move nothing, and utter no sound. I tried to call for help, but was unable to. Later I heard the drums and gongs outside, and someone helped me into the bridal palanquin. After the wedding ceremony, I was sent to the bridal chamber. I have no face to look upon you anymore. Not only have I been humiliated, but I have also failed to protect our child. This time Zhao Xing'er truly wept. Recalling the miserable events of the previous night, her heart ached with grief. Moreover, this child had been her and Su Ziyuan's second one she had eagerly anticipated. Husband, it was little Li. This must have been her doing. She was already resentful of this match, which is why she orchestrated such a scheme, to avenge her mother and to ensure my destruction. Only after composing herself did Zhao Xing'er point the finger at Su Yueli. It was not an unfounded accusation, for this was undoubtedly Su Yueli's handiwork. Aside from her, who in a backwater village could have arranged such a deed so silently and seamlessly? Su Ziyuan naturally understood that Su Yueli was behind this, since she had already confessed. In-laws, should you not also provide our Zhou family with some explanation? Only now did Master Zhou speak, sensing the moment had arrived. Su Ziyuan's face flushed with anger. Remembering that little Li had claimed the Su family's second young master was a fool, Su Ziyuan could not help but cast a glance at Zhou Yongqi. Zhou Yongqi, you have met my stepmother before. Even if she boarded the wrong palanquin, such acts should not have occurred afterward. Could it be that this brat Zhou Yongqi, fully aware of his mistake, deliberately went along with it? Su Ziyuan had no idea that the Zhou Yongqi he imagined was not the same Zhou Yongqi before him. Old Master Zhou was unaware that Zhou Yongqi had gone to propose marriage under the guise of being Zhou Yongning, for this was a scheme devised by Su Luoxue to help Zhou Yongqi successfully wed Su Yueli. In-law, could you have mistaken the person? This is my eldest son Zhou Yongqi. My second son Zhou Yongning is not present here. Old Master Zhou sensed something amiss and glanced at Zhou Yongqi, who remained silent with his head bowed. The old master realized the matter was not so simple. Eldest son. When he came to my house to propose, he claimed to be Zhou Yongning, not this. Su Ziyuan was stunned by the revelation. It turned out that what Xiao Li had said was true. They had attempted to deceive the heavens and cross the sea, and he had nearly married Xiao Li off to a fool. In-law, this is all a misunderstanding. The eldest son did indeed go to propose on behalf of the second son. Perhaps you misconstrued the matter. Since the betrothal gifts have been given and the ceremony performed, let us set things right. Send the eldest Miss Su over, and we shall let bygones be bygones. If you are not satisfied with the betrothal gifts, the Zhou family is willing to add 300 taels as compensation. To the lady, old Master Zhou reacted swiftly, his mind as sharp as ever, a seasoned merchant navigating the treacherous waters of commerce. Su Ziyuan was momentarily unable to grasp the implications of his words. What did he mean by send the eldest miss over? Could it be that they intended to marry his daughter to a simpleton? In-law, if the marriage is to proceed, I will only accept him as my son-in-law, Su Ziyuan declared, pointing at Zhou Yongqi. Zhou Yongqi looked at old Master Zhou with a troubled expression. Fortunately, the eldest daughter-in-law was not present today, or the Zhou household would have been in utter turmoil. In-law, my eldest son is already married. Surely you wouldn't want the eldest Miss Su to become a concubine. My second son, though not as outstanding as my eldest is, while still presentable, I assure you the eldest Miss will not suffer any injustice once she marries into our family. Old Master Zhou struggled to find any praise for his second son. No, I absolutely refuse to let my daughter marry a fool. Su Yuan realized that the second young master was indeed a simpleton, as Xiao Li had said, which explained the old master's hesitation. He shook his head firmly. Since we cannot come to an agreement, your Su family must return all the betrothal gifts first. We can discuss the rest later. Old Master Zhou's anger was palpable, and his tone grew harsher. Su Luoxue, seeing that the argument was escalating and might implicate her, quickly stepped in. Uncle Zhou, second uncle, let's all calm down. Uncle Zhou, please don't be hasty. Let my second uncle go back and discuss this with his elder sister. If she agrees, the marriage can proceed. If not, we can talk about the next steps later. Old Master Zhou, somewhat appeased by Su Luoxue's words, said, Very well, I'll give you 3 days. 3 days from now, I will come to fetch the bride personally. Steward CTH. Su Yuan gritted his teeth and finally had no choice but to carry Zhao Xing'er away. Su Luoxue said a word to young Master Qian and followed Su Yuan back. On the way back, Su Yuan reproached Su Luoxue harshly. After all, she had introduced the second young master of the Zhou family, and she had brought Zhou Yongqi to the house. Now the second young master had turned into the eldest, and the son-in-law he had favored turned out to be a fool. No wonder Xiao Li was so resentful. Su Luoxue, seeing that the truth could no longer be concealed, said with a aggrieved tone, Second uncle, I only found out about this myself. Think about it, Qianfeng and I have only known each other for a short time. How could I know about the Zhou family's affairs, let alone that Zhou Yongqi was proposing on behalf of his brother? That's how the misunderstanding happened. Since you caused this, you'll have to solve it yourself. It's impossible for your elder sister to marry a fool, Su Yuan said angrily. After all, Su Luoxue had spoken highly of Su Yongning in front of him, which was why he had so rashly agreed to the marriage. Su Luoxue laughed bitterly at this. Second uncle, how can you blame me? Don't forget the Zhou family's betrothal gifts ended up in your hands. And if I'm not mistaken, you've already spent those gifts, haven't you? Unless you can gather enough silver to return the betrothal gifts to the Zhou family, the elder sister must marry into that family. Besides, the Zhou family is willing to compensate with an additional 300 taels. Are you really not tempted, second uncle? Su Luoxue turned her gaze to Zhao Xing'er, whose eyes were still red and swollen, but the calculation in them was written all over her face. Husband, this is all my fault. I was foolish enough to be tricked by that girl Xiao Li. Since I've injured my body now, and the doctor says I'll need a lot of silver for follow-up treatment, you might as well sell me to the human traffickers and use the money to repay the Zhou family. That way you won't have to worry about not having enough to treat my illness in the future. Zhao Xing'er's eyes brimmed with tears again. The more she spoke like this, the more distressed Su Yuan became. He naturally wanted to return the silver to the Zhou family and put the matter to rest, but Xing'er's condition was also Su Yueli's fault. He was unwilling to marry her off to a fool, yet he simply couldn't come up with the silver to repay the Zhou family. Su Yuan found himself in a dilemma. After returning to Kaoshan village, he did not immediately seek out Su Yueli. Instead, Zhao Xing'er wept and wailed for a long time, insisting that Su Yuan demand an explanation from Su Yueli. After all, she was Su Yueli's stepmother, and sending her stepmother away to be humiliated was an act of filial impiety. The next afternoon, Su Yuan, having run out of options, went to Su Yueli to see what she thought. But Su Yueli repeated the same words, This matter has nothing to do with me. Whoever accepted the betrothal gifts should marry into that family. How dare you say that? I know I've wronged you, but what fault has Xing'er committed? You sent her to the Zhou family, where she was not only bullied but also suffered a miscarriage. Since you refused to marry, then come up with 200 taels of silver. I will return that along with the Zhou family's betrothal gifts, and the matter will be settled. The Zhou family had given 600 taels in total, but they had already spent over 100, with a significant portion going to Su Yueli's dowry and the most spent on Zhao Xing. To return the full amount to the Zhou family, Su Yueli would need to contribute at least 200 taels. Su Yueli looked at her father's despicable face, and the last shred of hope she had for him evaporated. From this day on, she no longer had a father.